and they know that the European Christians know only how to hold firm, because it is their custom to fight in closed formation. They are, therefore, more suitable for the purpose than others. However, the Maghribi rulers employ such European Christians only in wars against Arab and Berber nations, in order to force them into submission. They do not use them for the holy war, because they are afraid that they might take sides against the Muslims. Such is the situation in the Maghrib at this time. We hear that the fighting technique of the contemporary Turkish nations is the shooting of arrows. Their battle order consists of a line formation. They divide their army into 3 lines, one placed behind the other. They dismount from their horses, empty their quivers on the ground in front of them, and then shoot from a sitting position. Each line protects the one ahead of it against being overrun by the enemy, until victory is assured for one party. This is a very good and remarkable battle order. In war, the ancients followed the method of digging trenches around their camps when they were about to attack, because they were afraid of treacherous night attacks and assaults by night upon the camp, since darkness and wildness multiply fear. Under such conditions, the soldiers might seek refuge in flight and would find in the darkness a psychological protection against the shame of fleeing. If all the soldiers were to do the same, the camp would be disorganized, and there would be a rout. Therefore, they were accustomed to dig trenches around the camp. They set up their tents and made trenches all around them on every side, lest the enemy be able to get through them in a night attack, in which case they would abandon each other. Dynasties were able to do such things involving large concentrations of manpower, wherever they settled, because civilization was prosperous and royal authority impressive. But when civilization was ruined, and strong dynasties were succeeded by weak dynasties with few soldiers and no workers, the thing was altogether forgotten, as if it had never been. One should think of the admonitions and encouragement that Ali gave his men on the day of Ifn. One will find in them a good deal of military knowledge. No one had better insight into military matters than Ali. He said in one of his speeches, "Straighten out your lines like a strongly constructed building. Place the armed men in front, and those who are not armed in the rear. Bite on your molars. This makes it harder for sword blows to harm the head. Keep something wrapped around the tips of your spears. This preserves the sharpness of their points. Keep your eyes down. This keeps the soul more concentrated and gives greater peace to the heart. Do not hold your flags inclined and do not remove them. Place them in the hands only of those among you who are brave. Call upon truth and endurance for aid, for after endurance there is victory. There is no certainty of victory in war, even when the equipment and the numerical superiority that cause victory exist. Victory and superiority in war come from luck and chance. This is explained by the fact that the causes of superiority are, as a rule, a combination of several factors. There are external factors, such as the number of soldiers, the perfection and good quality of weapons, the number of brave men, skillful arrangement of the line formation, the proper tactics, and similar things. Then, there are hidden factors. These may be the result of human trickery, such as spreading alarming news and rumors to cause defections in the ranks of the enemy, occupying high points, so that one is able to attack from above, which surprises those below and causes them to abandon each other, hiding in thickets or depressions and concealing oneself from the enemy in rocky terrain, so that one's own armies suddenly appear when the enemy is in a precarious situation, and he must then flee to safety, instead of defending himself, and similar things. These hidden factors may also be celestial matters, which man has no power to produce for himself. They affect people psychologically, and thus generate fear in them. They cause confusion in the centers of armies, and there are routs. Routs very often are the result of hidden causes, because both parties make much use of the opportunities offered by them in their desire for victory. One of them must by necessity be successful in their use. Muhammad said, "War is trickery." An Arab proverb says, "Many a trick is worth more than a tribe." It is thus clear that superiority in war is, as a rule, the result of hidden causes, not of external ones. The occurrence of opportunities as the result of hidden causes is what is meant by the word luck. This explains Muhammad's victory with small numbers over the polytheists during his lifetime, and the victories of the Muslims during the Muslim conquests after Muhammad's death. Terror in the hearts of their enemies was why there were so many routs during the Muslim conquests, but it was a factor concealed from men's eyes. At-Hirshi mentions that one of the reasons for victory in war is that one side may have a larger number of brave and famous knights than the other. For instance, one side may have 10 or 20 famous heroes, and the other only 8 or 16. The side that has more, even if only one more, will be victorious. He states this very emphatically. He is referring to the external causes we have mentioned before, but he is not right. What is the fact proven to make for superiority is the situation with regard to group feeling. If one side has a group feeling comprising all, while the other side is made up of numerous different groups, and if both sides are approximately the same in numbers, then the side with a united group feeling is stronger than, and superior to, the side that is made up of several different groups. 36. Taxation and the reason for low and high tax revenues. It should be known that at the beginning of a dynasty, taxation yields a large revenue from small assessments. At the end of the dynasty, taxation yields a small revenue from large assessments. The reason for this is that when the dynasty follows the ways of Islam, it imposes only such taxes as are stipulated by the religious law, such as charity taxes, the land tax, and the poll tax. These have fixed limits that cannot be exceeded. When the dynasty follows the ways of group feeling and political superiority, it necessarily has at first a desert attitude, as has been mentioned before. The desert attitude requires kindness, reverence, humility, respect for the property of other people, and disinclination to appropriate it, except in rare instances. Therefore, the individual imposts and assessments, which together constitute the tax revenue, are low. When tax assessments and imposts upon the subjects are low, the latter have the energy and desire to do things. Cultural enterprises grow and increase, because the low taxes bring satisfaction. When cultural enterprises grow, the number of individual imposts and assessments mounts. In consequence, the tax revenue, which is the sum total of the individual assessments, increases. When the dynasty continues in power and their rulers follow each other in succession, they become sophisticated. The Bedouin attitude and simplicity lose their significance, and the Bedouin qualities of moderation and restraint disappear. Royal authority with its tyranny and sedentary culture that stimulates sophistication, make their appearance. The people of the dynasty then acquire qualities of character related to cleverness. Their customs and needs become more varied because of the prosperity and luxury in which they are immersed. As a result, the individual imposts and assessments upon the subjects, agricultural laborers, farmers, and all the other taxpayers, increase. Every individual impost and assessment is greatly increased, in order to obtain a higher tax revenue. Customs duties are placed upon articles of commerce and, levied, at the city gates. Then, gradual increases in the amount of the assessments succeed each other regularly, in correspondence with the gradual increase in the luxury customs and many needs of the dynasty and the spending required in connection with them. Eventually, the taxes will weigh heavily upon the subjects and overburden them. Heavy taxes become an obligation and tradition, because the increases took place gradually, and no one knows specifically who increased them or levied them. They lie upon the subjects like an obligation and tradition. The assessments increase beyond the limits of equity. The result is that the interest of the subjects in cultural enterprises disappears, since when they compare expenditures and taxes with their income and gain and see the little profit they make, they lose all hope. Therefore, many of them refrain from all cultural activity. The result is that the total tax revenue goes down, as individual assessments go down. Often, when the decrease is noticed, the amounts of individual imposts are increased. This is considered a means of compensating for the decrease. Finally, individual imposts and assessments reach their limit. It would be of no avail to increase them further. The costs of all cultural enterprise are now too high, the taxes are too heavy, and the profits anticipated fail to materialize. Finally, civilization is destroyed, because the incentive for cultural activity is gone. It is the dynasty that suffers from the situation, because it profits from cultural activity. If one understands this, he will realize that the strongest incentive for cultural activity is to lower as much as possible the amounts of individual imposts levied upon persons capable of undertaking cultural enterprises. In this manner, such persons will be psychologically disposed to undertake them, because they can be confident of making a profit from them. 37. In the later years of dynasties, customs duties are levied. At the beginning, dynasties maintain the Bedouin attitude. Therefore, they have few needs, since luxury and the habits that go with it do not yet exist. Expenses and expenditures are small. At that time, revenue from taxes pays for much more than the necessary expenditure, and there is a large surplus. The dynasty, then, soon starts to adopt the luxury customs of sedentary culture, and follows the course that had been taken by previous dynasties. The result is that the expenses of the people of the dynasty grow. Especially do the expenses of the ruler mount excessively, on account of his expenditure for his entourage and the great number of allowances he has to grant. The revenue from taxes cannot pay for all that. Therefore, the dynasty must increase its revenues, because the militia needs ever larger allowances and the ruler needs more money to meet his expenditure. At first, the amounts of individual imposts and assessments are increased, then, as expenses and needs increase under the influence of the gradual growth of luxury customs and additional allowances for the militia, the dynasty is affected by senility. Its people are too weak to collect the taxes from the provinces and remote areas. Thus, the revenue from taxes decreases, while the habits, requiring money, increase. As they increase, salaries and allowances to the soldiers also increase. Therefore, the ruler must invent new kinds of taxes. He levies them on commerce. He imposes taxes of a certain amount on prices realized in the markets and on the various, imported, goods at the city gates. The ruler is, after all, forced to this because people have become spoiled by generous allowances, and because of the growing numbers of soldiers and militiamen. In the later years of a dynasty, taxation may become excessive. Business falls off, because all hopes of profit are destroyed, permitting the dissolution of civilization and reflecting upon the status of the dynasty. This situation becomes more and more aggravated, until the dynasty disintegrates. Much of this sort happened in the eastern cities during the later days of the Abbasid and Ubaidid Fatimid dynasties. Taxes were levied even upon pilgrims making the pilgrimage. The same also happened in Spain at the time of the Reyes de Tafas. 38. Commercial activity on the part of the ruler is harmful to his subjects and ruinous to the tax revenue. A dynasty may find itself in financial straits, as we have mentioned before, on account of the number of its luxurious habits and on account of its expenditure and the insufficiency of the tax revenue to pay for its needs. It may require more money and higher revenues. Then, it sometimes imposes customs duties on the commercial activities of its subjects. Sometimes, it increases the kinds of customs duties, if customs duties as such had been introduced before. Sometimes, it applies torture to its officials and tax collectors and sucks their bones dry. This happens when officials and tax collectors are observed to have appropriated a good deal of tax money, which their accounts do not show. Sometimes, the ruler himself may engage in commerce and agriculture, from desire to increase his revenues. He sees that merchants and farmers make large profits and have plenty of property and that their gains correspond to the capital they invest. Therefore, he starts to acquire livestock and fields in order to cultivate them for profit, purchase goods, and expose himself to fluctuations of the market. He thinks that this will improve his revenues and increase his profits. However, this is a great error. It causes harm to the subjects in many ways. First, farmers and merchants will find it difficult to buy livestock and merchandise and to procure cheaply the things that belong to farming and commerce. The subjects have all the same or approximately the same amount of wealth. Competition between them already exhausts, or comes close to exhausting, their financial resources. Now, when the ruler, who has so much more money than they, competes with them, scarcely a single one of them will any longer be able to obtain the things he wants, and everybody will become worried and unhappy. Furthermore, the ruler can appropriate much of the agricultural produce and the available merchandise, if it occurs to him. He can do this, by force or by buying things up at the cheapest possible price. Further, there may be no one who would dare to bid against him. Thus, he will be able to force the seller to lower his price. Further, when agricultural products such as corn, silk, honey, and sugar, etc., or goods of any kind, become available, the ruler cannot wait for a favorable market and a boom, because he has to take care of government needs. Therefore, he forces the merchants or farmers who deal in these particular products to buy from him. He will be satisfied only with the highest prices and more. The merchants and farmers, on the other hand, will exhaust their liquid capital in such transactions. The merchandise they thus acquire will remain useless on their hands. They themselves will no longer be able to trade, which is what enables them to earn something and make their living. Often, they need money. Then, they have to sell the goods that they were forced to buy from the ruler, at the lowest prices, during a slump in the market. Often, the merchant or farmer has to do the same thing over again. He thus exhausts his capital and has to go out of business. This becomes an oft-repeated process. The trouble and financial difficulties and the loss of profit that it causes the subjects take away from them all incentives to effort, thus ruining the fiscal structure. Most of the revenue from taxes comes from farmers and merchants, especially once customs duties have been introduced and the tax revenue has been augmented by means of them. Thus, when the farmer gives up agriculture and the merchant goes out of business, the revenue from taxes vanishes altogether or becomes dangerously low. Were the ruler to compare the revenue from taxes with the small profits he reaps from trading himself, he would find the latter negligible in comparison with the former. Even if his trading were profitable, it would still deprive him of a good deal of his revenue from taxes, so far as commerce is concerned. It is unlikely that customs duties would be levied on the ruler's commercial activities. If, however, the same deals were made by others, the customs duties would be included in the tax total. Furthermore, the trading of the ruler may cause the destruction of civilization and hence the disintegration of the dynasty. When the subjects can no longer make their capital larger through agriculture and commerce, it will decrease and disappear as the result of expenditure. This will ruin their situation. The Persians made no one king except members of the royal house. Further, they chose him from among those who possessed virtue, religion, education, liberality, bravery, and nobility. Then, they stipulated in addition that he should be just. Also, he was not to take a farm, as this would harm his neighbors. He was not to engage in trade, as this would of necessity raise the prices of all goods. And he was not to use slaves as servants, since they would not give good and beneficial advice. It should be known that the finances of a ruler can be increased, and his financial resources improved, only through the revenue from taxes. This can be improved only through the equitable treatment of people with property and regard for them, so that their hopes rise, and they have the incentive to start making their capital bear fruit and grow. This, in turn, increases the ruler's revenues in taxes. Amirs and other men in power in a country who engage in commerce and agriculture, reach a point where they undertake to buy agricultural products and goods from their owners who come to them, at prices fixed by themselves as they see fit. Then, they resell these things to the subjects under their control, at the proper times, at prices fixed by themselves. This is even more dangerous, harmful, and ruinous for the subjects than the aforementioned procedure. The ruler is often influenced to choose such a course by those sorts of people, I mean, merchants and farmers, who bring him into contact with the profession in which they have been reared. They work with him, but for their own profit, to garner quickly as much money as they may wish, especially through profits reaped from doing business without having to pay taxes and customs duties. Exemption from taxes and customs duties is more likely than anything else to cause one's capital to grow, and it brings quick profits. These people do not understand how much damage is caused the ruler by each decrease in the revenue from taxes. The ruler, therefore, must guard against such persons, and not pay any attention to suggestions that are harmful to his revenues and his rule. 39. The ruler and his entourage are wealthy only in the middle period of the dynasty. The reason for this is that at the beginning of the dynasty, the revenues are distributed among the tribe and the people who share in the ruler's group feeling, in accordance with their usefulness and group feeling, and because they are needed to establish the dynasty. Under these circumstances, their leader refrains in their favor from claiming the revenues which they would like to have. He feels compensated by the control over them that he hopes to establish. They can put pressure on him, and he needs them. His share of the revenues is restricted to the very small amounts he needs. Consequently, the members of his entourage and company, his wazirs, secretaries, and clients, usually can be observed to be destitute. Their position is restricted, because it depends on the position of their master, and his authority is narrowed down by the competition of the people who share in his group feeling. Then, when royal authority has come into its own and the ruler has obtained control over his people, he prevents them from getting any part of the revenues beyond their official shares. Their portions shrink, because their usefulness to the dynasty has diminished. Their influence has been checked, and clients and followers have come to share with them in the support of the dynasty and the establishment of its power. At this time, the ruler disposes alone of the whole income from taxes, or the greater part of it. He keeps this money, and holds it for spending on important projects. His wealth grows. His treasuries are filled. The authority of his position expands, and he dominates all his people. As a consequence, the men of his entourage and retinue, the wazir, the secretary, the doorkeeper, the client, and the policeman, all become more important, and their positions expand. They acquire property and enrich themselves. Then, when the dynasty starts to become senile, as the result of the dissolution of group feeling and the disappearance of the tribe that founded it, the ruler needs supporters and helpers, because there are then many seceders, rivals, and rebels, and there is the fear of destruction. His revenues then go to his allies and supporters, military men who have their own group feelings. He spends his treasures and revenues on attempts to restore the power of the dynasty. Moreover, the revenue from taxes decreases, because there are many allowances to be paid and expenditure to be made. The revenues from the land tax decrease. The dynasty's need for money becomes more urgent. The intimates, the doorkeepers, and the secretaries no longer live under the shadow of prosperity and luxury, as their positions lose importance and the authority of the ruler shrinks. The ruler's need for money at this time becomes even more urgent. The new generation within his inner circle and entourage spend the money with which their fathers had enriched themselves, for a purpose for which it was not intended, namely, that of helping the ruler. They begin to be no longer as sincerely loyal as their fathers and ancestors had been. The ruler, in turn, becomes of the opinion that he is more entitled than they to the wealth that was acquired during the reign of his predecessors and with the help of their position. He takes it and appropriates it for himself, gradually and according to their ranks. Thus the dynasty makes itself unpopular with them. It loses its entourage and great personalities and its rich and wealthy intimates. A great part of the edifice of glory crumbles, after having been supported and built up to a great height by those who shared in it. Anticipating such dangerous situations, most of the people in the dynasty try to avoid holding any government position. They try to escape from government control and go to some other region with the government property they have acquired. They are of the opinion that this will be more wholesome for them and give them the opportunity to spend and enjoy their money in greater safety. This assumption is a great mistake and a self-deception that will ruin them materially. It should be known that it is difficult and impossible to escape from official life after having once been in it. When the person who has such intentions is the ruler himself, his subjects and the people who share in his group feeling and crowd around him will not for a moment permit him to escape. If any such intention on his part becomes visible, it means the destruction of his realm and his own ruin, the usual result in such a case, for it is difficult to escape from the servitude of royal authority, especially when the dynasty has reached its peak and its authority is shrinking, and it is becoming more remote from glory and good qualities, and acquiring bad qualities. If the person who intends to escape is one of the ruler's inner circle and entourage or one of the dignitaries in his dynasty, he rarely is given the opportunity to do so. The reason is, in the first place, that rulers consider their people and entourage and, indeed, all their subjects as slaves familiar with their thoughts and sentiments. Therefore, they are not disposed to loosen the bonds of servitude binding those persons. They want to avoid the chance that someone, outside, might come to know their secrets and their circumstances through such persons, and they are averse to letting them become the servants of others. The Spanish Umayyads thus prevented their people from going abroad to fulfill the duty of the pilgrimage. They were afraid they might fall into the hands of the Abbasids. During all their days, none of their people made the pilgrimage. The pilgrimage was again permitted to Spaniards, who belonged to the dynasties in Spain, only after the Umayyad rule had come to an end, and Spain had reverted to control of the Reyes de Taifas. In the second place, even if rulers were kind enough to loosen the bonds of a person who intended to escape from their control, their kindness would not extend to leaving his property alone. They consider it part of their own wealth in the same way that its owner has been part of their dynasty inasmuch as it was obtained only through the dynasty and under the shadow of its authority. Therefore, they are most eager to take his property and to let it remain as it is, as something belonging to the dynasty that they are entitled to use. Furthermore, assuming that he gets away with his property to some other region, which happens in very rare cases, he is not safe there either, because the eyes of the rulers in that region fall on him, and they dispossess him by indirect threats and intimidation or by open force. They consider his property as revenue or as government property, which should be spent in the public interest. If the eyes of rulers can fall upon rich and wealthy people who have acquired their money in the exercise of a profession, it is all the more understandable that their eyes can fall upon tax monies and government property, to which they have access by law and custom. 40. Curtailment of the allowances given by the ruler implies curtailment of the tax revenue. The reason for this is that dynasty and government serve as the world's greatest marketplace, providing the substance of civilization. Now, if the ruler holds on to property and revenue, or they are lost or not properly used by him, then the property in the possession of the ruler's entourage will be small. The gifts which they, in their turn, had been used to give to their entourage and people, stop, and all their expenditure is cut down. They constitute the greatest number of people, who make expenditures, and their expenditure provides more of the substance of trade than that of any other group. When they stop spending, business slumps and commercial profits decline because of the shortage of capital. Revenues from the land tax decrease, because the land tax and taxation depend on cultural activity, commercial transactions, business prosperity, and the people's demand for gain and profit. It is the dynasty that suffers from the situation, because under these circumstances the property of the ruler decreases in consequence of the decrease in revenues from the land tax. The dynasty is the greatest market, the mother and base of all trade, the substance of income and expenditure. If government business slumps and the volume of trade is small, the dependent markets will naturally show the same symptoms, and to a greater degree. Furthermore, money circulates between subjects and ruler, moving back and forth. Now, if the ruler keeps it to himself, it is lost to the subjects. 41. Injustice brings about the ruin of civilization. Attacks on people's property remove the incentive to acquire and gain property. People, then, become of the opinion that the purpose and ultimate destiny of acquiring property is to have it taken away from them. The extent and degree to which property rights are infringed upon determines the extent and degree to which the efforts of the subjects to acquire property slacken. When attacks on property are extensive and general, affecting all means of making a livelihood, business inactivity, too, becomes general. If the attacks upon property are but light, the stoppage of gainful activity is correspondingly slight. Civilization and its well-being as well as business prosperity depend on productivity and people's efforts in all directions in their own interest and profit. When people no longer do business in order to make a living, and when they cease all gainful activity, the business of civilization slumps, and everything decays. People scatter everywhere in search of sustenance, to places outside the jurisdiction of their present government. The population of the particular region becomes sparse. The settlements there become empty. The cities lie in ruins. The disintegration causes the disintegration of the status of dynasty and ruler, because their peculiar status constitutes the form of civilization, and the form necessarily decays when its matter, in this case, civilization, decays. One may compare here the story that Al-Masudi tells in connection with the history of the Persians. In the days of King Bahram b. Bahram, the Mobid Han, the chief religious dignitary among the Persians, expressed to the king his disapproval of the latter's injustice and indifference to the consequences that his injustice must bring upon the dynasty. He did this through a parable, which he placed in the mouth of an owl. The king, hearing an owl's cry, asked the Mobid Han whether he understood what it was saying. He replied, a male owl wanted to marry a female owl. The female owl, as a condition prior to consent, asked the male owl for the gift of 20 villages ruined in the days of Bahram, that she might hoot in them. The male owl accepted her condition and said to her, if the king continues to rule, I shall give you 1,000 ruined villages. This is of all wishes the easiest to fulfill. The king was stirred out of his negligence by that story. He had a private talk with the Mobid Han and asked him what he had in mind. He replied, O king, the might of royal authority materializes only through the religious law, obedience toward God, and compliance with his commands and prohibitions. The religious law persists only through royal authority. Mighty royal authority is achieved only through men. Men persist only with the help of property. The only way to property is through cultivation. The only way to cultivation is through justice. Justice is a balance set up among mankind. The Lord set it up and appointed an overseer of it, and that is the ruler. You, O king, went after the farms and took them away from their owners and cultivators. They are the people who pay the land tax and from whom one gets money. You gave their farms as fiefs to your entourage and servants and to slug guards. They did not cultivate them and did not heed the consequences. They did not look for the things that would be good for the farms. They were leniently treated with regard to the land tax, and were not asked to pay it, because they were close to the king. The remaining landowners who did pay the land tax and cultivated their farms had to carry an unjust burden. Therefore, they left their farms and abandoned their settlements. They took refuge in farms that were far away or difficult of access, and lived on them. Thus, cultivation slackened, and the farms were ruined. There was little money, and soldiers and subjects perished. Neighboring rulers coveted the Persian realm, because they were aware of the fact that the basic materials that alone maintain the foundation of a realm had been cut off. When the king heard that, he proceeded to look into the affairs of his realm. The farms were taken away from the intimates of the ruler and restored to their owners. They were again treated as they had formerly been treated. They began again to cultivate their farms. Those who had been weak gained in strength. The land was cultivated, and the country became prosperous. There was much money for the collectors of the land tax. The army was strengthened. The enemy's sources of strength were cut off. The frontier garrisons were manned. The ruler proceeded to take personal charge of his affairs. His days were prosperous, and his realm was well organized. The lesson this teaches is that injustice ruins civilization, which has as its consequence the complete destruction of the dynasty. In this connection, one should disregard the fact that dynasties, centered in great cities, often infringe upon justice and still are not ruined. It should be known that this is the result of a relationship that exists between such infringements and the situation of the urban population. When a city is large and densely populated and unlimited in the variety of its conditions, the loss it suffers from hostile acts and injustice is small, because such losses take place gradually. Because of the great variety of conditions and the manifold productivity of a particular city, any loss may remain concealed. Its consequences will become visible only after some time. Thus, the dynasty which committed the infringements of justice may be replaced before the city is ruined. Another dynasty may make its appearance and restore the city with the help of its wealth. Thus, the previous loss which had remained concealed is made up and is scarcely noticed. This, however, happens only rarely. The proven fact is that civilization inevitably suffers losses through injustice and hostile acts, as we have mentioned, and it is the dynasty that suffers consequently. Injustice should not be understood to imply only the confiscation of money or other property from the owners, without compensation and without cause. It is commonly understood in that way, but it is something more general than that. Whoever takes someone's property, or uses him for forced labor, or presses an unjustified claim against him, or imposes upon him a duty not required by the religious law, does an injustice to that particular person. People who collect unjustified taxes commit an injustice. Those who infringe upon property commit an injustice. Those who take away property commit an injustice. Those who deny people their rights commit an injustice. Those who, in general, take property by force, commit an injustice. It is the dynasty that suffers from all these acts, inasmuch as civilization, which is the substance of the dynasty, is ruined when people have lost all incentive. This is what Muhammad actually had in mind when he forbade injustice. He meant the resulting destruction and ruin of civilization, which ultimately permits the eradication of the human species. This is what the religious law quite generally and wisely aims at in emphasizing 5 things as necessary: the preservation of 1. Religion, 2. The soul, life, 3. The intellect, 4. Progeny, and 5. Property. Since, as we have seen, injustice calls for the eradication of the species by leading to the ruin of civilization, it contains in itself a good reason for being prohibited. Consequently, it is important that it be forbidden. If injustice were to be committed by every individual, the list of deterring punishments that would then have been given for it, in the religious law, would be as large as that given for the other crimes, which lead to the destruction of the human species and which everybody is capable of committing, such as adultery, murder, and drunkenness. However, injustice can be committed only by persons who cannot be touched, only by persons who have power and authority. Therefore, injustice has been very much censured, and repeated threats against it have been expressed in the hope that perhaps the persons who are able to commit injustice will find a restraining influence in themselves. One of the greatest injustices and one contributing most to the destruction of civilization is the unjustified imposition of tasks and the use of the subjects for forced labor. This is so because labor belongs to the things that constitute capital. Gain and sustenance represent the value realized from labor among civilized people. By their efforts and all their labors they acquire capital and make a profit. They have no other way to make a profit except through labor. Subjects employed in cultural enterprises gain their livelihood and profit from such activities. Now, if they are obliged to work outside their own field and are used for forced labor unrelated to their ordinary ways of making a living, they no longer have any profit and are thus deprived of the price of their labor, which is their capital, asset. They suffer, and a good deal of their livelihood is gone, or even all of it. If this occurs repeatedly, all incentive to cultural enterprise is destroyed, and they cease utterly to make an effort. This leads to the destruction and ruin of civilization. An injustice even greater and more destructive of civilization and the dynasty is the appropriation of people's property by buying their possessions as cheaply as possible and then reselling the merchandise to them at the highest possible prices by means of forced sales and purchases. Often, people have to accept high prices with the privilege of later payment. They console themselves for the loss they suffer with the hope that the market will fluctuate in favor of the merchandise that had been sold to them at such a high price, and that their loss will be cancelled later on. But then, they are required to make payment at once, and they are forced to sell the merchandise at the lowest possible price. The loss involved in the two transactions affects their capital. This situation affects all kinds of merchants, those resident in town and those who import merchandise from elsewhere, the peddlers and shopkeepers who deal in food and fruit, and the craftsmen who deal in the instruments and implements that are in general use. The loss affects all professions and classes quite generally. This goes on from hour to hour. It causes capital funds to dwindle. The only possibility that remains is for the merchants to go out of business, because their capital is gone, as it can no longer be restored by the profits. Merchants who come from elsewhere for the purchase and sale of merchandise are slow to come, because of that situation. Business declines, and the subjects lose their livelihood, which, generally, comes from trading. Therefore, if no trading is being done in the markets, they have no livelihood, and the tax revenue of the ruler decreases or deteriorates, since, in the middle period of a dynasty and later on, most of the tax revenue comes from customs duties on commerce. This leads to the dissolution of the dynasty and the decay of urban civilization. The disintegration comes about gradually and imperceptibly. This happens whenever the ways and means of seizing property described above are used. On the other hand, if it is taken outright and if the hostile acts are extended to affect the property, the wives, the lives, the skins, and the honor of people, it will lead to sudden disintegration and decay and the quick destruction of the dynasty. It will result in disturbances leading to complete destruction. On account of these evil consequences, all such unfair activities are prohibited by the religious law. The religious law legalizes the use of cunning in trading, but forbids depriving people of their property illegally. The purpose is to prevent such evil consequences, which would lead to the destruction of civilization through disturbances or the lack of opportunity to make a living. It should be known that all these practices are caused by the need for more money on the part of dynasty and ruler, because they have become accustomed to luxurious living. Their expenditure increases, and much spending is done. Their ordinary income does not meet the expenditures. Therefore, the ruler invents new sorts and kinds of taxes, in order to increase the revenues and to be able to balance the budget. But luxury continues to grow, and spending increases on account of it. The need for appropriating people's property becomes stronger and stronger. In this way, the authority of the dynasty shrinks until its influence is wiped out and its identity lost and it is defeated by an attacker. 42. How it happens that access to the ruler becomes restricted in the dynasty. Such restriction becomes important when the dynasty grows senile. At the beginning, the dynasty is remote from royal aspirations. It needs group feeling through which its power and domination can materialize, and the desert attitude is characteristic of group feeling. A dynasty based upon religion is remote from royal aspirations. In one based exclusively upon superior, political, power, the desert attitude, through which superiority is achieved, likewise is remote from royal aspirations and ways. Now, if a dynasty at the beginning of its rule is a Bedouin one, the ruler possesses austerity and the desert attitude. He is close to the people and easily accessible. Then, when his power is firmly established, he comes to claim all the glory for himself. He needs to keep away from the people and to remain aloof with his friends, in order to be able to talk with them about his private affairs, since his following has by then become large. Therefore, he seeks to keep away from the common people as much as possible. He employs someone at his door to admit those of his friends and of the people of the dynasty whom he cannot avoid, and to prevent people, in general, from having access to him. Then, when royal authority flourishes and royal ways and aspirations make their appearance, the ruler adopts royal character qualities. They are strange, peculiar qualities. They must be carefully dealt with in the proper way by those who are in contact with them. Persons in contact with rulers often do not know about these qualities and may do something that rulers do not like. He may become displeased with them and get into the mood of punishing them. Thus, knowledge of manners to be used in intercourse with rulers became the sole property of their special friends. The rulers kept all except their intimates from meeting them at all times, so as to protect themselves against noticing anything that might displease them and in order to protect the people against exposing themselves to punishment. Thus, they introduced another entrance restriction even more selective than the first. The first concerns the ruler's special friends and prevents everyone else's admission. The second restriction concerns the meetings with those friends and prevents admission of everyone else from among the common people. The first entrance restriction originated in the days of Muawiyah and Abd al-Malik and the Umayyad caliphs. Then, the Abbasid dynasty made its appearance. Its famous luxury and power came into being, and the royal qualities reached their proper perfection in it. This called for the second entrance restriction. The name of doorkeeper was restricted to it. The court of the caliphs contained two buildings to house their retinue, one for the special group and another for the common people. This is stated in Abbasid history. In the later dynasties, a third entrance restriction came into being. It was even more selective than the two previous ones. This occurred at the period when the attempt was made to seclude the ruler. It resulted from the fact that the first step taken by the men of the dynasty and intimates of the ruler who set up the young princes and attempted to gain control over them, was to keep the inner circle and the special friends of the young ruler's father away from him. The person who attempted to gain control over the young ruler suggested to him that it would diminish respect for him and would destroy the rules of etiquette if these men were to be in contact with him. His purpose was to keep the young ruler from meeting anybody else and see to it that he would become so used to him that he would not want to replace him with anybody else until he securely dominated him. An entrance restriction such as the third was obviously required under these circumstances. It indicates the senility and decline of the dynasty. It is one of the things that the members of dynasties are afraid of. Those who support the dynasty will naturally attempt such a thing when the dynasty reaches senility and later-born members of the ruling family lose control. Human beings love very much to gain control over royal authority, especially when the soil is prepared and all the requirements and symptoms are there. 43. The division of one dynasty into two. It should be known that the first, perceptible, consequence of a dynasty's senility is that it splits. This is because, when royal authority comes into its own and achieves the utmost luxury and prosperity, and when the ruler controls all the glory and has it all for himself, he is too proud to let anyone share in it. As far as possible, he eliminates all claims in this direction by destroying those of his relatives who are possible candidates for his position and whom he suspects. Those who participate with the ruler in this activity often fear for their own safety, and take refuge in remote parts of the realm. People who are in the same situation as they of running a risk and becoming suspect, join them there and gather around them. At that time the authority of the dynasty has already begun to shrink and to withdraw from the remote parts of the realm. Thus, the refugee related to the dynasty gains control. His power grows continually, while the authority of the dynasty shrinks. Eventually he becomes, or almost becomes, an equal partner in the dynasty. This may be observed in the Arab-Muslim dynasty. Its power was great and concentrated and its authority far-flung. Then the Umayyads lost control, and the Abbasids took over. The Arab dynasty had, by that time, achieved the utmost superiority and luxury, and was beginning to shrink. Abd Ram ad-Dakhil took refuge in Spain, the most remote region of the Muslim dynasty. He founded a realm there and severed it from the Abbasid cause. Thus, he made two dynasties out of one. Then, Idris took refuge in the Maghrib and seceded and seized power there. Later on, the Abbasid dynasty shrank more and more. The Aqlabids were stirred up to resist it. Then, the Shia, the Ubaidid Fimids, seceded. The Qudama and the Inja supported them, and they took possession of Afriqiya and the Maghrib, and then conquered Egypt, Syria, and the Ij. They defeated the Idrisids and divided the Abbasid dynasty into two more, so that the Arab, Abbasid, dynasty now consisted of three independent dynasties, the Abbasids at the center and base of the Arab world and at the source of Islam, the Umayyads, who had renewed their old royal authority and caliphate of the East in Spain, and the Ubaidid, Fimids, in Afriqiya, Egypt, Syria, and the Ij. These dynasties continued to exist until their destruction was imminent or complete. The process of splitting may lead to the formation of more than 2 or 3 dynasties that are not controlled by members of the original ruling family. This was the case with the Reyes de Taifas in Spain, with the non-Arab rulers in the East, and in other realms. 44 Once senility has come upon a dynasty, it cannot be warded off. We have already cited the symptoms and causes of senility, one by one. We have explained that it is natural for the causes of senility to affect the dynasty. If, then, senility is something natural to the life of the dynasty, it must come about in the same way natural things come about, exactly as senility affects the temper of living beings. Senility is a chronic disease that cannot be cured or made to disappear because it is something natural, and natural things do not change. Many a politically conscious person among the people of the dynasty becomes alert to it and notices the symptoms and causes of senility that have affected his dynasty. He considers it possible to make that senility disappear. Therefore, he takes it upon himself to repair the dynasty and relieve its temper of senility. He supposes that it resulted from shortcomings or negligence on the part of former members. This is not so. These things are natural to the dynasty. Customs that have developed prevent him from repairing it. Customs are like a second nature. A person who, for instance, has seen his father and the older members of his family wear silk and brocade and use gold ornaments for weapons and mounts and be inaccessible to the people in their salons and at prayer, will not be able to diverge from the customs of his forebears in this respect. He will not be able to use coarse dress and apparel and mingle with the people. Custom would prevent him and expose him if he were to do this. Were he to do it, he would be accused of madness for his brusque disregard of custom. There is the danger that it would have bad consequences for his government. One might contrast this with the disregard for custom and opposition to it shown by the prophets. However, the prophets had divine support and celestial help. Group feeling has often disappeared, when the dynasty has grown senile, and pomp has taken the place it occupied in the souls of men. Now, when in addition to the weakening of group feeling, pomp, too, is discontinued, the subjects grow audacious vis-a-vis the dynasty. Therefore, the dynasty shields itself by holding on to pomp as much as possible, until everything is finished. At the end of a dynasty, there often also appears some show of power that gives the impression that the senility of the dynasty has been made to disappear. It lights up brilliantly just before it is extinguished, like a burning wick, the flame of which leaps up brilliantly a moment before it goes out, giving the impression it is just starting to burn, when in fact it is going out. 45. How disintegration befalls dynasties. Any royal authority must be built upon two foundations. The first is might and group feeling, which finds its expression in soldiers. The second is money, which supports the soldiers and provides the whole structure needed by royal authority. Disintegration befalls the dynasty at these two foundations. We shall mention first the disintegration that comes about through might and group feeling, and then, we shall come back and discuss the one that comes about through money and taxation. A dynasty can be founded and established only with the help of group feeling. There must be a major group feeling uniting all the group feelings subordinate to it. This, major group feeling, is the family and tribal group feeling peculiar to the ruler. When the natural luxury of royal authority makes its appearance in the dynasty, and when the people who share in the group feeling of the dynasty are humiliated, the first to be humiliated are the members of the ruler's family and his relatives who share with him in the royal name. They are much more humiliated than anyone else. Moreover, luxury has a greater hold on them than on anyone else, because they have a share in royal authority, power, and superiority. Thus, two agents of destruction surround them, luxury and force. The use of force eventually leads to their being killed. They become sick at heart when they see the ruler firmly established in royal authority. His envy of them then changes to fear for his royal authority. Therefore, he starts to kill and humiliate them and to deprive them of the prosperity and luxury to which they had become in large measure accustomed. They perish, and become few in number. The group feeling that the ruler had through them is destroyed. It dissolves and its grip weakens. Its place is taken by the inner circle of clients and followers who enjoy the favors and benefactions of the ruler. A new group feeling is derived from them. However, this new group feeling does not have anything like the powerful grip of the other, because it lacks direct and close blood relationships. The ruler thus isolates himself from his family and helpers, those who have natural affection for him. This is sensed by the people of other groups. Very naturally, they become audacious vis-a-vis the ruler and his inner circle. Therefore, the ruler destroys them and persecutes and kills them, one after the other. The later people of the dynasty follow the tradition of the former in that respect. In addition, they are exposed to the detrimental effect of luxury that we have mentioned before. Thus, destruction comes upon them through luxury and through being killed. Eventually, they no longer have the coloring of their group feeling. They forget the affection and strength that used to go with it. They become hirelings for the military protection of the dynasty. They thus become few in number. As a consequence, the militia settled in the remote and frontier regions becomes numerically weak. This, then, emboldens the subjects in the remote regions to abandon the dynastic cause there. Rebels, members of the ruling family and others, go out to these remote regions. They hope that under these circumstances, they will be able to reach their goal by obtaining a following among the inhabitants of the remote regions of the realm, will be secure from capture by the government, militia. This keeps on, and the authority of the ruling dynasty continues gradually to shrink until the rebels reach places extremely close to the center of the dynasty. The dynasty then often splits into 2 or 3 dynasties, depending on its original strength. People who do not share in the group feeling take charge of dynastic affairs, though they obey the people who do share in the dynastic group feeling and accept their acknowledged superiority. This may be exemplified by the Arab Muslim dynasty. At the beginning it reached as far as Spain, India, and China. The Umayyads had complete control of all the Arabs through the group feeling of Abd Manaf. It was even possible for Sulayman b. Abd al-Malik in Damascus to order the killing of Abd al-Aziz b. Musa b. Nuar in Córdoba. He was killed, and Sulayman's order was not disobeyed. Then, luxury came to the Umayyads, and their group feeling was wiped out. The Umayyads were destroyed, and the Abbasids made their appearance. They curbed the Hashemites. They killed all the descendants of Abu Lib and exiled them. In consequence, the group feeling of Abd Manaf dissolved and was wiped out. The Arabs grew audacious vis-a-vis the Abbasids. People in the remote regions of the realm, such as the Aqlabids in Afriqiya and the inhabitants of Spain and others, gained control over them, and the dynasty split. Then, the Idrisids seceded in the Maghrib. The Berbers supported them, in obedience to their group feeling. Also, they were secure from capture by the soldiers or militiamen of the dynasty. Men with a cause, for which they make propaganda, eventually secede. They gain control over border areas and remote regions. There, they are able to make propaganda for their cause and achieve royal authority. As a result, the dynasty splits. As the dynasty shrinks more and more, this process often continues until the center is reached. The inner circle, thereafter, weakens, because luxury undermines it. It perishes and dissolves. The whole divided dynasty weakens. Occasionally, it lingers on long after that. The dynasty can dispense with group feeling now, because it has colored the souls of its subject people with the habit of subservience and submission for so many long years that no one alive can think back to its beginning and origin. They cannot think of anything except being submissive to the ruler. Therefore, he can dispense with group strength. In order to establish his power, hired soldiers and mercenaries are sufficient. The submissiveness generally found in the human soul helps in this respect. Should anyone think of disobedience or secession, which hardly ever happens, the great mass would disapprove of him and oppose him. Thus, he would not be able to attempt such a thing, even if he should try very hard. In this situation, the dynasty often becomes more secure, as far as rebels and rivals are concerned, because submissiveness is firmly established. Individuals would scarcely admit to themselves the least thought of opposition, and the idea of straying from obedience would not enter anybody's mind. The dynasty, therefore, is safer than ever, so far as the trouble and destruction that come from groups and tribes are concerned. The dynasty may continue in this condition, but its substance dwindles, like natural heat in a body that lacks nourishment. Eventually, the dynasty reaches its destined time. As for the disintegration that comes through money, it should be known that at the beginning the dynasty has a desert attitude, as was mentioned before. It has the qualities of kindness to subjects, planned moderation in expenditure, and respect for other people's property. It avoids onerous taxation and the display of cunning or shrewdness in the collection of money and the accounting, required, from officials. Nothing at this time calls for extravagant expenditure. Therefore, the dynasty does not need much money. Later come domination and expansion. Royal authority flourishes. This calls for luxury, which causes increased spending. The expenditure of the ruler, and of the people of the dynasty in general, grows. This tendency spreads to the urban population. It calls for increases in soldiers' allowances and in the salaries of the people of the dynasty. Extravagant expenditure mounts. It spreads to the subjects, because people follow the ways and customs of the dynasty. The ruler, then, must impose duties on articles sold in the markets. In order to improve his revenues, he sees the luxury of the urban population testifying to their prosperity, and because he needs the money for the expenditure of his government and the salaries of his soldiers. Habits of luxury, then, further increase. The customs duties no longer pay for them. The dynasty, by this time, is flourishing in its power and its forceful hold over the subjects under its control. Its hand reaches out to seize some of the property of the subjects, either through customs duties, or through commercial transactions, or, in some cases, merely by hostile acts directed against property holdings, on some pretext or even with none. At this stage, the soldiers have already grown bold against the dynasty, because it has become weak and senile as far as its group feeling is concerned. The dynasty expects that from them, and attempts to remedy and smooth over the situation through generous allowances and much spending for the soldiers. It cannot get around that. At this stage, the tax collectors in the dynasty have acquired much wealth, because vast revenues are in their hands, and their position has widened in importance for this reason. Suspicions of having appropriated tax money, therefore, attach to them. It becomes common for one tax collector to denounce another, because of their mutual jealousy and envy. One after another is deprived of his money by confiscation and torture. Eventually, their wealth disappears, and they are ruined. The dynasty loses the pomp and magnificence it had possessed through them. After their prosperity is destroyed, the dynasty goes farther afield and approaches its other wealthy subjects. At this stage, feebleness has already afflicted its former might. The dynasty has become too weak to retain its power and forceful hold. The policy of the ruler, at this time, is to handle matters diplomatically by spending money. He considers this more advantageous than the sword, which is of little use. His need for money grows beyond what is needed for expenditure and soldiers' salaries. He never gets enough. Senility affects the dynasty more and more. The people of other regions grow bold against it. 46. The authority of the dynasty at first expands to its limit and then is narrowed down in successive stages, until the dynasty dissolves and disappears. Each dynasty has its specific share of provinces and districts, and no more. Its expansion depends on the distribution of the dynasty's group strength, for the protection of its territory and regions. Wherever its numbers go, their advance, eventually, comes to a stop at the border region. This surrounds the dynasty on all sides like a belt. Its farthest extension may coincide with the original belt of authority of the preceding dynasty. Or it may be still wider, if the numerical strength of the new group is greater than that of the preceding dynasty. All this takes place while the dynasty has the characteristics of desert life and rude courage. Subsequently, power and superiority come into their own. Bounties and salaries become abundant as a result of improved revenues. Luxury and sedentary culture abound. New generations grow up accustomed to this situation. The character of the militia softens, and they lose their toughness. This makes them cowards and lazy fellows. It causes them to shed the characteristics of courage and manliness. They give up the desert attitude and desert toughness and seek power through assiduous competition for leadership. This causes some of them to kill others. The ruler prevents them from doing that, by killing their great men and destroying their leaders. Thus, amirs and great men no longer exist, and the number of followers and subordinates grows. This blunts the sharp edges of the dynasty and decreases its strength. This is paralleled by extravagance in expenditure. The people of the dynasty suffer from the pomp of power and limitless ostentation as they compete with each other in matters of food, clothing, large palaces, good weapons, and the horses in their stables. At this time, the income of the dynasty is too small to pay for such expenditure, and thus the second element of disintegration afflicts the dynasty, that which comes through money and taxation. Weakness and destruction are the results of these two elements of disintegration. The leaders of the dynasty often compete with each other. They quarrel, and are too weak to stand up and defend themselves against rivals and neighbors. The people of the border and remote regions often sense the weakness of the dynasty at their backs, and they show their strength. They eventually gain independent control over the districts in their possession. The ruler is too weak to force them back on the right path. Thus, the authority of the dynasty becomes narrower than it had been at the beginning. The administration restricts itself to a smaller area. Eventually, the same weakness, laziness with regard to group strength, and the shortage of money and revenue that had come about in the first, larger, area also come about in the second, smaller, area. The person in charge of the dynasty now undertakes to change the norms the dynasty had adopted as its policy with regard to soldiers, money, and administrative functions. The purpose is to have norms suitable for balancing the budget, satisfying the militia, safeguarding the administrative districts, distributing the tax revenue for the soldiers, salaries in the proper manner, and readjusting the new conditions to those that had existed at the beginning of the dynasty. However, evil happenings can still be expected from every quarter. At this later stage, what had happened before in the first stage happens again. The ruler now considers the same measures that the first ruler had considered, and applies the old yardstick to the new conditions of the dynasty. He intends to repel the evil consequences of disintegration, which reappears at every stage and affects every part of the realm until the area of the dynasty is again narrower than it had been before, and what had happened before happens again. Each of the persons who change the previous dynastic norms is in a way the builder of a new dynasty and the founder of a new realm. However, the dynasty is eventually destroyed. The nations around it push on to gain superiority over it. They then found a new dynasty of their own. This may be exemplified by the Muslim dynasty. Through its conquests and victories its authority expanded. Its militia then increased, and its numerical strength grew as the result of the bounties and salaries to the soldiers. Eventually, the power of the Umayyads was destroyed. The Abbasids gained the upper hand. Luxury, then, increased. Sedentary culture emerged, and disintegration made its appearance. The creation of the Marwanid, Umayyad Spanish, and Alid, Idrisid dynasties cut down the authority of the Abbasids in Spain and the Maghreb. These two border regions were cut off from Abbasid authority. Then, dissension arose among the sons of Ar-Rashid. Alid propagandists appeared in every region, and Alid dynasties were founded. Then, after the death of al-Mutawakkil, the emirs gained control over the caliphs and kept them in seclusion. Provincial governors in the outlying regions became independent, and the land tax from there did not come in any longer. Luxury still increased. Al-Mutad appeared. He changed the norms of the dynasty and adopted another policy. He gave the outlying regions, over which the governors had one control, to them as fiefs. Then, the power of the Arabs was broken up. The non-Arabs achieved superiority. Then arose the dynasty of the Seljuk Turks. The Seljuks gained domination over the Muslim Empire. They kept the caliphs in seclusion, until their dynasties were destroyed. From the time of An-Nirwan on, the caliphs were in control of an area smaller than the ring around the moon. The dynasty continued in that manner until the power of the caliphs was destroyed by Hulagu, the ruler of the Tatars and Mongols. They defeated the Seljuks and took possession of the part of the Muslim empire that had been theirs. Thus, the authority of the dynasty becomes successively narrower than it had been at the beginning. This process continues, stage by stage, until the dynasty is destroyed. 47 How a new dynasty originates. When the ruling dynasty starts on the road to senility and destruction, the rise of the new dynasty takes place in two ways. One way is, for provincial governors to gain control over remote regions when the dynasty loses its influence there. Each one of them founds a new dynasty for his people and a realm to be perpetuated in his family. His children or clients inherit it from him. Gradually, they have a flourishing realm. They often compete bitterly with each other and aspire to gain sole possession of it. The one who is stronger than his rival will gain the upper hand and take away what the other had. This happened in the Abbasid dynasty when it started on the road to senility and its shadow receded from the remote regions. The same thing happened in the Umayyad dynasty in Spain. Their realm was divided among the Reyes de Taifas who had been their provincial governors. It was divided into several dynasties with several rulers, who passed their realms on after their death to their relatives or clients. This way of forming a new dynasty avoids the possibility of war between the new rulers and the ruling dynasty. These new rulers are already firmly established in their leadership and do not want to gain domination over the ruling dynasty. The latter is affected by senility, and its shadow recedes from the remote regions of the realm and can no longer reach them. The other way is for some rebel from among the neighboring nations and tribes to revolt against the dynasty. He either makes propaganda for some particular cause to which he intends to win the people, or he possesses great power and a great group feeling among his people. His power is already flourishing among them, and now he aspires with the help of his people to gain royal authority. They are convinced that they will obtain it, because they feel that they are superior to the ruling dynasty, which is affected by senility. Thus, to the rebel and his people, it is a fact that they will gain domination over it. They constantly attack it, until they defeat it and inherit its power. 48. A new dynasty gains domination over the ruling dynasty through perseverance, and not through sudden action. We have mentioned the two ways new dynasties originate. The first applies to governors of outlying regions when the shadow of the ruling dynasty recedes from those regions and its waves are rolled back. As a rule, they do not attack the dynasty, because they are satisfied with what they already have. The second applies to men who make propaganda for some cause or rebel against the dynasty. It is inevitable that they attack it, because their power warrants it. They revolt only when they have a family with sufficient group feeling and strength to give them success. Indecisive battles take place between them and the ruling dynasty. Such battles are repeated and continued, until by perseverance they achieve domination and victory. As a rule, they do not gain victory through sudden action. Victory in war as a rule is the result of imaginary psychological factors. Numbers, weapons, and proper tactics may guarantee victory. However, as has been mentioned above, all these things are less effective than the factors above mentioned. Trickery is one of the most useful things employed in warfare. It is the thing most likely to bring victory. Accepted custom has made obedience to the ruling dynasty a necessity and an obligation. This puts many hindrances in the way of the founder of a new dynasty. It discourages his followers and supporters. His closest intimates may be fully intent upon obeying him and helping him, but there are others more numerous who are affected by weakness and laziness under the influence of the belief that they owe submission to the ruling dynasty. Their zeal slackens. Therefore, the founder of a new dynasty is hardly able to make a stand against the established one. Consequently, he falls back on patience and perseverance, until the senility of the ruling dynasty has become obvious. Then his people lose the belief that they owe submission to the ruling dynasty. They become sufficiently spirited to make an open attack in concert with the founder of the new dynasty. Victory and domination are the result. Furthermore, the ruling dynasty enjoys many luxuries. The authority of its members had been firmly established. To the exclusion of others, they had appropriated a good deal of the revenues from taxes. Thus, they have many horses in their stables and good weapons. There is much royal pomp among them. Gifts from their rulers, given either voluntarily or under constraint, have been showered upon them. With all this, they frighten their enemies. The members of the new dynasty lack such things. They have the desert attitude and are poor and indigent. This leaves them unprepared. What they hear about the conditions and excellent state of preparedness of the ruling dynasty makes them apprehensive. Therefore, their leader is forced to wait until senility takes hold of the ruling dynasty and its group feeling and fiscal structure are disintegrating. Then, the founder of the new dynasty seizes the opportunity to gain the upper hand, quite some time after his attack had begun. The men of the new dynasty differ from those of the ruling dynasty with regard to descent, customs, and all other things. Persistent attacks and their desire to gain the upper hand estrange them more and more from the men of the ruling dynasty. Consequently, the people of the two dynasties become thoroughly estranged from each other, inwardly and outwardly. No information about the ruling dynasty, either secretly or openly, reaches the would-be dynasty, such as might enable them to find some unpreparedness among them, because all connection and intercourse between the two dynasties has been cut off. They thus continue to exert pressure, but they are in a state of fear and shy away from sudden action. Eventually, God permits the ruling dynasty to end, its life to stop, and disintegration to afflict it from all sides. Its senility and decay, which had been concealed from the people of the new dynasty, now become clear to them. In the meantime, their strength has grown, because they had cut off and taken away outlying regions. Thus, they become spirited enough to attempt sudden action, and this finally brings domination. This may be exemplified by the emergence and beginnings of the Abbasid dynasty. The Abbasid Shia remained in Khorasan for 10 years or more after the Abbasid propaganda had consolidated, and the Abbasids had gathered for attack. Then, their victory materialized, and they gained the upper hand over the Umayyads. A constant struggle marked by constant attacks and long perseverance is characteristic of the relationship between new and ruling dynasties. This is how God proceeds with his servants. The events of the Muslim conquests cannot be used as an argument against the preceding remarks. The Muslims gained the upper hand over the Persians and the Byzantines in the 3 or 4 years that followed the death of the Prophet, and there was no long waiting period. It should be realized that this was one of the miracles of our Prophet. The secret of it lay in the willingness of the Muslims to die in the holy war against their enemies because of their feeling that they had the right religious insight, and in the corresponding fear and defeatism that God put into the hearts of their enemies. All these miraculous facts broke through the known custom of a long wait between new and ruling dynasties. Such miracles, in Islam, are generally acknowledged. Miracles cannot be used as analogies for ordinary affairs and constitute no argument against them. 49. There is overpopulation at the end of dynasties, and pestilences and famines frequently occur then. It has been established that, at the beginning, dynasties are inevitably kind in the exercise of their power and just in their administration. The reason is either their religion, when the dynasty is based upon religious propaganda, or their noble and benevolent attitude toward others, which is required by the desert attitude that is natural to dynasties at the beginning. A kind and benevolent rule serves as an incentive to the subjects and gives them energy for cultural activities. Civilization becomes abundant, and procreation vigorous. All this takes place gradually. The effects will become noticeable after 1 or 2 generations at best. At the end of 2 generations, the dynasty approaches the limit of its natural life. At that time, civilization has reached the limit of its abundance and growth. It should not be objected here that it was stated before that in the later years of a dynasty, there will be coercion of the subjects and bad government. This is correct, but it does not contradict what we have just said. Even though coercion makes its appearance at that time and the revenues decrease, the destructive influences of this situation on civilization will become noticeable only after some time, because things in nature all have a gradual development. In the later years of dynasties, famines and pestilences become numerous. As far as famines are concerned, the reason is that most people at that time refrain from cultivating the soil. For, in the later years of dynasties, there occur attacks on property and tax revenue and, through customs duties, on trading. Or, trouble occurs as the result of the unrest of the subjects and the great number encouraged by the senility of the dynasty to rebel. Therefore, as a rule, little grain is stored. The grain and harvest situation is not always good and stable from year to year. The amount of rainfall in the world differs by nature. The rainfall may be little or much. Grain, fruits, and the amount of milk given by animals vary correspondingly. Still, for their food requirements, people put their trust in what it is possible to store. If nothing is stored, people must expect famines. The price of grain rises. Indigent people are unable to buy any and perish. If for some years nothing is stored, hunger will be general. The large number of pestilences are caused by the famines just mentioned, or by the many disturbances that result from the disintegration of the dynasty. There is much unrest and bloodshed, and plagues occur. The principal reason for the latter is the corruption of the air by overpopulation, and the putrefaction and the many evil moistures with which the air has contact, in a densely populated region. Now, air nourishes the animal spirit and is constantly with it. When it is corrupted, corruption affects the temper of the spirit. If the corruption is strong, the lung is afflicted with disease. This results in epidemics, which affect the lung in particular. Even if the corruption is not strong, putrefaction grows and multiplies, resulting in many fevers that affect the tempers, and the bodies become sick and perish. The reason for the growth of putrefaction and evil moistures is invariably a dense and abundant civilization such as exists in the later years of a dynasty. Such civilization is the result of the good government, the kindness, the safety, and the light taxation that existed at the beginning of the dynasty. This is obvious. Therefore, science has made it clear that it is necessary to have empty spaces and waste regions interspersed between urban areas. This makes circulation of the air possible. It removes the corruption and putrefaction affecting the air after contact with living beings, and brings healthy air. This also is the reason why pestilences occur much more frequently in densely populated cities than elsewhere, as, for instance, in Cairo in the east and Fez in the Maghreb. 50. Human civilization requires political leadership for its organization. We have mentioned before in more than one place that human social organization is something necessary. It is the thing that is meant by the civilization which we have been discussing. People, in any social organization must have someone who exercises a restraining influence and rules them and to whom recourse may be had. His rule over them is sometimes based upon a divinely revealed religious law. They are obliged to submit to it in view of their belief in reward and punishment in the other world. Sometimes, his rule is based upon rational politics. People are obliged to submit to it in view of the reward they expect from the ruler after he has become acquainted with what is good for them. The first type of rule is useful for this world and for the other world, because the lawgiver knows the ultimate interest of the people and is concerned with the salvation of man in the other world. The second is useful only for this world. We do not mean here that which is known as political utopianism. By that, the philosophers mean the disposition of soul and character which each member of a social organization must have, if, eventually, people are completely to dispense with rulers. They call the social organization that fulfills these requirements the ideal city. The norms observed in this connection are called political utopias. They do not mean the kind of politics that the members of a social organization are led to adopt through laws for the common interest. That is something different. The ideal city, of the philosophers, is something rare and remote. They discuss it as a hypothesis. Now, the aforementioned rational politics may be of two types. The first type of rational politics may concern itself with the general interest, and with the ruler's interest in connection with the administration of his realm, in particular. This was the politics of the Persians. It is something related to philosophy. God made this type of politics superfluous for us in Islam at the time of the Caliphate. The religious laws take its place in connection with both general and particular interests, for they also include the maxims of the philosophers and the rules of royal authority. The second type of rational politics is the one concerned with the interest of the ruler and how he can maintain his rule through the forceful use of power. The general interest is, here, secondary. This is the type of politics practiced by all rulers, whether they are Muslims or unbelievers. Muslim rulers, however, practice this type of politics in accordance with the requirements of the Muslim religious law, as much as they are able to. Therefore, the political norms here are a mixture of religious laws and ethical rules, norms that are natural in social organization together with a certain necessary concern for strength and group feeling. 51. The Mahdi. The opinions of the people about him. The truth about the matter. It has been accepted by all Muslims in every epoch that at the end of time a man from the family of the Prophet will without fail make his appearance, one who will strengthen Islam and make justice triumph. Muslims will follow him, and he will gain domination over the Muslim realm. He will be called the Mahdi. Following him, the Antichrist will appear, together with all the subsequent signs of the Day of Judgment. After the Mahdi, Jesus will descend and kill the Antichrist. Or, Jesus will descend together with the Mahdi, and help him kill the Antichrist. Such statements have been found in the traditions that religious leaders have published. They have been, critically, discussed by those who disapprove of them and have often been refuted by means of certain traditions. More recent Sufis have other theories concerning the Mahdi. The time, the man, and the place are clearly indicated in them. But the predicted time passes, and there is not the slightest trace of the prediction coming true. Then, some new suggestion is adopted which is based upon linguistic equivocations, imaginary ideas, and astrological judgments. The life of every one of those people is spent on such suppositions. Most of our contemporary Sufis refer to the expected appearance of a man who will renew the Muslim law and the ordinances of the truth. They assume that his appearance will take place at some time near our own period. Some of them say that he will be one of the descendants of Fama. Others speak about him only in general terms. The truth one must know is that no religious or political propaganda can be successful, unless power and group feeling exist to support the religious and political aspirations and to defend them against those who reject them. The group feeling of the Fahmids and the Libids, indeed, that of all the Quraysh, has everywhere disappeared. There are other nations whose group feeling has gained the upper hand over that of the Quraysh. The only exception is a remnant of the Libids in the Ij, in Mecca, Al-Yanbu, and Medina. They are spread over these regions and dominate them. They are Bedouin groups. They are settled and rule in different places and hold divergent opinions. They number several thousands. If it is correct that a Mahdi is to appear, there is only one way for his propaganda to make its appearance. He must be one of them, and God must unite them in the intention to follow him, until he gathers enough strength and group feeling to gain success for his cause and to move the people to support him. Any other way, such as a Fahmid who would make propaganda for the cause of the Mahdi, among people anywhere at all, without the support of group feeling and power, by merely relying on his relationship to the family of Muhammad, will not be feasible or successful, for the sound reasons that we have mentioned previously. The common people, the stupid mass, who make claims with respect to the Mahdi and who are not guided in this connection by any intelligence or helped by any knowledge, assume that the Mahdi may appear in a variety of circumstances and places. They do not understand the real meaning of the matter. They mostly assume that the appearance will take place in some remote province out of the reach of the ruling dynasties and outside their authority. Therefore, they firmly imagine that the Mahdi will appear there, since these regions are not under the control of dynasties and out of the reach of law and force. Many weak-minded people go to those places in order to support a deceptive cause that the human soul in its delusion and stupidity leads them to believe capable of succeeding. Many of them have been killed. 52. Forecasting the future of dynasties and nations, including a discussion of predictions and an exposition of the subject called divination. It should be known that one of the qualities of the human soul is the desire to learn the outcome of affairs that concern human beings, and to know what is going to befall them, whether it be life or death, good or evil. This desire is especially great with regard to events of general importance, and one wants to know, for instance, how long the world or certain dynasties are going to last. Curiosity in this respect is human nature and innate in human beings. Therefore, many people are found who desire to learn about these things in their sleep, through dreams. Stories of soothsayers being approached by rulers and commoners alike, with the request for predictions, are well known. In the towns, we find a group of people who try to make a living out of predicting the future, because they realize that the people are most eager to know it. Therefore, they set themselves up in the streets and in shops and offer themselves to those who wish to consult them. All day long, women and children of the town and, indeed, many weak-minded men as well, come and ask them to foretell the future for them, how it will affect their business, their rank, their friendships, their enmities, and similar things. There are those who make their predictions by writing on sand, geomancy, those who cast pebbles and grains of wheat, and those who look into mirrors and into water. These things are very common in cities, and their reprehensible character is established by the religious law. Rulers and amirs who want to know the duration of their own dynasties show the greatest concern for these things. Therefore, the interest of scholars has been directed to the subject of predicting the duration of dynasties. Every nation has had its soothsayers, its astrologers, and its saints, who have spoken about things of this kind, of wars and battles with nations that were going to occur, about how long the ruling dynasty would last, how many rulers it would have, and they have also attempted to give the names. The Arabs had soothsayers and diviners to whom they had recourse in this respect. They forecast the royal authority and dynasty the Arabs were going to have. During the Muslim dynasty many such predictions were made. Some predictions had reference to how long the world in general would last. Others had reference to a particular dynasty and its particular life. At the beginning of Islam, predictions were based upon statements reported on the authority of the men around Muhammad and, especially, on that of Jewish converts to Islam. After the early years of Islam, people applied themselves to the sciences and the technical terminologies. The books of the Greek philosophers were translated into Arabic. The main basis for predictions now were astrological discussions. Matters concerning royal authority and dynasties and all other matters of general importance were considered as depending on the conjunctions of the stars. Nativities and interrogations and all other private matters were considered to depend on people's ascendants, that is, on the constellations of the firmament at the time when these matters were brought up. With regard to how long Islam and the world in general will last, traditionists accepted the prediction that the world will last 500 years after the coming of Islam. Since it has become obvious that this is not true, the theory has been demolished. As a basis for specific forecasts concerning dynasties, the Kitab al-Jafr is used. People think that it contains information in the form of traditions or astrological predictions. They do not think beyond that, and they do not know its origin nor its basis. The book contained remarkable statements concerning the interpretation of the Quran and its inner meaning, transmitted on the authority of Ja'far Sadiq. The book has not come down through continuous transmission and is not known as a book as such. Astrologers, in making forecasts concerning dynasties, base themselves upon astrological judgments. For matters of general importance such as royal authority and dynasties, they use the conjunctions, especially those of the two superior planets, Saturn and Jupiter. The conjunctions of the two superior planets are divided into great, small, and medium. The great conjunction is the meeting of the two superior planets in the same degree of the firmament, which reoccurs after 960 years. The medium conjunction is the conjunction of the two superior planets in each triplicity with its 12 repetitions. After 240 years, they move on to another triplicity. The small conjunction is the conjunction of the two superior planets in the same sign. After 20 years, they have a conjunction in another sign in trine dexter at the same degree and minute. The great conjunction indicates great events, such as a change in royal authority or dynasties, or a transfer of royal authority from one people to another. The medium conjunction indicates the appearance of persons in search of superiority and royal authority. The small conjunction indicates the appearance of rebels or propagandists, and the ruin of towns or of their civilization. In between these conjunctions, there occurs the conjunction of the two unlucky planets Saturn and Mars in the sign of Cancer once every 30 years. The sign of Cancer is the ascendant of the world. This conjunction strongly indicates disturbances, wars, bloodshed, the appearance of rebels, the movement of armies, the disobedience of soldiers, plagues, and drought. These things persist, or come to an end, depending on the luck or ill luck at the time of conjunction of the two unlucky planets. Yaqub B. Ishq al-Kindi, astrologer to A.R. Rashid and al-Mamun, composed a book on the conjunctions affecting Islam. He is said to have made complete forecasts concerning the Abbasid dynasty. He indicated that its destruction and the fall of Baghdad would take place in the middle of the 7th-13th century. We have not found any information concerning Al-Kindi's book, and we have not seen anyone who has seen it. Perhaps it was lost with those books which Hulagu, the ruler of the Tatars, threw into the Tigris when the Tatars took possession of Baghdad and killed the last caliph, Al-Musta'im. Chapter 4. Countries and cities, and all other forms of sedentary civilization. The conditions occurring there. Primary and secondary considerations in this connection. 1. Dynasties are prior to towns and cities. Towns and cities are secondary products of royal authority. The explanation for this is that building and city planning are features of sedentary culture brought about by luxury and tranquility, as we have mentioned before. They come after Bedouin life and the features that go with it. Furthermore, towns and cities with their monuments, vast constructions, and large buildings, are set up for the masses and not for the few. Therefore, united effort and much cooperation are needed for them. They are not among the things that are necessary matters of general concern to human beings, in the sense that all human beings desire them or feel compelled to have them. As a matter of fact, they must be forced and driven to build cities. The stick of royal authority is what compels them, or they may be stimulated by promise of reward and compensation amounting to so large a sum that only royal authority and a dynasty can pay for it. Thus, dynasties and royal authority are absolutely necessary for the building of cities and the planning of towns. Then, when the town has been built and is all finished, as the builder saw fit and as the climatic and geographical conditions required, the life of the dynasty is the life of the town. If the dynasty is of short duration, life in the town will stop at the end of the dynasty. Its civilization will recede, and the town will fall into ruins. On the other hand, if the dynasty is of long duration and lasts a long time, new constructions will always go up in the town, the number of large mansions will increase, and the walls of the town will extend farther and farther. Eventually, the layout of the town will cover a wide area, and the town will extend so far and so wide as to be, almost, beyond measurement. This happened in Baghdad and similar cities. The Kab mentioned in his history that in the time of Al-Ma'mun the number of public baths in Baghdad reached 65,000. It included over 40 of the adjacent neighboring towns and cities. It was not just one town surrounded by one wall. Its population was much too large for that. The same was the case with Al-Qayrawan, Cordoba, and Al-Madiyah in Islamic times. It is the case with Egypt and Cairo at this time, so we are told. The dynasty that has built a certain town may be destroyed. Now, the mountainous and flat areas surrounding the city are a desert that constantly provides for an influx of population. This will preserve the existence of the town, and it will continue to live after the dynasty is dead. This situation can be observed in Fez and Bougie in the west, and in the non-Arab Iraq in the east, which get their population from the mountains. When the conditions of the inhabitants of the desert reach the utmost ease and become most profitable, they look for tranquility and quiet. Therefore, they settle in towns and cities. Or, it may happen that a town founded, by a dynasty now destroyed, has no opportunity to replenish its population by a constant influx of settlers from a desert near the town. In this case, the destruction of the dynasty will leave it unprotected. It cannot be maintained. Its civilization will gradually decay, until its population is dispersed and gone. This happened in Baghdad and in Al-Qayrawan, as well as in other cities. Frequently it happens that after the destruction of its original builders, a town is used by another realm and dynasty as its capital and residence. This then makes it unnecessary for the new dynasty to build a town for itself as a settlement. In this case, the new dynasty will protect the town. Its buildings and constructions will increase in proportion to the improved circumstances and the luxury of the new dynasty. The life of the new dynasty gives the town another life. This has happened in contemporary Fez and Cairo. 2. Royal authority calls for urban settlement. This is because, when royal authority is acquired by tribes and groups, they are forced to take possession of cities for 2 reasons. One of them is that royal authority causes the people to seek tranquility, restfulness, and relaxation, and to try to provide the aspects of civilization that were lacking in the desert. The second reason is that rivals and enemies can be expected to attack the realm, and one must defend oneself against them. A city situated in a district where rivals of the dynasty are found may often become a place of refuge for a person who wants to attack the tribes and groups in authority, and revolt against them and deprive them of the royal authority to which they have aspired. He fortifies himself in the city and fights them. Now, it is very difficult and troublesome to overpower a city. A city is worth a great number of soldiers, in that it offers protection from behind the walls and makes attacks difficult, and no great numbers or much power are needed. Power and group support are needed in war only for the sake of the steadfastness provided by the mutual affection tribesmen show each other in battle. The steadfastness of people in a city is assured by the walls of the city. Therefore, they do not need much group support or great numbers for defense. The existence of a city and of rivals who fortify themselves in it thus eats into the strength of a nation desiring to gain control and breaks the impetus of its efforts in this respect. Therefore, if there are cities in the tribal territory of a dynasty, it will bring them under its control, in order to be safe. If there are no cities, the dynasty will have to build a new city, firstly, in order to complete the civilization of its realm and to be able to lessen its efforts, and, secondly, in order to use the city as a threat against those parties and groups within the dynasty that might desire power and might wish to resist. It is thus clear that royal authority calls for urban settlement and control of the cities. 3. Only strong royal authority is able to construct large cities and high monuments. We have mentioned this before in connection with buildings and other dynastic monuments. The size of monuments is proportionate to the importance of the various dynasties. The construction of cities can be achieved only by united effort, great numbers, and the cooperation of workers. When the dynasty is large and far-flung, workers are brought together from all regions, and their labor is employed in a common effort. Often, the work involves the help of machines, which multiply the power and strength needed to carry the loads required in building. Unaided, human strength would be insufficient. Among such machines are pulleys and others. Many people who view the great monuments and constructions of the ancients, such as the reception hall of Khosrov, the pyramids of Egypt, the arches of the Malga, at Carthage, and those of Sherchel in the Maghreb, think that the ancients erected them by their own, unaided, powers, whether they worked as individuals or in groups. They imagine that the ancients had bodies proportionate to those monuments, and that their bodies, consequently, were much taller, wider, and heavier than our bodies, so that there was the right proportion between their bodies and the physical strength from which such buildings resulted. They forget the importance of machines and pulleys and engineering skill implied in this connection. Many a traveled person can confirm what we have stated from his own observation of construction and of the use of mechanics to transport building materials among the non-Arab dynasties concerned with such things. 4. Very large monuments are not built by one dynasty alone. The reason for this is the aforementioned need for cooperation and multiplication of human strength in any building activity. Sometimes buildings are so large that they are too much for human strength, whether it is on its own or multiplied by machines, as we have stated. Therefore, the repeated application of similar strength is required over successive periods, until the building materializes. 1. Ruler starts the construction. He is followed by another and the second by a third. Each of them does all he can to bring workers together in a common effort. Finally, the building materializes, as it was planned, and then stands before our eyes. Those who live at a later period and see the building think that it was built by a single dynasty. Something similar has been reported with regard to the construction of Carthage, its aqueduct, and the giant arches supporting it. And the same is the case with most great buildings. This is confirmed by the great buildings of our own time. We find one ruler starting by laying out their foundations. Then, if the rulers who succeed him do not follow in his steps and complete the building, it remains as it is, and is not completed as planned. Another confirmation of our theory is the fact that we find that, later, dynasties are unable to tear down and destroy many great architectural monuments, even though destruction is much easier than construction, because destruction is return to the origin, which is non-existence, while construction is the opposite of that. Thus, when we find a building that our human strength is too weak to tear down, even though it is easy to tear something down, we realize that the strength used in starting such a monument must have been immense and that the building could not be the monument of a single dynasty. This is what happened to the Arabs with regard to the reception hall of Khosraw. Ar-Rashid had the intention of tearing it down but was unable. The same happened to Al-Ma'mun in his attempt to pull down the pyramids in Egypt. He assembled workers to tear them down, but he did not have much success. The workers began by boring a hole into the pyramids, and they came to an interior chamber between the outer wall and walls farther inside. That was as far as they got in their attempt to pull the pyramid down. Their efforts are said to show to this day in the form of a visible hole. Some think that Al-Ma'mun found a buried treasure between the walls. The same applies to the arches of the Malga, at Carthage, which are still standing at this time. The people of Tunis need stones for their buildings, and the craftsmen like the quality of the stones of the arches, of the aqueduct. For a long time, they have attempted to tear them down. However, even the smallest part of the walls comes down only after the greatest efforts. Parties assemble for the purpose. I have seen many of them in the days of my youth. 5 requirements for the planning of towns and the consequences of neglecting those requirements. Towns are dwelling places that nations use when they have reached the desired goal of luxury and of the things that go with it. Then, they prefer tranquility and quiet and turn to using houses to dwell in. The purpose of building towns is to have places for dwelling and shelter. Therefore, it is necessary in this connection to see to it that harmful things are kept away from the towns by protecting them against inroads by them, and that useful features are introduced and all the conveniences are made available in them. For the protection of towns, all the houses should be situated inside a surrounding wall. Furthermore, the town should be situated in an inaccessible place, either upon a rugged hill or surrounded by the sea or by a river, so that it can be reached only by crossing some sort of bridge. Thus, it will be difficult for an enemy to take the town, and its inaccessibility will be increased many times. To protect towns against harmful atmospheric phenomena, one should see to it that the air is wholesome, in order to be safe from illness. When the air is stagnant and bad, or close to corrupt waters or putrid pools or swamps, it is speedily affected by putrescence, and it is unavoidable that all living beings who are there will speedily be affected by illness. This fact is confirmed by direct observation. Towns where no attention is paid to good air have, as a rule, much illness. In the Maghreb, Gabes is famous for that. Very few of its inhabitants or those who come there are spared the putrid fever. It has been said that this condition is recent there, that it did not used to be that way. Al-Bakri gives an account of how this happened. A copper vessel was found during an excavation there. The vessel was sealed with lead. The seal was broken, and a puff of smoke came out of the vessel and disappeared in the air. Feverous diseases began to occur in that place from that time on. Al-Bakri meant to imply that the vessel contained some magic spell against pestilence, and that when it was gone its magic efficacy also disappeared. Therefore, putrescence and pestilence reappeared. The story is an example of the feeble beliefs and ideas of the common people. Al-Bakri was neither learned nor enlightened enough to reject such a story, and see through its nonsensical character. The truth lies in the fact that it mostly is the stagnancy of putrid air that causes the putrefaction of bodies and the occurrence of feverous diseases. When Afriqiya enjoyed a flourishing civilization and a large population, Gabes had many inhabitants whose constant activity helped to keep the air circulating, so that there was not much putrescence or illness there at that time. But when its inhabitants became fewer, the air there became stagnant, and putrescence and the incidence of disease increased. This is the only correct explanation of the prevalence of feverous diseases in Gabes. In connection with the importation of useful things and conveniences into towns, one must see to a number of matters. There is the water problem. The place should be on a river, or near springs with plenty of fresh water. The existence of water will be a general convenience to the inhabitants. Another utility in towns, for which one must provide, is good pastures for the livestock. Each householder needs domestic animals for breeding, for milk, and for riding. If the pastures are near and good, that will be more convenient for them. Furthermore, one has to see to it that there are fields suitable for cultivation. Grain is the basic food. When the fields are near, the grain can be obtained more easily and quickly. Then, there also is the need for woods to supply firewood and building material. One should also see to it that the town is situated close to the sea, to facilitate the importation of foreign goods from remote countries. However, this is not on the same level with the aforementioned requirements. The founder of a town sometimes fails to make a good natural selection, or he sees only to what seems most important to him or his people, and does not think of the needs of others. The Arabs did that at the beginning of Islam when they founded towns in the Iraq, the Ij, and Afriqiya. They saw only to what seemed important to them, namely, pastures, trees and brackish water for their camels. They did not see to it that there was water for human consumption, fields for cultivation, firewood, or pastures for domestic animals such as cattle, sheep, goats, and so on. Among the cities, founded by the Arabs, were Al-Qayrawan, Al-Kufa, Al-Basra, and the like. They were, therefore, very ready to fall into ruins, inasmuch as they did not fulfill all the natural requirements of towns. As regards coastal towns, one must see to it that they are situated on a height or amidst a people sufficiently numerous to come to the support of the town when an enemy attacks it. The reason for this is that a town which is near the sea but does not have within its area tribes who share its group feeling, or is not situated in rugged mountain territory, is in danger of being attacked at night by surprise. Its enemies can easily attack it with a fleet. They can be sure that the city has no one to call to its support and that the urban population, accustomed to tranquility, does not know how to fight. Among cities of this type, for instance, are Alexandria in the east and Tripoli, Bone, and Sale in the west. This should be understood. It may be illustrated by the fact that Alexandria was designated a border city by the Abbasids, although the Abbasid propaganda extended beyond Alexandria to Barca and Afriqiya. The term border city for Alexandria expressed Abbasid fears that attacks could be made against it from the sea, in view of its exposed situation. This probably was the reason Alexandria and Tripoli were attacked by the enemy in Islamic times on numerous occasions. 6. The mosques and venerated buildings of the world. God has singled out some places of the earth for special honor. He made them the homes of his worship. People who worship in them receive a much greater reward and recompense. God informed us about this situation through his messengers and prophets, as an act of kindness to his servants and for the purpose of facilitating their ways to happiness. We know that the most excellent places on earth are the three mosques of Mecca, Medina, and Jerusalem. Mecca is the house of Abraham. God commanded Abraham to build it and to exhort the people to make the pilgrimage thither. Jerusalem is the house of David and Solomon. God commanded them to build the mosque there and to erect its monuments. Many of the prophets, descendants of Isaac, were buried around it. Medina is the place to which our Prophet immigrated when God commanded him to immigrate and to establish the religion of Islam there. He built his sacred mosque in Medina, and his noble burial place is on its soil. These three mosques are the consolation of the Muslims, the desire of their hearts, and the sacred asylum of their religion. There are many well-known traditions about their excellence and the very great reward awaiting those who live near them and pray in them. We have no information about any mosque on earth other than these three, save for stories about the Mosque of Adam on the Indian island of Ceylon. But there exists no well-established information about that mosque upon which one may rely. The ancient nations had mosques which they venerated in what they thought to be a spirit of religious devotion. There were the fire temples of the Persians and the temples of the Greeks and the houses of the Arabs in the Ij, which the Prophet ordered to be destroyed on his raids. 7. There are few cities and towns in Afriqiya and the Maghrib. The reason for this is that these regions belonged to the Berbers for thousands of years before Islam. All their civilization was Bedouin. No sedentary culture existed among the Berbers long enough to reach any degree of perfection. The dynasties of European Christians and Arabs who ruled them did not rule long enough for their sedentary culture to take firm root. The customs and ways of Bedouin life to which they were always closer, continued among them. Therefore, they did not have many buildings. Furthermore, crafts were unfamiliar to the Berbers, because they were firmly rooted in desert life, and the crafts result from sedentary culture. Now, buildings can materialize only with the help of the crafts. One needs skill to learn them, and since the Berbers did not practice them, they had no interest in buildings, let alone towns. Furthermore, they have various group feelings and common descent. No Berber group lacks these things. Common descent and group feeling are more attracted to desert than to urban life. Only tranquility and quiet call for towns. The inhabitants of towns come to be dependent on their militia. Therefore, desert people dislike settling in a town or staying there. Only luxury and wealth could cause them to settle in a town, and these things are rare among men. Thus, the whole civilization of Afriqiya and the Maghrib, or the largest part of it, was a Bedouin one. People lived in tents, camel litters, and mountain fastnesses. On the other hand, the whole civilization of the non-Arab countries, or the largest part of it, was one of villages, cities, and districts. This applies to Spain, Syria, Egypt, the non-Arab Iraq, and similar countries. Only in the rarest cases do non-Arabs have a common descent which they guard carefully and of which they are proud when it is pure and close. It is mostly people of common descent who settle in the desert, because close common descent constitutes closer and stronger bonds than any other element. Thus, the group feeling that goes with common descent likewise is stronger. It draws those who have it to desert life and the avoidance of cities, which do away with bravery and make people dependent upon others. This should be understood and the proper conclusions be drawn from it. 8. The buildings and constructions in Islam are comparatively few considering Islam's power and as compared to preceding dynasties. The reason for this is the very same thing that we mentioned concerning the Berbers. The Arabs, too, are quite firmly rooted in the desert and quite unfamiliar with the crafts. Furthermore, before Islam, the Arabs had been strangers to the realms of which they then took possession. When they came to rule them, there was not time enough for all the institutions of sedentary culture to develop fully. Moreover, the buildings of others which they found in existence were sufficient for them. Furthermore, at the beginning, their religion forbade them to do any excessive building or to waste too much money on building activities for no purpose. The influence of Islam and of scrupulousness in such matters then faded. Royal authority and luxury gained the upper hand. The Arabs subjected the Persian nation and took over their constructions and buildings. The tranquility and luxury they now enjoyed led them to building activities. But that also was the period close to the destruction of the dynasty. There was only a little time left for extensive building activities and town and city planning. This had not been the case with other nations. The Persians had had a period of thousands of years. The same was the case with the Copts, the Nabateans, and the Romans. They had a great deal of time, and the crafts became firmly established among them. Thus, their buildings and monuments were more numerous and left a more lasting imprint than the buildings of the Muslim Arabs. 9 buildings erected by Arabs, with very few exceptions, quickly fall into ruin. The reason for this is the Bedouin attitude and unfamiliarity with the crafts. The buildings of the Arabs are not solidly built. There may be another aspect, more pertinent to the problem. That is, the Arabs pay little attention in town planning to making the right choice with regard to the site, the quality of the air, the water, the fields, and the pastures. Differences with respect to these things make the difference between good and bad cities as regards natural civilization. The Arabs have no interest in these things. They only see to it that they have pastures for their camels. They do not care whether the water is good or bad, whether there is little or much of it. They do not ask about the suitability of the fields, the vegetable plots, and the air, because they move about the country and import their grain from remote places. In the desert the winds blow from all directions, and the fact that the Arabs travel about guarantees them winds of good quality. Winds turn bad only when people settle and stay in one place, and there are many superfluities there. One may cite the Arabs' planning of Al-Kufa, Al-Bara, and Al-Qayrawan. All they looked for when planning them was pasturage for their camels and nearness to the desert and the caravan routes. Thus, those cities do not possess a natural site. They had no sources from which to feed their population later on. Such a source must exist if civilization is to continue. 10. The beginnings of the ruin of cities. When cities are first founded, they have few dwellings and few building materials, such as stones and quicklime, or the things that serve as ornamental coverings for walls, such as tiles, marble, mosaic, jet, mother of pearl, and glass. Thus, at that time, the buildings are built in Bedouin style, and the materials used for them are perishable. Then, the civilization of a city grows and its inhabitants increase in number. Now the materials used for building increase, because of the increase in available labor and the increased number of craftsmen. This process goes on until the city reaches the limit in that respect. The civilization of the city then recedes, and its inhabitants decrease in number. This entails a decrease in the crafts. As a result, good and solid building and the ornamentation of buildings are no longer practiced. Then, the available labor decreases, because of the lack of inhabitants. Materials such as stones, marble, and other things are now being imported scarcely at all, and building materials become unavailable. The materials in the existing buildings are reused for building and refinishing. They are transferred from one construction to another, since most of the large constructions, castles, and mansions stand empty as the result of the great decrease in population, as compared with former times. The same materials continue to be used for one castle after another and for one house after another, until most of them are completely used up. People then return to the Bedouin way of building. They use adobe instead of stone and omit all ornamentation. The architecture of the city reverts to that of villages and hamlets. The mark of the desert shows in it. The city then gradually decays and falls into complete ruin, if it is thus destined for it. 11. With regard to the amount of prosperity and business activity in them, cities and towns differ in accordance with the different size of their population. The reason for this is that the individual human being cannot by himself obtain all the necessities of life. All human beings must cooperate to that end in their civilization. But what is obtained through the cooperation of a group of human beings satisfies the need of a number many times greater than themselves. For instance, no one, by himself, can obtain the share of the wheat he needs for food. But when 6 or 10 persons, including a smith and a carpenter to make the tools, and others who are in charge of the oxen, the plowing of the soil, the harvesting of the ripe grain, and all the other agricultural activities, undertake to obtain their food and work toward that purpose either separately or collectively, and thus obtain through their labor a certain amount of food, that amount will be food for a number of people many times their own. The combined labor produces more than the needs and necessities of the workers. If the labor of the inhabitants of a town or city is distributed in accordance with the necessities and needs of those inhabitants, a minimum of that labor will suffice. The labor available is more than is needed. Consequently, it is spent to provide the conditions and customs of luxury and to satisfy the needs of the inhabitants of other cities. They import the things they need from people who have a surplus, through exchange or purchase. Thus, the people who have a surplus get a good deal of wealth. It will become clear in the 5th chapter, which deals with profit and sustenance, that profit is the value realized from labor. When there is more labor, the value realized from it increases among the people. Thus, their profit of necessity increases. The prosperity and wealth they enjoy leads them to luxury and the things that go with it, such as splendid houses and clothes, fine vessels and utensils, and the use of servants and mounts. All these involve activities that require their price, and skillful people must be chosen to do them and be in charge of them. As a consequence, industry and the crafts thrive. The income and the expenditure of the city increase. Affluence comes to those who work and produce these things by their labor. When population increases, the available labor again increases. In turn, luxury again increases in correspondence with the increasing profit, and the customs and needs of luxury increase. Crafts are created to obtain luxury products. The value realized from them increases, and, as a result, profits are again multiplied in the town. Production there is thriving even more than before. And so it goes with the second and third increases. All the additional labor serves luxury and wealth, in contrast to the original labor that served the necessities of life. The city that is superior to another in population becomes superior to it also by its increased profit and prosperity, and by its customs of luxury which are not found in the other city. The more numerous and the more abundant the population in a city, the more luxurious is the life of its inhabitants. This applies equally to all levels of the population. This may be exemplified, for instance, in the Maghrib, by comparing the situation of Fez with other Maghribi cities, such as Bougie, Tlemcen, and Ceuta. A wide difference, both in general and in detail, will be found to exist between them and Fez. The situation of a judge in Fez is better than that of a judge in Tlemcen, and the same is the case with all other population groups. The same difference exists between Tlemcen on the one hand and Oran or Algiers on the other, and between Oran or Algiers and lesser cities, until one gets down to the hamlets where people have only the necessities of life through their labor, or not even enough of them. The only reason for this is the difference in the labor available in the different cities. They all are a sort of market for their labor products, and the money spent in each market corresponds to the volume of business done in it. The income of a judge in Fez suffices for his expenditure, and the same is the case with a judge in Tlemcen. Wherever income and expenditure, combined, are greater, conditions are better and more favorable. Income and expenditure are greater in Fez, since its production thrives because of luxury requirements there. Therefore, greater opulence exists in Fez. The same applies to Oran, Constantine, Algiers, and Biskra, until, as we have stated, one gets down to the cities whose labor does not pay for their necessities. They cannot be considered cities. They belong to the category of villages and hamlets. Therefore, the inhabitants of such small cities are found to be in a weak position and all equally poor and indigent, because their labor does not pay for their necessities and does not yield them a surplus which they can accumulate as profit. They have no increasing profit. Thus, with very few exceptions, they are poor and needy. This can be exemplified by the condition of the poor and the beggars. A beggar in Fez is better off than a beggar in Tlemcen or Oran. I observed beggars in Fez who, at the time of the sacrifices, of the Eid festival, begged for enough to buy their sacrificial animals. I saw them beg for many kinds of luxuries and delicacies such as meat, butter, cooked dishes, garments, and utensils, such as sieves and vessels. If a beggar were to ask for such things in Tlemcen or Oran, he would be considered with disapproval and treated harshly and chased away. At this time, we hear astonishing things about conditions in Cairo and Egypt as regards luxury and wealth in the customs of the inhabitants there. Many of the poor in the Maghreb even want to move to Egypt on account of that, and because they hear that prosperity in Egypt is greater than anywhere else. The common people believe that this is so because property is abundant in those regions, and their inhabitants have much property hoarded, and are more charitable and bountiful than the inhabitants of any other city. However, this is not so, but, as one knows, the reason is that the population of Egypt and Cairo is larger than that of any other city one might think of. Income and expenditure balance each other in every city. If the income is large, the expenditure is large, and vice versa. And if both income and expenditure are large, the inhabitants become more favorably situated, and the city grows. No phenomenon of this sort one may hear about should be denied, but all these things should be understood to be the result of much civilization and the resulting great profits which facilitate spending and giving bounties to those who ask for them. This might be compared with the difference existing in one and the same town with regard to the houses dumb animals keep away from or frequent. The premises and courtyards of the houses of the prosperous and wealthy inhabitants of the town, who set a good table and where grain and bread crumbs lie scattered around, are frequented by swarms of ants and insects. There are many large rats in their cellars, and cats repair to them. Flocks of birds circle over them and eventually leave, satiated and full with food and drink. In the premises of the houses of the indigent and the poor who have little sustenance, no insect crawls about and no bird hovers in the air, and no rat or cat takes refuge in the cellars of such houses. God's secret design in this respect should be scrutinized. One may compare the swarms of human beings with the swarms of dumb animals, and the crumbs from tables with the surplus of sustenance and luxury and the ease with which it can be given away by the people who have it, because as a rule they can do without it, since they have more of it. It should be known that favorable conditions and much prosperity in civilization are the results of its large size. 12 Prices in towns. All markets cater for the needs of people. Some of these needs are necessities, foodstuffs, for instance, such as wheat and barley, corresponding foods, such as beans, chickpeas, peas, and other edible grains, and wholesome foods such as onions, garlic, and the like. Other things are conveniences or luxuries, such as seasonings, fruits, clothes, utensils, mounts, all the crafts, and buildings. When a city is highly developed and has many inhabitants, the prices of necessary foodstuffs and corresponding items are low, and the prices for luxuries, such as seasonings, fruits, and the things that go with them, are high. When the inhabitants of a city are few and its civilization weak, the opposite is the case. The reason for this is that the different kinds of grains belong among the necessary foodstuffs. The demand for them, therefore, is very large. Nobody would neglect to provide for his own food or that of his establishment for a month or a year. Thus, the procurement of grain concerns the entire population of a city, or the largest part of them, both in the city itself and in its environs. This is inevitable. Everybody who procures food for himself has a great surplus beyond his own and his family's needs. This surplus is able to satisfy the needs of many of the inhabitants of that particular city. No doubt, then, the inhabitants of a city have more food than they need. Consequently, the price of food is low, as a rule, except when misfortunes occur owing to celestial conditions that may affect the food supply in certain years. If people did not have to store food against such possible mishaps, it could be given away entirely gratis, since it would be plentiful because of the large population of the city. All other conveniences, such as seasonings, fruits, and whatever else belongs to them, are not matters of general concern. Their procurement does not engage the labor of all the inhabitants of a city or the largest part of them. Then, when a city has a highly developed, abundant civilization and is full of luxuries, there is a very large demand for those conveniences and for having as many of them as a person can expect in view of his situation. This results in a very great shortage of such things. Many will bid for them, but they will be in short supply. They will be needed for many purposes, and prosperous people used to luxuries will pay exorbitant prices for them, because they need them more than others. Thus, as one can see, prices come to be high. Crafts and labor also are expensive in cities with an abundant civilization. There are 3 reasons for this. First, they are much needed, because of the place luxury occupies in the city on account of its large population. Second, industrial workers place a high value on their services and employment, for they do not have to work, since life is easy in a town because of the abundance of food there. Third, the number of people with money to waste is great, and these people have many needs for which they have to employ the services of others and have to use many workers and their skills. Therefore, they pay more for the services of workers than their labor is, ordinarily considered, worth, because there is competition for their services, and the wish to have exclusive use of them. Thus, workers, craftsmen, and professional people become arrogant, their labor becomes expensive, and the expenditure of the inhabitants of the city for these things increases. Foodstuffs in small cities that have few inhabitants are few, because they have a small supply of labor and because, in view of the small size of the city, the people fear food shortages. Therefore, they hold on to the food that comes into their hands and store it. It thus becomes something precious to them, and those who want to buy it have to pay higher prices. They also have no demand for conveniences, because the inhabitants are few and their condition is weak. Little business is done by them, and the prices there, consequently, become particularly low. Customs duties and other duties that are levied on foods, in the markets and at the city gates on behalf of the ruler, and that tax collectors levy on profits from business transactions in their own interest, enter into the price of foodstuffs. Prices in cities, thus, are higher than prices in the desert, because customs duties and other duties and levies are few or non-existent among the Bedouins, while the opposite is the case in cities, especially in the later years of a dynasty. The cost of agricultural labor also enters into the price of foodstuffs. It is reflected in these prices. This has happened in Spain at the present time. The Christians pushed the Muslims back to the sea coast and the rugged territory there, where the soil is poor for the cultivation of grain and little suited for the growth of vegetables. They themselves took possession of the fine soil and the good land. Thus, the Muslims had to treat the fields and tracts of land, in order to improve the plants and agriculture there. This treatment required expensive labor, products, and materials, such as fertilizer and other things that had to be procured. Thus, their agricultural activities required considerable expenditure. They calculated this expenditure in fixing their prices, and thus Spain has become an especially expensive region, ever since the Christians forced the Muslims to withdraw to the Muslim-held coastal regions, for the reason mentioned. When they hear about the high prices in Spain, people think that they are caused by the small amount of foodstuffs and grain in the country. This is not so. As we know, the people of Spain, of all civilized people, are the ones most devoted to agriculture. It rarely happens among them that a man in authority or an ordinary person has no tract of land or field, or does not do some farming. The only exceptions are a few craftsmen and professional people, or fighters in the Holy War who are newcomers to the country. The ruler, therefore, includes, in the allowances these men receive, rations consisting of the grain for food and for fodder. The Berber countries are in the contrary position. Their fields are fine and their soil is good. Therefore, they did not have to procure anything from outside for their agriculture, which is widely and generally practiced there. This is the reason for the cheapness of foodstuffs in their country. 13 Bedouins are unable to settle in a city with a large population. The reason for this is that luxury increases in a city with a large population, as we have stated before. The needs of the inhabitants increase on account of the luxury. Because of the demand for luxury articles, they become customary, and thus come to be necessities. In addition, all labor becomes costly in the city, and the conveniences become expensive, because there are many purposes for which they are in demand in view of the prevailing luxury and because the government makes levies on market and business transactions. This is reflected in the sales prices. Conveniences, foodstuffs, and labor thus become very expensive. As a result, the expenditure of the inhabitants increases tremendously in proportion to the population of the city. Under these circumstances, they need a great deal of money for expenditure, to procure the necessities of life for themselves and their families, as well as all their other requirements. The income of the Bedouins, on the other hand, is not large, because they live where there is little demand for labor, and labor is the cause of profit. Bedouins, therefore, do not accumulate any profit or property. For this reason, it is difficult for them to settle in a big city, because conveniences there are expensive and things to buy are dear. In the desert, they can satisfy their needs with a minimum of labor, because they are little used to luxuries. Every Bedouin who is attracted to city life quickly shows himself unable to compete, and is disgraced. The only exceptions are such as have previously accumulated property and obtained more of it than they needed and therefore achieved the amount of tranquility and luxury that is natural to civilized people. They, then, may move to a city, and their condition, as regards customs and luxury, can blend with that of its inhabitants. This is the way the civilization of cities begins. 14 differences with regard to prosperity and poverty are the same in countries as in cities. The condition of the inhabitants in regions that have an abundant civilization and contain numerous nations and many inhabitants is favorable. They have much property and many cities. Their dynasties and realms are large. The reason for all this is the great amount of available labor and the fact that it brings wealth. A great surplus of products remains after the necessities of the inhabitants have been satisfied. This provides for a population far beyond the size and extent of the actual one, and comes back to the people as profit that they can accumulate. Prosperity, thus, increases, and conditions become favorable. There are luxury and wealth. The tax revenues of the ruling dynasty increase on account of business prosperity. Its property increases, and its authority grows. It comes to use fortresses and castles, to found towns, and to construct cities. This may be exemplified by the eastern regions, such as Egypt, Syria, India, China, and the whole northern region, beyond the Mediterranean. When their civilization increased, the property of the inhabitants increased, and their dynasties became great. Their towns and settlements became numerous, and their commerce and conditions improved. At this time, we can observe the condition of the merchants of the Christian nations who come to the Muslims in the Maghrib. Their prosperity and affluence cannot be fully described because it is so great. The same applies to the merchants from the East and what we hear about their conditions, and even more so to the Far Eastern merchants from the countries of the non-Arab Iraq, India, and China. We hear remarkable stories reported by travelers about their wealth and prosperity. These stories are usually received with skepticism. The common people who hear them think that the prosperity of these peoples is the result of the greater amount of property owned by them, or of the existence of gold and silver mines in their country in larger number than elsewhere, or of the fact that they, to the exclusion of others, appropriated the gold of the ancient nations. This is not so. The only gold mine about whose existence in these regions we have information, lies in the Sudan, which is nearer to the Maghrib than to any other country. Furthermore, all the merchandise that is in their country is exported by them for commerce. If they possessed ready property in abundance, they would not export their merchandise in search of money, and they would have altogether no need of other people's property. Astrologers have noticed this and been amazed by the favorable conditions and abundance of property in the East. They came and said that the gifts of the stars and the shares, of good fortune, were larger in the nativities of the East than in those of the West. This is correct from the point of view of the correspondence between astrological judgments and terrestrial conditions. But astrologers give us only the astrological reason. They ought also to give us the terrestrial reason, this being the large extent and concentration of civilization in the eastern regions. A large civilization yields large profits because of the large amount of available labor, which is the cause of profit. Therefore, the East enjoys more prosperity than all other regions. This is not exclusively the result of the influence of the stars. Our previous indications have made it clear that the influence of the stars cannot produce such a result all by itself. A correspondence between astrological judgments and terrestrial civilization and nature is something inevitable. The relationship between prosperity and civilization may be exemplified by the regions of Afriqiya and Barca. When their population decreased and their civilization shrank, the condition of their inhabitants decayed. They became poor and indigent. The tax revenues decreased. The property of the dynasties that ruled there became small. 15. The accumulation of estates and farms in cities. Their uses and yields. The accumulation of numerous estates and farms by the inhabitants of towns and cities does not come all at once. No one person would have enough wealth to acquire limitless, real, property. Even if prosperity were as great as possible, the acquisition and accumulation of real property would be gradual. It may come about through inheritance from one's forefathers and blood relatives, so that eventually the property of many comes to one person, who thus possesses much. Or it may be through fluctuation in the real estate market. When one dynasty ends and another begins, the militia vanishes. There is no protection, and the city collapses and is ruined. At that time, real estate does not make a person happy, because it is of little use in the general upheaval. Real estate values fall, and real estate can be acquired for low prices. It then passes through inheritance into the possession of someone else. By that time the city has regained its youthful vigor as the new dynasty flourishes, and conditions in it are in excellent shape. The result is that one may be happy with the possession of estates and farms, because they will then be very useful. Their value increases, and they assume an importance they did not have before. This is the meaning of fluctuation in the real estate market. The owner of real estate now turns out to be one of the wealthiest men in the city. That is not the result of his own effort and business activity, because he would be unable to achieve such a thing by himself. Estates and farms do not yield their owner a sufficient income for his needs, the income from them will not pay for the customs of luxury and the things that go with it. As a rule, it serves only to help provide for the necessities of life. We have heard from scholars that the motive in the acquisition of estates and farms is a concern for the helpless children a person may leave behind. Income from real estate serves to provide for their education, care, and upbringing, as long as they are unable to earn their own living. When they are able to earn their own living, they will do it by themselves. But there often are children who are unable to earn their own living because of some weakness of the body or some defect in the mind. Real property then becomes their support. This is the motive of persons who spend a great deal of money acquiring it. The motive is, not to accumulate capital through such acquisitions or to provide for extravagant living. This is achieved only by a few and is achieved only rarely through market fluctuations, through the acquisition of a great deal of real estate, and through the upgrading of real estate as such and its value in a certain city. But then, if someone achieves it, the eyes of amirs and governors are directed to him. As a rule, they take it away, or they urge him to sell it to them. It spells harm and hardship to its owners. 16. Capitalists among the inhabitants of cities need rank and protection. This is because a sedentary person who has a great deal of capital and has acquired a great number of estates and farms and become one of the wealthiest inhabitants of a particular city, who is looked upon as such and lives in great luxury and is accustomed to luxury, competes in this respect with amirs and rulers. The latter become jealous of him. The aggressiveness that is natural to human beings makes them cast their eyes upon his possessions. They envy him and try every possible trick to catch him in the net of a government decision and to find an obvious reason for punishing him, so as to confiscate his property. Government decisions are as a rule unjust, because pure justice is found only in the legal caliphate that lasted only a short while. Muhammad said, "The caliphate after me will last 30 years, then, it will revert to being tyrannic royal authority." Therefore, the owner of property and conspicuous wealth in a given community needs a protective force to defend him, as well as a rank on which he may rely. This purpose may be met by a person related to the ruler, or a close friend of the ruler, or a group feeling that the ruler will respect. In its shade, he may rest and live peacefully, safe from hostile attacks. If he does not have that, he will find himself robbed by all kinds of tricks and legal pretexts. 17. Sedentary culture in cities comes from the dynasties. It is firmly rooted when the dynasty is continuous and firmly rooted. The reason for this is that sedentary culture is a condition that is the result of custom and goes beyond the necessary conditions of civilization. How far beyond, differs in accordance with unlimited differences in the prosperity and the numerical strength or weakness of the nations. Sedentary culture occurs in nations when much diversity develops among its various subdivisions. It is thus on the same level as the crafts. Each particular kind of craft needs persons to be in charge of it and skilled in it. The more numerous the various subdivisions of a craft are, the larger the number of people who practice that craft. In the course of time, as each craft becomes more distinct, the craftsmen become experienced in their various crafts. Long periods of time and the repetition of similar experiences add to establishing the crafts and to causing them to be firmly rooted. This happens mostly in cities, because cities have a highly developed civilization and their inhabitants are very prosperous, and the dynasty is at the root of it, because the dynasty collects the property of the subjects and spends it on its inner circle and on the men connected with it who are more influential by reason of their position than by reason of their property. The money comes from the subjects and is spent among the people of the dynasty and then among those inhabitants who are connected with them. They are the largest part of the population. Their wealth, therefore, increases and their riches grow. The customs and ways of luxury multiply, and all the various kinds of crafts are firmly established among them. This is sedentary culture. Therefore, cities in remote parts of the realm, even if they have a large population, are found to be predominantly Bedouin and remote from sedentary culture in all their ways. This is in contrast with towns that lie in the middle, the center, and the seat of the dynasty. The only reason is that the government is near them and pours its money into them, like the water of a river, that makes green everything around it, and fertilizes the soil adjacent to it, while in the distance everything remains dry. For dynasty and government are the world's marketplace. All kinds of merchandise are found in the market and near it. Far from the market, however, goods are altogether non-existent. As a particular dynasty continues to rule and its rulers succeed each other in a particular city, sedentary culture becomes increasingly firmly established and rooted among the inhabitants of that city. This may be exemplified by the Jews. Their rule in Syria lasted about 1,400 years. Sedentary culture thus became firmly established among them. They became skilled in the customary ways and means of making a living and in the manifold crafts belonging to it as regards food, clothing, and all the other parts of domestic economy, so much so that these things, as a rule, can still be learned from them to this day. Sedentary culture and its customs became firmly rooted in Syria through them and through the Roman dynasties which succeeded them for 600 years. Thus, they had the most developed sedentary culture possible. The same was the case with the Copts. Their political power lasted 3,000 years. The customs of sedentary culture were thus firmly rooted in their country, Egypt. They were succeeded there by the Greeks and the Romans, and then by Islam, which abrogated everything. The customs of sedentary culture have, thus, always continued in Egypt. The same was the case with the sedentary culture in the Iraq which, for thousands of years, was ruled continuously by the Nabateans and the Persians, that is, the Chaldeans, the Achaemenids, the Sasanians, and, after them, the Arabs. Down to this time there has never been upon the face of the earth a people with more sedentary culture than the inhabitants of Syria, the Iraq, and Egypt. The customs of sedentary culture also became firmly rooted in Spain, which, for thousands of years, was ruled continuously by the great Gothic dynasty, later succeeded by the Umayyad realm. Both dynasties were great. Ifriqiya and the Maghreb had no great royal authority before Islam. The Romans and European Christians had crossed the sea to Ifriqiya and had taken possession of the coast. The allegiance the Berbers who lived there paid them was not firmly grounded. They were there only temporarily. No dynasty was close to the people of the Maghreb. From time to time, they offered their obedience to the Goths across the sea. When the Arabs took possession of Ifriqiya and the Maghreb, Arab rule lasted for only a short while at the beginning of Islam. At that time they were in the stage of Bedouin life. Those who stayed in Ifriqiya and the Maghreb did not find there any old tradition of sedentary culture, because the original population had been Berbers immersed in Bedouin life. Very soon, the Berbers of Morocco revolted and never again later reverted to Arab rule. They were independent. If they rendered the oath of allegiance to Idris, his rule over them cannot be considered an Arab rule, because the Berbers were in charge of it, and there were not many Arabs in it. Ifriqiya remained in the possession of the Aqlabids and the Arabs who were with them. They had some sedentary culture as the result of the luxury and prosperity of the royal authority and the large civilization of Al-Qayrawan that were theirs. The Qudama and then the Inja after them inherited it from the Aqlabids. But all that was brief and lasted less than 400 years. Their dynasty ended, and the stamp of sedentary culture changed, as it had not been firmly established. The Hilal, who were Arab Bedouins, gained power over the country and ruined it. Some obscure traces of sedentary culture have remained there down to the present time. They can be found in the domestic economy and the customs of these people. They are mixed with other things, but the person who comes from a sedentary environment and knows about sedentary culture can discern them. That is the case with most cities in Ifriqiya, but not in the Maghreb and the cities there, because since the time of the Aqlabids, the Fimids, and the Inja, the ruling dynasty in Ifriqiya has been firmly rooted there for a longer period than the dynasties in the Maghreb. The Maghreb, on the other hand, has received a good deal of sedentary culture from Spain since the dynasty of the Almohads, and the customs of sedentary culture became established there through the control that the ruling dynasty of the Maghreb exercised over Spain. A good many of the inhabitants of Spain went over to the Almohads in the Maghreb, voluntarily or involuntarily. One knows how far-flung the influence of the Almohad dynasty was. It possessed a good deal of firmly established sedentary culture, most of it due to the inhabitants of Spain. Later on, the inhabitants of eastern Spain were expelled by the Christians and moved to Ifriqiya. In the cities there, they left traces of sedentary culture. Most of it is in Tunis, where it mixed with the sedentary culture of Egypt and Egyptian customs imported by travelers. Thus, the Maghreb and Ifriqiya had a good deal of sedentary culture. But emptiness took its place, and it disappeared. The Berbers in the Maghreb reverted to their Bedouin ways and Bedouin toughness. But, at any rate, the traces of sedentary culture are more numerous in Ifriqiya than in the Maghreb. The old dynasties had lasted longer in Ifriqiya than in the Maghreb, and the customs of the people of Ifriqiya had been close to the customs of the Egyptians because of the great amount of intercourse between them. This secret should be understood, because it is not generally known. It should be recognized that these are related matters: the strength and weakness of a dynasty, the numerical strength of a nation or race, the size of a town or city, and the amount of prosperity and wealth. This is because dynasty and royal authority constitute the form of the world and of civilization, which, in turn, together with the subjects, cities, and all other things, constitute the matter of dynasty and royal authority. The tax money reverts to the people. Their wealth, as a rule, comes from their business and commercial activities. If the ruler pours out gifts and money upon his people, it spreads among them and reverts to him, and again from him to them. It comes from them through taxation and the land tax, and reverts to them through gifts. The wealth of the subjects corresponds to the finances of the dynasty. The finances of the dynasty, in turn, correspond to the wealth and number of the subjects. The origin of it all is civilization and its extensiveness. If this is considered and examined in connection with the dynasties, it will be found to be so. 18. Sedentary culture is the goal of civilization. It means the end of its lifespan and brings about its corruption. We have explained before that royal authority and the foundation of dynasties are the goal of group feeling, that sedentary culture is the goal of Bedouin life, and that any civilization, be it a Bedouin civilization or sedentary culture, whether it concerns ruler or commoner, has a physical life, just as any individual has a physical life. Reason and tradition make it clear that 40 years mean the end of the increase of an individual's powers and growth. When a man has reached the age of 40, nature stops growing for a while, then starts to decline. It should be known that the same is the case with sedentary culture in civilization, because there is a limit that cannot be overstepped. When luxury and prosperity come to civilized people, it naturally causes them to follow the ways of sedentary culture and adopt its customs. As one knows, sedentary culture is the adoption of diversified luxuries, the cultivation of the things that go with them, and addiction to the crafts that give elegance to all refinements, such as the crafts of cooking, dressmaking, building, and making carpets, vessels, and all other parts of domestic economy. For the elegant execution of all these things, there exist many crafts not needed in desert life with its lack of elegance. When elegance in domestic economy has reached the limit, it is followed by subservience to desires. From all these customs, the human soul receives a multiple stamp that undermines its religion and worldly well-being. It cannot preserve its religion, because it has now been firmly stamped by customs that are difficult to discard. It cannot preserve its worldly well-being, because the customs of luxury demand a great many things and entail many requirements for which a man's income is not sufficient. This is explained by the fact that the expenditure of the inhabitants of a city mounts with the diversification of sedentary culture. Sedentary culture differs according to the differences in civilization. When a civilization grows, sedentary culture becomes more perfect. We have stated before that a city with a large population is characterized by high prices in business and high prices for its needs. These are then raised still higher through customs duties, for sedentary culture reaches perfection at the time when the dynasty has reached its greatest flourishing, and that is the time when the dynasty levies customs duties, because then it has large expenditure. The customs duties raise the sale prices, because small businessmen and merchants include all their expenses, even their personal requirements, in the price of their stock and merchandise. Thus, customs duties enter into the sale price. The expenditure of sedentary people, therefore, grows and is no longer reasonable but extravagant. The people cannot escape this because they are dominated by and subservient to their customs. All their profits go into their expenditure. One person after another becomes reduced in circumstances and indigent. Poverty takes hold of them. Few persons bid for the available goods. Business decreases, and the situation of the town deteriorates. All this is caused by excessive sedentary culture and luxury. They corrupt the city generally in respect to business and civilization. Corruption of the individual inhabitants is the result of painful and trying efforts to satisfy the needs caused by their luxury, customs, the result of the bad qualities they have acquired in the process of satisfying those needs, and of the damage the soul suffers after it has obtained them. Immorality, wrongdoing, insincerity, and trickery, for the purposes of making a living in a proper or an improper manner, increase among them. The soul comes to think about making a living, to study it, and to use all possible trickery for the purpose. People are now devoted to lying, gambling, cheating, fraud, theft, perjury, and usury. Because of the many desires and pleasures resulting from luxury, they are found to know everything about the ways and means of immorality, they talk openly about it and its causes, and give up all restraint in discussing it, even among relatives and close female relations, where the Bedouin attitude requires modesty, and avoidance of obscenities. They also know everything about fraud and deceit, which they employ to defend themselves against the possible use of force against them and against the punishment expected for their evil deeds. Eventually, this becomes a custom and trait of character with most of them, except those whom God protects. The city, then, teems with low people of blameworthy character. They encounter competition from many members of the younger generation of the dynasty, whose education has been neglected and whom the dynasty has neglected to accept. They, therefore, adopt the qualities of their environment and company, even though they may be people of noble descent and ancestry. Men are human beings and as such resemble one another. They differ in merit and are distinguished by their character, by their acquisition of virtues and avoidance of vices. The person who is strongly colored by any kind of vice and whose character is corrupted, is not helped by his good descent and fine origin. Thus, one finds that many descendants of great families, men of a highly esteemed origin, members of the dynasty, get into deep water and adopt low occupations in order to make a living, because their character is corrupt and they are colored by wrongdoing and insincerity. If this situation spreads in a town or nation, God permits it to be ruined and destroyed. This is the meaning of the word of God. When we want to destroy a village, we order those of its inhabitants who live in luxury to act wickedly therein. Thus, the word becomes true for it, and we do destroy it. 1. A possible explanation of this situation is that the prophets, the people, do not pay for their needs, because of the great number of luxury, customs and the desire of the soul to satisfy them. Thus, the affairs of the people are disordered, and if the affairs of individuals one by one deteriorate, the town becomes disorganized and falls into ruin. This is the meaning of the statement by certain experts, that if orange trees are much grown in a town, the town invites its own ruin. Many common people avoided the growing of orange trees around their houses on account of this ominous statement. But this is not the meaning intended. What is meant is that gardens and irrigation are the results of sedentary culture. Orange trees, lime trees, cypresses, and similar plants having no edible fruits to and being of no use, are the ultimate in sedentary culture, since they are planted in gardens only for the sake of their appearance, and they are planted only after the ways of luxury have become diversified. This is the stage in which one must fear the destruction and ruin of a city, as we have stated. The same has been said with regard to oleander, which is in the same category. Its only purpose is to give color to gardens with its red and white flowers. That is a luxury. Among the things that corrupt sedentary culture, there is the disposition toward pleasures and indulgence in them, because of the great luxury that prevails. It leads to diversification of the desires of the belly for pleasurable food and drink. This is followed by diversification of the pleasures of sex through various ways of sexual intercourse, such as adultery and homosexuality. This leads to destruction of the species. It may come about indirectly, through the confusion concerning one's descent caused by adultery. Nobody knows his own son, since he is illegitimate and since the sperm, of different men, got mixed up in the womb. The natural compassion a man feels for his children and his feeling of responsibility for them is lost. Thus, they perish, and this leads to the end of the species. Or, the destruction of the species may come about directly, as is the case with homosexuality, which leads directly to the non-existence of offspring. It contributes more to the destruction of the species than adultery, since it leads to no human beings being brought into existence, while adultery only leads to the social non-existence of those who are in existence. Therefore, the school of Malik is more explicit and correct with regard to homosexuality than the other schools. This shows that it understands the intentions of the religious law and their bearing upon the public interest better than the other legal schools. This should be understood. It shows that the goal of civilization is sedentary culture and luxury. When civilization reaches that goal, it turns toward corruption and starts being senile, as happens in the natural life of living beings. Indeed, we may say that the qualities of character resulting from sedentary culture and luxury are identical with corruption. Man is a man only inasmuch as he is able to procure for himself useful things and to repel harmful things, and inasmuch as his character is suited to making efforts to this effect. The sedentary person cannot take care of his needs personally. He may be too weak, because of the tranquility he enjoys. Or he may be too proud, because he was brought up in prosperity and luxury. Both things are blameworthy. He also is not able to repel harmful things, because he has no courage as the result of luxury and his upbringing under the impact of education and instruction. He thus becomes dependent upon a protective force to defend him. He then usually becomes corrupt with regard to his religion, also. The luxury, customs and his subservience to them have corrupted him, and his soul has been stamped by habits of luxury, as we have stated. There are only very rare exceptions. When the strength of a man and then his character and religion are corrupted, his humanity is corrupted, and he becomes, in effect, transformed into an animal. It is in this sense that those government soldiers who are close to Bedouin life and toughness are more useful than those who have grown up in a sedentary culture and have adopted its character traits. This can be found in every dynasty. It has thus become clear that the stage of sedentary culture is the stopping point in the life of civilization and dynasties. 19 cities that are the seats of royal authority fall into ruin when the ruling dynasty crumbles and falls into ruin. We have found out with regard to civilization that, when a dynasty disintegrates and crumbles, the civilization of the city that is the seat of the ruler also crumbles and in this process often suffers complete ruin. There hardly ever is any delay. The reasons for it are several. First, at the beginning of the dynasty, its necessary Bedouin outlook requires it not to take away people's property and to eschew too great cleverness. This causes the taxes and imposts, which provide the dynasty with its substance, to be kept low. The expenditure is small, and there is little luxury. When a city that was a royal capital comes into the possession of a new dynasty that knows little of luxury, luxury decreases among the inhabitants of that city controlled by it, because the subjects follow the dynasty. They revert to the character of the dynasty, either voluntarily, because it is human nature to follow the tradition of their masters, or involuntarily, because the character of the dynasty calls for abstention from luxury in all situations and allows little profit, which is what constitutes the material for the formation of luxury customs. As a result, the sedentary culture of the city decreases, and many luxury customs disappear from it. That is what we mean when we speak about the ruin of a city. Second, royal authority and power are acquired by a dynasty only through superiority, which comes only after hostilities and wars. Hostility implies incompatibility between the people of two dynasties and mutual disapproval with regard to luxury, customs and conditions. The victory of one of the two rivals causes the disappearance of the other. Thus, the conditions of the previous dynasty, especially the conditions of luxury, are disapproved of and considered detestable and evil by the people of the new dynasty. They disappear among them, because the new dynasty disapproves of them. Eventually, however, new luxury customs gradually originate among them. they produce a new sedentary culture. The period in between sees a dwindling and decrease of the first sedentary culture. This is what is meant by disintegration of civilization in a city. Third, each nation must have a home, where it grows up and from which the realm takes its origin. When its members take possession of another home, the latter is ranked second to the first home, and its cities are ranked second to those of the first. When the realm expands and its influence grows, it is inevitable that the seat of government be amidst the provinces belonging to the dynasty, because it is a sort of center for the whole area. Thus, the new seat of government is remote from the site of the former seat of government. The hearts of the people are attracted to the new seat of government, because the dynasty and government are centered there. The population moves there and disappears slowly from the city that was the former seat of government. Sedentary culture depends upon an abundant population. With the transfer of the population, the sedentary and urban culture of the former seat of government decreases. This is what is meant by its disintegration. This happened to the Seljuks when they moved their seat of government from Baghdad to Afan, to the Arabs before them when they moved from Al-Madain to Al-Kufa and Al-Basra, to the Abbasids when they moved from Damascus to Baghdad, and to the Marinids in the Maghrib when they moved from Marrakesh to Fez. In general, when a dynasty chooses a city for its seat of government, it causes disintegration of the civilization in the former seat of government. Fourth, when the new dynasty achieves superiority over the previous dynasty, it must attempt to transfer the people and partisans of the previous dynasty to another region where it can be sure that it will not be secretly attacked by them. Most of the inhabitants of a capital city are partisans of the ruling dynasty. They belong either to the militia who settled there at the beginning of the dynasty, or they are the dignitaries of the city. All their various classes and types have, as a rule, some contact with the dynasty. Most of them have grown up in the dynasty and are partisans of it. Even though they may not be connected with the dynasty through power and group feelings, they are connected with it through inclination, love, and faith. It is the nature of a new dynasty to wipe out all traces of the previous dynasty. Therefore, it transfers the population from the capital city of the old dynasty to its own home, which is firmly in its possession. Some are brought there as exiles and prisoners, others as honored and well-treated guests, so that no antagonism can arise. Eventually, the capital city of the previous dynasty holds only salesmen, itinerant farm workers, hoodlums, and the great mass of common people. The place of the transferred population is taken by the militia and partisans of the new dynasty. They will be sufficient to fill the city. When the various classes of dignitaries have left the city, its inhabitants decrease. This is what is meant by disintegration of civilization in a capital city. Then, the former capital city must produce a new civilization under the shadow of the new dynasty. Another sedentary culture corresponding to the importance of the dynasty arises in it. This may be compared to a person who has a house the interior of which is dilapidated. Most of the installations and conveniences of the rooms do not agree with his plans. He has the power to change these installations and to rebuild them according to his wishes and plans. Thus, he will tear down the house and build it up again. Much the same sort of thing happens in cities that once were seats of government. We have personally seen it and know it. In some, the primary natural reason for this situation is the fact that dynasty and royal authority have the same relationship to civilization as form has to matter. The form is the shape that preserves the existence of matter through the kind of phenomenon it represents. It has been established in philosophy that the one cannot be separated from the other. One cannot imagine a dynasty without civilization, while a civilization without dynasty and royal authority is impossible, because human beings must by nature cooperate, and that calls for a restraining influence. Political leadership, based either on religious or royal authority, is inevitable. This is what is meant by dynasty. Since the two cannot be separated, the disintegration of one of them must influence the other, just as its non-existence would entail the non-existence of the other. A major disintegration results only from the disintegration of the entire dynasty. This happened to the dynasties of the Persians, the Byzantines, and the Arabs in general, as well as the Umayyads and the Abbasids. An individual reign, such as those of Anushirwan, Heraclius, Abd al-Malik b. Marwan, or Ar-Rashid, cannot exercise a sweeping disintegrating influence. Individuals follow upon each other and take over the existing civilization. They preserve its existence and duration, and they are very similar to each other. The real dynasty, the one that acts upon the matter of civilization, belongs to group feeling and power. These remain with the individual members of the dynasty. But when the group feeling is lost and replaced by another group feeling, a great disintegration sets in. 20 Certain cities have crafts that others lack. This is because it is clear that the activities of the inhabitants of a city necessitate each other, since mutual cooperation is innate in civilization. The necessary activities are restricted to certain inhabitants of the city. They are in charge of them and become experts in the crafts belonging to them. These activities become their particular job. They make their living through them and derive their sustenance from them, because these are matters of general concern in the city and generally needed. On the other hand, activities not required in a city are not regarded, since there is no profit in them for those who practice them. The activities required for the necessities of life, such as those of tailors, smiths, carpenters, and similar occupations, exist in every city. But activities required for luxury customs and conditions exist only in cities of a highly developed culture, that have taken to luxury customs and sedentary culture. Among such activities are those of glassblowers, goldsmiths, perfumers, cooks, coppersmiths, biscuit bakers, weavers of brocade, and the like. These activities exist in different degrees. In accordance with increase in the customs of sedentary culture and the requirements of luxury conditions, there originate crafts for this kind of luxury requirements. Such crafts will exist in a particular city but not in others. Public baths fall into this category. They exist only in densely settled cities of a highly developed civilization as a kind of indulgence resulting from luxury and wealth. Therefore, public baths do not exist in medium-sized towns. It is true that some rulers and chiefs desire to have baths in their medium-sized cities. They construct them and put them into operation. However, since there is no demand for them from the mass of the people, they are soon neglected and fall into ruin. Those in charge of them speedily leave them, because they have little profit and income from them. 21 The existence of group feeling in cities and the superiority of some of the inhabitants over others. It is clear that it is in the nature of human beings to enter into close contact and to associate with each other, even though they may not have a common descent. However, such association is weaker than one based upon common descent, and the resulting group feeling is proportionately weaker too. Many inhabitants of cities come into close contact through intermarriage. This draws them together and, eventually, they constitute individual related groups. The same friendship or hostility that is found among tribes and families, is found among them, and they split into parties and groups. When senility befalls a dynasty and its shadow recedes from the remote regions, the inhabitants of the cities of that dynasty have to take care of their own affairs and to look after the protection of their own place. Souls, by their very nature, are prone to seek superiority and domination. Because the air is clear of forceful government and dynasty, the elders desire to gain complete control. Everybody vies with everybody else. They try to have followers, such as clients, partisans, and allies, join them. They spend whatever they possess on the rabble and the mob. Everybody forms a group with his fellows, and one of them achieves superiority. He then turns against his equals, and persecutes them with assassination or exile. Eventually, he takes away all executive power from them and renders them innocuous. He obtains sole control of the entire city. He then comes to believe he has created a realm that he may leave to his descendants, but the same symptoms of power and senility to be found in a large realm are also to be found in his smaller realm. Some of these people occasionally aspire to the ways of the great rulers who are masters of tribes and families and group feelings, who go into combat and wage wars, and who control large regions and provinces. They adopt the custom of sitting upon a throne. They use an outfit, organize cavalcades for traveling about the country, use seal rings, are greeted, ceremoniously, and are addressed as sire, which is ridiculous in the eyes of all who can observe the situation for themselves. They adopt royal emblems to which they are not entitled. They were pushed into following such improper aspirations only by the dwindling influence of the ruling dynasty and the close relationships they had established, and that eventually resulted in group feeling. Some refrained from improper aspirations and lived simply, because they did not want to make themselves the butt of jokes and ridicule. This happened in our own time in the later years of the Hafsid dynasty in Afriqiya to inhabitants of places in the Jirid, including Tripoli, Gabes, Tozur, Nafta, Gafsa, Biskra, and the Zab, and adjacent regions. They acquired such aspirations when the shadow of the dynasty had been receding from them for some decades. They seized power in their respective cities and took control of the judicial and tax administration away from the dynasty. They paid the ruling dynasty some allegiance and treated it with some politeness, kindness, and submissiveness. However, they did not mean it. They passed their position on to their descendants, who are living at this time. Among their successors, there originated that cruelty and tyranny which is common among the descendants and successors of rulers. They thought that they ranked with true rulers, despite the fact that they had only recently been common people. As a rule, such leadership goes to members of great and noble houses who are eligible for the positions of elders and leaders in a city. Sometimes, it goes to some person from the lowest class of people. He obtains group feeling and close contact with the mob for reasons that fate produces for him. He, then, achieves superiority over the elders and people of the higher class when they have lost their own group support. 22. The dialects of the urban population. The dialects of the urban population follow the language of the nation or race that has control of the cities, or has founded them. Therefore, the dialects spoken in all Muslim cities in the East and the West at this time are Arabic, even though the habit of the classical Arabic language has become corrupted and its vowel endings, Irab, have changed. The reason for this is the fact that the Muslim dynasty gained power over foreign nations. Religion and religious organization constitute the form for existence and royal authority, which together constitute the matter for religion. Form is prior to matter. Religion is derived from the religious law, which is in Arabic, because the Prophet was an Arab. Therefore, it is necessary to avoid using any language but Arabic in all the provinces of Islam. This may be exemplified by Umar's prohibition against using the idiom native among the non-Arabs. Since Islam avoided the non-Arab dialects, and the language of the supporters of the Muslim dynasty was Arabic, those dialects were avoided altogether in all its provinces, because people follow the government and adopt its ways. Use of the Arabic language became a symbol of Islam and of obedience to the Arabs. The foreign nations avoided using their own dialects and languages in all the cities and provinces, and the Arabic language became their language. Eventually, it became firmly rooted as the spoken language in all their cities and towns. The non-Arab languages came to seem imported and foreign there. The Arabic language became corrupt through contact with foreign languages, in some of its rules and through changes of the word endings, even though it remained unchanged semantically. This type of Arabic was called the sedentary language, and was used in all the cities of Islam. Furthermore, most of the inhabitants of the cities of Islam at this time are descendants of the Arabs who were in possession of these cities and perished in their luxury. They outnumbered the non-Arabs who lived there and inherited their land and country. Now, languages are inherited. Thus, the language spoken by the descendants has remained close to that of their forefathers, even though its rules have gradually become corrupted by contact with non-Arabs. It was called sedentary with reference to the inhabitants of settled regions and cities, in contrast to the language of the desert Arabs, which is more deeply rooted in Arabism. When non-Arabs became the rulers and obtained royal authority and control over the whole Muslim realm, the Arabic language suffered corruption. It would almost have disappeared, if the concern of Muslims with the Quran and the Sunnah, which preserve Islam, had not also preserved the Arabic language. This concern became an element in favor of the persistence of the sedentary dialect used in the cities. But when the Tatars and Mongols, who were not Muslims, became the rulers in the East, this element in favor of the Arabic language disappeared, and the Arabic language was absolutely doomed. No trace of it has remained in these Muslim provinces, the non-Arab Iraq, Khorasan, southern Persia, eastern and western India, Transoxania, the northern countries, and Anatolia. The Arabic style of poetry and speech has disappeared, save for a remnant. Instruction in what little Arabic is known is a technical matter using rules learned from the sciences of the Arabs and through memorizing their speech. It is restricted to those persons whom God has equipped for it. The sedentary Arabic dialect has largely remained in Egypt, Syria, Spain, and the Maghreb, because Islam still remains and requires it. Therefore, it has been preserved to some degree. But in the provinces of the non-Arab Iraq and beyond to the east, no trace or source of the Arabic language has remained. Even scientific books have come to be written in the Persian language, which is also used for teaching Arabic in class. Chapter 5. On the various aspects of making a living, such as profit and the crafts. The conditions that occur in this connection. A number of problems are connected with this subject. 1. The real meaning and explanation of sustenance and profit. Profit is the value realized from human labor. Man, by nature, needs something to feed him and to provide for him in all the conditions and stages of his life, from the time of his early growth to his maturity and on to his old age. God created everything in the world for man and gave it to him, as indicated in several verses of the Quran. Man's hand stretches out over the whole world and all that is in it, since God made man his representative on earth. Every man tries to get things, in this all men are alike. Thus, whatever is obtained by one is denied to the other, unless he gives something in exchange. When he has control of himself and is beyond the stage of his original weakness, he strives to make a profit, so that he may spend what God gives him to obtain his requirements and necessities through barter. Man obtains some profit through no efforts of his own, as, for instance, through rain that makes the fields thrive, and similar things. However, these things are only contributory. His own efforts must be combined with them. His profits will constitute his livelihood, if they correspond to his necessities and needs. They will be capital accumulation, if they are greater than his needs. When the use of such accruing or acquired gain reverts to a particular human being and he enjoys its fruits by spending it upon his interests and needs, it is called sustenance. When a person does not use his income for any of his interests and needs, it is not called sustenance. The part of the income that is obtained by a person through his own effort and strength is called profit. For instance, the estate of a deceased person is called profit with reference to the deceased person. It is not called sustenance, because the deceased person has no use for it. But with reference to the heirs, when they use it, it is called sustenance. It should further be known that profit results from the effort to acquire things, and the intention to obtain them. Sustenance requires effort and work. The effort to obtain sustenance depends on God's determination and inspiration. Everything comes from God. But human labor is necessary for every profit and capital accumulation. When the source of profit is work as such, as, for instance, the exercise of a craft, This is obvious. When the source of gain is animals, plants, or minerals, human labor is still necessary. Without it, no gain will be obtained, and there will be no useful result. Furthermore, God created the two minerals, gold and silver, as the measure of value for all capital accumulations. These the inhabitants of the world, by preference, consider treasure and property. Even if, under certain circumstances, other things are acquired, it is only for the purpose of ultimately obtaining gold and silver. All other things are subject to market fluctuations, from which gold and silver are exempt. They are the basis of profit, property, and treasure. If all this has been established, it should be further known that the capital a person earns and acquires, if resulting from a craft, is the value realized from his labor. This is the meaning of acquired capital. There is nothing here, originally, except the labor, and it is not desired by itself as acquired capital, but as the value realized from it. Some crafts are partly associated with others. Carpentry and weaving, for instance, are associated with wood and yarn. However, in these two crafts, the labor that goes into them is more important, and its value is greater. If the profit results from something other than a craft, the value of the resulting profit and acquired capital must include the value of the labor by which it was obtained. Without labor, it would not have been acquired. In most such cases, the share of labor in the profit is obvious. A portion of the value, whether large or small, comes from the labor. The share of labor may be concealed. This is the case, for instance, with the prices of foodstuffs. The labor and expenditure that have gone into them show themselves in the price of grain. But they are concealed items in regions where farming requires little care and few implements. Thus, only a few farmers are conscious of this element. It has thus become clear that gains and profits, in their entirety or for the most part, are value realized from human labor. The meaning of the word sustenance has become clear. It is the part of the profit that is utilized. Thus, the meaning of the words profit and sustenance has become clear. It should be known that when the available labor is all gone or decreases because of a decrease in civilization, God permits profits to be abolished. Cities with few inhabitants can be observed to offer little sustenance and profit, or none whatever, because little human labor is available. Likewise, in cities with a larger supply of labor, the inhabitants enjoy more favorable conditions and have more luxuries. This is why the common people say that, with the decrease of its civilization, the sustenance of a country disappears. This goes so far that even the flow of springs and rivers stops in waste areas. Springs flow only if they are dug out and the water drawn. This requires human labor. The conditions may be compared with the udders of animals. Springs that are not dug out and from which no water is drawn are absorbed and disappear in the ground completely. In the same way, udders dry up when they are not milked. This can be observed in countries where springs existed in the days of their civilization. Then, they fell into ruin, and the water of the springs disappeared completely in the ground, as if it had never existed. 2. The various ways, means, and methods of making a living. It should be known that livelihood means the desire for sustenance and the effort to obtain it. Sustenance and profit may be obtained through having the power to take them away from others and to appropriate them according to a generally recognized norm. This is called imposts and taxation. Or from wild animals by killing or catching them whole on land or in the sea. Or either from domesticated animals by extracting surplus products which are used by people, such as milk from animals, silk from silkworms, and honey from bees, or from plants such as are planted in fields or grow as trees, through cultivating and preparing them for the production of their fruits. All this is called agriculture. Or profit may be the result of human labor as applied to specific materials. Then it is called a craft, such as writing, carpentry, tailoring, weaving, and horsemanship. Or it may be applied to non-specific materials. This, then, includes all the other professions and activities. Or profit may come from merchandise and its use in barter. Merchants can make such profit either by traveling around with merchandise, or by hoarding it and observing the market fluctuations that affect it. This is called commerce. Agriculture is prior to all the other ways of making a living, by its very nature, since it is something simple and innately natural. It needs no speculation or theoretical knowledge. Therefore, invention of it is ascribed to Adam, the father of mankind. He is said to have taught and practiced agriculture. The crafts are secondary and posterior to agriculture. They are composite and scientific. Thinking and speculation are applied to them. Therefore, as a rule, crafts exist only among sedentary peoples. Sedentary culture is posterior to Bedouin life, and secondary to it. Commerce is a natural way of making profits. However, most of its practices and methods are tricky and designed to obtain the profit margin between purchase prices and sale prices. This surplus makes it possible to earn a profit. Therefore, the law permits cunning in commerce, since commerce contains an element of gambling. It does not, however, mean taking away the property of others without giving anything in return. Therefore, it is legal. 3. Being a servant is not a natural way of making a living. The ruler must use the services of men, such as soldiers, policemen, and secretaries, in all the departments of political power and royal authority with which he has to do. For each department, he will be satisfied with men who, he knows, are adequate, and he will provide for their sustenance from the treasury. All this belongs to political power and the living made out of it. The authority of political administration extends to all these men, and the highest royal authority is the source of power for their various branches. The reason for the existence of servants on a lower level is the fact that most of those who live in luxury are too proud to take care of their own personal needs or are unable to do so, because they were brought up accustomed to indulgence and luxury. Therefore, they employ people who will take charge of such things for them. They give these people wages out of their own money. This situation is not praiseworthy from the point of view of manliness, which is natural to man, since it is weakness to rely on persons other than oneself. It also adds to one's duties and expenditure, and indicates a weakness and effeminacy that ought to be avoided in the interest of manliness. However, custom causes human nature to incline toward the things to which it becomes used. Man is the child of customs, not the child of his ancestors. Moreover, satisfactory and trustworthy servants are almost non-existent. There are just 4 categories according to which a servant of this description can be classified. He may be capable of doing what he has to do, and trustworthy with regard to the things that come into his hands. Or, he may be the opposite in both respects, that is, he may be neither capable nor trustworthy. Or, he may be the opposite in one respect only, that is, he may be capable and not trustworthy, or trustworthy and not capable. As to the first, the capable and trustworthy servant, no one would in any way be able to secure the employment of such a person. With his capability and trustworthiness, he would have no need of persons of low rank, and he would disdain to accept the wages they could offer for service, because he could get more. Therefore, such a person is employed only by amirs who have high ranks, because the need for rank is general. The second kind, the servant who is neither capable nor trustworthy, should not be employed by any intelligent person, because he will do damage to his master on both counts. No one would employ these 2 kinds of servants. Thus, the only thing that remains is to employ servants of the 2 other kinds, servants who are trustworthy but not capable, and servants who are capable but not trustworthy. There are 2 opinions among people as to which of the 2 kinds is preferable. Each has something in his favor. However, the capable servant, even when he is not trustworthy, is preferable. One can be sure that he will not cause any damage, and one can arrange to be on guard as far as possible against being defrauded by him. The servant, who may cause damage, even when he is reliable, is more harmful than useful, because of the damage caused by him. This should be realized and taken as the norm for finding satisfactory servants. For trying to make money from buried and other treasures is not a natural way of making a living. Many weak-minded persons in cities hope to discover property under the surface of the earth and to make some profit from it. They believe that all the property of the nations of the past was stored underground and sealed with magic talismans. These seals, they believe, can be broken only by those who may chance upon the necessary knowledge and can offer the proper incense, prayers, and sacrifices to break them. The inhabitants of the cities in Afriqiya believe that the European Christians who lived in Afriqiya before Islam, buried their property and entrusted its hiding place to inventories, until such time as they might find a way to dig it up again. The inhabitants of the cities in the east hold similar beliefs with regard to the nations of the Copts, the Byzantines, and the Persians. They circulate stories to this effect that sound like idle talk. Thus, a treasure hunter comes to dig where there was money buried, but does not know the talisman or the story connected with it. As a result, he finds the place empty or inhabited by worms. Or, he sees the money and jewels lying there, but guards stand over them with drawn swords. Or the earth shakes, so that he believes that he will be swallowed up, and similar nonsense. In the Maghreb there are many Berber students who are unable to make a living by natural ways and means. They approach well-to-do people with papers that have torn margins and contain either non-Arabic writing or what they claim to be the translation of a document written by the owner of buried treasures, giving the clue to the hiding place. In this way, they try to get their sustenance by persuading the well-to-do to send them out to dig and hunt for treasure. They fool them by saying that their only motive in asking for help is their wish to find influential protection against seizure and punishment by the authorities. Occasionally, one of these treasure hunters displays strange information or some remarkable trick of magic with which he fools people into believing his other claims, although, in fact, he knows nothing of magic and its procedures. In addition to a weak mind, a motive that leads people to hunt for treasure is their inability to make a living in one of the natural ways that earn a profit, such as commerce, agriculture, or the crafts. Therefore, they try to make a living in devious ways, such as treasure hunting, and the like. For they are unable to make the effort necessary to earn something, and they trust that they can gain their sustenance without effort or trouble. They do not realize that by trying to make a living in an improper manner, they plunge themselves into much greater trouble, hardship, and expenditure of energy than otherwise. In addition, they expose themselves to the risk of punishment. Occasionally, a principal motive leading people to hunt for treasure is the fact that they have become used to ever-increasing luxury. As a result, the various ways and means of earning money cannot keep pace with and do not pay for their requirements. When such a person cannot earn enough in a natural way, his only way out is to wish that at one stroke, without any effort, he might find sufficient money to pay for the habits in which he has become caught. Thus, he becomes eager to find treasure, and concentrates all his effort upon that. Among the inhabitants of cities such as Cairo, where there is much luxury, many are engrossed in the search for treasure. They question travelers about extraordinary tales of hidden treasure, with the same eagerness they show for the practice of alchemy. They investigate the possibility of making water disappear in the soil, because they believe that the majority of all buried treasures are to be found in the canals of the Nile and that the Nile largely covers the buried or hoarded treasures in those regions. They are fooled by those who possess the aforementioned forged records. The things that have been said about treasure hunting have no scientific basis, nor are they based upon factual information. It should be realized that although treasures are found, this happens rarely and by chance, not by systematic search. Furthermore, why should anyone who hoards his money and seals it with magical operations, thus making extraordinary efforts to keep it concealed, set up hints and clues as to how it may be found by anyone who cares to. Why make an inventory of it, so that the people of any period and region could find his treasure? This would contradict the intention of keeping it concealed. The question has been asked, where is the property of the nations that came before us, and where are the abundant riches known to have existed among those nations? In reply, it should be known that treasures of gold, silver, precious stones, and utensils are no different from other minerals and acquired capital, from iron, copper, lead, and any other real property or ordinary minerals. It is civilization that causes them to appear, with the help of human labor, and that makes them increase or decrease. All such things in people's possession may be transferred and passed on by inheritance. They have often been transferred from one region to another, and from one dynasty to another, in accordance with the purposes they were to serve and the particular civilization that required them. If money is scarce in the Maghreb and Africa, it is not scarce in the countries of the Slavs and the European Christians. If it is scarce in Egypt and Syria, it is not scarce in India and China. Such things are merely materials, alloy, and acquired capital. It is civilization that produces them in abundance or causes them to be in short supply. Moreover, minerals are affected by destruction like all other existent things. Pearls and jewels deteriorate more quickly than anything else. Gold, silver, copper, iron, lead, and tin are also affected by destruction and complete annihilation, which destroy their substances in a very short time. The occurrence of finds and treasures in Egypt is explained by the fact that Egypt was in the possession of the Copts for 2,000 or more years. Their dead were buried with their possessions of gold, silver, precious stones, and pearls. This was the custom of the people of the old dynasties. When the dynasty of the Copts ended and the Persians ruled Egypt, they searched the graves for such objects and discovered them. They took an indescribably large amount of such objects from ordinary graves, and from the pyramids, which were the royal graves. The same was done by the Greeks after them. Those graves afforded opportunities for treasure hunting and have continued to do so down to this time. One frequently comes upon buried treasure in them. This may either consist of money buried by the Copts, or it may be the specially prepared vessels and sarcophagi of gold and silver with which they honored their dead when they buried them. Because of the existence of treasures in graves, the Egyptians have been concerned with the search for treasures and their discovery. When, in the later years of a dynasty, duties come to be levied upon various things, they are even levied upon treasure hunters, and a tax has to be paid by those stupid and deluded persons who occupy themselves thus. Those who are deluded or afflicted by these things must take refuge in God from their inability to make a living and their laziness in this respect. They should not occupy themselves with absurdities and untrue stories. 5 ranks are useful in securing property. This is as follows. We find that the person of rank who is highly esteemed is in every material aspect more fortunate and wealthier than a person who has no rank. The reason for this is that the person of rank is served by the labor of others. They try to approach him with their labor, since they want to be close to him and are in need of the protection his rank affords. People help him with their labor in all his needs, whether these are necessities, conveniences, or luxuries. The value realized from all such labor becomes part of his profit. For tasks that usually require giving some compensation to the persons who perform them, he always employs people without giving anything in return. He realizes a very high value from their labor. It is the difference between the value he realizes from the free labor products and the prices he must pay for things he needs. He thus makes a very great profit. A person of rank receives much free labor which makes him rich in a very short time. With the passing of days, his fortune and wealth increase. It is in this sense that the possession of political power is one of the ways of making a living. The person who has no rank whatever, even though he may have property, acquires a fortune only in proportion to the property he owns and in accordance with the efforts he himself makes. Most merchants are in this position. Therefore, merchants, who have a rank are far better off than those who have not. Evidence for this is the fact that many jurists and religious scholars and pious persons acquire a good reputation. Then, the great mass believes that when they give them presents, they serve God. People, therefore, are willing to help them in their worldly affairs and to work for their interests. As a result, they quickly become wealthy and turn out to be very well off, although they have acquired no property but have only the value realized from the labor with which the people have supported them. We have seen much of this in cities and towns as well as in the desert. People do farm work and business for these men, who sit at home and do not leave their places. But still their property grows and their profits increase. Without effort, they accumulate wealth, to the surprise of those who do not understand what the secret of their affluence is, what the reasons for their wealth and fortune are. 6. Happiness and profit are achieved mostly by people who are obsequious and use flattery. Such character disposition is one of the reasons for happiness. We have stated before that the profit human beings make is the value realized from their labor. If someone could be assumed to have no ability whatever to do any labor, he would have no profit whatever. The value realized from one's labor corresponds to the value of one's labor and the value of this labor as compared to the value of other labor and the need of the people for it. The growth or decrease of one's profit, in turn, depends on that. We have also explained that ranks are useful in securing property. A person of rank has the people approach him with their labor and property. They do that in order to avoid harm and to obtain advantages. The labor and property through which they attempt to approach him are, in a way, given in exchange for the many good and bad things they may obtain or avoid with the aid of his rank. Such labor becomes part of the profit of the man of rank, and the value realized from it means property and wealth for him. He thus gains wealth and a fortune in a very short time. Ranks are widely distributed among people, and there are various levels of rank among them. This is God's wise plan with regard to His creation. It regulates their livelihood, takes care of their interests, and ensures their permanency. The existence and persistence of the human species can materialize only through the cooperation of all men in behalf of what is good for them. It has been established that a single human being could not fully exist by himself, and even if, hypothetically, it might happen as a rare exception, his existence would be precarious. Now, such cooperation is obtained by the use of force, since people are largely ignorant of the interests of the human species, and since they are given freedom of choice and their actions are the result of thinking and reflection, not of natural instinct. They thus refrain from cooperating. Therefore, it is imperative to make them cooperate, and there must be some motive forcing human beings to take care of their interests, so that God's wise plan as to the preservation of mankind can materialize. It has, thus, become clear that rank means the power enabling human beings to be active among the fellow men under their control with permission and prohibition, and to have forceful superiority over them, in order to make them avoid things harmful to them and seize their advantages. They may act in justice and apply the laws of religion and politics, and also follow their own purposes in everything else. However, the just use of rank was intended by the divine providence as something essential, whereas the self-seeking use of rank enters into it as something accidental, as is the case with all evils decreed by God. Much good can fully exist only in conjunction with the existence of some little evil, which is the result of matter. The good does not disappear with the admixture of evil, but attaches itself to the little evil that gathers around it. This is the meaning of the occurrence of injustice in the world. Each class among the inhabitants of a town or zone of civilization has power over the classes lower than itself. Each member of a lower class seeks the support of rank from members of the next higher class, and those who gain it become more active among the people under their control in proportion to the profit they get out of it. Thus, rank affects people in whatever way they make their living. Whether it is influential or restricted depends on the class and status of the person who has a particular rank. If the rank in question is influential, the profit accruing from it is correspondingly great. If it is restricted and unimportant, the profit is correspondingly so. A person who has no rank, even though he may have money, acquires a fortune only in proportion to the labor he is able to produce, or the property he owns, and in accordance with the efforts he makes to increase it. This is the case with most merchants and, as a rule, with farmers. It also is the case with craftsmen. If they have no rank and are restricted to the profits of their crafts, they make only a bare living, somehow fending off the distress of poverty. If this has been established and if it further has become clear that rank is widely distributed and that one's happiness and welfare are intimately connected with the acquisition of rank, it will be realized that it is a very great and important favor to bestow a rank on someone, and that the person who bestows it is a very great benefactor. He gives it only to people under his control. Thus, bestowal of rank implies influence and power. Consequently, a person who seeks and desires rank must be obsequious and use flattery as powerful men and rulers require. Otherwise, it will be impossible for him to obtain any rank. Therefore, obsequiousness and flattery are the reasons why a person may be able to obtain a rank that produces happiness and profit, and that most wealthy and happy people possess this quality. Thus, too, many people who are proud and supercilious have no use for rank. Their earnings, consequently, are restricted to the results of their own labors, and they are reduced to poverty and indigence. Such haughtiness and pride are blameworthy qualities. They result from the assumption by an individual that he is perfect, and that people need the scientific or technical skill he offers. Such an individual, for instance, is a scholar who is deeply versed in his science, or a scribe who writes well, or a poet who makes good poetry. Anyone who knows his craft assumes that people need what he has. Therefore, he develops a feeling of superiority to them. People of noble descent, whose forebears include a ruler or a famous scholar, or a person perfect in some position, also share this illusion. They assume that they deserve a similar position because of their relationship to such men and the fact that they are their heirs. In fact, they cling to something that is a matter of the past, since perfection is not passed on by inheritance. Such a person expects people to treat him in accordance with what he thinks of himself, and he hates those who in any respect fail to treat him as he expects to be treated. He always worries much, because people refuse to give him what he considers his due. People come to hate him, because of the egoism of human nature. Rarely will a human being concede perfection and superiority to another, unless he is somehow forced to do so by superior strength. Such forcefulness and superior strength is implied in rank. Thus, when a haughty person has no rank and he cannot have any, as has been explained, people hate him for his haughtiness, and he receives no share of their kindness. He obtains no rank from members of the next higher class, because he is hated by them, and, therefore, he cannot associate with them and frequent their homes. In consequence, his livelihood is destroyed. He remains in a state of indigence and poverty, or of one only a little better. The acquisition of wealth is altogether out of the question for him. It is widely said that a person who is perfect in knowledge obtains no share in worldly goods. The knowledge that is given to him is taken into account, and this is set apart as his share in worldly goods. In a dynasty, the character trait mentioned may cause disturbances among the ranks. Many people of the low classes come up to fill them, and many people of the higher classes have to step down on that account. The reason is that when a dynasty has reached its limit of superiority and power, the royal clan claims royal and governmental authority exclusively for itself. Everybody else despairs of getting any share in it. All the other people can only hold ranks below the rank of the ruler and under the control of the government. They are a sort of servant of his. Now, when the dynasty continues and royal authority flourishes, those who go into the service of the ruler who try to approach him with advice, or who are accepted as followers by him because of their capability in many of his important affairs, will all be equal in rank in his eyes. Many common people will make efforts to approach the ruler with zealous counsel and come close to him through all kinds of services. For this purpose, such people make much use of obsequiousness and flattery toward the ruler, his entourage, and his family, so that eventually they will be firmly entrenched and the ruler will give them a place in his administration. Thus, they obtain a large share of happiness and are accepted among the people of the dynasty. At such a time, the new generation of the dynasty, the children of the people who had seen the dynasty through its difficulties and had smoothed its path, are arrogant because of the noteworthy achievements of their forefathers. Because of them, they look down on the ruler. They rely on their influence and become very presumptuous. This makes the ruler hate them and keep away from them. He now leans toward those of his followers who do not rely upon any achievements of the past, and would not think of being presumptuous and proud. Their behavior is characterized by obsequiousness to him and flattery and willingness to work for his purposes whenever he is ready for some undertaking. Their rank, consequently, becomes important. Their stations become high. The outstanding personalities and the elite turn to them, because they receive so many favors from the ruler and have great influence with him. The new generation of the dynasty, meanwhile, keeps its proud attitude and continues to rely upon past achievements. They gain nothing from that. It merely alienates them from the ruler and makes him hate them and give preference to his newly gained supporters until the dynasty is destroyed. 7 persons who are in charge of offices dealing with religious matters, such as judge, mufti, teacher, prayer leader, preacher, muezzin, and the like, are not as a rule very wealthy. The reason for this is that profit is the value realized from labor. This differs according to the varying degrees of need for a particular kind of labor. Certain types of labor products may be necessary in civilization and be a matter of general concern. Then, the value realized from these products is greater and the need for them more urgent. Now, the common people have no compelling need for the things that religious officials have to offer. They are needed only by those special people who take a particular interest in their religion. If the offices of mufti and judge are needed in case of disputes, it is not a compelling and general need. Mostly, they can be dispensed with. Only the ruler is concerned with religious officials and religious institutions, as part of his duty to look after the public interests. He assigns the religious officials a share of sustenance proportionate to the need that exists for them in the sense mentioned. He does not place them on an equal footing with people who have power or with people who ply the necessary crafts, even if the things that the religious officials have to offer are nobler, as they deal with religion and the legal institutions. Their portion, therefore, can only be small. Furthermore, because the things the religious officials have to offer are so noble, they feel superior to the people and are proud of themselves. Therefore, they are not obsequious to persons of rank, in order to obtain something to improve their sustenance. In fact, they would not have time for that. They are occupied with those noble things they have to offer and which tax both the mind and the body. Indeed, the noble character of the things they have to offer does not permit them to prostitute themselves openly. They would not do such a thing. As a consequence, they do not, as a rule, become very wealthy. I discussed this with an excellent man. He disagreed with me about it. But some stray leaves from the account books of the government offices in the palace of Al-Mamun came into my hand. They gave a good deal of information about income and expenditure at that time. Among the things I noticed, were the salaries of judges, prayer leaders, and muezzins. I called the attention of the person mentioned to it, and he realized that what I had said was correct. 8. Agriculture is a way of making a living for weak people and Bedouins in search of subsistence. This is because agriculture is a natural and simple procedure. Therefore, As a rule, sedentary people, or people who live in luxury, do not practice it. Those who practice it are characterized by humility. 9. The meaning, methods, and different kinds of commerce. Commerce means the attempt to make a profit by increasing capital, through buying goods at a low price and selling them at a high price, whether these goods consist of slaves, grain, animals, weapons, or clothing material. The accrued amount is called profit. The attempt to make such a profit may be undertaken by storing goods and holding them until the market has fluctuated from low prices to high prices. This will bring a large profit. Or, the merchant may transport his goods to another country where they are more in demand than in his own, where he bought them. This will bring a large profit. Therefore, an old merchant said to a person who wanted to find out the truth about commerce, "I shall give it to you in 2 words, buy cheap and sell dear. There is commerce for you." By this, he meant the same thing that we have just established. 10. The transportation of goods by merchants. The merchant who knows his business will travel only with such goods as are generally needed by rich and poor, rulers and commoners alike. General need makes for a large demand for his goods. If he restricts his goods to those needed only by a few, it may be impossible for him to sell them, since these few may for some reason find it difficult to buy them. Then, his business would slump, and he would make no profit. Also, a merchant who travels with needed goods should do so only with medium quality goods. The best quality of any type of goods is restricted to wealthy people and the entourage of the ruler. They are very few in number. As is well known, the medium quality of anything is what suits most people. This should by all means be kept in mind by the merchant, because it makes the difference between selling his goods and not selling them. Likewise, it is more advantageous and more profitable for the merchant's enterprise, if he brings goods from a country that is far away and where there is danger on the road. In such a case, the goods transported will be few and rare, because the place where they come from is far away or because the road over which they come is beset with perils, so that there are few who would bring them, and they are very rare. When goods are few and rare, their prices go up. On the other hand, when the country is near and the road safe for traveling, they will be found in large quantities, and the prices will go down. Therefore, the merchants who dare to enter the Sudan country are the most prosperous and wealthy of all people. The distance and the difficulty of the road they travel are great. They have to cross a difficult desert which is made almost inaccessible by fear of danger, and beset by thirst. Therefore, the goods of the Sudan country are found only in small quantities among us, and they are particularly expensive. The same applies to our goods among them. Thus, merchandise becomes more valuable when merchants transport it from one country to another. They get rich quickly. The same applies to merchants who travel from our country to the east, also because of the great distance to be traversed. On the other hand, those who travel back and forth between the cities and countries of one particular region earn little and make a very small profit, because their goods are available in large quantities and there is a great number of merchants who travel with them. 11. Hoarding. Intelligent and experienced people in the cities know that it is inauspicious to hoard grain and to wait for high prices, and that the profit, expected, may be spoiled or lost through hoarding. The reason may perhaps lie in the facts that people need food, and that they are forced to spend money on it. For things that are traded, other than foodstuffs, people have no compelling need. It is merely the diversification of desires that calls their attention to them. On things not really needed they spend their money willingly and eagerly, and feel no attachment to the money they have spent. Thus, the person known to be a hoarder is persecuted by the combined psychic powers of the people whose money he takes away. Therefore, he loses his profit. 12. Continued low prices are harmful to merchants who have to trade at low prices. This is because profit and livelihood result from the crafts or from commerce. Commerce means the buying of merchandise and goods, storing them, and waiting until fluctuation of the market brings about an increase in the prices of these goods. This is called profit. It provides a profit and a livelihood for professional traders. When the prices of any type of goods, food, clothing material, or anything else that may bring in capital, remain low and the merchant cannot profit from any fluctuation of the market affecting these things, his profit stops if the situation goes on for a long period. Business in this particular line slumps, no trading is done, and the merchants lose their capital. This may be exemplified in the instance of grain. While it remains cheap, the condition of all farmers and grain producers who have to do with any of the various stages of grain production is adversely affected, the profit they make being small, insignificant, or non-existent. They cannot increase their capital, or they find such increase small. They have to spend their capital. Their condition is adversely affected, and they are reduced to poverty and indigence. This then, in turn, affects the condition of millers, bakers, and all the other occupations that are connected with grain from the time it is sown to the time it can be eaten. Likewise, the condition of soldiers is adversely affected. Their sustenance is provided by the ruler in the form of grain from farmers, through the grant of fiefs. Thus, the income from taxation is small, and soldiers are unable to render the military service for which they exist and for which they receive sustenance from the ruler. Thus, the ruler discontinues their sustenance, and their condition is adversely affected. Low prices for grain, and of other things that are traded, are praised, because the need for grain is general, and people, rich as well as poor, are compelled to buy food. Dependent people constitute the majority of people in civilization. Therefore, low prices for foodstuffs are of general usefulness, and food, as far as grain is concerned, weighs more heavily than commerce. 13. The kind of people who should practice commerce, and those who should not. We have stated before that commerce means increasing one's capital by buying merchandise and attempting to sell it for a price higher than its purchase price, either by waiting for market fluctuations or by transporting the merchandise to a country where that particular merchandise is more in demand and brings higher prices, or by selling it for a high price to be paid at a future date. The profit is small in relation to the capital invested. However, when the capital is large, the profit becomes great, because many times a little is much. In the attempt to earn the increase of capital that constitutes profit, it is unavoidable that one's capital gets into the hands of traders, in the process of buying and selling and waiting for payment. Now, honest traders are few. It is unavoidable that there should be cheating, tampering with the merchandise which may ruin it, and delay in payment which may ruin the profit, since such delay, while it lasts, prevents any activity that could bring profit. There will also be non-acknowledgement or denial of obligations, which may prove destructive of one's capital unless the obligation has been stated in writing and properly witnessed. The judiciary is of little use in this connection, since the law requires clear evidence. All this causes the merchant a great deal of trouble. He may make a small profit, but only with great trouble and difficulty, or he may make no profit at all, or his capital may be lost. If he is not afraid of quarrels, knows how to settle an account, and is always willing to enter into a dispute and go to court, he stands a better chance of being treated fairly by traders, because he is not afraid and always ready to enter into a dispute. Otherwise, he must have the protection of rank. It will give him respect in the eyes of traders and cause the magistrates to uphold his rights against his debtors. In this way, he will obtain justice and recover his capital from them, voluntarily in the first case, forcibly in the second. On the other hand, the person who is afraid or unaggressive, and who, in addition, lacks the influence of rank with the judiciary, must avoid commerce. He risks the loss of his capital. He will become the prey of traders, and he may not get his rights from them. People as a rule covet the possessions of other people. Without the restraining influence of the laws, nobody's property would be safe. This applies especially to traders and the low-class mob. 14. The character traits of merchants are inferior to those of leading personalities and remote from manliness. In the preceding section, we stated that a merchant must concern himself with buying and selling, earning money and making a profit. This requires cunning, willingness to enter into disputes, cleverness, constant quarreling, and great persistence. These are things that belong to commerce. They are qualities detrimental to and destructive of virtuousness and manliness, because it is unavoidable that actions influence the soul. If evil and deceitful actions come first and good qualities later, the former become firmly and deeply rooted and detract from the good qualities, since the blameworthy influence of the evil actions has left its imprint upon the soul, as is the case with all habits that originate from actions. These influences differ according to the different types of merchants. Those who are of a very low type and associated closely with bad traders who cheat and defraud and perjure themselves, asserting and denying statements concerning transactions and prices, are much more strongly affected by these bad qualities. Deceitfulness becomes their main characteristic. Manliness is completely alien to them, beyond their power to acquire. There exists a second kind of merchant, which we mentioned in the preceding section, namely, those who have the protection of rank and are thus spared having anything to do personally with such business manipulations. They are most uncommon. For they are people who have all of a sudden come into the possession of a good deal of money in some unusual way, or have inherited money from a member of their family. Thus, they have obtained the wealth that helps them to associate with the people of the dynasty and to gain prominence and renown among their contemporaries. Therefore, they are too proud to have anything personally to do with such business manipulations, and they leave them to the care of their agents and servants. It is easy for them to have the magistrates confirm their rights, because the magistrates are familiar with their beneficence and gifts. 15. The crafts require teachers. Some crafts are simple, and others are composite. The simple ones concern the necessities. The composite ones belong to the luxuries. The simple crafts are the ones to be taught firstly because they are simple, and then because they concern the necessities and there is a large demand for having them transmitted. Therefore, they take precedence in instruction. The instruction in them, as a consequence, is something inferior. The mind does not cease transforming all kinds of crafts, including the composite ones, from potentiality into actuality through the gradual discovery of one thing after the other, until they are perfect. This is achieved in the course of time and of generations. Things are not transformed from potentiality into actuality in one stroke, especially technical matters. Consequently, a certain amount of time is unavoidable. Therefore, the crafts are found to be inferior in small cities, and only the simple crafts are found there. When sedentary civilization in those cities increases, and luxury conditions there cause the use of the crafts, they are transformed from potentiality into actuality. 16. The crafts are perfected only if there exists a large and perfect sedentary civilization. The reason for this is that, as long as sedentary civilization is not complete and the city not fully organized, people are concerned only with the necessities of life, that is, with the obtaining of food, such as wheat and other things. Then, when the city is organized and the available labor increases and pays for the necessities and is more than enough for the inhabitants, the surplus is spent on luxuries. The crafts and sciences are the result of man's ability to think, through which he is distinguished from the animals. His desire for food, on the other hand, is the result of his animal and nutritive power. It is prior to sciences and crafts because of its necessary character. The sciences and crafts come after the necessities. The susceptibility of the crafts to refinement, and the quality of the purposes they are to serve in view of the demands made by luxury and wealth, then correspond to the civilization of a given country. A small or Bedouin civilization needs only the simple crafts, such as those of the carpenter, the smith, the tailor, the butcher, or the weaver. They exist there. Still, they are neither perfect nor well developed. They exist only inasmuch as they are needed, since all of them are means to an end and are not intended for their own sake. When civilization flourishes and the luxuries are in demand, it includes the refinement and development of the crafts. Consequently, these are perfected with every finesse, and a number of other crafts, in addition to them, are added as luxury customs and conditions demand. Among them are those of the cobbler, the tanner, the silk weaver, the goldsmith, and others. When the civilization is fully developed, these different kinds are perfected and refined to the limit. In the cities, they become ways of making a living for those who practice them. In fact, they become the most lucrative activities, because urban luxury demands them. Other such crafts are those of the perfumer, the coppersmith, the bath attendant, the cook, the biscuit baker, the teacher of singing, dancing, and rhythmical drum beating. There are also the book producers who ply the craft of copying, binding, and correcting books. This, last mentioned, craft is demanded by the urban luxury of occupation with intellectual matters. Crafts become excessive when civilization develops excessively. Thus, we learn that there are Egyptians who teach dumb creatures like birds and domestic donkeys, who produce marvelous spectacles which give the illusion that objects are transformed, and who teach how to dance and walk on ropes stretched in the air, how to lift heavy animals and stones, and other things. These crafts do not exist among us in the Maghrib, because the civilization of Maghribi cities does not compare with the civilization of Egypt and Cairo. 17. The crafts are firmly rooted in a city only when sedentary culture is firmly rooted and of long duration. The reason for this is obvious. All crafts are customs and colors of civilization. Customs become firmly rooted only through much repetition and long duration. Then, their coloring becomes firmly established and rooted in successive generations. Once such coloring is firmly established, it is difficult to remove it. Therefore, we find that cities with a highly developed sedentary culture, the civilization of which has receded and decreased, retain traces of crafts that do not exist in other more recently civilized cities, even though they may have reached the largest population. This is only because conditions in cities with the old civilization had become well established and firmly rooted through their long duration and constant repetition, whereas the other recently civilized cities have not yet reached the limit. This is the situation, for instance, in contemporary Spain. There we find the crafts and their institutions still in existence. They are well established and firmly rooted, as far as the things required by the customs of Spanish cities are concerned. They include, for instance, building, cooking, the various kinds of singing and entertainment, such as instrumental music, string instruments, and dancing, the use of carpets in palaces, the construction of well-planned, well-constructed houses, the production of metal and pottery vessels, all kinds of utensils, the giving of banquets and weddings, and all the other crafts required by luxury and luxury customs. One finds that they practice and understand these things better than any other nation, even though civilization in Spain has receded and most of it does not equal that which exists in the other countries of the Mediterranean shore. This is only because sedentary culture had become deeply rooted in Spain through the stability given it by the Umayyad dynasty, the preceding Gothic dynasty, and the Reyes de Taifas, successors to the Umayyads, and so on. 18. Crafts can improve and increase only when many people demand them. The reason for this is that man cannot afford to give away his labor for nothing, because it is his source of profit and livelihood. Throughout his life, he has no advantage from anything else. Therefore, he must employ his labor only on whatever has value in his city, if it is to be profitable to him. If a particular craft is in demand and there are buyers for it, that craft, then, corresponds to a type of goods that is in great demand and imported for sale. People in the towns, therefore, are eager to learn that craft, in order to make a living through it. On the other hand, if a particular craft is not in demand, there are no buyers for it, and no one is interested in learning it. As a result, it is destined to be left alone and disappears because of neglect. There is another secret to be understood in this connection. That is, that it is the ruling dynasty that demands crafts and their improvement. It causes the demand for them and makes them desirable. Crafts not in demand with the dynasty may be in demand with the other inhabitants of a city. However, that would not be the same thing, for the dynasty is the biggest market. Whatever is in demand with the dynasty is of necessity a major article. 19. The crafts recede from cities that are close to ruin. The crafts can improve only when they are needed and when they are in demand with many people. When the condition of a city weakens and senility sets in as the result of a decrease of its civilization and the small number of its inhabitants, luxury in the city decreases, and its inhabitants revert to restricting themselves to the necessities. The crafts belonging to luxury conditions become few. The master of a particular craft is no longer assured of making a living from it. Therefore, he deserts it for another, or he dies and leaves no successor. As a result, the institutions of the crafts disappear altogether. Thus, for instance, painters, goldsmiths, calligraphers, copyists, and similar artisans who cater to luxury needs disappear. 20. The Arabs, of all people, are least familiar with crafts. The reason for this is that the Arabs are more firmly rooted in desert life and more remote from sedentary civilization, the crafts, and the other things which sedentary civilization calls for. The non-Arabs in the East and the Christian nations along the shores of the Mediterranean are very well versed in crafts, because they are more deeply rooted in sedentary civilization and more remote from the desert and desert civilization. Therefore, we find that the homelands of the Arabs and the places they took possession of in Islam had few crafts altogether, so that they had to be imported from other regions. One may observe the great number of crafts in non-Arab countries such as China, India, the lands of the Turks, and the Christian nations, and the fact that other nations imported their own crafts from them. The non-Arabs in the West, the Berbers, are like the Arabs in this respect, because for a very long period they remained firmly rooted in desert life. This is attested by the small number of cities in the Berber region. The crafts in the Maghreb, therefore, are few in number and are not well established. Exceptions are the weaving of wool and the tanning and stitching of leather. For, when they settled down, they developed these greatly, because they were matters of general concern and, the wool and leather, needed for them were the most common raw materials in their region, on account of the Bedouin conditions prevailing among them. On the other hand, the crafts had been firmly rooted in the East for a very long period, ever since the rule of the ancient nations, the Persians, the Nabateans, the Copts, the Israelites, the Greeks, and the Romans, Rum. Thus, the conditions of sedentary culture became firmly rooted among them. The Yemen, Al-Bahrain, Oman, and the Jazirah have long been in Arab possession, but for thousands of years, the rule of these areas has belonged to different, Arab, nations in succession. They also founded cities and towns there and promoted the development of sedentary culture and luxury to the highest degree. There was a long period of royal authority and sedentary culture. The imprint of sedentary culture established itself firmly. The crafts became abundant and firmly rooted. They have remained and have always renewed themselves down to this time, and they have become the specialty of that area. Such, Yemenite, crafts are embroidered fabrics, striped cloth, and finely woven garments and silks. 21. The person who has gained the habit of a particular craft is rarely able afterwards to master another. A tailor, for instance, who has acquired the habit of tailoring and knows it well and has that habit firmly rooted in his soul, will not afterwards master the habit of carpentry or construction, unless the first habit was not yet firmly established and its imprint not yet firmly rooted. The reason for this is that habits are qualities of the soul. They do not come all at once. A person who is still in his natural state has an easier time acquiring certain habits and is better prepared to gain them. When the soul has been impressed by a habit, it is no longer in its natural state, and it is less prepared to master another habit, because it has taken on a certain imprint from that habit. This is clear and attested by the facts of existence. One rarely finds a craftsman who, knowing his craft well, afterwards acquires a good knowledge of another craft and masters both equally well. This extends even to scholars whose habit has to do with thinking. The scholar, who has acquired the habit of one particular science and masters it completely, will rarely achieve the same mastery of the habit of another science, and if he were to study another science, he would, except under very rare circumstances, be deficient in it. 22. A brief enumeration of the basic crafts. The crafts practiced by the human species are numerous, because so much labor is continually available in civilization. They are so numerous as to defy complete enumeration. However, some of them are necessary in civilization or occupy a noble position, because of their object. We shall single these two kinds out for mention and leave all others. Necessary crafts are agriculture, architecture, tailoring, carpentry, and weaving. Crafts noble because of their object are midwifery, the art of writing, book production, singing, and medicine. Midwifery is something necessary in civilization and a matter of general concern, because it assures, as a rule, the life of the newborn child. Medicine preserves the health of man and repels disease. It is a branch of physics. Its object is the human body. The art of writing, and book production, which depends on it, preserve the things that are of concern to man and keep them from being forgotten. It enables the innermost thoughts of the soul to reach those who are far and absent. It perpetuates in books the results of thinking and scholarship. Singing is the harmony of sounds and the manifestation of their beauty to the ears. All these three crafts call for contact with great rulers in their privacy and at their intimate parties. Thus, they have nobility that other crafts do not have. The other crafts are, as a rule, secondary and subordinate. 23. The craft of agriculture. The object of this craft is to obtain foodstuffs and grains. People must undertake to dig the earth, sow, cultivate the plants, see to it that they are watered and that they grow until they reach their full growth, then, harvest the ears, and get the grain out of the husks. They also must understand all the related activities, and procure all the things required in this connection. Agriculture is the oldest of all crafts, inasmuch as it provides the food that is the main factor in perfecting human life, since man can exist without anything else but not without food. Therefore, this craft has existed especially in the desert, since it is prior to and older than sedentary life. 24. The craft of architecture. This is the first and oldest craft of sedentary civilization. It is the knowledge of how to go about using houses and mansions for cover and shelter. This is because man has the natural disposition to reflect upon the outcome of things. Thus, it is unavoidable that he must reflect upon how to avert the harm arising from heat and cold by using houses which have walls and roofs to intervene between him and those things on all sides. This natural disposition to think, which is the real meaning of humanity, exists among men in different degrees. Some men are more or less temperate in this respect, they use housing with moderation. Others, on the other hand, are unfamiliar with the use of housing, because they are intemperate, and their thinking does not go far enough to enable them to practice human crafts. Therefore, they take shelter in caverns and caves, just as they eat unprepared and uncooked food. Now, the temperate people who use houses for shelter become very numerous and have many houses in one area. They become strangers to each other and no longer know each other. They fear surprise attacks at night. Therefore, they must protect their community by surrounding it with a wall to guard them. The whole thing thus becomes a single town or city in which they are guarded by authorities which keep them apart. They also need protection against the enemy. Thus, they use fortresses and castles for themselves and for the people under their control. These men are like rulers or amirs or tribal chieftains of a corresponding position. Also, building conditions are different in various towns. Each city follows in this respect the procedure known to and within the technical competence of its inhabitants, and corresponding to the climate and the different conditions of the inhabitants, with regard to wealth and poverty. The situation of the inhabitants within each individual city also differs. Some use castles and far-flung constructions comprising a number of dwellings and houses and rooms, because they have a great number of children, servants, dependants, and followers. They make their walls of stones, which they join together with quicklime. They cover them with paint and plaster and do the utmost to furnish and decorate everything in order to show how greatly they are concerned for their shelter. In addition, they prepare cellars and underground rooms for the storage of their food, and also stables for tying up their horses, if they are military men and have many followers and guests, such as amirs and people of a corresponding position. Others build a small dwelling or house for themselves and for their children to live in. Their desire goes no farther, because their situation permits them no more. Thus, they restrict themselves to a mere shelter, which is natural to human beings. Between the two extremes, there are innumerable degrees. Architecture is also needed when rulers and people of a dynasty build large towns and high monuments. They try their utmost to make good plans and build tall structures with technical perfection, so that architecture can reach its highest development. Architecture is the craft that satisfies requirements in all these respects. It is found mostly in the temperate zones. In the intemperate zones, there is no building activity. The people there use enclosures of reeds and clay as houses, or take shelter in caverns and caves. The architects who exercise the craft differ. Some are intelligent and skillful. Others are inferior. Their quality depends on the ruling dynasties and their power. At the beginning, the dynasty is a Bedouin one, and therefore needs for its construction activities the help of other regions. This was the case when Al-Walid b. Abd al-Malik decided to build the mosques of Medina and Jerusalem and his own mosque in Damascus. He sent to the Byzantine emperor in Constantinople for workmen skilled in construction work, and the emperor sent him enough men to build these mosques as he had planned them. Architects also make some use of geometry and engineering. For instance, they use the plumb to make walls perpendicular, and they use devices for lifting water, to make it flow, and similar things. Thus, they must know something about the problems connected with engineering. They also must know how to move heavy loads with the help of machines. Big blocks of large stones cannot be lifted into place on a wall by the unaided strength of workmen alone. Therefore, the architect must contrive to multiply the strength of the rope by passing it through holes, constructed according to geometrical proportions, of the attachments called pulleys. They make the load easier to lift, so that the intended work can be completed without difficulty. This can be achieved only with the help of engineering principles which are commonly known among men. Such things made it possible to build the monuments that are standing to this day, believed to have been built in pre-Islamic times. 25. The craft of carpentry. This craft is one of the necessities of civilization. Its material is wood. This is as follows: God made all created things useful for man, so as to supply his necessities and needs. Trees belong among these things. They are used as firewood and as supports for loads. Bedouins use wood for tent poles and pegs, for camel litters for their women, and for the lances, bows, and arrows they use for weapons. Sedentary people use wood for the roofs of their houses, for the locks of their doors, and for chairs to sit on. The particular form needed in each case is the result of craftsmanship. The craft concerned with that and which gives every wooden object its form is carpentry in all its different grades. The man in charge of this craft is the carpenter. He is necessary to civilization. When sedentary culture increases and luxury makes its appearance and people want to use elegant types of roofs, doors, chairs, and furniture, these things come to be produced in a most elegant way through mastery of remarkable techniques which are luxuries and in no way necessities. Such include, for instance, the use of carvings for doors and chairs. Or one skillfully turns and shapes pieces of wood in a lathe, and then one puts these pieces together in certain symmetrical arrangements and nails them together, so that they appear to the eye to be of one piece. Carpentry is also needed for the construction of ships, which are made of boards and nails. In view of its origin, carpentry needs a good deal of geometry of all kinds. It requires either a general or a specialized knowledge of proportion and measurement, in order to bring forms from potentiality into actuality in the proper manner, and for the knowledge of proportions one must have recourse to the geometrician. Therefore, the leading Greek geometric eons were all master carpenters. Euclid, the author of the Book of the Principles, on geometry, was a carpenter and was known as such. The same was the case with Apollonius, the author of the book on conic sections, and Menelaus, and others. 26. The craft of weaving and tailoring. People who are temperate in their humanity cannot avoid giving some thought to keeping warm, as they do to shelter. One manages to keep warm by using woven material as protective cover against both heat and cold. This requires the interlacing of yarn, until it turns out to be a complete garment. This is spinning and weaving. Desert people restrict themselves to this. But people who are inclined towards sedentary culture cut the woven material into pieces of the right size to cover the form of the body and all of its numerous limbs in their various locations. They then put the different pieces together with thread, until they turn out to be a complete garment that fits the body and can be worn by people. The craft that makes things fit is tailoring. These two crafts are necessary in civilization, because human beings must keep warm. Tailoring is restricted to sedentary culture, since the inhabitants of the desert can dispense with it. They merely cover themselves with cloth. The tailoring of clothes, the cutting, fitting, and sewing of the material, is one of the various methods and aspects of sedentary culture. This should be understood, in order to appreciate the reason why the wearing of sewn garments is forbidden on the pilgrimage. According to the religious law, the pilgrimage requires, among other things, the discarding of all worldly attachments and the return to God as He created us in the beginning. Man should not set his heart upon any of his luxury customs, such as perfume, women, sewn garments, or boots. He should not go hunting or expose himself to any other of the customs with which his soul and character have been affected. When he dies, he will necessarily lose them. He should come, to the pilgrimage, as if he were going to the Last Judgment, humble in his heart, sincerely devoted to his Lord. 27. The craft of midwifery. Midwifery is a craft that shows how to proceed in bringing the newborn child gently out of the womb of his mother and how to prepare the things that go with that. It also shows what is good for a newborn child, after it is born. The craft is as a rule restricted to women, since they, as women, may see the pudenda of other women. The woman who exercises this craft is called midwife. This is as follows: when the embryo has gone through all its stages and is completely and perfectly formed in the womb, the period God determined for its remaining in the womb is as a rule 9 months. It seeks to come out, because God implanted such a desire in unborn children. But the opening is too narrow for it, and it is difficult for the embryo to come out. It often splits one of the walls of the vagina by its pressure, and often the close connection and attachment of its covering membranes with the uterus are ruptured. All this is painful and hurts very much. This is the meaning of labor pains. In this connection, the midwife may offer some succor by massaging the back, the buttocks, and the lower extremities adjacent to the uterus. She thus stimulates the force pushing the embryo out, and facilitates the difficulties encountered in this connection as much as she can. She uses as much strength as she thinks is required by the difficulty of the process. When the embryo has come out, it remains connected with the uterus by the umbilical cord at its stomach, through which it was fed. That cord is a superfluous special limb for feeding the child. The midwife cuts it but so that she does not go beyond the place where it starts to be superfluous and does not harm the stomach of the child or the uterus of the mother. She then treats the place of the operation with cauterization or whatever other treatment she sees fit. When the embryo comes out of that narrow opening with its humid bones that can easily be bent and curved, it may happen that its limbs and joints change their shape, because they were only recently formed and because the substances are humid. Therefore, the midwife undertakes to massage and correct the newborn child, until every limb has resumed its natural shape and the position destined for it, and the child has regained its normal form. After that she goes back to the woman in labor and massages and kneads her, so that the membranes of the embryo may come out. They are sometimes somewhat late in coming out. On such an occasion, it is feared that the constricting muscle might resume its natural position before all the membranes are brought out. They are superfluities. They might become putrid, and their putridity might enter the uterus, which could be fatal. The midwife takes precautions against that. She tries to stimulate the ejection, until all the membranes come out. She then returns to the child. She anoints its limbs with oils and dusts it with astringent powders, to strengthen it and to dry up the fluids of the uterus. She smears something upon the child's palate to lift its uvula. She puts something into its nose, in order to empty the cavities of its brain. She makes it swallow an electuary, in order to prevent its bowels from becoming obstructed and their walls from sticking together. Then, she treats the woman in labor for the weakness caused by the labor pains and the pain that the separation causes her uterus. Although the child is no natural limb of the mother, still, the way it is created in the uterus causes it to become attached as if it were an inseparable limb of her body. Therefore, its separation causes a pain similar to that caused by the amputation of a limb. The midwife also treats the pain of the vagina that was torn and wounded by the pressure of the child's coming out. We likewise find midwives better acquainted than a skillful physician with the means of treating the ills affecting the bodies of little children from the time they are sucklings until they are weaned. After the child is weaned, its need for a physician is greater than its need for a midwife. One can see that this craft is necessary to the human species in civilization. Without it, the individuals of the species could not, as a rule, come into being. 28. The craft of medicine. The craft of medicine is needed in settled areas and cities but not in the desert. This craft is necessary in towns and cities because of its recognized usefulness. Its fruit is the preservation of health among those who are healthy, and the repulsion of illness among those who are ill, with the help of medical treatment, until they are cured of their illnesses. It should be known that the origin of all illnesses is in food, as Muhammad said in the comprehensive tradition on medicine, that is reported among physicians but suspected by the religious scholars. He said, the stomach is the home of disease. Dieting is the main medicine. The origin of every disease is indigestion. The statement, the stomach is the home of disease, is obvious. The statement, dieting is the main medicine, is to be understood in the sense that dieting means going hungry, since hunger means abstinence from food. Thus, the meaning is that hunger is the greatest medicine, the origin of all medicines. The statement, the origin of every disease is indigestion, is to be understood in the sense that indigestion is the addition of new food to the food already in the stomach before it has been digested. God created man and preserves his life through nourishment. He gets it through eating, and he applies to it the digestive and nutritive powers, until it becomes blood-fitting for the flesh and bone parts of the body. Then, the growing power takes it over, and it is turned into flesh and bones. Digestion means that the nourishment is boiled by natural heat, stage by stage, until it actually becomes a part of the body. This is to be explained as follows. The nourishment that enters the mouth and is chewed by the jaws undergoes the influence of the heat of the mouth, which boils it slightly. Thus, its composition is slightly altered. This can be observed in a bit of food that is taken and chewed well. Its composition then can be observed to be different from that of the original food. The food then gets into the stomach, and the heat of the stomach boils it, until it becomes chyme, that is, the essence of the boiled food. The stomach sends the chyme on into the liver, and ejects the part of the food that has become solid sediment in the bowels, through the two body openings. The heat of the liver then boils the chyme, until it becomes fresh blood. On it, there swims a kind of foam as the result of the boiling. That foam is yellow bile. Parts of it become dry and solid. They are black bile. The natural heat is not quite sufficient to boil the coarse parts. They are phlegm. The liver then sends all these substances into the veins and arteries. There, the natural heat starts to boil them. The pure blood thus generates a hot and humid vapor that sustains the animal spirit. The growing power acts upon the blood, and it becomes flesh. The thick part of it then becomes bones. Then, the body eliminates the elements of the digested food it does not need as the various superfluities, such as sweat, saliva, mucus, and tears. This is the process of nourishment, and the transformation of food from potential into actual flesh. Now, illnesses originate from fevers, and most illnesses are fevers. The reason for fevers is that the natural heat is too weak to complete the process of boiling in each of those stages. The nourishment thus is not fully assimilated. The reason for that, as a rule, is either that there is a great amount of food in the stomach that becomes too much for the natural heat, or that food is put into the stomach before the first food has been completely boiled. In such a case, the natural heat either devotes itself exclusively to the new food, so that the first food is left in its half-digested state, or it divides itself between the old and the new food, and then is insufficient to boil and assimilate them completely. The stomach sends the food in that state into the liver, and the heat of the liver likewise is not strong enough to assimilate it. Often, an unassimilated superfluity, resulting from food that had been taken in earlier, has also remained in the liver. The liver sends all of it to the veins unassimilated. When the body has received what it properly needs, it eliminates the unassimilated superfluity, together with the other superfluities such as sweat, tears, and saliva, if it can. Often, the body cannot cope with the greater part of the unassimilated superfluity. Thus, it remains in the veins, the liver, and the stomach, and increases with time. Any composite humid substance that is not boiled and assimilated undergoes putrefaction. Consequently, the unassimilated nourishment becomes putrid. Anything in the process of putrefaction develops a strange heat. This heat is what, in the human body, is called fever. This may be exemplified by food that is left over and eventually becomes putrid, and by dung that has become putrid. Heat develops in it and takes its course. This is what fevers in the human body mean. Fevers are the main cause and origin of illness, as was mentioned in the prophetic tradition. Such fevers can be cured by not giving a sick person any nourishment for a certain number of weeks, then, he must take the proper nourishment until he is completely cured. In a state of health, the same procedure serves as a preventive treatment for this and other illnesses. Putrefaction may be localized in a particular limb. Then, a disease will develop in that limb, or the body will be affected either in the principal limbs or in others, because that particular limb is ill, and its illness produces an illness of its powers. This covers all illnesses. Their origin as a rule is in the nourishment. All this is left to the physician. The incidence of such illnesses is most frequent among the inhabitants of sedentary areas and cities, because they live a life of plenty. They eat a great deal and rarely restrict themselves to one particular kind of food. They lack caution in taking food, and they prepare their food, when they cook it, with an admixture of a good many things, such as spices, herbs, and fruits, both fresh and dry. They do not restrict themselves in this respect to one or even a few kinds. We have on occasion counted 40 different kinds of vegetables and meats in a single cooked dish. This gives the nourishment a strange temper and often does not agree with the body and its parts. Furthermore, the air in cities becomes corrupt through admixture of putrid vapors because of the great number of superfluities. It is the air that gives energy to the spirit and thus strengthens the influence of the natural heat upon digestion. Furthermore, the inhabitants of cities lack exercise. As a rule, they rest and remain quiet. Thus, the incidence of illness is great in towns and cities, and the inhabitants' need for medicine is correspondingly great. On the other hand, the inhabitants of the desert, as a rule, eat little. Hunger prevails among them, because they have little grain. It eventually becomes a custom of theirs which is often thought to be something natural to them because it is so lasting. Of seasonings they have few or none. Thus, they take their nourishment plain and without admixtures, and its temper comes close to being agreeable to the body. The air they breathe has little putrescence. They take exercise, and there is a lot of movement when they race horses, or go hunting, or search for things they need. For all these reasons, their digestion is very good. Thus, their temper is healthier and more remote from illness. As a result, their need for medicine is small. Therefore, physicians are nowhere to be found in the desert. The only reason for this is the lack of need for them, because if physicians were needed in the desert they would be there. There would then be a livelihood for them to lead them to settle there. 29. Calligraphy, the art of writing, is one of the human crafts. Writing is the outlining and shaping of letters to indicate audible words which, in turn, indicate what is in the soul. It comes second after oral expression. It is a noble craft, since it is one of the special qualities of man by which he distinguishes himself from the animals. Furthermore, it reveals what is in the minds. It enables the intention of a person to be carried to distant places, and, thus, the needs of that person may be executed without his personally taking care of them. It enables people to become acquainted with science, learning, with the books of the ancients, and with the sciences and information written down by them. The transformation of writing in man from potentiality into actuality takes place through instruction. The quality of writing in a town corresponds to the social organization, civilization, and competition for luxuries among its inhabitants, since writing is a craft. For this reason, we find that most Bedouins are illiterate. They are not able to read or write. Those of them who do read or write have inferior handwriting or read haltingly. We find that instruction in handwriting in cities with an extraordinarily developed civilization is more proficient, easier, and methodically better than elsewhere. Thus, we are told that in contemporary Cairo there are experts who are specialized in the teaching of calligraphy. They teach the pupil by norms and laws how to write each letter. 30. The craft of book production. Formerly, people were concerned with scholarly writings and official records. These were copied, bound, and corrected with the help of a transmission technique and with accuracy. The reason for this was the importance of the ruling dynasty and the existence of the things that depend on sedentary culture. All that has disappeared at the present time as the result of the disappearance of the dynasties and the decrease of civilization. In Islam it had formerly reached tremendous proportions in the Iraq and in Spain. Scholarly works and writings were numerous. People were desirous of transmitting them everywhere and at any time. They were copied and bound. The craft of book producers thus made its appearance. These craftsmen are concerned with copying, correcting, and binding books, and with all the other matters pertaining to books and writings. The craft of book production was restricted to cities of a large civilization. Originally, copies of scholarly works, government correspondence, and diplomas were written on parchment especially prepared from animal skins by craftsmen, because there was great prosperity at the beginning of Islam and the works that were written were few. In addition, government documents and diplomas were few in number. The production of books and writings then developed greatly. Government documents and diplomas increased in number. There was not enough parchment for all that. Therefore, Al-Falbi I suggested the manufacture of paper. Thus, paper was used for government documents and diplomas. Afterwards, people used paper in sheets for government and scholarly writings, and its manufacture reached a considerable degree of excellence. 31. The craft of singing and music. This craft is concerned with the setting of poems to music by scanning the sounds according to well-known fixed proportions, which causes any sound, complex, thus scanned to constitute a tune, a rhythmic mode. These modes are then combined with each other according to accepted proportions. The result is pleasant to listen to because of its harmony and the quality that harmony gives to the sounds. The music produced by the rhythmic modes of singing may be supplemented by scanning other sounds that come from solids and are produced by either beating or blowing into instruments used for the purpose. Such instrumental music adds to the pleasure of listening. Let us explain the reason for the pleasure resulting from music. Pleasure is the attainment of something that is agreeable. In sensual perception, this can only be a quality. If such a quality is proportionate and agreeable to the person who has the perception, it is pleasant. If it is repugnant to him or discordant, it is painful. Agreeable foods are those whose quality corresponds to the temper of the sense of taste. The same applies to agreeable sensations of touch. Agreeable smells are those that correspond to the temper of the vaporous cordial spirit, because that spirit is what perceives and receives them through the sense of smell. Thus, aromatic plants and flowers smell better and are more agreeable to the spirit, because heat, which is the temper of the cordial spirit, is preponderant in them. Agreeable sensations of vision and hearing are caused by harmonious arrangement in the forms and qualities of the things seen or heard. If an object of vision is harmonious in the forms and lines given to it in accordance with the matter from which it is made, so that the requirements of its particular matter as to perfect harmony and arrangement are not disregarded, that being the meaning of beauty and loveliness whenever these terms are used for any object of sensual perception, that object of vision is then in harmony with the soul that perceives it, and the soul, thus, feels pleasure as the result of perceiving something that is agreeable to it. Therefore, lovers who are most deeply in love express their extreme infatuation by saying that their spirit is commingled with that of the beloved. In another sense, the meaning of it is that existence is shared by all existent things, as the philosophers say. Therefore, existent things love to commingle with something in which they observe perfection, in order to become one with it. The object that is most suited to man and in which he is most likely to perceive perfect harmony, is the human form. Therefore, it is most congenial to him to perceive beauty and loveliness in the lines and sounds of the human form. Thus, every man desires beauty in the objects of vision and hearing, as a requirement of his nature. Beauty in the objects of hearing is harmony and lack of discordance in the sounds. Sounds have certain qualities. They may be whispered or loud, soft or strong, vibrant or constrained, and so on. Harmony between them is what gives them beauty. Such harmony may be a simple one. Many people are gifted to achieve it by nature. They do not need any special instruction or training for it, for we find people who are gifted by nature for the meters of poetry, the rhythms of the dance, and similar things. Harmony may also result from composition. Not all human beings are alike in their knowledge of it, nor are they all equally able by nature to practice it, if they know it. This is the melodious music with which the science of music has to deal. Singing originates in a civilization when it becomes abundant and people progress from necessities to conveniences, and then to a great diversity of luxuries, because it is required only by those who are free from all the necessary and urgent needs of making a living and care for domestic and other needs. It is in demand only by those who are free from all other worries and seek various ways of having pleasure. In the non-Arab states before Islam, music was highly developed in cities and towns. The non-Arab rulers cultivated it eagerly. It went so far that the Persian rulers felt a great concern for musicians. Musicians had a place in their dynasty and attended their sessions and gatherings and sang for them. The same is still the case with the non-Arabs at this time in all their regions and provinces. The Arabs originally had only poetry, which they appreciated very highly. It was distinguished in their speech by a certain nobility, because it alone possessed harmony. They made poetry the archive of their history, their wisdom, and their nobility, and the touchstone of their natural gift for expressing themselves correctly, choosing the best mode of expression. They have continued to do so. Now, camel drivers sang when they drove their camels, and young men sang when they were alone. They repeated sounds and hummed them. When such humming was applied to poetry, it was called singing. Then, when Islam had made its appearance, the Arabs took possession of the realms of the world. They deprived the non-Arabs of their rule and took it over. They had their well-known desert attitude and low standard of living. In addition, they possessed the thriving religion of Islam and that Muslim religious severity which is directed against all activities of leisure and all the things that are of no utility in one's religion or livelihood. Therefore, music was avoided to some degree. In their opinion, only the cadenced recitation of the Quran and the humming of poetry, which had always been their way and custom, were pleasurable things. Then, luxury and prosperity came to them, because they obtained the spoils of the nations. They came to lead splendid and refined lives and to appreciate leisure. The singers now left the Persians and Byzantines. They descended upon the Aj and became clients of the Arabs. They all sang accompanied by lutes, pandurs, lyres, and flutes. The Arabs heard their melodious use of sound, and they set their poems to music accordingly. Continual and gradual progress was made in the craft of singing. Eventually, in the days of the Abbasids, singing reached its perfection. The craft of singing is the last of the crafts attained to in civilization, because it constitutes the last development toward luxury with regard to no occupation in particular save that of leisure and gaiety. It also is the first to disappear from a given civilization when it disintegrates and retrogresses. 32. The crafts, especially writing and calculation, give intelligence to the person who practices them. We have already mentioned that the rational soul exists in man only potentially. Its transformation from potentiality into actuality is effected first by new sciences and perceptions derived from the sensibilia, and then by the later acquisition of knowledge through the speculative power. Eventually, it comes to be actual perception and pure intellect. Thus, it becomes a spiritual essence, and its existence then reaches perfection. Therefore it is necessary that each kind of learning and speculation should provide the rational soul with additional intelligence. Now, the crafts and their habit always lead to the acquisition of scientific norms, which result from the habit. Therefore, any experience provides intelligence. The habits of the crafts provide intelligence. Perfect sedentary culture provides intelligence, because it is a conglomerate of crafts characterized by concern for the domestic economy, contact with one's fellow men, attainment of education through mixing with one's fellow men, and also administration of religious matters and understanding the ways and conditions governing them. All these factors are norms which, properly arranged, constitute scientific disciplines. Thus, an increase in intelligence results from them. In this respect, writing is the most useful craft because, in contrast to the other crafts, it deals with matters of theoretical, scientific interest. Writing involves a transition from the forms of the written letters to the verbal expressions in the imagination, and thence to the concepts underlying them, which are in the soul. The writer always goes from one symbol to another, as long as he is wrapped up in writing, and the soul becomes used to the constant repetition of the process. Thus, it acquires the habit of going over from the symbols to the things meant by them. This is what is meant by intellectual speculation, by means of which the knowledge of hitherto unknown sciences is provided. As the result of being accustomed to this process, people acquire the habit of intellection, which constitutes an increase in intelligence and provides an additional insight into affairs and a shrewd understanding of them. Calculation is connected with writing. It entails a kind of working with numbers, combining and separating them, which requires much deductive reasoning. Thus, the person occupied with it gets used to deductive reasoning and speculation, and this is what is meant by intelligence. Chapter 6. The various kinds of sciences. The methods of instruction. The conditions that obtain in these connections. Prefatory discussion. On man's ability to think, which distinguishes human beings from animals and which enables them to obtain their livelihood, to cooperate to this end with their fellow men, and to study the Master whom they worship, and the revelations that the messengers transmitted from him. God thus caused all animals to obey man and to be in the grasp of his power. Through his ability to think, God gave man superiority over many of his creatures. 1. Man's ability to think. God distinguished man from all the other animals by an ability to think which he made the beginning of human perfection and the end of man's noble superiority over existing things. This comes about as follows. Perception, that is, consciousness on the part of the person who perceives, is something peculiar to living beings to the exclusion of all other possible and existent things. Living beings may obtain consciousness of things that are outside their essence through the external senses God has given them, that is, the senses of hearing, vision, smell, taste, and touch. Man has this advantage over other beings: he can perceive things outside his essence through his ability to think, which is something beyond his senses. It is the result of special powers placed in the cavities of his brain. With the help of these powers, man takes the pictures of the sensibilia, applies his mind to them, and thus abstracts from them other pictures. The ability to think is the occupation with pictures that are beyond sense perception, and the application of the mind to them for analysis and synthesis. The ability to think has several degrees. The first degree is man's intellectual understanding of the things that exist in the outside world in a natural or arbitrary order, so that he may try to arrange them with the help of his own power. This kind of thinking mostly consists of perceptions. It is the discerning intellect, with the help of which man obtains the things that are useful for him and his livelihood, and repels the things that are harmful to him. The second degree is the ability to think, which provides man with the ideas and the behavior needed in dealing with his fellow men and in leading them. It mostly conveys apperceptions, which are obtained one by one through experience, until they have become really useful. This is called the experimental intellect. The third degree is the ability to think, which provides the knowledge, or hypothetical knowledge, of an object beyond sense perception without any practical activity going with it. This is the speculative intellect. It consists of both perceptions and apperceptions. They are arranged according to a special order, following special conditions, and thus provide some other knowledge of the same kind, that is, either perceptive or apperceptive. Then, they are again combined with something else, and again provide some other knowledge. The end of the process is to be provided with the perception of existence as it is, with its various genera, differences, reasons, and causes. By thinking about these things, man achieves perfection in his reality and becomes pure intellect and perceptive soul. This is the meaning of human reality. 2. The world of the things that come into being as the result of action, materializes through thinking. The world of existent things comprises pure essences, such as the elements, the things resulting from their influence, and the three things that come into being from the elements, namely, minerals, plants, and animals. All these things are connected with the divine power. It also comprises actions proceeding from living beings, that happen through their intentions, and are connected with the power that God has given them. Some of their actions are well arranged and orderly. Such are human actions. Others are not well arranged and orderly. They are the actions of living beings other than man. This is because thinking perceives the order that exists among the things that come into being either by nature or through arbitrary arrangement. When it intends to create something, it must understand the reason or cause of that thing, or the conditions governing it, for the sake of the order that exists among the things that come into being. Reason, cause, or conditions, are, in general, the principles of that particular thing, since it is secondary to them, and it is not possible to arrange for something that comes earlier to come later, or for something that comes later to come earlier. Such a principle must have another principle to which its own existence is posterior. This regression may go on in an ascending order, from principle to principle, or it may come to an end. Now, when man, in his thinking, has reached the last principle on 2, 3, or more levels, and starts the action that will bring the planned thing into existence, he will start with the last principle that has been reached by his thinking. Thus, that last principle will be the beginning of action. He, then, will follow things up to the last element in the causal chain that had been the starting point of his thinking activity. For instance, if a man thinks of bringing into existence a roof to shelter him, he will progress in his mind, from the roof, to the wall supporting the roof, and then to the foundation upon which the wall stands. Here, his thinking will end, and he will then start to work on the foundation, then, go on to the wall, and then to the roof, with which his action will end. This is what is meant by the saying, the beginning of action is the end of thinking, and the beginning of thinking is the end of action. Thus, human action in the outside world materializes only through thinking about the order of things, since things are based upon each other. After he has finished thinking, he starts doing things. His thinking starts with the thing that comes last in the causal chain and is done last. His action starts with the first thing in the causal chain, which thinking reaches last. Once this order is taken into consideration, human actions proceed in a well-arranged manner. On the other hand, the actions of living beings other than man are not well arranged. They lack the thinking that acquaints the agent with the order of things governing his actions. Animals perceive only with the senses. Their perceptions are disconnected and lack a connecting link, since only thinking can constitute such a link. Now, the things that come into being that are of consequence in the world of existent things, are those that are orderly. Those that are not orderly are secondary to them. The actions of animals, therefore, are subordinate to orderly human actions. Consequently, their services are forcibly utilized by man. Thus, human actions control the whole world of things that come into being and all it contains. Everything is subservient to man and works for him. The ability to think is the quality of man by which human beings are distinguished from other living beings. The degree to which a human being is able to establish an orderly causal chain determines his degree of humanity. Some people are able to establish a causal nexus for 2 or 3 levels. Some are not able to go beyond that. Others may reach 5 or 6. Their humanity, consequently, is higher. For instance, some chess players are able to perceive, in advance, 3 or 5 moves, the order of which is arbitrary. Others are unable to do that, because their mind is not good enough for it. This example is not quite to the point, because the knowledge of chess is a habit, whereas the knowledge of causal chains is something natural. However, it is an example the student may use to gain an intellectual understanding of the basic facts mentioned here. 3. The experimental intellect and how it comes into being. One knows from philosophical works the statement that man is political by nature. The philosophers cite that statement in connection with establishing the existence of prophecy and other things. The adjective political refers to the town, polis, which they use as another word for human social organization. The statement means that a single human being cannot live by himself, and his existence can materialize only in association with his fellow men. Alone he would be unable to have a complete existence and lead a complete life. By his very nature, he needs the cooperation of others to satisfy all his needs. Such cooperation requires, firstly, consultation, and, then, association and the things that follow after it. Dealings with other people, when there is oneness of purpose, may lead to mutual affection, and when purposes differ, they may lead to strife and altercation. Thus, mutual dislike and mutual affection, friendship and hostility, originate. This leads to war and peace among nations and tribes. Among human beings, this does not happen haphazardly, as is the case among stray animals. God enabled them to arrange for their activities, under political aspects and according to philosophical norms. They lead human beings from the things that are detrimental to them, to those that are in their interest, and from evil to good. First, however, they must recognize the things that are evil, and the detrimental effect of doing them, from sound experience and current customs. Thus, they are distinguished from stray animals. The result of their ability to think shows itself in the fact that their actions are orderly and not likely to be detrimental. The concepts bringing this about are not completely divorced from sensual perception and do not require very deep study. All of them are obtained through experience and derived from it. They are particular concepts connected with the sensibilia. Their truth or falsehood soon comes out in events. From events the student of these concepts can learn them. Each human being can learn as much of them as he is able to. He can pick up his knowledge with the help of experience among the events that occur in his dealings with his fellow men. Eventually, he will have what is necessary and must be done, and must not be done, fixed in his mind. By knowing this well, then, the proper habit of dealing with his fellow men will be obtained by him. Those who follow this procedure during their whole life become acquainted with every single problem. Things that depend on experience require time. God made it easy for many human beings to obtain this social knowledge in a time shorter than the time required to obtain it through experience, if they will follow the experience of their fathers, teachers, and elders, learn from them, and accept their instruction. People can, thus, dispense with lengthy and careful, personal, study of events and need not attempt to pick out concepts from them. But people who have no knowledge or tradition in this respect, or people who are not willing to learn and to follow others, need long and careful study in order to be educated in these things. They are unfamiliar to them, and the knowledge they obtain of them is uneven. Their manners and dealings with others will be badly planned and show defects. Their chances of making a living among their fellow men will be spoiled. This is the meaning of the famous saying, "He who is not educated by his parents will be educated by time." That is, he who does not acquire the manners needed in dealing with human beings from his parents, which includes teachers and elders, and does not learn these things from them, has to fall back upon learning them with the help of nature from the events that happen in the course of time. Thus, time will teach and educate him, because he needs that education, since, by his very nature, he needs the cooperation of others. Such is the experimental intellect. It is obtained after the discerning intellect that leads to action, as we have explained. After these two intellects, there is the higher degree of the speculative intellect. Many scholars have undertaken to explain it, and it is, therefore, not necessary to explain it in this book. For the knowledge of human beings and the knowledge of angels, we observe in ourselves through sound intuition the existence of three worlds. The first of them is the world of sensual perception. We become aware of it by means of the perception of the senses, which the animals share with us. Then, we become aware of the ability to think, which is a special quality of human beings. We learn from it that the human soul exists. This knowledge is necessitated by the fact that we have in us scientific perceptions which are above the perceptions of the senses. They must thus be considered as another world, above the world of the senses. Then, we deduce the existence of a third world, above us, from the influences that we find it leaves in our hearts, such as volition and an inclination toward active motions. Thus, we know that there exists an agent there who directs us toward those things from a world above our world. That world is the world of spirits and angels. It contains essences that can be perceived because of the existence of influences they exercise upon us, despite the gap between us and them. Often, we may deduce the existence of that high spiritual world and the essences it contains, from visions and things we had not been aware of while awake but which we find in our sleep and which are brought to our attention in it and which, if they are true dreams, conform with actuality. We thus know that they are true and come from the world of truth. Confused dreams, on the other hand, are pictures of the imagination that are stored inside by perception and to which the ability to think is applied, after man has retired from sense perception. Of the three worlds, the one we can perceive best is the world of human beings, since it is existential and attested by our corporeal and spiritual perceptions. The world of the senses is shared by us with the animals, but the world of the intellect and the spirits is shared by us with the angels, whose essences are of the same kind as the essences of that world. They are essences free from corporeality and matter, and they are pure intellect in which intellect, thinker, and the object of thinking are one. It is, in a way, an essence the reality of which is perception and intellect. 5. The knowledge of the prophets. We find that this kind of human being is in a divine condition that is different from ordinary human ambitions and conditions. In prophets, the trend toward the divine is more powerful than their humanity, as far as the powers of perception, the powers of desire, that is, concupiscence and wrath, and the other conditions of the body are concerned. Prophets keep away from things human, except inasmuch as they are necessary for life. They turn toward divine matters, such as worship and the remembrance of God, as their knowledge of Him requires. They give information about Him and transmit the revelation for the guidance of believers which they received in their divine condition. They do that according to one particular method and in a manner known to be peculiar to them. It undergoes no change in them and is like a natural disposition which God has given them. Above the human world, there is a spiritual world. It is known to us by its influence upon us, in that it gives us the powers of perception and volition. The essences of that spiritual world are pure perception and absolute intellection. It is the world of the angels. It follows from all this that the human soul must be prepared to exchange humanity for angelicality, in order actually to become part of the angelic species at any time, in a single instant. It will afterwards resume its humanity. But in the world of angelicality, it has meanwhile accepted ideas that it is charged to transmit to its fellow human beings. That is the meaning of revelation and being addressed by the angels. All prophets possess this predisposition. It is like a natural disposition for them. In exchanging their humanity for angelicality, they experience strain and sensations of choking, as is known in this connection. Their knowledge is one of direct observation and vision. No mistake or slip attaches itself to it, and it is not affected by errors or unfounded assumptions. The agreement in it is an essential one, because the veil of the supernatural is gone, and clear and direct observation has been attained. When the prophets quit that state and reassume their humanity, this clarity does not quit the knowledge they have, for it has become attached to it in the former condition. And because they possess the virtue that brings them to that condition, their experience constantly repeats itself, until their guidance of believers, which was the purpose for which they were sent, is accomplished. 6. Man is essentially ignorant, and becomes learned through acquiring knowledge. We have already explained that man belongs to the genus of animals and that God distinguished him from them by the ability to think, which He gave man and through which man is able to arrange his actions in an orderly manner. This is the discerning intellect. Or, when it helps him to acquire from his fellow men a knowledge of ideas and of the things that are useful or detrimental to him, it is the experimental intellect. Or, when it helps him to obtain perception of the existent things as they are, whether they are absent or present, it is the speculative intellect. Man's ability to think comes to him only after the animality in him has reached perfection. It starts from discernment. Before man has discernment, he has no knowledge whatever, and is counted one of the animals. His origin, the way in which he was created from a drop of sperm, a clot of blood, and a lump of flesh, still determines his mental makeup. Whatever he attains subsequently is the result of sensual perception and the ability to think God has given him. In his first condition, before he has attained discernment, man is simply matter, inasmuch as he is devoid of all knowledge. He reaches perfection of his form through knowledge, which he acquires through his own organs. Thus, his human essence reaches perfection of existence. Man's nature and essence reveal to us the essential ignorance and acquired character of the knowledge that man possesses. 7. Scientific instruction is a craft. This is because skill in a science, knowledge of its diverse aspects, and mastery of it are the result of a habit which enables its possessor to comprehend all the basic principles of that particular science, to become acquainted with its problems, and to evolve the details of it from its principles. As long as such a habit has not been obtained, skill in a particular discipline is not forthcoming. Habit is different from understanding and knowing by memory. Understanding of a single problem in a single discipline may be found equally in someone well versed in the particular discipline and in the beginner, in the common man who has no scientific knowledge whatever, and in the accomplished scholar. Habit, on the other hand, belongs solely and exclusively to the scholar or the person well versed in scientific disciplines. This shows that, scientific, habit is different from understanding. All habits are corporeal, whether they are of the body, or, like arithmetic, of the brain and resulting from man's ability to think and so on. All corporeal things are sensibilia. Thus, they require instruction. Therefore, a tradition of famous teachers with regard to instruction in any science or craft is acknowledged to be necessary by the people of every race and region. The fact that scientific instruction is a craft is also shown by the differences in technical terminologies. Every famous authority has his own technical terminology for scientific instruction, as is the case with all crafts. This shows that technical terminology is not a part of science itself. If it were, it would be one and the same with all scholars. One knows how much the technical terminology used in the teaching of speculative theology differs between the ancients and the moderns. The same applies to any science one undertakes to study. The easiest method of acquiring the scientific habit is through acquiring the ability to express oneself clearly in discussing and disputing scientific problems. This is what clarifies their import and makes them understandable. Some students spend most of their lives attending scholarly sessions. Still, one finds them silent. They do not talk and do not discuss matters. More than is necessary, they are concerned with memorizing. Thus, they do not obtain much of a habit in the practice of science and scientific instruction. Some of them think that they have obtained the habit. But when they enter into a discussion or disputation, or do some teaching, their scientific habit is found to be defective. Their memorized knowledge may be more extensive than that of other scholars, because they are so much concerned with memorizing. They think that scientific habit is identical with memorized knowledge. But that is not so. The institution of scientific instruction has disappeared among the inhabitants of Spain. Their former concern with the sciences is gone, because Muslim civilization in Spain has been decreasing for hundreds of years. The only scholarly discipline remaining there is Arabic, philology, and literature, to which the Spanish Muslims restrict themselves. The tradition of teaching these disciplines is preserved among them, and thus the disciplines as such are preserved. Jurisprudence is an empty institution among them and a mere shadow of its real self. Of the intellectual disciplines, not even a shadow remains. The only reason for that is that the tradition of scientific instruction has ceased to be cultivated in Spain, because civilization there has deteriorated and the enemy has gained control over most of it, except for a few people along the coast who are more concerned with making a living than with the things that come after it. In the East, the tradition of scientific instruction has not ceased to be cultivated. Scientific instruction is very much in demand because of the continuity of an abundant civilization and the continuity of the tradition of scientific instruction there. It is true that the old cities, such as Baghdad, Al-Bara, and Al-Kufa, which were the original mines of scholarship, are in ruin. However, God has replaced them with cities even greater than they were. Science was transplanted to the non-Arab Iraq of Khorasan, to Transoxania in the east, and to Cairo and adjacent regions in the west. These cities have never ceased to have an abundant and continuous civilization, and the tradition of scientific instruction has always persisted in them. The inhabitants of the East are, in general, more firmly rooted in the craft of scientific instruction and, indeed, in all the other crafts, than Macribes. The superiority of the inhabitants of the East over those of the West lies in the additional intelligence that accrues to the soul from the influences of sedentary culture, as has been stated before in connection with the crafts. We are now going to comment on that and to verify it. It is as follows. Sedentary people observe a particular code of manners in everything they undertake and do or do not do, and they thus acquire certain ways of making a living, finding dwellings, building houses, and handling their religious and worldly matters, including their customary affairs, their dealings with others, and all the rest of their activities. These manners constitute a kind of limitation which may not be transgressed, and, at the same time, they are crafts that later generations take over from the earlier ones. No doubt, each craft that has its proper place within the arrangement of the crafts, influences the soul and causes it to acquire an additional intelligence, which prepares the soul for accepting still other crafts. The intellect is thus conditioned for a quick reception of knowledge. We hear that the Egyptians have achieved things hardly possible in the teaching of the crafts. For instance, they teach domestic donkeys and other dumb animals, quadrupeds and birds, to speak words and to do things that are remarkable for their rarity and that the inhabitants of the Maghrib would not be capable of understanding, let alone teaching. Good habits in scientific instruction, in the crafts, and in all the other customary activities, add insight to the intellect of a man and enlightenment to his thinking, since the soul thus obtains a great number of habits. We have stated before that the soul grows under the influence of the perceptions it receives and the habits accruing to it. Thus, the people of the East become more clever, because their souls are influenced by scientific activity. The common people then suppose that it is a difference in the reality of humanity. This is not so. If one compares sedentary people with Bedouins, one notices how much more insight and cleverness sedentary people have. One might, thus, come to think that they really differ from the Bedouins in the reality of humanity and in intelligence. This is not so. The only reason for the difference is that sedentary people have refined technical habits and manners as far as customary activities and sedentary conditions are concerned, all of them things that are unknown to the Bedouins. Sedentary people possess numerous crafts, as well as the habits that go with them, and good methods of teaching the crafts. Therefore, those who do not have such habits think that they indicate an intellectual perfection possessed, exclusively, by sedentary people, and that the natural qualifications of the Bedouins are inferior to those of sedentary people. This is not so. We find Bedouins whose understanding, intellectual perfection, and natural qualifications are of the highest order. The seeming superiority of sedentary people is merely the result of a certain polish the crafts and scientific instruction give them. 8. The sciences are numerous only where civilization is large and sedentary culture highly developed. The reason for this is that scientific instruction is one of the crafts. We have stated before that the crafts are numerous only in cities. The quality and the number of the crafts depend on the greater or lesser extent of civilization in the cities and on the sedentary culture and luxury they enjoy, because highly developed crafts are something additional to just making a living. When civilized people have more labor available than they need for mere subsistence, such surplus labor is used for activities over and above making a living. These activities are man's prerogative. They are the sciences and the crafts. People who grow up in villages and uncivilized, thinly populated cities and who have an innate desire for scientific activity, cannot find scientific instruction in those places. For scientific instruction is something technical, and there are no crafts among the inhabitants of the desert. These people, therefore, must travel and seek scientific instruction in cities where civilization is highly developed, as is the case with all crafts. We, at this time, notice that science and scientific instruction exist in Cairo in Egypt, because the civilization is greatly developed and its sedentary culture has been well established for thousands of years. Therefore, the crafts are firmly established there and exist in many varieties. One of them is scientific instruction. 9. The various sciences that exist in contemporary civilization. The sciences with which people concern themselves in cities, and which they acquire and pass on through instruction, are of two kinds, one that is natural to man and to which he is guided by his own ability to think, and a traditional kind that he learns from those who invented it. The first kind comprises the philosophical sciences. They are the ones with which man can become acquainted through the very nature of his ability to think, and to whose objects, problems, arguments, and methods of instruction he is guided by his human perceptions, so that he is made aware of the distinction between what is correct and what is wrong in them by his own speculation and research, inasmuch as he is a thinking human being. The second kind comprises the traditional, conventional sciences. All of them depend upon information based on the authority of the given religious law. There is no place for the intellect in them, save that the intellect may be used in connection with them to relate problems of detail with basic principles. Particulars that constantly come into being are not included in the general tradition by the mere fact of its existence. Therefore, they need to be related, to the general principles, by some kind of analogical reasoning. However, such analogical reasoning is derived from the traditional information, while the character of the basic principle, which is traditional, remains valid, unchanged. Thus, analogical reasoning of this type reverts to being tradition itself, because it is derived from it. The basis of all the traditional sciences is the legal material of the Quran and the Sunnah, which is the law given us by God and His Messenger, as well as the sciences connected with that material, by means of which we are enabled to utilize it. This, further, requires as auxiliary sciences the sciences of the Arabic language. Arabic is the language of Islam, and the Quran was revealed in it. The different kinds of traditional sciences are numerous, because it is the duty of the responsible Muslim to know the legal obligations God placed upon him and upon his fellow men. They are derived from the Quran and the Sunnah, either from the text, or through general consensus, or through combination. The traditional legal sciences were cultivated in Islam in a way that permitted no further increase. The students of those sciences reached the farthest possible limit in knowledge of them. The various technical terminologies were refined, and order was brought into the various disciplines. The traditional sciences thus achieved exceeding excellence and refinement. Each discipline had its authorities to whom one referred, and its rules that were used for instruction. 10. The sciences of Quran interpretation and Quran reading. The Quran is the word of God that was revealed to His Prophet. Its transmission has been continuous in Islam. However, the men around Muhammad transmitted it on the authority of the Messenger of God in different ways. These differences affect certain of the words in it and the manner in which the letters were pronounced. They were handed down and became famous. Eventually, 7 specific ways of reading the Quran became established. 12. Jurisprudence and its subdivision, inheritance laws. Jurisprudence is the knowledge of the classification of the laws of God, which concern the actions of all responsible Muslims, as obligatory, forbidden, recommendable, disliked, or permissible. These are derived from the Quran and the Sunnah, traditions, and from the evidence Muhammad has established. The laws evolved from this evidence are called jurisprudence. The early Muslims evolved from that evidence, though, unavoidably, they differed in its interpretation. The evidence is mainly derived from Arabic texts. In many instances, and especially with regard to legal concepts, there are well-known differences among them as to the meaning implicit in the words. Furthermore, the traditions differ widely in respect of the reliability of the recensions. Their legal contents, as a rule, are contradictory. Therefore, a decision is needed. This makes for differences of opinion. Furthermore, evidence not derived from texts causes, still other, differences of opinion. Then, there are new cases which arise and are not covered by the texts. They are referred by analogy to things that are covered by the texts. All of this serves to stir up unavoidable differences of opinion, and this is why controversy occurred among the early Muslims and the religious leaders after them. Moreover, Not all of the men around Muhammad were qualified to give legal decisions. Not all of them could serve as sources for religious practice. That was restricted to men who knew the Quran and were acquainted with the abrogating and abrogated, the ambiguous and unambiguous verses, and with all the rest of the evidence that can be derived from the Quran, since they had learned these matters from the Prophet directly or from their higher-ranking colleagues who had learned it from him. These men, therefore, were called readers, that is, men, able to read the Quran, since the Arabs were an illiterate nation. Their ability to read was a remarkable thing in those days. It continued to be that way at the beginning of Islam. Then, the cities of Islam grew, and illiteracy disappeared from among the Arabs because of their constant occupation with the Quran. Now the development of jurisprudence took place. It was perfected and came to be a craft and a science. The Quran readers were no longer called Quran readers but jurists and religious scholars. The jurists developed two different approaches to jurisprudence. One was based on reasoning and analogy. It was represented by the Iraqis. The other was based on traditions. It was represented by the Ijis. The leader of the Iraqis, around whom and whose followers their school centered, was the Imam Abu Anfa. The leader of the Ijis was Malik b. Anas and, after him, Ash-Shafi'i. Later on, a group of religious scholars disapproved of analogy and rejected its use. They were the Hirites. They restricted the sources of the law to the texts and the general consensus. They considered obvious analogy and causality suggested by the texts as resting in the texts themselves, because a text that indicates a ratio legis permits legal decision for all the cases covered by such a kind of reasoning. The leaders of this school were Dawood b. Ali and his son and their followers. These were the three schools famous among the great mass of Muslims. The Ulids invented their own school and had their own jurisprudence. They based it upon their dogma requiring abuse of some of the men around Muhammad, and upon their stated opinion concerning the infallibility of the Imams and the inadmissibility of differences in their statements. All these are feudal principles. The Kharijites similarly had their own school. The great mass did not care for these, unorthodox, schools, but greatly disapproved of them and abused them. Nothing is known of the opinions of these schools. Their books are not being transmitted. No trace of them can be found except in regions inhabited by these sectarians. The legal books of the Shia are thus found in Shia countries and wherever Shia dynasties exist, in the West, the East, and in the Yemen. The same applies to the Kharijites. The Hirite school has become extinct today as the result of the extinction of their religious leaders and disapproval of their adherents by the great mass of Muslims. Nothing has remained except the schools of the representatives of opinion, reasoning, in the Iraq and of the representatives of traditions in the Ij. The science of inheritance laws. The science of inheritance laws is the knowledge of estate division and the correct determination of the proper shares in an estate with regard to the relation of the individual shares to the basic divisions. It also includes knowledge of the readjustment of shares, munasaka. Such readjustment is necessary when one of the original heirs dies and his portion is to be distributed among his heirs. Also, the division of an estate may have to consider two possibilities, in that, for instance, one heir may acknowledge another heir, while a third heir does not acknowledge that second heir. Then, the division of the estate is adjusted, and figured out, according to the two possibilities, and the amount of the shares is considered. Then, the estate is divided among the heirs in shares proportionate to the basic fractions. All this requires calculation. Therefore, jurists made of it a separate subject, because, in addition to jurisprudence, it requires calculation as the predominant element in it. They considered it a discipline in its own right. Religious scholars in the Muslim cities have paid much attention to it. Some authors are inclined to exaggerate the mathematical side of the discipline and to pose problems requiring for their solution various branches of arithmetic, such as algebra, the use of roots, and similar things. It is of no practical use in inheritance matters, because it deals with unusual and rare cases. 13. The science of the principles of jurisprudence and its subdivisions, dialectics and controversial questions. The science of the principles of jurisprudence is one of the greatest, most important, and most useful disciplines of the religious law. It is concerned with the evidence of the religious law from which the laws and legal obligations of the Muslims are derived. The basic sources of legal evidence are the Quran and, then, the traditions which clarify the Quran. Then, general consensus took its place next to the Quran and the traditions, Sunnah. Now many of the things that happened after the Prophet are not included in the established texts. Therefore, they compared and combined them with the established evidence that is found in the texts, and drew their conclusions from analogy, according to certain rules that governed their combinations. This assured the soundness of their comparison of two similar cases, so that it could be assumed that one and the same divine law covered both cases. This became another kind of legal evidence, because the early Muslims all agreed upon it. This is analogy, the fourth kind of evidence. The great mass of religious scholars are agreed that these are the four basic kinds of evidence. Some scholars differed on the matters of general consensus and analogy. But this is exceptional. Others added further kinds of evidence to the four. We do not have to mention them here, because the basis, upon which they rest, is weak, and they are rarely referred to. After that comes the study of the meaning of words. This is because one depends upon knowledge of the conventional meanings of single or composite utterances, for deriving ideas in general from word combinations in general. The philological norms needed in this connection are found in the sciences of grammar, inflection, and syntax and style. Now, when speech was a habit of those who used it, these linguistic matters were neither sciences nor norms. At that time, jurists did not need them, because linguistic matters were familiar to them by natural habit. But when the habit of the Arabic language was lost, the experts who made it their speciality determined it once and for all with the help of a sound tradition and of sound rules of analogy they evolved. Linguistic matters thus became sciences the jurists had to master, in order to know the divine laws. Controversial questions. The jurisprudence described, which is based upon religious evidence, involves many differences of opinion among scholars of independent judgment. Differences of opinion result from the different sources they use and their different outlooks, and are unavoidable. This kind of scholarship was called controversial questions. Dialectics. Dialectics involves knowledge of the proper behavior in disputations among the adherents of the legal schools and others. The choices of rejection and acceptance in disputations are numerous. In arguing and answering, each disputant lets himself go. Some of the argument is correct, some of it is wrong. Therefore, the authorities had to lay down the proper rules of behavior by which the disputants would have to abide. These concern rejection and acceptance, how the person advancing an argument should behave and how the person replying to it should behave, when it is permissible for a disputant to advance an argument, how he should admit, defeat and stop, when he should interrupt or contradict his opponent, and where he should be silent and permit his opponent to talk and advance his arguments. It has, therefore, been said that this discipline is the knowledge of the basic rules of proper behavior in arguing, which help either to safeguard an opinion or to demolish it, whether that opinion concerns jurisprudence or any other subject. 14. The science of speculative theology. This is a science that involves arguing with logical proofs in defense of the articles of faith and refuting innovators who deviate in their dogmas from the early Muslims and Muslim orthodoxy. The real core of the articles of faith is the oneness of God. Therefore, we shall present here, first, a nice specimen of logical argumentation that will show us the oneness of God in the most direct method and manner. We shall then return and give a correct description of speculative theology and the subjects it studies. We shall also indicate the reason why it developed in Islam and what it was that called for its invention. We say, it should be known that the things that come into being in the world of existing things, whether they belong to essences or to either human or animal actions, require appropriate causes which are prior to their existence. They introduce the things that come into being into the realm dominated by custom, and affect their coming into being. Each one of these causes, in turn, comes into being and, thus, requires other causes. Causes continue to follow upon causes in an ascending order, until they reach the causer of causes, him who brings them into existence and creates them. In the process, the causes multiply and widen in extent vertically and horizontally. The intellect becomes confused in the attempt to perceive and enumerate them. Only a comprehensive knowledge can encompass them all, especially human and animal actions. Among the causes of action, there evidently belong the various kinds of intention and volition, since no action can materialize except through volition and intention. The various kinds of intention and volition are matters pertaining to the soul. As a rule, they originate from previous consecutive perceptions. These perceptions cause the intention to act. The causes of such perceptions are, again, other perceptions. Now, the cause of all the perceptions taking place in the soul is unknown, since no one is able to know the beginnings or order of matters pertaining to the soul. They are consecutive notions that God puts into the mind of man, who is unable to understand their beginnings and ends. As a rule, man is able only to comprehend the causes that are natural and obvious and that present themselves to our perception in an orderly and well-arranged manner, because nature is encompassed by the soul and on a lower level than it. The range of perceptions, however, is too large for the soul, because they belong to the intellect, which is on a higher level than the soul. The soul, therefore, can scarcely perceive very many of them, let alone all of them. Man often stops to speculate about causes, his feet slip, and he becomes one of those who go astray and perish. One should not think that man has the power, or can choose at will, to stop or to retrace his steps. No, one must be on guard by completely abandoning any speculation about causes. Furthermore, the way in which causes exercise their influence upon the majority of things caused is unknown. They are only known through customary experience, and through conclusions which attest to the existence of an apparent causal relationship. What that influence really is and how it takes place is not known. Therefore, we have been commanded completely to abandon and suppress any speculation about them and to direct ourselves to the causer of all causes, so that the soul will be firmly colored with the oneness of God. A man who stops at the causes is frustrated. He is rightly said to be an unbeliever. If he ventures to swim in the ocean of speculation and of research, seeking each one of the causes that cause them and the influence they exercise, I can guarantee him that he will return unsuccessful. Therefore, we were forbidden by Muhammad to study causes. We were commanded to recognize the absolute oneness of God. Man should not trust the suggestion his mind makes, that it is able to comprehend all existing things and their causes, and to know all the details of existence. Such a suggestion of the mind should be dismissed as stupid. Every person with perception has the superficial impression that the whole of existence is comprised by his perceptions, and that it does not extend beyond them. The matter is different in fact. The truth lies beyond that. One knows that a deaf person feels that the whole of existence is comprised in the perceptions of his four senses and his intellect. The whole group of audible things constitutes no part of existence for him. The same applies to a blind person. The whole group of visible things constitutes no part of existence for him. If people with such defects were not set right by their adherence to information they receive from their fathers and teachers and from the majority of people in general, they would not admit the existence of those things. They follow the majority in admitting the existence of these groups of sensibilia, but the admission is not in their natural disposition nor in the nature of their sense perception. If dumb animals were asked and could speak, we would find that they would ignore the whole group of intelligibilia. It would simply not exist for them. Now, it might be assumed that there exists another kind of perception different from ours, since our sense perceptions are created and brought into existence. God's creation extends beyond the creation of man. Complete knowledge does not exist in man. The world of existence is too vast for him. Therefore, everyone should be suspicious of the comprehensiveness of his perceptions and the results of his perception. This does not speak against the intellect and intellectual perceptions. The intellect, indeed, is a correct scale. Its indications are completely certain and in no way wrong. However, the intellect should not be used to weigh such matters as the oneness of God, the other world, the truth of prophecy, the real character of the divine attributes, or anything else that lies beyond the level of the intellect. That would mean to desire the impossible. One might compare it with a man who sees a scale in which gold is being weighed, and wants to weigh mountains in it. The fact that this is impossible does not prove that the indications of the scale are not true. Thus, the intellect cannot comprehend God and his attributes. It is but one of the atoms of the world of existence which results from God. If this is clear, it is possible that the ascending sequence of causes reaches the point where it transcends the realm of human perception and existence and thus ceases to be perceivable. The intellect would here become lost, confused, and cut off in the wilderness of conjectures. Thus, recognition of the oneness of God is identical with inability to perceive the causes and the ways in which they exercise their influence, and with reliance in this respect upon the creator of the causes who comprises them. There is no maker but him. All causes lead up to him and go back to his power. We know about him only inasmuch as we have issued from him. This is the meaning of the statement transmitted on the authority of a certain truthful person: the inability to perceive is perception 1. Such declaration of the oneness of God does not merely refer to faith, which is affirmation based upon judgment. The object of all human actions and divine worship is acquisition of the habit of obedience and submissiveness, and the freeing of the heart from all preoccupation save the worshipped master, until the novice on the path to God becomes a holy person. The difference between state and knowledge in questions of dogma is the same as that between talking about attributes and having them. This may be explained as follows: many people know that mercy to the orphans and the poor brings a human being close to God and is recommendable. They say so and acknowledge the fact. They quote the sources for it from the religious law. But if they were to see an orphan or a poor person, they would run away from him and disdain to touch him, let alone show mercy to him. Their mercy for the orphan was the result of having reached the station of knowledge. It was not the result of the station of state nor of an attribute of theirs. Now, there are people who, in addition to the station of knowledge and the realization of the fact that mercy to the poor brings one close to God, have attained another, higher station: they have attained the attribute and habit of mercy. When they see an orphan or a poor person, they approach him and show him mercy. They wish to receive the heavenly reward for the compassion they show him. The relationship of man's knowledge of the oneness of God to his possession of it as an attribute is of the same character. Knowledge results by necessity from possession of an attribute. It is a kind of knowledge that exists on a more solid basis than knowledge attained previous to the possession of the attribute. An attribute is not obtained from knowledge alone. There must be an action, and it must be repeated innumerable times. Only this results in a firmly rooted habit, in the acquisition of the attribute and real knowledge. Another kind of knowledge thus makes its appearance. It is the kind that is useful in the other world. The original knowledge, which was devoid of being an attribute, is of little advantage or use. It is the knowledge that most thinkers possess. But the real object is knowledge as a state, and it originates from divine worship. It is clear that the object of all religious obligations is the acquisition of a habit firmly rooted in the soul, from which a necessary knowledge results for the soul. It is the recognition of the oneness of God which is the principal article of faith and the thing through which happiness is attained. Faith, which is the basis and source of all religious obligations, has several degrees. The first degree is the affirmation by the heart of what the tongue says. The highest degree is the acquisition, from the belief of the heart and the resulting actions, of a quality that has complete control over the heart. It commands the actions of the limbs. Every activity takes place in submissiveness to it. Thus, all actions, eventually, become subservient to this affirmation by faith, and this is the highest degree of faith. It is perfect faith. The believer who has it will commit neither a great nor a small sin. In time, the science of logic spread in Islam. People studied it. They made a distinction between it and the philosophical sciences, in that logic was merely a norm and yardstick for arguments and served to probe the arguments of the philosophical sciences, as well as those of all other disciplines. Scholars studied the basic premises the earlier theologians had established. They refuted most of them with the help of arguments leading them to a different opinion. Many of these were derived from philosophical discussions of physics and metaphysics. When they probed them with the yardstick of logic, it showed that they were applicable only to those other disciplines and not to theology, but they did not believe that if the arguments were wrong, the thing proven by the arguments was also wrong. This approach differed in its technical terminology from the older one. It was called the school of recent scholars. Their approach often included refutation of the philosophers where the opinions of the latter differed from the articles of faith. They considered the philosophers enemies of the articles of faith, because, in most respects, there is a relationship between the opinions of the innovators and the opinions of the philosophers. The first scholar to write in accordance with the new theological approach was Al-Ghazali. He was followed by the Imam Ibn al-Kab. A large number of scholars followed in their steps and adhered to their tradition. The later scholars were very intent upon meddling with philosophical works. The subjects of the two disciplines, theology and philosophy, were thus confused by them. They thought that there was one and the same subject in both disciplines, because the problems of each discipline were similar. The theologians most often deduced the existence and attributes of the Creator from the existing things and their conditions. As a rule, this was their line of argument. The physical bodies form part of the existing things, and they are the subject of the philosophical study of physics. However, the philosophical study of them differs from the theological. The philosophers study bodies in so far as they move or are stationary. The theologians, on the other hand, study them in so far as they serve as an argument for the Maker. In the same way, the philosophical study of metaphysics studies existence as such and what it requires for its essence. The theological study of metaphysics, on the other hand, is concerned with the existentia, in so far as they serve as argument for him who causes existence. In general, to the theologians, the object of theology is to find out how the articles of faith which the religious law has laid down as correct can be proven with the help of logical arguments, so that innovations may be repulsed and doubts and misgivings concerning the articles of faith be removed. If one considers how this discipline originated and how scholarly discussion was incorporated within it step by step, and how, during that process, scholars always assumed the correctness of the articles of faith and paraded proofs and arguments in their defense, one will realize that the character of the subject of this discipline is as we have established it, and one will realize that the discipline cannot go beyond it. However, the two approaches have been mixed up by recent scholars. The problems of theology have been confused with those of philosophy. This has gone so far that the one discipline is no longer distinguishable from the other. The approach of the early Muslims can be reconciled with the beliefs of the science of speculative theology only if one follows the old approach of the theologians, and not the mixed approach of recent scholars. In general, it must be known that the science of speculative theology is not something that is necessary to the contemporary student. Heretics and innovators have been destroyed. The orthodox religious leaders have given us protection against heretics and innovators in their systematic works and treatments. However, the usefulness of speculative theology for certain individuals and students is considerable. Orthodox Muslims should not be ignorant of speculative argumentation in defense of the articles of Orthodox faith. 15. An exposition of ambiguity in the Quran and the Sunnah and of the resulting dogmatic schools among both the Orthodox and the innovators. God sent our Prophet Muhammad to us, in order to call us to salvation and bliss. He revealed to him his noble book in the clear Arabic language. He told us in it about the religious obligations that would enable us to attain salvation and bliss. This process included and necessitated references to God's names and attributes, in order to make us acquainted with His essence, also references to the Spirit attaching itself to us, and to the revelation and the angels constituting the connection between God and His messengers who were sent to us. The day of resurrection and its warning signs have been mentioned to us, in the Quran, but the exact time when any of these things is to take place is not indicated. Also, at the beginning of certain surahs, the noble Quran contains, scattered in various places, combinations of individual letters of the alphabet the meaning of which we are not able to understand. All these particulars of the Quran were described as ambiguous. Those who followed them were censured, as indicated in the verse, "It is He who revealed the book to you." It contains unambiguous verses that are the mother of the book, and other verses that are ambiguous. Those who are inclined in their hearts toward deviation follow that which is ambiguous in the Quran, because they desire trouble, and they desire to interpret it. But only God knows how to interpret it. Those who are firmly rooted in knowledge say, "We believe in it. It is all from our Lord." Only those who have a heart remember one. The early Muslim scholars from among the men around Muhammad mean that the unambiguous verses are those that are clear and definite. The jurists, therefore, define unambiguous in their terminology as clear in meaning. Concerning the ambiguous verses, people have different notions. It has been said that they require study and interpretation in order to establish their correct meaning, because they contradict other verses or logic. Therefore, their meaning is obscure and ambiguous. In this sense, Ibn Abbas said, one must believe in the ambiguous verses, but one need not act in accordance with them. The phrase "mother of the book," in the verse quoted, means the largest and most prominent part of the book, whereas the ambiguous verses constitute the smallest part of it, and they have no meaning except with reference to the unambiguous verses. The verse, then, censures those who follow the ambiguous verses and interpret them or give them a meaning they do not have in the Arabic language which the Quran addresses us in. The verse calls those persons deviators, that is, people who turn away from the truth, unbelievers, heretics, stupid innovators. The verse says that they act so in order to cause trouble, that is, idolatry and confusion among the believers, or in order to be able to interpret the ambiguous verses to suit their desires. It should be known that the world of man is the most noble and exalted of the worlds of existent things. Even though human reality is uniform in the world, it contains different levels which differ from each other through conditions peculiar to them, to such a degree that the realities at each level are different ones. The first level is constituted by the human world of the body, including man's external sense perception, his thinking which is directed toward making a living, and all the other activities which are granted to him by his present existence. The second level is constituted by the world of sleep, dream visions. It involves perception by the imagination. Man lets the perceptions of his imagination rove in his inward being. With his external senses, he perceives some of them as unencumbered by time, place, or any other condition of the body. He sees them in places where he himself is not. If they are good, they present him with the glad tidings of pleasure he may expect in this world and the other world, as our truthful prophet promised. These two levels are shared by all human individuals, but, as one has seen, they differ as to the way perceptions are attained in them. The third level is that of prophecy. It is restricted to the noblest representatives of humankind by virtue of the fact that God has distinguished them through the knowledge of Himself and the declaration of His oneness, through His revelation brought to them by His angels, and through the obligation to achieve the improvement of mankind with respect to conditions altogether different from the outward human conditions. The fourth level is that of death. Here, human individuals leave their outward life for another existence before the resurrection. It is called purgatory. In it, they enjoy bliss or receive punishment, depending on their activities, while alive. Then, they come to the great resurrection, where they receive the great reward, that is, either bliss in paradise or punishment in hell. The first two levels are attested by intuition. The third level, that of prophecy, is attested to by the prophetic miracles and the conditions peculiar to the prophets. The fourth level, attested to by the divine revelation given to the prophets, concerns revivification, the conditions of purgatory, and the resurrection. Moreover, logic requires its existence. God has called our attention to that in many verses concerned with the rising of the dead. The best argument for their correctness is that if, apart from their visible existence in this world, human individuals had no existence after death, where they will encounter conditions befitting them, it would have been something frivolous to create them in the first place. If death is non-existence, it would mean the return of the individual to non-existence. In that case, there would have been no sense in creating them in the first place. It is, however, absurd to assume that the wise deity would act frivolously. Now that the four levels have been established, we should explain how human perceptions with regard to those four levels clearly differ. This will reveal the intricacy of the problem of ambiguity. At the first level, human perceptions are clear and obvious. With the help of these perceptions, man is able to master the habits of knowledge, to perfect his human reality, and to satisfy the requirements of divine worship which brings him to salvation. At the second level, that of sleep or dream visions, human perceptions are the same as those of external sense perception. Although the limbs of the body are not used as they are in the waking state, yet the person who has a vision ascertains everything perceived by him in his sleep without any doubt or misgiving. The limbs of the body are not employed in their ordinary manner. Concerning the real character of this state, people are divided into two groups. Philosophers assume that imaginary pictures are transmitted by the imagination through the motion of thinking to the common sense, which constitutes the connecting link between external and inner sensual perception. As a result, these pictures are represented as something perceived in the external world by all the senses. The difficulty here is that true visions from God or the angels are more firmly and definitely perceived than visions of satanic origin, although the imagination active in both is one and the same, as the philosophers have established. The second group is that of the speculative theologians. Their summary statement of the problem is that it is a kind of perception created by God in the realm of the senses, and thus takes place in the same way that perception takes place in the waking state. Perception in sleep is the clearest evidence for the fact that sensual perception operates at the subsequent levels. It is not known to us how sensual perception takes place on the third level, that of the prophets, but they themselves have a more than certain knowledge of perception through intuition. The prophet sees God and the angels. He hears God's speech from God himself or from the angels. He sees paradise, hell, and the divine throne and chair. He breaks through the seven heavens in his ascension. He meets the prophets in the heavens, and prays with them. He perceives all kinds of sensual perceptions, exactly as he perceives them at the levels of body and sleep, but through a kind of necessary knowledge that God creates for him, and not through ordinary human perception by means of the limbs of the body. In this connection, no attention should be paid to Avicenna's remarks. He brings prophecy down to the level of sleep and says that the imagination transmits a picture to the common sense. The argument against the philosophers in this connection is stronger in the case of dream visions. As we have established, that process of transmission by the imagination is by nature one and the same. In this way, revelation and prophetic dream vision would in reality be identical as to their certainty and reality. However, this is not so, as one knows from the dream vision of the prophet just 6 months before the revelation. The dream was the beginning of the revelation and the prelude to it, which shows that, in reality, it is inferior to revelation. At the fourth level, that of the dead in purgatory, which starts with the grave when they are free from the body, or during their rising when they reassume a body, the dead do have sensual perceptions. In his grave, a dead person sees two angels who question him. With the two eyes of his head, he sees the seat he will occupy in either paradise or hell. He sees the persons who attend the burial and hears what they say, and he hears the tapping of their shoes when they leave him. He hears the oneness of God or the affirmation of the two confessions of faith which they suggest to him, and other things. Furthermore, during the rising of the dead and on the day of resurrection, the dead behold the different grades of bliss in paradise and punishment in hell with their own eyes and ears, exactly as they used to behold things during their life. They see the angels and they see their Lord. The dead did not have such perceptions while they were alive. Still, they are sensual perceptions like those they had while they were alive. They take place in the limbs of the body by means of necessary knowledge that God creates, as we have stated. The secret of it lies in the knowledge that the human soul grows in the body and through the perceptions of the body. When it leaves the body in sleep or in death, or when a prophet, in the state of revelation, changes from human perceptions to angelic ones, the soul takes its means of perceptions along, but free of the limbs of the body. With these means of perception, the soul perceives, on the other level, whatever perceptions it wants to perceive, but these perceptions are on a higher plane than those that the soul had while it was in the body. This was stated by Al-Ghazali, who added that the human soul has a form that it retains after its separation from the body, and that, just like the body's own structure, includes two eyes, two ears, and all the rest of the limbs of the body serving man to attain perception. I would say that Al-Ghazali here refers to the habits obtained through using all those limbs of the body in addition to perception. When one understands all this, one will realize that perceptions exist on all four levels. However, they are not everywhere the same as in the life of this world. They differ in intensity according to the conditions affecting them. The theologians have indicated this fact in the summary statement that God creates in the senses a necessary knowledge of the thing perceived, whatever it may be. By that, they are referring to the same thing we have been explaining. 16. Sufism. Sufism belongs to the sciences of the religious law that originated in Islam. It is based on the assumption that the practices of its adherents had always been considered by the important early Muslims, the men around Muhammad and the men of the second generation, as well as those who came after them, as the path of truth and right guidance. The Sufi approach is based upon constant application to divine worship, complete devotion to God, aversion to the false splendor of the world, abstinence from the pleasure, property, and position to which the great mass aspire, and retirement from the world into solitude for divine worship. These things were general among the men around Muhammad and the early Muslims. Then, worldly aspirations increased in the 2nd–8th century and after. At that time, the special name of Sufis was given to those who aspired to divine worship. The Sufis came to represent asceticism. They developed a particular kind of perception which comes about through ecstatic experience, as follows. Man, as man, is distinguished from all the other animals by his ability to perceive. His perception is of two kinds. He can perceive sciences and matters of knowledge, and these may be certain, hypothetical, doubtful, or imaginary. Also, he can perceive states persisting in himself, such as joy and grief, anxiety and relaxation, satisfaction, anger, patience, gratefulness, and similar things. The reasoning part active in the body originates from perceptions, volitions, and states. It is through them that man is distinguished from the other animals. Knowledge originates from evidence, grief and joy from the perception of what is painful or pleasurable, energy from rest, and inertia from being tired. In the same way, the exertion and worship of the Sufi novice must lead to a state that is the result of his exertion. That state may be a kind of divine worship. Then, it will be firmly rooted in the Sufi novice and become a station for him. Or, it may not be divine worship, but merely an attribute affecting the soul, such as joy or gladness, energy or inertia, or something else. The stations form an ascending order. The Sufi novice continues to progress from station to station, until he reaches the recognition of the oneness of God and the gnosis, marifa, which is the desired goal of happiness. Thus, the novice must progress by such stages. The basis of all of them is obedience and sincerity. Faith precedes and accompanies all of them. Their result and fruit are states and attributes. They lead to others, and again others, up to the station of the recognition of the oneness of God and of gnosis, ifran. If the result shows some shortcoming or defect, one can be sure that it comes from some shortcoming that existed in the previous stage. The same applies to the ideas of the soul and the inspirations of the heart. The novice, therefore, must scrutinize himself in all his actions and study their concealed import, because the results, of necessity, originate from actions, and shortcomings in the results, thus, originate from defects in the actions. The Sufi novice finds out about that through his mystical experience, and he scrutinizes himself as to its reasons. Very few people share the self-scrutiny of the Sufis, for negligence in this respect is almost universal. Pious people who do not get that far perform, at best, acts of obedience. The Sufis, however, investigate the results of acts of obedience with the help of mystical and ecstatic experience, in order to learn whether they are free from deficiency or not. Thus, it is evident that the Sufi's path in its entirety depends upon self-scrutiny with regard to what they do or do not do, and upon discussion of the various kinds of mystical and ecstatic experience that result from their exertions. This, then, crystallizes for the Sufi novice in a station. From that station, he can progress to another, higher one. Furthermore, the Sufis have their peculiar form of behavior and a linguistic terminology which they use in instruction. Linguistic data apply only to commonly accepted ideas. When there occur ideas not commonly accepted, technical terms facilitating the understanding of those ideas are coined to express them. Thus, the Sufis had their special discipline, which is not discussed by other representatives of the religious law. As a consequence, the science of the religious law came to consist of two kinds. One is the special field of jurists and muftis. It is concerned with the general laws governing the acts of divine worship, customary actions, and mutual dealings. The other is the special field of the Sufis. It is concerned with pious exertion, self-scrutiny with regard to it, discussion of the different kinds of mystical and ecstatic experience occurring in the course of self-scrutiny, the mode of ascent from one mystical experience to another, and the interpretation of the technical terminology of mysticism in use among them. When the sciences were written down systematically and when the jurists wrote works on jurisprudence and the principles of jurisprudence, on speculative theology, current interpretation, and other subjects, the Sufis, too, wrote on their subject. Some Sufis wrote on the laws governing asceticism and self-scrutiny, how to act and not act in imitation of saints. Al-Ghazali, in the Kitab Ali, dealt systematically with the laws governing asceticism and the imitation of models. Then, he explained the behavior and customs of the Sufis and commented on their technical vocabulary. The science of Sufism became a systematically treated discipline in Islam. Before that, mysticism had merely consisted of divine worship, and its laws had existed in the breasts of men. The same had been the case with all other disciplines, such as current interpretation, the science of tradition, jurisprudence, and the principles of jurisprudence. Mystical exertion, retirement, and spiritual exercises are as a rule followed by the removal of the veil of sensual perception. The Sufi beholds divine worlds which a person subject to the senses cannot perceive at all. The spirit belongs to those worlds. The reason for the removal of the veil is the following. When the spirit turns from external sense perception to inner perception, the senses weaken, and the spirit grows strong. It gains predominance and a new growth. The spiritual exercise helps to bring that about. It is like food to make the spirit grow. The spirit continues to grow and to increase. It had been knowledge. Now, it becomes vision. The veil of sensual perception is removed, and the soul realizes its essential existence. This is identical with perception. The spirit, now is ready for the holy gifts, for the sciences of the divine presence, and for the outpourings of the deity. Its essence realizes its own true character and draws close to the highest sphere, the sphere of the angels. The removal of the veil often happens to people who exert themselves in mystical exercise. They perceive the realities of existence as no one else does. They also perceive many future happenings. With the help of their minds and psychic powers, they are active among the lower existentia, which thus become obedient to their will. The great Sufis do not think much of the removal of the veil and of activity among the low existentia. They give no information about the reality of anything they have not been ordered to discuss. They consider it a tribulation when things of that sort happen to them, and try to escape them whenever they afflict them. The men around Muhammad practiced that kind of mystical exertion. They had a very abundant share in the acts of divine grace, but they did not bother with them. Recent mystics, then, have turned their attention to the removal of the veil and the discussion of perceptions beyond sensual perception. Their ways of mystical exercise in this respect differ. They have taught different methods of mortifying the powers of sensual perception and nourishing the reasoning spirit with exercises, so that the soul might fully grow and attain its own essential perception. When this happens, they believe that the whole of existence is encompassed by the perceptions of the soul, that the essences of existence are revealed to them, and that they perceive the reality of all the essences from the divine throne to light reign. This was said by Al-Ghazali in the Kitab al-Iqama, after he had mentioned the forms of mystical exercise. The Sufis do not consider removal of the veil sound unless it originates in straightforwardness. People who do not eat and who retire from the world, such as sorcerers, Christians, and other ascetics, may obtain removal without the existence of straightforwardness. However, we mean only that removal which originates in straightforwardness. It may be compared with the reflections of a mirror. If it is convex or concave, the object reflected by it appears in a distorted form different from the actual form of the object, but if the mirror is flat, the object appears in its correct form. As far as the states impressed upon the soul are concerned, straightforwardness means to the soul what flatness means in a mirror. Recent Sufis who have occupied themselves with this kind of removal talk about the real character of the higher and lower existentia and about the real character of the divine kingdom, the spirit, the divine throne, the divine seat, and similar things. Those who did not share their approach were not able to understand their mystical and ecstatic experiences in this respect. The Muftis partly disapprove of these Sufis and partly accept them. Arguments and proofs are of no use in deciding whether the Sufi approach should be rejected or accepted, since it belongs to intuitive experience. Some details in explanation. Hadith scholars and jurists who discuss the articles of faith often mention that God is separate from his creatures. The speculative theologians say that he is neither separate nor connected. The philosophers say that he is neither in the world nor outside it. The recent Sufis say that he is one with the creatures, in the sense that he is incarnate in them, or in the sense that he is identical with them and there exists nothing but himself either in the whole or in any part of it. Let us explain in detail these dogmatic opinions and the real meaning of each of them, so that their significance will be clarified. We say, separateness has two meanings. It may mean separateness in space and direction. The opposite, then, would be connectedness. In this sense, the statement of separation implies that God is in some place, either directly, which would be direct anthropomorphism, or indirectly, which would be indirect anthropomorphism in the way in which one speaks about God's direction. It has been reported that an early Muslim scholar similarly professed the separateness of God, but a different interpretation is possible. The speculative theologians, therefore, did not acknowledge the separateness. They said, it cannot be said that the Creator is separate from his creatures, and it cannot be said that he is connected with them, because such a statement can be made only about things in space. The statement that a particular thing can be described as devoid of one concept and at the same time of the opposite of that concept depends upon whether the description is found or not. If it is impossible, the statement is not correct. It is, in fact, permissible to describe a thing as devoid of one concept and at the same time of the opposite of that concept. Thus, a solid substance may be described as not wise and not ignorant, not powerful and not weak, not causing harm and not being harmed. Now, the correctness of describing God as separate in the way mentioned is predicated upon the possibility of ascribing direction to him in the proper meaning of the word, but this cannot be done with the Creator, who is free from such a description. The other meaning of separateness is being distinct and different. The Creator is called separate from his creatures in his essence, identity, existence, and attributes. The opposite is being one, mingled, and merged with something else. God's separateness in this sense is assumed in the dogmas of all Orthodox people, such as the great mass of early Muslims, the religious scholars, the speculative theologians, and the ancient Sufis. A number of recent Sufis who consider intuitive perceptions to be scientific and logical, hold the opinion that the Creator is one with his creatures in his identity, his existence, and his attributes. They often assume that this was the opinion of the philosophers before Aristotle, such as Plato and Socrates. That is what the speculative theologians mean when they speak about the oneness of God with his creatures in theology and try to refute it. They do not mean that there could be a question of two essences, one of which must be negated or comprised in the other as a part in the whole. That would be clear distinctness, and they do not maintain that to be the case. The oneness, assumed by the Sufis, is identical with the incarnation the Christians claim for the Messiah. It is even stranger, in that it is the incarnation of something primeval in something created and the oneness of the former with the latter. Authors have occasionally tried to explain the Sufi opinions concerning the revelation of existence and the order of the realities of existence according to the approach of the people who have the theory of manifestations. As compared to people who cultivate speculation, technical terminology, and the sciences, it must be said that they have always added obscurity to obscurity. An example is Al-Farghani, the commentator on Ibn al-Fri's poem. He wrote a preface at the beginning of his commentary. In connection with the origin of the world of existence from the Maker and its order, he mentions that all existence comes forth from the attribute of uniqueness which is the manifestation of unity. Both of them together issue from the noble essence identical with oneness and nothing else. This process is called revelation. The first degree of revelation, in Sufi opinion, is the revelation, as such, of the essence. This school is called that of the people of revelation, manifestations, and presences. It is a theory that people cultivating logical speculation cannot properly grasp, because it is obscure and cryptic. There also is a great gap between the theories of people who have vision and intuitive experience and those of people who cultivate logical reasoning. Sufi systems, like the one mentioned, are often disapproved of on the strength of the plain wording of the religious law, for no indication of them can be found in it anywhere. Other Sufis turn to affirming absolute oneness. This is a theory stranger than the first one to understand in its implications and details. They believe the components of everything in existence to possess powers that bring the realities, forms, and matters of the existing things into being. The elements come into being through the powers that are in them. The same is the case with matter, which has in itself a power that has brought about its existence. Composite things contain such powers implicit in the power that brought about their composition. For instance, the mineral power contains the powers of the elements of matter and, in addition, the mineral power. The animal power contains the mineral power and, in addition, its own power. The same is the case with the human power as compared to animal power. The firmament contains the human power and something in addition. The same applies to the spiritual essences. Now, the power combining everything without any particularization is the divine power. It is the power distributed over all existing things, whether they are universals or particulars, combining and comprising them in every aspect, with regard to appearance and hiddenness and with regard to form and matter. Everything is one. Oneness is identical with the divine essence, which, in reality, is one and simple. The thing that divides it is the way we look at it. For instance, as to the relationship of humanity to animality, it is clear that the former is included under the latter and comes into being when it comes into being. At times, the Sufis represent the relationship as that of genus to species in every existing thing. Or, they represent it as that of the universal to the particular, according to the theory of ideas. At any rate, they always try to get away from any thought of composition or manifoldness, which they think is brought about by fancy and imagination. It appears that what the Sufis say about oneness is actually similar to what the philosophers say about colors, namely, that their existence is predicated upon light. When there is no light, no colors whatever exist. Thus, the Sufis think that all existing sensibilia are predicated upon the existence of some faculty of sensual perception and, in fact, that all existing intelligibilia and objects of imagination are predicated upon intellectual perception. Thus, every particular in existence is predicated upon the human faculty that perceives it. If we assumed that no human being with perception exists, there would be no particularization in existence. Existence would be simple and one. Thus, heat and cold, solidity and softness, and, indeed, earth, water, fire, heaven, and the stars, exist only because the senses perceiving them exist, because particularization that does not exist in existence is made possible for the person who perceives. It exists only in perception. If there were no perceptions to create distinctions, there would be no particularization, but just one single perception, namely, the eye and nothing else. They consider this comparable to the condition of a sleeper. When he sleeps and has no external sense perception, he loses in that condition all perception of sensibilia, with the exception of the things that the imagination particularizes for him. They continued by saying that a person who is awake likewise experiences particularized perceptions only through the type 01 human perception that exists in him. If he had not that something in him that perceives, there would be no particularization. This is what the Sufis mean when they say imaginary. They do not mean imaginary as a part, in the sequence, of human perceptions. This exposition of Sufi opinion is most erroneous. We know for certain that a country that we have quitted on our travels or to which we are traveling, exists, despite the fact that we do not see it anymore. We also have definite knowledge of the existence of heaven that overlooks everything, and of the stars, and of all the other things that are remote from us. Man knows these things for certain. No one would deny to himself the existence of certain knowledge. In addition, competent recent Sufis say that during the removal of the veil, the Sufi novice often has a feeling of the oneness of existence. Sufis call that the station of combination. But then, he progresses to distinguishing between existent things. That is considered by the Sufis the station of differentiation. That is the station of the competent Gnostic. The Sufis believe that the novice cannot avoid the ravine of combination, and this ravine causes difficulties for him because there is danger that he might be arrested at it and his enterprise thus come to naught. The different kinds of mystics have thus been explained. Many jurists and muftis have undertaken to refute statements by recent Sufis. They summarily disapproved of everything they came across in the Sufi path. The truth is that discussion with the Sufis requires making a distinction. The Sufis discuss 4 topics. 1. Firstly, they discuss pious exertions, the resulting mystical and ecstatic experiences, and self-scrutiny concerning one's actions. They discuss these things, in order to obtain mystical experiences, which then become a station from which one progresses to the next higher one. 2. Secondly, they discuss the removal of the veil, and the perceivable supernatural realities, such as the divine attributes, the divine throne, the divine seat, the angels, revelation, prophecy, the spirit, and the realities of everything in existence, be it supernatural or visible. Furthermore, they discuss the order of created things, how they issue from the Creator who brings them into being, as mentioned before. 3. The third topic is concerned with activities in the various worlds and among the various created things connected with different kinds of acts of divine grace. 4. The fourth topic is concerned with expressions that are suspect in their plain meaning. These have been uttered by most Sufi leaders. In Sufi technical terminology, they are called ecstatic utterances. Their plain meaning is difficult to understand. They may be something that must be disapproved of, or something that can be approved, or something that requires interpretation. As for their discussion of pious exertions and stations, of the mystical and ecstatic experiences that result, and of self-scrutiny with regard to possible shortcomings in the things that cause these experiences, this is something that nobody ought to reject. These mystical experiences of the Sufis are sound ones. Their realization is the very essence of happiness. As for their discussion of the acts of divine grace experienced by Sufis, the information they give about supernatural things, and their activity among the created things, these also are sound and cannot be disapproved of, even though some religious scholars tend to disapprove. Most of the Sufi discussion of the removal of the veil, of the reception of the realities of the higher things, and of the order in which the created things issue, falls, in a way, under the category of ambiguous statements. It is based upon their intuitive experience, and those who lack such intuitive experience cannot have the same mystical experience. No language can express the things that Sufis want to say in this connection, because languages have been invented only for the expression of commonly accepted concepts, most of which apply to the sensibilia. Therefore, we must not bother with the Sufi discussion of those matters. Those to whom God grants some understanding of those utterances in a way that agrees with the plain meaning of the religious law do, indeed, enjoy happiness. There are the suspect expressions which the Sufis call ecstatic utterances and which provoke the censure of orthodox Muslims. As to them, it should be known that the attitude that would be fair to the Sufis is that they are people who are removed from sense perception. Inspiration grips them. Eventually, they say things about their inspiration that they do not intend to say. A person who is removed from sense perception cannot be spoken to. He who is forced to act is excused when he acts, no matter what he does. Sufis who are known for their excellence and exemplary character are considered to act in good faith in this and similar respects. It is difficult to express ecstatic experiences, because there are no conventional ways of expressing them. Sufis whose excellence is not known and famous deserve censure for utterances of this kind, since the data that might cause us to interpret their statements, so as to remove any suspicion attached to them, are not clear to us. Sufis who are not removed from sense perception and are not in the grip of a state when they make utterances of this kind, also deserve censure. Therefore, the jurists and the great Sufis decided that KhaldnN was to be killed, because he spoke ecstatically, while not removed from sense perception, but in control of his state. And God knows better. The early Sufis, those outstanding Muslims to whom we have referred above, had no desire to remove the veil and to have such supernatural perception. Their concern was to follow their models and to lead an exemplary life as far as possible. Whenever they had a supernatural experience, they turned away from it and paid no attention to it. Indeed, they tried to avoid it. They were of the opinion that it was an obstacle and a tribulation and belonged to the ordinary perceptions of the soul, and, as such, was something created. They also thought that human perception could not comprise all the existentia and that the knowledge of God was wider, his creation greater, and his religious law more certain for guidance, than any mystical experience. Therefore, they did not speak about any of their supernatural perceptions. In fact, they forbade the discussion of those things and prevented their companions, for whom the veil of sense perception was removed, from discussing the matter or from giving it the slightest consideration. They continued following their models and leading exemplary lives as they had done in the world of sensual perception before the removal of the veil, and they commanded their companions to do the same. Such ought to be the state of the Sufi novice. 17. The science of dream interpretation. This is one of the sciences of the religious law. It originated in Islam when the sciences became crafts and scholars wrote books on them. Dream visions and dream interpretation existed among the ancients, as among later generations. It existed among former, pre-Islamic, religious groups and nations. However, their dream interpretation did not reach us too because we have been satisfied with the discussions of Muslim dream interpreters. In any case, all human beings can have dream visions, and these visions must be interpreted. Joseph already interpreted visions, as is mentioned in the Quran. 3. A dream vision is a kind of supernatural perception. Muhammad said, a good dream vision is the 46th part of prophecy. He also said, the only remaining bearer of glad tidings is a good dream vision, beheld by or shown to a good man. The revelation given to the prophet began with a dream vision. Every dream vision he saw appeared to him like the break of dawn. When Muhammad went away from the morning prayer, he used to ask the men around him, did any one of you see a dream vision during the night? He asked this question in order to derive good news from dream visions, which might refer to the victory of Islam and the growth of its power. The reason for perception of the supernatural in dream visions is as follows: the spirit of the heart, which is the fine vapor coming from the cavity in the flesh of the heart, spreads into the veins and, through the blood, to all the rest of the body. It serves to perfect the actions and sensations of the animal powers. The spirit may be affected by lassitude, because it is very busy with the sensual perception of the five senses and with the employment of the external powers. When the surface of the body, then, is covered by the chill of night, the spirit withdraws from all the other regions of the body to its center, the heart. It rests, in order to be able to resume its activity, and all the external senses are for the time being unemployed. This is the meaning of sleep, as was mentioned before at the beginning of the book. Now, the spirit of the heart is the vehicle of man's rational spirit. Through its essence, the rational spirit perceives everything that is in the divine world, since its reality and its essence are identical with perception. It is prevented from assimilating any supernatural perception by the veil of its preoccupation with the body and the corporeal powers and senses. If it were without that veil or stripped of it, it would return to its reality, which is identical with perception. It would thus be able to assimilate any object of perception. If it were stripped of part of it, its preoccupation would be less. It is thus able to catch a glimpse of its own world, since external sense perception, its greatest preoccupation, now occupies it less. Its supernatural perception corresponds in intensity to the degree to which the veil is withdrawn from it. Thus it becomes prepared to receive the available perceptions from its own world that are appropriate for it. When it has perceived these perceptions from its own world, it returns with them to its body, since, as long as it remains in its corporeal body, it cannot be active except through corporeal means of perception. The faculties through which the body perceives knowledge are all connected with the brain. The active part among them is the imagination. It derives imaginary pictures from the pictures perceived by the senses and turns them over to the power of memory, which retains them until they are needed in connection with speculation and deduction. From the imaginary pictures, the soul also abstracts other spiritual intellectual pictures. In this way, abstraction ascends from the sensibilia to the intelligibilia. The imagination is the intermediary between them. Also, when the soul has received a certain number of perceptions from its own world, it passes them on to the imagination, which forms them into appropriate pictures and turns those perceptions over to the common sense. As a result, the sleeper sees them as if they were perceived by the senses. Thus, the perceptions come down from the rational spirit to the level of sensual perception, with the imagination again being the intermediary. This is what dream visions actually are. The preceding exposition shows the difference between true dream visions and false, confused dreams. All of them are pictures in the imagination while an individual is asleep. However, if these pictures come down from the rational spirit that perceives them, they are dream visions. But if they are derived from the pictures preserved in the power of memory, where the imagination deposits them when the individual is awake, they are confused dreams. True dream visions have signs indicating their truthfulness and attesting their soundness, so that the person who has the dream vision becomes conscious of the glad tidings from God given him in his sleep. The first of these signs is that the person who has the dream vision wakes up quickly, as soon as he has perceived it. It seems as if he is in a hurry to get back to being awake and having sensual perception. Were he to continue to sleep soundly, the perception given him would weigh heavily on him. Therefore, he tries to escape from the state in which he has supernatural perception to the state of sensual perception in which the soul is always fully immersed in the body and in corporeal accidents. Another sign is that the dream vision stays and remains impressed with all its details in the memory. Neither neglect nor forgetfulness affects it. No thinking or remembering is required, in order to have it present to one's mind. The dream vision remains pictured in the mind of the dreamer when he awakes. Nothing of it is lost to him. This is because perception by the soul does not take place in time and requires no consecutive order, but takes place all at once and within a single time element. Confused dreams, on the other hand, take place in time, because they rest in the powers of the brain and are brought from the power of memory to the common sense by the imagination. The process is an action of the body, and all actions of the body take place in time. Thus, they require a consecutive order, in order to perceive anything, with something coming first and something else coming later. Forgetfulness, which always affects the powers of the brain, affects them. That is not the case with the perceptions of the rational soul. They do not take place in time and have no consecutive order. Perceptions that are impressed in the rational soul are impressed all at once in the briefest moment. Thus, after the sleeper is awake, his dream vision remains present in his memory for quite some time. In no way does it slip his mind as the result of neglect, if it originally made a strong impression. However, if it requires thinking and application to remember a dream vision after a sleeper is awake, and if he has forgotten many of its details before he can remember them again, the dream vision is not a true one but a confused dream. These signs belong in particular to prophetic revelation. As for dream interpretation, the following should be known. The rational spirit has its perceptions and passes them on to the imagination. The imagination then forms them into pictures, but it forms them only into such pictures as are somehow related to the perceived idea. For instance, if the idea of a mighty ruler is perceived, the imagination depicts it in the form of an ocean. Or, the idea of hostility is depicted by the imagination in the form of a serpent. A person wakes up and knows only that he saw an ocean or a serpent. Then, the dream interpreter, who is certain that the ocean is the picture conveyed by the senses and that the perceived idea is something beyond that picture, puts the power of comparison to work. He is guided by further data that establish the character of the perceived idea for him. Thus, he will say, for instance, that the ocean means a ruler, because an ocean is something big with which a ruler can appropriately be compared. Likewise, a serpent can appropriately be compared with an enemy, because it does great harm. Also, vessels can be compared with women, because they are receptacles, and so on. Dream visions may be evident and require no interpretation, because they are clear and distinct, or because the ideas perceived in them may be very similar to the pictures by which they are represented. When the spirit passes its perceptions onto the imagination, the latter depicts them in the customary molds of sensual perception. Where such molds never existed in sensual perception, the imagination cannot form any pictures. A person who was born blind could not depict a ruler by an ocean, an enemy by a serpent, or women by vessels, because he had never perceived any such things. For him, the imagination would depict those things through similarly appropriate pictures derived from the type of perceptions with which he is familiar, that is, things which can be heard or smelled. The dream interpreter must be on guard against such things. They often cause confusion in dream interpretation and spoil its rules. The science of dream interpretation implies a knowledge of general norms upon which the dream interpreter bases the interpretation and explanation of what he is told. For instance, they say that an ocean represents a ruler. Elsewhere, they say that an ocean represents wrath. Again, elsewhere, they say that it represents worry and calamity. Or, they say that a serpent represents an enemy, but elsewhere they say that it represents one who conceals a secret. Elsewhere again, they say that it represents life, and so on. The dream interpreter knows these general norms by heart and interprets the dreams in each case as required by the data establishing which of these norms fits a particular dream vision best. The data may originate in the waking state. They may originate in the sleeping state. Or, they may be created in the soul of the dream interpreter himself by the special quality with which he is endowed. Dream interpretation is a science resplendent with the light of prophecy, because prophecy and dreams are related to each other. 18. The various kinds of intellectual sciences. The intellectual sciences are natural to man, inasmuch as he is a thinking being. They are not restricted to any particular religious group. They are studied by the people of all religious groups who are all equally qualified to learn them and to do research in them. They have existed, and been known, to the human species since civilization had its beginning in the world. They are called the sciences of philosophy and wisdom. They comprise 4 different sciences. 1. The first science is logic. It is a science protecting the mind from error in the process of evolving unknown facts one wants to know from the available, known facts. Its use enables the student to distinguish right from wrong wherever he so desires in his study of the essential and accidental perceptions and apperceptions. Thus, he will be able to ascertain the truth concerning created things, negatively or positively, within the limits of his ability to think. 2. Then, philosophers may study the elemental substances perceivable by the senses, namely, the minerals, the plants, and the animals which are created from the elemental substances, the heavenly bodies, natural motions, and the soul from which the motions originate, and other things. This discipline is called physics. It is the second of the intellectual sciences. 3. Or they may study metaphysical, spiritual matters. This science is called metaphysics. It is the third of the intellectual sciences. 4. The fourth science is the study of measurements. It comprises 4 different sciences, which are called the mathematical sciences. The first mathematical science is geometry. It is the study of quantities, measurements, in general, which may be either discontinuous, inasmuch as they constitute numbers, or continuous, as geometrical figures. They may be of 1 dimension the line, of 2 dimensions the plane, or of 3 dimensions the mathematical solid. These measurements and the qualities they possess, either by themselves or in combination with each other, are what is studied in geometry. The second mathematical science is arithmetic. It is the knowledge of the essential and accidental properties of the discontinuous quantity, number. The third mathematical science is music. It is the knowledge of the proportions of sounds and modes and their numerical measurements. Its fruit is the knowledge of musical melodies. The fourth mathematical science is astronomy. It fixes the shapes of the spheres, determines the position and number of each planet and fixed star, and makes it possible to learn these things from the visible heavenly motions of each sphere, their motions, both retrograde and direct, their precession and recession. These are the 7 basic philosophical sciences. Logic comes first. Then comes mathematics, beginning with arithmetic, followed in succession by geometry, astronomy, and music. Then comes physics and, finally, metaphysics. Each of these sciences has subdivisions. One subdivision of physics is medicine. Subdivisions of arithmetic are calculation, the inheritance laws, and business arithmetic. A subdivision of astronomy is covered by the astronomical tables. They are norms for computing the motions of the stars and adjusting the data in order to be able to know their positions whenever desired. Another subdivision of the study of the stars is the science of stellar judgments, astrology. We shall discuss all these sciences, one by one. As far as our historical information goes, these sciences were most extensively cultivated by the two great pre-Islamic nations, the Persians and the Greeks, Rum. According to the information we have, the sciences were greatly in demand among them, because they possessed an abundant civilization and were the ruling nations immediately before Islam and its time. In their regions and cities, the sciences flourished greatly. The Chaldeans and, before them, the Syrians, as well as their contemporaries, the Copts, were much concerned with sorcery and astrology and the related subjects of powerful charms and talismans. The Persian and Greek nations learned these things from them. The Copts especially cultivated those things, which enjoyed great prominence among them. Later on, these things were declared forbidden and illegal by successive religious groups. As a result, the sciences concerned with them were wiped out and vanished, as if they had never been. Only a small remnant, transmitted by the practitioners of those crafts, has remained. And God knows better whether those crafts are sound. The sword of the religious law hangs over them and prevents choice of them, as a subject of study. Among the Persians, the intellectual sciences played a large and important role, since the Persian dynasties were powerful and ruled without interruption. The intellectual sciences are said to have come to the Greeks from the Persians, when Alexander killed Darius and gained control of the Achaemenid Empire. At that time, he appropriated the books and sciences of the Persians. However, when the Muslims conquered Persia and came upon an indescribably large number of books and scientific papers, Said b. Abi Waqt wrote to Umar b al-Khattab, asking him for permission to take them and distribute them as booty among the Muslims. On that occasion, Umar wrote him, "Throw them into the water. If what they contain is right guidance, God has given us better guidance. If it is error, God has protected us against it." Thus, the Muslims threw them into the water or into the fire, and the sciences of the Persians were lost and did not reach us. The dynasty of the Byzantines originally belonged to the Greeks, among whom the intellectual sciences occupied a large place. They were cultivated by famous Greek personalities, among them the pillars of philosophy, and others. The peripatetic philosophers, in particular the Stoics, possessed a good method of instruction in the intellectual sciences. It has been assumed that they used to study in a stoa, which protected them from the sun and the cold. Their school tradition is assumed to have passed from the sage Luqman and his pupils to Socrates of the Barrel II and then, in succession, to Socrates' pupil, Plato, to Plato's pupil, Aristotle, to Aristotle's pupils, Alexander of Aphrodisias and Themistius, and others. Aristotle was the teacher of Alexander, who defeated the Persians and deprived them of their realm. He was the greatest Greek scientist and enjoyed the greatest prestige and fame. He has been called the first teacher. He became world famous. When the Greek dynasty was destroyed and the Roman emperors seized power and adopted Christianity, the intellectual sciences were shunned by them, as religious groups and their laws require. They continued to have a permanent life in scientific writings and works that were preserved in their libraries. The Roman emperors later on took possession of Syria. The ancient scientific books continued to exist during their rule. Then God brought Islam, and its adherents gained their incomparable victory. They deprived the Byzantines, as well as all other nations, of their realms. At the beginning, they were simple and disregarded the crafts. Eventually, however, the Muslim rule and dynasty flourished. The Muslims developed a sedentary culture, such as no other nation had ever possessed. They became versed in many different crafts and sciences. Then they desired to study the philosophical disciplines. They had heard some mention of them by the bishops and priests among their Christian subjects, and man's ability to think has aspirations in the direction of the intellectual sciences. Abu Ja'far al-Manr, therefore, sent to the Byzantine emperor and asked him to send him translations of mathematical works. The emperor sent him Euclid's book and some works on physics. The Muslims read them and studied their contents. Their desire to obtain the rest of them grew. Later on, al-Ma'mun came. He had some scientific knowledge. Therefore, he had a desire for science. His desire aroused him to action in behalf of the intellectual sciences. He sent ambassadors to the Byzantine emperors. They were to discover the Greek sciences and have them copied in Arabic writing. He sent translators for that purpose. As a result, a good deal of the material was preserved and collected. Muslim scientists assiduously studied the Greek sciences. They became skilled in the various branches. The progress they made in the study of those sciences could not have been better. They contradicted the first teacher, Aristotle, on many points. They considered him the decisive authority as to whether an opinion should be rejected or accepted, because he possessed the greatest fame. They wrote systematic works on the subject. They surpassed their predecessors in the intellectual sciences. Abu Nar al-Farabi and Abu Ali ibn Sina, Avicenna, in the East, and Judge Abu al-Walid b. Rushd, Averroes, and the Wazir Abu Bakr Baa with circumflex I, of Empais, in Spain, were among the greatest Muslim philosophers, and there were others who reached the limit in the intellectual sciences. The men mentioned enjoy a special fame and prestige. Many scientists restricted themselves to cultivating the mathematical disciplines and the related sciences of astrology, sorcery, and talismans. The most famous practitioners of these sciences were Jabir b. Hayyan in the East, and the Spaniard, Maslama b. Ahmad al-Majr, and his pupils. The intellectual sciences and their representatives succeeded to some degree in penetrating Islam. They seduced many people who were eager to study those sciences and accept the opinions expressed in them. In this respect, the sin falls upon the person who commits it. Later on, civilizing activity stopped in the Maghreb and in Spain. The sciences decreased with the decrease of civilization. As a consequence, scientific activity disappeared there, save for a few remnants that may be found among scattered individuals and that are controlled by orthodox religious scholars. We hear that the intellectual sciences are still amply represented among the inhabitants of the East, in particular in the non-Arab Iraq and, farther east, in Transoxania. The people there are said to be very successful in the intellectual and traditional sciences, because their civilization is abundant and their sedentary culture firmly established. We further hear now that the philosophical sciences are greatly cultivated in the land of Rome and along the adjacent northern shore of the country of the European Christians. They are said to be studied there again and to be taught in numerous classes. Existing systematic expositions of them are said to be comprehensive, the people who know them numerous, and the students of them very many. God knows better what exists there. 19. The sciences concerned with numbers. The first of them is arithmetic. Arithmetic is the knowledge of the properties of numbers combined in arithmetic or geometric progressions. The craft of calculation. A subdivision of arithmetic is the craft of calculation. It is a scientific craft concerned with the counting operations of combining and separating. The combining may take place by adding the units. This is addition. Or it may take place by increasing a number as many times as there are units in another number. This is multiplication. The separating may take place by taking away one number from another and seeing what remains. This is subtraction. Or it may take place by separating a number into equal parts of a given number. This is division. These operations may concern either whole numbers or fractions. A fraction is the relationship of one number to another number. Or they may concern roots. Roots are numbers that, when multiplied by themselves, lead to square numbers. Numbers that are clearly expressed are called rational, and so are their squares. They do not require special operations in calculation. Numbers that are not clearly expressed are called surds. Their squares may be rational, as, for instance, the root of 3 whose square is 3. Or, they may be surds, such as the root of 3, which is a surd. They require special operations in calculation. Such roots are also included in the operations of combining and separating. This craft is something newly created. It is needed for business calculations. Scholars have written many works on it. They are used in the cities for the instruction of children. The best method of instruction is to begin with calculation, because it is concerned with lucid knowledge and systematic proofs. As a rule, it produces an enlightened intellect that is trained along correct lines. It has been said that whoever applies himself to the study of calculation early in his life will as a rule be truthful, because calculation has a sound basis and requires self-discipline. Soundness and self-discipline will thus become character qualities of such a person. He will get accustomed to truthfulness and adhere to it methodically. Algebra. Another subdivision of arithmetic is algebra. This is a craft that makes it possible to discover the unknown from the known data, if there exists a relationship between them requiring it. Special technical terms have been invented in algebra for the various multiples, powers, of the unknown. The first of them is called number, because by means of it one determines the unknown one is looking for, discovering its value from the relationship of the unknown to it. The second is called thing, because every unknown as such refers to something. It also is called root, because the same element requires multiplication in second degree equations. The third is called property. It is the square of the unknown. Everything beyond that depends on the exponents of the two elements multiplied. Then, there is the operation that is conditioned by the problem. One proceeds to create an equation between two or more different units of the 3 elements mentioned. The various elements are confronted, and broken portions, in the equation, are set and thus become healthy. The degrees of equations are reduced to the fewest possible basic forms. Thus, they come to be 3. Algebra revolves around these 3 basic forms. They are number, thing, and property. When an equation consists of one element on each side, the value of the unknown is fixed. The value of property or root becomes known and fixed, when equated with number. A property equated with roots is fixed by the multiples of those roots. When an equation consists of one element on one side and 2 on the other, there is a geometrical solution for it by multiplication in part on the unknown side of the equation with the 2 elements. Such multiplication in part fixes the value of the equation. Equations with 2 elements on one side and 2 on the other are not possible. The largest number of equations recognized by algebraists is 6. The simple and composite equations of numbers, roots, and properties come to 6. We have heard that great Eastern mathematicians have extended the algebraic operations beyond the 6 types and brought them up to more than 20. For all of them, they discovered solutions based on solid geometrical proofs. Business arithmetic. Another subdivision of arithmetic is business arithmetic. This is the application of arithmetic to business dealings in cities. These business dealings may concern the sale of merchandise, the measuring of land, the charity taxes, as well as other business dealings that have something to do with numbers. In this connection, one uses both arithmetical techniques, and one has to deal with the unknown and the known, and with fractions, whole numbers, roots, and other things. Spanish mathematicians have written numerous works on the subject. Inheritance laws. Another subdivision of arithmetic is inheritance laws. It is a craft concerned with calculation, that deals with determining the correct shares of an estate for the legal heirs. It may happen that there is a large number of heirs, and one of the heirs dies and his portions have to be redistributed among his heirs. Or, the individual portions, when they are counted together and added up, may exceed the whole estate. Or, there may be a problem when one heir acknowledges, but the others do not acknowledge, another heir, and vice versa. All this requires solution, in order to determine the correct amount of the shares in an estate and the correct share that goes to each relative, so that the heirs get the amounts of the estate to which they are entitled in view of the total amount of the shares of the estate. A good deal of calculation comes in here. It is concerned with whole, numbers, fractions, roots, and knowns and unknowns. It is arranged according to the chapters and problems of inheritance law. This craft, therefore, has something to do with jurisprudence, namely, with inheritance law, as far as it is concerned with the laws concerning the legal shares of inheritance, the reduction of the individual shares, the acknowledgement or non-acknowledgement of heirs, wills, manumission by will, and other problems. And it has also a good deal to do with arithmetic, inasmuch as it is concerned with determining the correct amount of the shares in accordance with the law evolved by the jurists. It is a very important discipline. Scholars, in early and late times, have written extensive works on it. 20. The geometrical sciences. This science studies quantities, measurements. Measurements may be continuous, like lines, planes, and geometrical solids, or discontinuous, like numbers. It also studies the essential properties of the measurements, as, for instance, the angles of any triangle are equal to 2 right angles. Parallel lines do not intersect anywhere, even when they extend to infinity. The opposite angles formed when 2 lines intersect are equal to each other. The Greek work on this craft which has been translated into Arabic is the Book of Euclid. It is entitled Kitab al-Arkan, Book of Basic Principles and Pillars. It is the simplest book on the subject for students. It was the first Greek work to be translated in Islam in the days of Abu Ja'far al-Manr. The existing recensions differ, depending on the respective translators, of whom there are at least 3. The work contains 15 books, 4 on the planes, 1 on proportions, another 1 on the relationship of planes to each other, 3 on numbers, the 10th on rational and irrational, quantities, the roots, and 5 on solids. Many abridgments of Euclid's work have been written. Avicenna, for instance, devoted a special monograph treatment to it. Many scholars have also written commentaries on it. It is the starting point of the geometrical sciences in general. Geometry enlightens the intellect and sets one's mind right. All its proofs are very clear and orderly. It is hardly possible for errors to enter into geometrical reasoning, because it is well arranged and orderly. Thus, the mind that constantly applies itself to geometry is not likely to fall into error. In this convenient way, the person who knows geometry acquires intelligence. It has been assumed that the following statement was written upon Plato's door: "No one who is not a geometrician may enter our house." 1. Our teachers used to say that one's application to geometry does to the mind what soap does to a garment. It washes off stains and cleanses it of grease and dirt. The reason for this is that geometry is well arranged and orderly, as we have mentioned. Spherical figures, conic sections, and mechanics. A subdivision of this discipline is the geometrical study of spherical figures, spherical trigonometry, and conic sections. There are 2 Greek works on spherical figures, namely, the works of Theodosius and Menelaus on planes and sections of spherical figures. In mathematical instruction, the book by Theodosius is studied before the book by Menelaus, since many of the latter's proofs depend on the former. Both works are needed by those who want to study astronomy, because the astronomical proofs depend on the material contained in them. All astronomical discussion is concerned with the heavenly spheres and the sections and circles found in connection with them as the result of the various motions, as we shall mention. Astronomy therefore depends on knowledge of the laws governing planes and sections of spherical figures. Conic sections also are a branch of geometry. This discipline is concerned with study of the figures and sections occurring in connection with cones. It proves the properties of cones by means of geometrical proofs based upon elementary geometry. Its usefulness is apparent in practical crafts that have to do with bodies, such as carpentry and architecture. It is also useful for making remarkable statues and rare large objects, and for moving loads and transporting large objects with the help of mechanical contrivances, engineering techniques, pulleys, and similar things. There exists a book on mechanics that mentions every astonishing, remarkable technique and nice mechanical contrivance. It is often difficult to understand, because the geometrical proofs occurring in it are difficult. People have copies of it. Surveying. Another subdivision of geometry is surveying. This discipline is needed to survey the land. This means that it serves to find the measurements of a given piece of land in terms of spans, cubits, or other units, or to establish the relationship of one piece of land to another when they are compared in this way. Such surveying is needed to determine the land tax on wheat, fields, lands, and orchards. It is also needed for dividing enclosures and lands among partners or heirs, and similar things. Scholars have written many good works on the subject. Optics. Another subdivision of geometry is optics. This science explains the reasons for errors in visual perception, on the basis of knowledge as to how they occur. Visual perception takes place through a cone formed by rays, the top of which is the point of vision and the base of which is the object seen. Now, errors often occur. Nearby things appear large. Things that are far away appear small. Furthermore, small objects appear large under water or behind transparent bodies. Drops of rain as they fall appear to form a straight line, flame a circle, and so on. This discipline explains with geometrical proofs the reasons for these things and how they come about. Among many other similar things, optics also explains the difference in the view of the moon at different latitudes. 1 Knowledge of the visibility of the new moon and of the occurrence of eclipses is based on that. There are many other such things. 21 Astronomy. This science studies the motions of the fixed stars and the planets. From the manner in which these motions take place, astronomy deduces by geometrical methods the existence of certain shapes and positions of the spheres requiring the occurrence of those motions which can be perceived by the senses. Astronomy thus proves, for instance, by the existence of the precession of the equinoxes, that the center of the earth is not identical with the center of the sphere of the sun. Furthermore, from the retrograde and direct motions of the stars, astronomy deduces the existence of small spheres, epicycles, carrying the stars, and moving inside their great spheres. Through the motion of the fixed stars, astronomy then proves the existence of the eighth sphere. It also proves that a single star has a number of spheres, from the observation that it has a number of declinations, and similar things. Only astronomical observation can show the existing motions and how they take place, and their various types. It is only by this means that we know the precession of the equinoxes and the order of the spheres in their different layers, as well as the retrograde and direct motions of the stars, and similar things. The Greeks occupied themselves very much with astronomical observation. They used instruments that were invented for the observation of the motion of a given star. They called them astrolabes. The technique and theory of how to make them, so that their motion conforms to the motion of the sphere, are a tradition among the people. In Islam, only very little attention has been paid to astronomical observation. In the days of Al-Ma'mun, there was some interest in it. The construction of the instrument known as the astrolabe was begun but was not completed. When Al-Ma'mun died, the institution of astronomical observation was lost and neglected. Later on, scholars based themselves upon the ancient observations. These were of no use because of the change in the sidereal motions over the course of time. The motion of the instrument used in astronomical observations conforms only approximately to the motion of the spheres and the stars and is not absolutely exact. When a certain amount of time has elapsed, the differences are revealed. Astronomy is a noble craft. It does not, as is generally thought, teach the real form of the heavens nor the order of the spheres, but it teaches that the forms and shapes of the spheres are the result of those motions. As one knows, it is not improbable that one and the same thing may produce two different results. Therefore, when we say that the motions produce a result, we deduce from what produces the result that the result exists, but the statement in no way teaches us the real character of the resulting thing. Still, astronomy is an important science. It is one of the pillars of the mathematical disciplines. One of the best works on the subject is the Magis, Almagest, 1. It is ascribed to Ptolemy, who, as the commentators of the work have established, was not one of the Greek rulers called Ptolemy. Leading Muslim philosophers, such as Avicenna and Averroes, have abridged Ptolemy's work. Astronomical tables. A subdivision of astronomy is the science of astronomical tables. This is based upon calculations according to arithmetical rules. It is concerned with the courses of motions peculiar to each star and with the character of that motion, fast, slow, direct, retrograde, and so on, as proven by astronomical means. This serves to show the positions of the stars in their spheres at any given time, by calculating their motions according to the rules evolved from astronomical works. This craft follows certain norms. They constitute a sort of introductory and basic material for it. They deal with months and days and past eras. It follows established basic principles. They deal with apogee and perigee, declinations, the different kinds of motions, and how these things shed light upon each other. They are written down in well-arranged tables, in order to make it easy for students. The determination of the positions of the stars at a given time by means of this craft is called adjustment and tabulation. Both early and later scholars have written many works on the subject. Recent contemporary Maghribi scholars are using, as their reference work, the Zij that is ascribed to Ibn Ishq. 1. It is thought that Ibn Ishq based his work on astronomical observations. A Jew in Sicily who was skilled in astronomy and the mathematical sciences, and who occupied himself with astronomical observation, sent him information on the conditions and motions of the stars he had ascertained. Knowledge of the positions of the stars in the spheres is the necessary basis for astrological judgments, that is, knowledge of the various kinds of influence over the world of man that are exercised by the stars depending on their positions and that affect religious groups, dynasties, human activities, and all events. 22. The science of logic. Logic concerns the norms enabling a person to distinguish between right and wrong, both in definitions that give information about the essence of things, and in arguments that assure apperception. This comes about as follows. The basis of perception is the sensibilia that are perceived by the five senses. All living beings, those which are rational as well as the others, participate in this kind of perception. Man is distinguished from the animals by his ability to perceive universals, which are things abstracted from the sensibilia. Man is enabled to do this by virtue of the fact that his imagination obtains, from individual objects perceived by the senses and which agree with each other, a picture conforming to all these individual objects. Such a picture is a universal. The mind then compares the individual objects that agree with each other, with other objects that also agree with them in some respects. It thus obtains a picture conforming to both of the two groups of objects compared, inasmuch as they agree with each other. In this way, abstraction continues to progress. Eventually, it reaches the universal concept, which admits no other universal concept that would agree with it, and is, therefore, simple. For instance, from the individual specimens of man, the picture of the species to which all the individual specimens conform is abstracted. Then, man is compared with the animals, and the picture of the genus to which both men and animals conform is abstracted. Then, this is compared with the plants, until, eventually, the highest genus is reached, which is substance. There is no other universal concept that would in any way agree with it. Therefore, the intellect stops here and makes no further abstraction. God created in man the ability to think. Through it, he perceives the sciences and crafts. Knowledge is either a perception of the essence of things, a primitive kind of perception not accompanied by the exercise of judgment, or it is apperception, that is, the judgment that a thing is so. Man's ability to think may try to obtain the desired information by combining the universals with each other, with the result that the mind obtains a universal picture that conforms to details outside. Such a picture in the mind assures a knowledge of the quiddity of the individual objects. Or man's ability to think may judge one thing by another and draw conclusions. Thus, the other thing is established in the mind. This is apperception, which ultimately reverts to perception, because the only use of having perception is to achieve knowledge of the realities of things, which is the required goal of apperceptive knowledge. Man's ability to think may embark on this process in either the right or the wrong way. Selection of the way to be followed by man's ability to think in its effort to attain the knowledge desired requires discernment, so that man can distinguish between right and wrong. This process became the canon of logic. When the ancients first began to discuss logic, they did so in a sententious, disconnected manner by selecting certain stray propositions. Logical methods were unimproved. The problems of logic were not seen together. Eventually, Aristotle appeared among the Greeks. He improved the methods of logic and systematized its problems and details. He assigned to logic its proper place as the first philosophical discipline and the introduction to philosophy. Therefore he is called the first teacher. His work on logic is called the text. It comprises 8 books, 3 on the forms of analogical reasoning, and 5 on the matter, to which analogical reasoning is applied. This is because the objects of apperception are of different kinds. Some of them concern things that are certain by nature. Others concern things that are hypothetical in various degrees. Therefore, logic studies analogical reasoning from the point of view of the desired information it is expected to yield. It studies what the premises of the desired information ought to be, as seen in this light, and to which kind of certain or hypothetical knowledge the desired information belongs. Logic studies analogical reasoning, the syllogism, not with some particular object in mind but exclusively with regard to the way in which it is produced. Therefore, the first study, it is said, is undertaken with regard to matter, that is, the matter that produces some particular certain or hypothetical information. The second study, it is said, is undertaken with regard to the form and the manner in which analogical reasoning, the syllogism, in general is produced. Thus, the number of the books on logic came to be 8. The first book deals with the highest genera that abstraction among the sensibilia may attain in the mind and that admit no more universal genera above them. It is called Kitab al-Maqald, categories. The second book deals with the various kinds of apperceptive propositions. It is called Kitab al-Ibara, hermeneutics. The third book deals with analogical reasoning, the syllogism, and the form in which it is produced in general. It is called Kitab al-Qiyas, analytics. Here ends the logical study from the point of view of its form. The fourth book is the Kitab al-Burhan, apodiactica. It studies the kind of analogical reasoning, the syllogism, that produces certain knowledge. It also studies the problem of why its premises must be certain ones. In particular, it mentions other conditions for yielding certain knowledge. For instance, the premises must be essential, primary, and so on. This book contains a discussion of determinatives and definitions, because one wants them to be certain, since it is necessary nothing else is possible that a definition conform to the thing defined. Therefore, definitions were treated by the ancients in this book. The fifth book is the Kitab al-Jadal, topics. Jadal, disputation, is the kind of analogical reasoning that shows how to cut off a troublesome adversary and silence one's opponent, and teaches the famous methods to be employed to this end. It is also concerned with other conditions required in this connection. They are mentioned here. The book deals with the places, topoi, from which the syllogism is evolved by using them to clarify the so-called middle term that brings the two ends of the desired information together. It also deals with the conversion of terms. The sixth book is the Kitab as-Sasa, Sophistici Elenchi. Sophistry is the kind of analogical reasoning that teaches the opposite of the truth and enables a disputant to confuse his opponent. The book is bad because of its purpose. It was written only so that one might know sophistical reasoning and be on guard against it. The seventh book is the Kitab al-Kiba, Rhetoric. Rhetoric is the kind of analogical reasoning that teaches how to influence the great mass and get them to do what one wants them to do. It also teaches the forms of speech to be employed in this connection. The eighth book is the Kitab ash-Shi'ar, Poetics. Poetics is the kind of analogical reasoning that teaches the invention of parables and similes, especially for the purpose of encouraging oneself and others to undertake something or avoid doing something. It also teaches the imaginary propositions to be employed in this connection. These are the 8 books on logic according to the ancients. After logic had been improved and systematized, the Greek philosophers were of the opinion that it was necessary to discuss the 5 universals providing the perception that conforms to the quiddities outside or to their parts or accidents. The 5 are genus, difference, species, property, and general accident. Therefore, they took the subject up in a special book concerned with the 5 universals, which serves as an introduction to the discipline. Thus, the books on logic came to be 9. All of them were translated in Islam. The Muslim philosophers wrote commentaries and abridgments of them. Al-Farabi and Avicenna, for instance, did this, and, later on, the Spanish philosopher, Averroes. Later on, more recent scholars have changed the terminology of logic. They added to the study of the 5 universals the study of its fruit, namely, the discussion of definitions and descriptions which they took over from the Apodiactica. They discarded the categories, because, the logicians, study of the book is accidental and not essential. To the hermeneutics they added the discussion of the conversion, of terms, whereas the ancient books included that subject in the topics, but, in some respects, it does fall under the discussion of propositions. Then, they discussed analogical reasoning inasmuch as it produces the desired information in general, and without regard to any matter. They discarded study of the matter to which analogical reasoning is applied. That concerned 5 books, the Apodiactica, the Topics, the Rhetoric, the Poetics, and the Sophistici Elenchi. Some of them occasionally touched a little on those books, but in general, they neglected them, as if they had never been, whereas they are a very important basis of the discipline. Then, they thoroughly discussed their writings on logic and studied them as a discipline in its own right, not as an instrument for the sciences. This resulted in a long and extensive discussion of the subject. 23. Physics. This is a science that investigates bodies from the point of view of the motion and stationariness which attach to them. It studies the heavenly bodies and the elementary substances, as well as the human beings, the animals, the plants, and the minerals created from them. It also studies the springs and earthquakes that come into being in the earth, as well as the clouds, vapors, thunder, lightning, and storms that are in the atmosphere, and other things. It further studies the beginning of motion in bodies, that is, the soul in the different forms in which it appears in human beings, animals, and plants. The books of Aristotle on the subject are available to scholars. They were translated together with the other books on the philosophical sciences in the days of Al-Ma'mun. Scholars wrote books along the same lines and followed them up with explanation and comment. The most comprehensive work written on the subject is Avicenna's Kitab ash-Shifa. In it, Avicenna treats all the 7 philosophical sciences, as we have mentioned before. Avicenna later on abridged the Kitab ash-Shifa in the Kitab an-Najat and the Kitab al-Ishara. In a way, he opposed Aristotle on most problems and expressed his own opinion on them. Averroes, on the other hand, abridged the books of Aristotle and commented on them, but followed him and did not oppose him. 24. The science of medicine. Medicine is a craft that studies the human body in its illness and health. The physician attempts to preserve health and to cure illness with the help of medicines and diets, but first he ascertains the illnesses peculiar to each limb of the body and the reasons causing them. He also ascertains the medicines existing for each illness. Physicians deduce the effectiveness of medicines from their composition and powers. They deduce the stage of an illness from signs indicating whether the illness is ripe and will accept the medicine or not. These signs show themselves in the color of the patient, the excretions, and the pulse. The physicians in this imitate the power of nature, which is the controlling element in both health and illness. They imitate nature and help it a little, as the nature of the matter underlying the illness, the season of the year, and the age of the patient may require in each particular case. The science dealing with all these things is called medicine. Certain limbs are occasionally discussed as individual subjects and are considered to form the subjects of special sciences. This is the case, for instance, with the eye, the diseases of the eye, and the chalaria, used in the treatment of eye diseases. Scholars have also added to this discipline the study of the uses of the parts of the body, that is, the useful purpose for which each limb of the animal body was created. This is not a medical subject, but it has been made into an annex and subdivision of medicine. Galen has written an important and very useful work on this discipline. Galen is the leading ancient authority on medicine. His works have been translated into Arabic. He is said to have been a contemporary of Jesus and to have died in Sicily on his wanderings while in voluntary exile. 1 His works on medicine are classics which have been models for all later physicians. There have been leading physicians in Islam of surpassing skill, such as, for instance, Ar-Raza II Al-Majozi III and Avicenna. There have also been many Spanish physicians. Most famous among them was Ibn Zuhr. 4 In contemporary Muslim cities, the craft of medicine seems to have deteriorated, because the population has decreased and shrunk. Medicine is a craft required only by sedentary culture and luxury. Civilized Bedouins have a kind of medicine which is mainly based upon individual experience. They inherit its use from the sheikhs and old women of the tribe. Some of it may occasionally be correct. However, it is not based upon any natural norm or upon any conformity of the treatment to the temper of the humors. Much of this sort of medicine existed among the Arabs. The medicine mentioned in religious tradition is of the Bedouin type. It is in no way part of the divine revelation. Such medical matters were merely part of Arab custom and happened to be mentioned in connection with the circumstances of the Prophet, like other things that were customary in his generation. They were not mentioned in order to imply that that particular way of practicing medicine is stipulated by the religious law. Muhammad was sent to teach us the religious law. He was not sent to teach us medicine or any other ordinary matter. None of the statements concerning medicine that occur in sound traditions should be considered as having the force of law. The only thing is that if that type of medicine is used for the sake of a divine blessing and in true religious faith, it may be very useful. However, that would have nothing to do with humoral medicine but be the result of true faith. This happened in the case of the person who had a stomachache and was treated with honey, and similar stories. 25 The science of agriculture. This craft is a branch of physics. It concerns the study of the cultivation and growth of plants through irrigation, proper treatment, improvement of the soil, observance of the suitable season, and the care for them by applying these things in a way that will benefit them and help them to grow. The ancients were very much concerned with agriculture. Their study of agriculture was general. They considered the plants both from the point of view of planting and cultivation and from the point of view of their properties, their spirituality, and the relationship of their spirituality to the spiritualities of the stars and the great, heavenly, bodies, which is something also used in sorcery. Thus, they were very much concerned with the subject. One of the Greek works, the Kitab Al-Fala and Nabaya I was translated. It is ascribed to Nabatean scholars. It contains much information of the type mentioned. The Muslims who studied the contents of the work, noticed that it belonged to sorcery, which is barred by the religious law, the study being forbidden. Therefore, they restricted themselves to the part of the book dealing with plants from the point of view of their planting and treatment and the things connected with that. There are many books on agriculture by recent scholars. They do not go beyond discussion of the planting and treatment of plants, their preservation from things that might harm them or affect their growth, and all the things connected with that. 26. The science of metaphysics. Metaphysics is a science that studies existence as such. First, it studies general matters affecting corporeal and spiritual things, such as the quiddities, oneness, plurality, necessity, possibility, and so on. Then, it studies the beginnings of existing things and finds that they are spiritual things. It goes on to study the way existing things issue from spiritual things, and also studies their order. Then, it studies the conditions of the soul after its separation from the body and its return to its beginning. Metaphysicians are of the opinion that metaphysics is a noble discipline. They assume that it gives them a knowledge of existence as it is. This, they think, is identical with happiness. In their arrangements, metaphysics comes after physics. Therefore, they called it that which comes after physics, metaphysics. The books of Aristotle on the subject are available to scholars. They were abridged by Avicenna in the Kitab ash-Shifa and the Najat. They were also abridged by the Spanish philosopher, Averroes. Recent scholars wrote systematic treatments of the sciences of the Muslims. Al-Ghazali, at that time, refuted a good many of the opinions of the metaphysicians. Recent speculative theologians, then, confused the problems of theology with those of philosophy, because the investigations of theology and philosophy go in the same direction, and the subject and problems of theology are similar to the subject and problems of metaphysics. Theology and metaphysics, thus in a way came to be one and the same discipline. Recent theologians, then, changed the order in which the philosophers had treated the problems of physics and metaphysics. They merged the two sciences in one and the same discipline. Now, in that discipline, they first discussed general matters. This was followed, successively, by the discussion of the corporeal things and the matters that belong to them, the spiritual things and the matters that belong to them, and so on to the end of the discipline. The science of speculative theology thus merged with the problems of philosophy, and theological works were filled with the latter. It seemed as if the purpose which theology and philosophy followed in their respective subjects and problems was one and the same. This confused people, but it is not correct. The problems with which the science of speculative theology deals are articles of faith derived from the religious law as transmitted by the early Muslims. They have no reference to the intellect and do not depend on it in the sense that they could not be established except through it. The intellect has nothing to do with the religious law and its views. Speculative theologians do not use the rational arguments they talk about as do the philosophers, in order to investigate the truth of the articles of faith, to prove the truth of what had previously not been known, and to make it known. Their use of rational arguments merely expresses a desire to have rational arguments with which to bolster the articles of faith and the opinions of the early Muslims concerning them, and to refute the doubts of innovators who believe that their perceptions of the articles of faith in their interpretation are rational ones. Rational arguments were used only after the correctness of the articles of faith, as they had been received and believed in by the early Muslims, had been stipulated by traditional evidence. There is a great difference between the two positions. The perceptions that Muhammad had are wider than those of philosophers, because they go beyond rational views. They are above them and include them, because they draw their support from the divine light. Thus, they do not fall into the canon of weak speculation and circumscribed perceptions. When Muhammad guides us toward some perception, we must prefer that to our own perceptions. We must have more confidence in it than in them. We must not seek to prove its correctness rationally, even if rational intelligence contradicts it? We must believe and know what we have been commanded, to believe and to know. We must be silent with regard to things of the sort that we do not understand. We must leave them to Muhammad. The only thing that caused the theologians to use rational arguments was the discussions of heretics who opposed the early Muslim articles of faith with speculative innovations. Thus, they had to refute these heretics with the same kind of arguments. This situation called for using speculative arguments and checking on the early Muslim articles of faith with these arguments. The verification or rejection of physical and metaphysical problems, on the other hand, is not part of the subject of speculative theology and does not belong to the same kind of speculations as those of the theologians. This should be known, so that one may be able to distinguish between the two disciplines, as they have been confused in the works of recent scholars. The truth is that they are different from each other in their respective subjects and problems. The confusion arose from the sameness of the topics discussed. The argumentation of the theologians thus came to look as though it were inaugurating a search for faith through rational evidence. This is not so. Speculative theology merely wants to refute heretics. The things it investigates are stipulated by the religious law and known to be true. Likewise, recent extremist Sufis, those who speak about ecstatic experiences, have confused the problems of metaphysics and speculative theology with their own discipline. They discussed all these things as part of one and the same subject. Thus, they discussed prophecy, union, incarnation, oneness, and other things. In fact, however, the perceptions of the three disciplines are distinct and different from each other. The Sufi perceptions are the ones that are least scientific. The Sufis claim intuitive experience in connection with their perceptions and shun rational evidence. But intuitive experience is far removed from scientific perceptions and methods. 27. The sciences of sorcery and talismans. These are sciences showing how human souls may become prepared to exercise an influence upon the world of the elements, either without any aid or with the aid of celestial matters. The first kind is sorcery. The second kind is talismans. These sciences are forbidden by the religious laws, because they are harmful and require their practitioners to direct themselves to beings other than God, such as stars and other things. Therefore, books dealing with them are almost non-existent among the people. The only exceptions are the books of the ancient nations from before the time of Moses' prophecy, such as the Nabateans and the Chaldeans. None of the prophets who preceded Moses made or brought any laws. Their books were concerned with exhortations, with the recognition of the oneness of God, and with references to paradise and hell. The magical sciences were cultivated among the Syrian and Chaldean inhabitants of Babel and among the Copts of Egypt, and others. They composed books dealing with them and left information concerning their occupation with them. Only very few of their books have been translated for us. Later on, Jabir b. Ain, the chief sorcerer of Islam, appeared in the East. He scrutinized the scholarly books and discovered the craft of sorcery and alchemy. He studied its essence and brought it out. He wrote a number of works on sorcery. He lengthily discussed both sorcery and the craft of alchemy which goes together with sorcery, because the transformation of specific bodies, substances, from one form into another is effected by psychic powers, and not by a practical technique. Thus it is a sort of sorcery. Let us present here some prefatory remarks that will explain the real meaning of sorcery. It is as follows. Human souls are one in species. However, they differ in view of their particular qualities. They are of different kinds. Each kind is distinguished by a particular quality which does not exist in any other kind of soul. These qualities come to constitute a natural disposition belonging exclusively to its particular kind of soul. The souls of the prophets have a particular quality through which they are prepared to have divine knowledge, to be addressed by the angels in the name of God, and to exercise the influence upon created beings that goes with all that. The souls of certain sorcerers also have the quality of being able to exercise influence upon created beings and to attract the spirituality of the stars, so that they can use it to exercise an influence through either a psychic or a satanic power. Now, the prophets are able to exercise their influence with the help of God and by means of a divine quality. The souls of soothsayers, on the other hand, have a quality enabling them to observe supernatural things by means of satanic powers. Thus, every kind of soul is distinguished by its particular quality, which does not exist in any other kind. The souls that have magical ability are of 3 degrees. These 3 degrees will now be explained here. The first kind exercises its influence merely through mental power, without any instrument or aid. This is what the philosophers call sorcery. The second kind exercises its influence with the aid of the temper of the spheres and the elements, or with the aid of the properties of numbers. This is called talismans. It is weaker in degree than the first kind. The third kind exercises its influence upon the powers of imagination. The person who exercises this kind of influence relies upon the powers of imagination. He is somehow active in them. He plants among them different sorts of phantasms, images, and pictures, whichever he intends to use. Then, he brings them down to the level of the sensual perception of the observers with the help of the power of his soul that exercises an influence over that sensual perception. As a result, the phantasms, etc., appear to the observers to exist in the external world, while, in fact, there is nothing of the sort. For instance, a person is said to have seen gardens, rivers, and castles, while, in fact, there was nothing of the sort. This is what the philosophers call prestidigitation. Those are the different degrees of sorcery. Now, the sorcerer possesses his particular quality in potentiality, as is the case with all human powers. It is transformed, from potentiality, into actuality by exercise. All magical exercise consists of directing oneself to the spheres, the stars, the higher worlds, or to the devils by means of various kinds of veneration and worship and submissiveness and humiliation. Thus magical exercise is devotion, and adoration directed to beings other than God. Such devotion is unbelief. Therefore, sorcery is unbelief, or unbelief forms part of the substance and motives of sorcery, as has been seen. Consequently, sorcerers must be killed. Jurists differ only as to whether they must be killed because of the unbelief which is antecedent to the practice of sorcery, or because of their corrupting activity and the resulting corruption of created beings. Furthermore, since the first 2 degrees of sorcery are real and the third and last degree is not real, scholars differ as to whether sorcery is real or merely imaginary. Those who say that it is real have the first 2 degrees in mind. Those who say that it is not real have the third and last degree in mind. There is no difference of opinion among them about the matter itself, but, the difference of opinion, results from confusing the different degrees of sorcery. No intelligent person doubts the existence of sorcery, because of the influence mentioned, which sorcery exercises. The Quran refers to it. The messenger of God Muhammad, according to tradition, was put under a magic spell, so that he imagined that he was doing a thing while, in fact, he was not doing it. The spell against him was placed in a comb, in flakes of wool, and in the spathe of a palm, and buried in the well of Darwan. Therefore, God revealed to him the following verses: I take refuge in God from the evil of the women who blow into knots. 1 Aisha said, as soon as he recited the Quran over one of those knots into which a spell against him had been placed, that particular knot became untied. There was much sorcery among the inhabitants of Babel, that is, the Nabatean and Syrian Chaldeans. The Quran mentions much of it, and there are traditions about it. Sorcery was greatly cultivated in Babel and in Egypt at the time of Moses' prophetic mission. Therefore, the miracle Moses performed, as a proof of his prophecy, was of the kind claimed and bragged about by sorcerers. The temples in Upper Egypt are monuments attesting to the cultivation of sorcery in ancient Egypt. We have seen with our own eyes, how a sorcerer, formed the picture of a person who was to be cast under a spell. He represented in it the characteristics of things he intended and planned to make that person adopt, as already existing in him in the shape of symbols of names and attributes. Then he spoke magic words over the picture he had made to take the place of the person who was to be cast under a spell, concretely or symbolically. During the repeated pronunciation of the evil words, he collected spittle in his mouth and spat upon the picture. Then he tied a knot over the symbol in an object that he had prepared for the purpose, since he considered tying knots auspicious and effective in magical operations. He also entered into a pact with the jinn, asking them to participate in his spitting during the operation, intending to make the spell forceful. This human figure and the evil names have a harmful spirit. It issues from the sorcerer with his breath and attaches to the spittle he spits out. It produces more evil spirits. As a result, the things that the sorcerer intends for the person who is cast under a spell actually befall him. We have also observed how people who practice sorcery point at a garment or a piece of leather and inwardly speak magic words over it, and behold, the object is torn to shreds. Others point in the same way at the bellies of sheep and goats at pasture with a ripping gesture, and behold, the guts of the animals fall out of their bellies to the ground. We have also heard that in contemporary India, there still are sorcerers who point at a man, and his heart is extracted and he falls dead. When someone looks for his heart, he cannot find it among his inner parts. Or, they point to a pomegranate. When someone opens it, no seeds are found in it. The philosophers made a distinction between sorcery and talismans. First, however, they affirmed that both derive their effectiveness from influences of the human soul. They deduced the existence of an influence of the human soul from the fact that the soul exercises an influence upon its own body that cannot be explained by the natural course of affairs or from corporeal reasons. At times, it results from the qualities of the spirits such as heat, which originates from pleasure and joy, and at other times, it results from other psychic perceptions, such as the things that result from imagination. Thus, a person who walks upon the ledge of a wall or upon a high tightrope will certainly fall down if the idea of falling down is strongly present in his imagination. Therefore, there are many people who train themselves to get used to such things, so that they are not troubled by their imagination. They can walk upon the ledge of a wall or a high tightrope without fear of falling down. It is thus definite that we have here the result of an influence of the human soul and of the soul's imagining of the idea of falling down. If the soul can thus influence its own body without any natural corporeal causes, it is also possible that it can exercise a similar influence upon bodies other than its own. Its position with regard to its ability to exercise this type of influence is the same with regard to all bodies, since it is neither inherent nor firmly impressed in a particular body. Therefore, it is definite that the soul is able to exercise an influence upon other bodies. Now, the distinction the philosophers make between sorcery and talismans is this. In sorcery, the sorcerer does not need any aid, while those who work with talismans seek the aid of the spiritualities of the stars, the secrets of numbers, the particular qualities of existing things, and the positions of the sphere that exercise an influence upon the world of the elements, as the astrologers maintain. The philosophers say that sorcery is a union of spirit with spirit, while the talisman is a union of spirit with body, substance. As they understand it, that means that the high celestial natures are tied together with the low, terrestrial, natures, the high natures being the spiritualities of the stars. Those who work with talismans, therefore, as a rule seek the aid of astrology. The philosophers think that a sorcerer does not acquire his magical ability but has, by nature, the particular disposition needed for exercising that type of influence. They think that the difference between miracles and sorcery is this. A miracle is a divine power that arouses in the soul the ability to exercise influence. The worker of miracles is supported in his activity by the Spirit of God. The sorcerer, on the other hand, does his work by himself and with the help of his own psychic power, and, under certain conditions, with the support of devils. The difference between the two actually concerns the idea, reality, and essence of the matter. We, however, deduce the differentiation merely from obvious signs. That is, miracles are found to be wrought by good persons for good purposes and by souls that are entirely devoted to good deeds. Moreover, they include the advance challenge of the claim to prophecy. Sorcery, on the other hand, is found practiced only by evil persons and as a rule is used for evil actions, such as causing discord between husband and wife, doing harm to enemies, and similar things. And it is found, practiced, by souls that are entirely devoted to evil deeds. This is the difference between prophecy and sorcery, in the opinion of metaphysicians. Among the Sufis, some who are favored by acts of divine grace are also able to exercise an influence upon worldly conditions. This, however, is not counted as a kind of sorcery. It is effected with divine support, because the attitude and approach of these men result from prophecy and are a consequence of it. The religious law puts sorcery, talismans, and prestidigitation into one and the same class, because they may cause harm. It brands them as forbidden and illegal. Philosophers assume that the difference between miracles and sorcery is the difference between the two extremes of good and evil. Nothing good issues from a sorcerer, and sorcery is not employed in good causes. Nothing evil issues from a worker of miracles, and miracles are not employed in evil causes. The evil eye. Another psychic influence is that of the eye, that is, an influence exercised by the soul of the person who has the evil eye. A thing or situation appears pleasing to the eye of a person, and he likes it very much. This circumstance creates in him envy and the desire to take it away from its owner. Therefore, he prefers to destroy him. It is a natural gift, the eye. The difference between it and the other psychic influences is that it appears, and acts, as something natural and innate. It cannot be left alone. It does not depend on the free choice of its possessor. It is not acquired by him. Some of the other, psychic, influences may also not be acquired ones, but their appearance, in action, depends on the free choice of the person who exercises them. The thing that characterizes them as natural is their possessor's potential ability to exercise them, not their automatic action. Therefore it has been said, person who kills by means of sorcery or a miraculous act must be killed, but the person who kills with the eye must not be killed. The person who kills with the eye did not want or intend to do so, nor could he have avoided doing so. 28. The science of the secrets of letters. At the present time, this science is called Simiya, letter magic. 1. The word was transferred from talismans to this science and used in this conventional meaning in the technical terminology of Sufi practitioners of magic. Thus, a general magical term came to be used for some particular aspect of magic. It is an unfathomable subject with innumerable problems. Authors who wrote about it assume that the result and fruit of letter magic is that the divine souls are active in the world of nature by means of the beautiful names of God and the divine expressions that originate from the letters comprising the secrets that are alive in the created things. The authorities on letter magic then differed as to the secret of the magic activity lying in the letters. Some of them assumed that it was due to inherent temper. Others assumed that the secret of the activity that lies in the letters was their numerical proportion. It has been thought that this activity and the activity of people who work with talismans are one and the same thing. But it is not so. One should realize that all magic activity in the world of nature comes from the human soul and the human mind, because the human soul essentially encompasses and governs nature. Consequently, the real difference between the activity of people who work with talismans and people who work with words is as follows. The activity of people who work with talismans consists in bringing down the spirituality of the spheres and tying it down with the help of pictures or numerical proportions. The result is a kind of composition that, through its nature, affects a transformation and change comparable to those effected by a ferment in the thing into which it gets. The activity of people who work with words, on the other hand, is the effect of the divine light and the support of the Lord which they obtain through exertion and the removal of the veil. Thus, nature is forced to work for them, and does so willingly with no attempt at disobedience. 29. The science of alchemy. This is a science that studies the substance through which the generation of gold and silver may be artificially accomplished, and comments on the operation leading to it. The alchemists acquire knowledge of the tempers and powers of all created things and investigate them critically. They hope that they may thus come upon the substance that is prepared to produce gold and silver. They even investigate the waste matter of animals, such as bones, feathers, hair, eggs, and excrements, not to mention minerals. Alchemy, then, comments on the operations through which such a substance may be transformed from potentiality into actuality, as, for instance, by the dissolution of bodies, substances, into their natural components through sublimation and distillation, by the solidification of meltable substances through calcification, by the pulverization of solid materials with the help of pestles and mullers and similar things. The alchemists assume that all these techniques lead to the production of a natural substance which they call the elixir. 1. When some mineral substance, such as lead, tin, or copper, which is prepared for receiving the form of gold or silver, is heated in the fire and some quantity of the elixir is added to it, that substance turns into pure gold. In the technical terminology that the alchemists use for purposes of mystification, they give the cover name of spirit to the elixir and that of body to the substance to which the elixir is added. The science that comments on this technical terminology and on the form of the technical operation by which predisposed substances are turned into the form of gold and silver, is the science of alchemy. In both ancient and modern times, people have written works on alchemy. Discussions of alchemy are occasionally ascribed to people who were not alchemists. The chief systematic writer on alchemy, according to the alchemists, is Jabir bin. Alchemists even consider alchemy Jabir's special preserve and call it the science of Jabir. He wrote 70 treatises on alchemy. All of them read like puzzles. It is thought that only those who know all that is in his treatises can unlock the secrets of alchemy. Works on alchemy are attributed to Al-Ghazali, but this attribution is not correct, because Al-Ghazali's lofty perceptions would not have permitted him to study, or, eventually, to adopt the errors of alchemical theories. One can see from their writings how all the expressions used by alchemists tend to be secret hints and puzzles, scarcely to be explained or understood. This is proof of the fact that alchemy is not a natural craft. The truth with regard to alchemy, which is to be believed and which is supported by actual fact, is that alchemy is one of the ways in which the spiritual souls exercise an influence and are active in the world of nature. It may belong among the miraculous acts of divine grace, if the souls are good. Or it may be a kind of sorcery, if the souls are bad and wicked. It is obvious that alchemy may materialize as a miraculous act of divine grace. It may be sorcery, because the sorcerer, as has been established in the proper place, may change the identity of matter by means of his magic power. Now, since alchemy is the creation of gold in a substance other than that of gold, it is a kind of sorcery. The famous sages who discussed the subject followed this line. Therefore, they used puzzling expressions. They wanted to protect alchemy from the disapproval that religious laws express for the various kinds of sorcery. It was not because they were reluctant to communicate it to others, as was thought by people who did not investigate the matter thoroughly. 30. A refutation of philosophy. The corruption of the students of philosophy. This and the following two sections are important. The sciences of philosophy, astrology, and alchemy occur in civilization. They are much cultivated in the cities. The harm they can do to religion is great. Therefore, it is necessary that we make it clear what they are about and that we reveal the right attitude concerning them. There are certain intelligent representatives of the human species who think that the essences and conditions of the whole of existence, both the part of it perceivable by the senses and that beyond sensual perception, as well as the reasons and causes of those essences and conditions, can be perceived by mental speculation and intellectual reasoning. They also think that the articles of faith are established as correct through intellectual speculation and not through tradition, because they belong among the intellectual perceptions. Such people are called philosophers, philosopha, plural of phalos, which is Greek and means lover of wisdom. 1. They did research on the problem of perception. With great energy, they tried to find the purpose of it. They laid down a norm enabling intellectual speculation to distinguish between true and false, which they called logic. The quintessence of it is that the mental speculation which makes it possible to distinguish between true and false, concentrates on ideas abstracted from the individual existentia. From these individual existentia, one first abstracts pictures that conform to all the individual manifestations of the existentia, just as a seal conforms to all the impressions it makes in clay or wax. The abstractions derived from the sensibilia are called primary intelligibilia. These universal ideas may be associated with other ideas, from which, however, they are distinguished in the mind. Then, other ideas, namely those that are associated, and have ideas in common, with the primary intelligibilia, are abstracted from them. Then, if still other ideas are associated with them, a second and third abstraction is made, until the process of abstraction reaches the simple universal ideas, which conform to all ideas and individual manifestations of the existentia. No further abstraction is possible. They are the highest genera. All abstract ideas that are not derived from the sensibilia serve, if combined with each other, to produce the sciences. They are called secondary intelligibilia. Man through his ability to think studies these abstract intelligibilia and seeks through them to perceive existence as it is. For this purpose, the mind must combine some of them with others or keep them apart with the help of unequivocal rational argumentation. This should give the mind a correct and conformable perception of existence, if the process takes place according to a sound norm, as mentioned before. The combination of abstract intelligibilia and the judgment concerning them is apperception. At the end, philosophers give apperception precedence over perception, but at the beginning and during the process of instruction, they give perception precedence over apperception, because they think that perfected perception is the goal of the search for understanding and that apperception is merely a means for undertaking that search. In the books of the logicians, one finds a statement to the effect that perception has precedence and that apperception depends upon it. This statement must be understood in the sense of arriving at consciousness and not in the sense of achieving complete knowledge. This is the opinion of Aristotle, the greatest of them. Then, philosophers think that happiness consists in arriving at perception of all existing things, both the sensibilia and the things beyond sensual perception, with the help of rational speculation and argumentation. The sum total of their perceptions of existence, the result to which their perceptions lead, that is, the detailed conclusions of their speculative propositions, is the following. First, they conclude from observation and sensual perception that there is a lower substance. Then, their perception progresses a little. The existence of motion and sensual perception in animals makes them conscious of the existence of the soul. The powers of the soul, then, make them aware of the dominant position of the intellect. Here, their perception stops. They draw their conclusions with regard to the most high celestial body in the same way they drew their conclusions with regard to the human essence. They thus consider it necessary that the celestial sphere must have a soul and an intellect, like human beings. They assume that happiness consists in the perception of existence with the help of such conclusions, if, at the same time, such perception is combined with the improvement of the soul and the soul's acceptance of a virtuous character. Even if no religious law had been revealed, to help man to distinguish between virtue and vice, they think the acquisition of virtue, possible by man because he is able to distinguish between vice and virtue in his actions by means of his intellect, his ability to speculate, and his natural inclination toward praiseworthy actions, his natural disinclination for blameworthy actions. They assume that when the soul becomes virtuous, it attains joy and pleasure, and that ignorance of moral qualities means eternal pain. This, in their opinion, is the meaning of bliss or punishment in the other world. They go further in this manner, and by the words they use, they display their well-known obtuseness as far as details are concerned. The leading representative of these doctrines, who presented the problems connected with them, wrote books on them as a systematic science, and penned the arguments in favor of them, as far as we presently know, was Aristotle the Macedonian, from Macedonia in Byzantine territory, a pupil of Plato and the teacher of Alexander. He is called the first teacher, with no further qualification. It means teacher of logic, because logic did not exist in an improved form before Aristotle. He was the first to systematize the norms of logic and to deal with all its problems and to give a good and extensive treatment of it. He would, in fact, have done very well with his norm of logic if only it had absolved him of responsibility for the philosophical tendencies that concern metaphysics. Later, in Islam, there were men who adopted these doctrines and followed Aristotle's opinion with respect to them very closely except on a few points. This came about as follows. The Abbasid caliphs had the works of the ancient philosophers translated from Greek into Arabic. Many Muslims investigated them critically. Scholars whom God led astray adopted their doctrines and defended them in disputations. They held different opinions on some points of detail. The most famous of these, Muslim philosophers, were Abu Nasr al-Farabi in the 4th-10th century, and Abu Ali ibn Sina, Avicenna, in the 5th-11th century. It should be known that the opinion the philosophers hold is wrong in all its aspects. They refer all existentia to the first intellect and are satisfied with the theory of the first intellect, in their progress toward the necessary one, the deity. This means that they disregard all the degrees of divine creation beyond the first intellect. Existence, however, is too wide to be explained by so narrow a view. The philosophers, who restrict themselves to affirming the intellect and neglect everything beyond it, are in a way comparable to physicists who restrict themselves to affirming the body and who disregard both soul and intellect in the belief that there is nothing beyond the body in God's wise plan concerning the world of existence. The arguments that the philosophers parade for their claims regarding the existentia, and that they offer to the test of the norms of logic, are insufficient for the purpose. The arguments concerning the corporeal existentia constitute what they call the science of physics. The insufficiency lies in the fact that conformity between the results of thinking which, as they assume, are produced by rational norms and reasoning and the outside world, is not unequivocal. All the judgments of the mind are general ones, whereas the existentia of the outside world are individual in their substances. Perhaps, there is something in those substances that prevents conformity between the universal judgments of the mind and the individual substances of the outside world. At any rate, however, whatever conformity is attested by sensual perception has its proof in the fact that it is observable. It does not have its proof in logical arguments. Where, then, is the unequivocal character they find in their arguments? The mind is also often applied to the primary intelligibilia, which conform to the individual existentia, with the help of pictures of the imagination, but not to the secondary intelligibilia, which are abstractions of the second degree. In this case, judgment becomes unequivocal, comparable to judgment in the case of sensibilia, since the primary intelligibilia are more likely to agree with the outside world, because they conform perfectly, by definition, to the individual manifestations of the existentia. Therefore, in this case, one must concede the philosophers, claims in this respect. However, we must refrain from studying these things, since such restraint falls under the duty of the Muslim not to do what does not concern him. The problems of physics are of no importance for us in our religious affairs or our livelihoods. Therefore, we must leave them alone. The arguments concerning the existentia beyond sensual perception, the spiritualia, constitute what the philosophers call the divine science or science of metaphysics. The essences of the spiritualia are completely unknown. One cannot get at them, nor can they be proven by logical arguments, because an abstraction of intelligibilia from the individual existentia of the outside world is possible only in the case of things we can perceive by the senses, from which the universals are thus derived. We cannot perceive the spiritual essences and abstract further quiddities from them, because the senses constitute a veil between us and them. We have, thus, no logical arguments for them, and we have no way whatever of affirming their existence. There are only available to us, in this connection, the situations in which perceptions of the human soul take place, and especially the dream visions which are within the intuitive experience of all. But beyond that, the reality and attributes of the spiritualia are an obscure matter, and there is no way to learn about them. Competent philosophers have clearly said so. They have expressed the opinion that whatever is immaterial cannot be proved by logical arguments, because it is a condition of logical arguments that their premises must be essential ones. The great philosopher Plato said that no certainty can be achieved with regard to the divine, and one can state about the divine only what is most suitable and proper, that is, conjectures. If, after all the toil and trouble, we find only conjectures, the conjectures that we had at the beginning may as well suffice us. What use, then, do these sciences and the pursuit of them have? We want certainty about the existentia that are beyond sensual perception, while, in their philosophy, those conjectures are the limit that human thinking can reach. The philosophers say that happiness consists in coming to perceive existence as it is, by means of logical arguments. This is a fraudulent statement that must be rejected. The matter is as follows. Man is composed of two parts. One is corporeal. The other is spiritual, and mixed with the former. Each one of these parts has its own perceptions, though the part that perceives is the same in both cases, namely, the spiritual part. At times, it perceives spiritual perceptions. At other times, it perceives corporeal perceptions. However, it perceives the spiritual perceptions through its own essence without any intermediary, while it perceives the corporeal perceptions through the intermediary of organs of the body, such as the brain and the senses. Now, anybody who has perceptions greatly enjoys whatever he perceives. For example, a child having its first corporeal perceptions, which like all corporeal perceptions come through an intermediary, greatly enjoys the light it sees and the sounds it hears. Thus, there can be no doubt that the soul finds even greater joy and pleasure in perceptions that come from its own essence without an intermediary. When the spiritual soul becomes conscious of the perception coming to it from its own essence without an intermediary, it derives from it inexpressible joy and pleasure. Such perception cannot be achieved by intellectual speculation and science. It is achieved by the removal of the veil of sensual perception and by forgetting all corporeal perceptions. The Sufis are very much concerned with achieving this great joy through having the soul achieve that kind of perception. They attempt to kill the bodily powers and perceptions through exercise, and even the thinking power of the brain. In this way, the soul is to achieve the perception that comes to it from its own essence, when all the disturbances and hindrances caused by the body are removed. The Sufis, thus achieve inexpressible joy and pleasure. This, the philosophers, imply, is a correct assumption, and must be conceded them, yet it does not account for the idea they had in mind. Their statement that logical arguments and proofs produce this kind of perception and the resulting great joy is false, as one can see. The arguments and proofs belong in the category of corporeal perceptions, because they are produced by the powers of the brain, which are imagination, thinking, and memory. The first thing we are concerned with when we want to attain this kind of perception is to kill all these powers of the brain, because they object to such perception, and work against it. One finds able philosophers poring over the Kitab ash-Shifa, the Ishara, the Najah, of Avicenna, and over Averroes' abridgments of the text, Organon, and other works by Aristotle. They wear out the pages of these works. They firmly ground themselves in the arguments they contain, and they desire to find in them that portion of happiness they believe they contain. They do not realize that in this way they only add to the obstacles on the road to happiness. They base themselves on statements reported on the authority of Aristotle, Al-Farabi, and Avicenna, to the effect that those who have attained perception of the active intellect and are united with it in their life in this world have attained their share of happiness. To them, the active intellect means the first, highest, of the degrees of the spiritual eye from which the veil of sensual perception is removed. They assume union with the active intellect to be the result of scientific perception. One has seen that this is wrong. When Aristotle and his colleagues speak about union and perception in this way, they mean the perception of the soul that comes to it from its own essence and without an intermediary, but such is attained only by the removal of the veil of sensual perception. Furthermore, philosophers state that the great joy originating in that kind of perception is identical with the happiness promised in the world to come. This, too, is wrong. The things that have been established by the philosophers make it clear to us that, beyond sensual perception, there is something else perceived by the soul without an intermediary. This causes very great joy to the soul, but we do not think that this makes it definite that it is identical with the happiness of the other world, although it must be one of the pleasures that constitute that happiness. Their statement that happiness consists in coming to perceive the existentia as they are, is wrong. It is based upon the erroneous supposition, which we mentioned before in connection with the principle of divine oneness, that anybody who has perception comprises the whole of existence in his perceptions. We explained that this assumption is wrong, and that existence is too vast to be completely encompassed or perceived, either spiritually or corporeally. The sum total of all the philosophical doctrines we have set down here is that the spiritual part of man, when it separates from the powers of the body, has an essential perception belonging to a special kind of perceptions, namely, the existentia that are encompassed by our knowledge. It does not have a general perception of all the existentia, since they cannot be encompassed in their totality. It greatly enjoys this kind of perception, exactly as a child is pleased with its sensual perceptions when it begins to grow up. Nobody, then, should try to tell us that it is possible to perceive all the existentia or to achieve the happiness Muhammad promised us, if we do not work for it. Philosophers further state that man is able, by himself, to refine and improve his soul by adopting praiseworthy character qualities and avoiding blameworthy ones. This is connected with the assumption that the great joy that the soul has through the perception coming to it from its own essence, is identical with the promised happiness. For vices give the soul corporeal habits and the resulting coloring. Thus, they impede it in the realization of that perception. Now, we have already explained that happiness and unhappiness are found beyond corporeal and spiritual perceptions. The improvement of the soul that the philosophers have come to know is useful only in that it produces great joy, originating from the spiritual perception that takes place according to rational and established norms. But the happiness beyond such joy, which Muhammad promised us if we would act and behave as he commanded us, is something that cannot be encompassed by anybody's perceptions. The leading philosopher, Abu Ali ibn Sina, Avicenna, was aware of this. He expressed himself in the following sense in his Kitab al-Mabda wal-Ma'ad: the spiritual resurrection and its circumstances are something that we may come to know by means of rational arguments and reasoning, because it proceeds in a safely natural and uniform manner. Thus, we can use logical arguments for it. but the bodily resurrection and its circumstances cannot be perceived by means of logical arguments, because it does not proceed in a uniform manner. It has been explained to us by the true Muhammadan religious law. The religious law should therefore be considered and consulted with regard to those circumstances. Thus, as one has seen, the science of logic is not adequate to achieve the avowed intentions of the philosophers. In addition, it contains things that are contrary to the religious laws and their obvious meaning. As far as we know, this science has only a single advantage, namely, it sharpens the mind in the orderly presentation of proofs and arguments, so that the habit of excellent and correct arguing is obtained. This is because the orderly process and the solid and exact method of reasoning are as the philosophers have prescribed them in their science of logic. They employ it a good deal in the physical and mathematical sciences as well as in the science that comes after them, metaphysics. Since logical arguments are much employed in those sciences in the way they should be employed, the student of them is able to master the habit of exact and correct arguing and deducing. Even if those sciences are not adequate to achieve the intentions of the philosophers, they constitute the soundest norm of philosophical speculation that we know of. Such is the fruit of logic. It also affords acquaintance with the doctrines and opinions of the people of the world. One knows what harm it can do. Therefore, the student should beware of its pernicious aspects as much as he can. Whoever studies it should do so only after he is saturated with the religious law and has studied the interpretation of the Quran and jurisprudence. No one who has no knowledge of the Muslim religious sciences should apply himself to it. Without that knowledge, he can hardly remain safe from its pernicious aspects. 31. A refutation of astrology. The weakness of its achievements. The harmfulness of its goal. Astrologers think that astrology, with the knowledge it gives of astral powers, individually or in combination, and of astral influences upon elemental creations, enables them to know the things that are going to be in the world of the elements, before they are created. The positions of the spheres and the stars are thus taken to indicate every single kind of future event, both universal and individual. The ancient astrologers were of the opinion that the knowledge of astral powers and influence is acquired through experience. It is something that all human lives combined would not be able to achieve, because experience is obtained through numerous repetitions which make the attainment of empirical knowledge or conjectures possible. Astral revolutions may be very long. Greatly extended periods of time are required for their repetition. Even all the lives in the world combined would be too short for observing them. Some weak-minded astrologers take the view that the knowledge of astral powers and influences comes through revelation. This is a fallacy. They themselves have furnished us with arguments sufficient to refute it. The clearest proof is that, as one knows, of all people, the prophets are least familiar with the crafts. They do not undertake to give information about the supernatural, unless it comes to them from God. Why, then, should they claim to produce supernatural information through a craft, such as astrology, and make it the law for their followers to do so? Ptolemy and his followers were of the opinion that the stars are able to indicate the future as the natural result of a temper they produce in the elemental existing things. He said, the activity of sun and moon and their influence upon elemental things are so obvious that no one can deny them. For instance, the sun influences the changes and tempers of the seasons, the ripening of fruits and grains, and so on. The moon influences humidity, the water, the process of putrefaction in substances and cucumbers, and so on. Ptolemy continued, with regard to the stars that come after sun and moon, we have two approaches. One which, however, is unsatisfactory is to follow the tradition of the astrological authorities. The other is to rely upon conjecture and empirical knowledge gained through comparing each star to the sun, whose nature and influence is clearly known to us. We thus note whether a given star increases the power and temper of the sun at its conjunction with it. If this is the case, we know that the nature of that particular star agrees with that of the sun. If, on the other hand, the star diminishes the power and temper of the sun, we know that its nature is opposite to that of the sun. Then, when we know the individual powers of the stars, we can also know them in combination. That happens when they look upon each other in the trine, the quartile, or other aspects. The knowledge here is derived from the natures of the signs of the zodiac, which similarly are known through comparison with the sun. Thus, we get to know all the astral powers. They exercise an influence upon the air. This is obvious. The resulting temper of the air communicates itself to the created things below the air, and shapes sperm and seeds. Thus, this temper comes to underlie the body created from sperm or seed, the soul which attaches itself to the body, powers itself into the body, and acquires its perfection from the body, and all the conditions depending on soul and body. The qualities of sperm and seed are the qualities of the things that are created and produced from sperm and seed. Ptolemy continued, still, astrology remains conjectural and is not certain in any respect. It also forms no part of the divine decree, that is, predestination. It is just one of the natural causes common to all existing things, whereas the divine decree is prior to everything. This is the sum total of the discussion by Ptolemy and his colleagues. It is found in the Quadripartitum and other works. It makes the weakness of the achievements of astrology clear. Knowledge of, or conjectures about, things that come into being can only result from knowledge of all their causes, that is, agent, recipient, form, and end. According to the astrologers, the astral powers are merely agents. The elemental part is the recipient. Furthermore, the astral powers are not the sole agents. There are other powers that act together with the astral powers upon the material element involved, such as the generative power of father and species contained in the sperm, the powers of the particular quality distinguishing each variety within the species, and other things. When the astral powers reach perfection and are known, they still are only one among many causes that go into the making of a thing that comes into being. Furthermore, in addition to a knowledge of astral powers and influences, a great amount of conjecturing and guesswork is required. Only then is the astrologer able to guess that a thing might happen. Now, conjecturing and guesswork are powers in the mind of the student. They are not causes or reasons of the things that come into being. Without conjectures and guesswork, astrology steps down from conjecture to doubtfulness. Such is the situation even if one's knowledge of the astral powers is accurate and without defect. Now, that is difficult. The ability to calculate the courses of the stars is required in order to know their positions. Moreover, it is not proven that every star has its own particular power. The method Ptolemy used in establishing the powers of the 5 planets, that is, comparison with the sun, is a weak one, because the power of the sun is superior to all other astral powers and dominates them. Thus, one hardly ever becomes aware of an increase or decrease in the powers of the sun, at its conjunction with a given star, as Ptolemy said. All this speaks against the assumption that it is possible to predict things that will happen in the world of the elements with the help of astrology. Furthermore, it is wrong to assume that the stars exercise an influence on the world below them. It has been proven that there is no agent but God. In this connection, speculative theologians use the self-evident argument that how causes are related to the things caused is not known, and suspicion attaches to the conclusions of the intellect regarding what appears superficially to be, due to some definite, influence. Perhaps, the relationship of the causes to the things caused, is affected by some other than the ordinary form of influence. The divine power would seem to tie the two together, as it does with all created things, both high and low, especially since the religious law attributes all happenings to the power of God and does not want to have anything to do with anything else. Prophecy also denies the importance and influence of the stars. For instance, Muhammad said, "No eclipse of either sun or moon takes place to indicate the death or life of anybody." Thus, the worthlessness of astrology from the point of view of the religious law, as well as the weakness of its achievements from the rational point of view, are evident. In addition, astrology does harm to human civilization. It hurts the faith of the common people when an astrological judgment occasionally happens to come true in some unexplainable and unverifiable manner. Ignorant people are taken in by that and suppose that all the other, astrological, judgments must be true, which is not the case. Thus, they are led to attribute things to some being other than their creator. Further, astrology often produces the expectation that signs of crisis will appear in a dynasty. This encourages the enemies and rivals of the dynasty to attack it and revolt against it. We have, personally, observed much of the sort. It is, therefore, necessary that astrology be forbidden to all civilized people, because it may cause harm to religion and dynasty. It is our duty to try to acquire goodness with the help of the things that cause it, and to avoid the causes of evil and harm. That is what those who realize the corruption and harmfulness of the science must do. This situation should make one realize that even if astrology were in itself sound, no Muslim could acquire the knowledge and habit of it. He who studies it and thinks that he knows it fully is most ignorant of the actual situation. Those who are eager to learn it, and they are very, very few, have to read the books and treatises on astrology in a secluded corner of their houses. They have to hide from the people and are under the watchful eye of the great mass. And then, astrology is a very complicated subject with many branches and subdivisions and is difficult to understand. How could people under such conditions acquire a mastery of it? Jurisprudence is of general usefulness in both religious and worldly affairs. Its sources are easily available in the Quran and the accepted Sunnah, and it has been studied and taught by the great mass of Muslims. There have been classes and seminars on jurisprudence. There has been much instruction in it and a great many lectures. Still, only an occasional individual in each age and generation, race, has been able to master it. How, then, can anyone learn a subject, such as astrology, that is discarded by the religious law, banned as forbidden and illegal, concealed from the great mass, its sources difficult of access, and that, after the study and acquisition of its basic principles and details, requires a great amount of support from conjecture and guesswork on the part of the student? How could anyone become skilled in such a subject in the face of all these difficulties? When all this is taken into consideration, the soundness of our opinion, with regard to astrology, will become clear. 32. A denial of the effectiveness of alchemy. The impossibility of its existence. The harm that arises from practicing it. Many people who are unable to earn their living are led by greed to cultivate alchemy. They are of the opinion that is a proper means of making a living, and that its practitioners find it easier and simpler than other people to acquire property. In fact, however, they have to pay for their efforts in the form of trouble, hardship, and difficulties, and in the form of persecution by the authorities and loss of property through expenditure. They think that, in practicing alchemy, they know some gainful craft. However, they have been stimulated to practice alchemy solely by the thought that some minerals may be changed and transformed artificially into others, because of the matter common to all minerals. Thus, they try to treat silver and transform it into gold, copper and tin. They try to transform into silver. They think that it is possible in the realm of nature to do this. Certain alchemists restricted themselves to mere forgery. It may be of an obvious type, such as covering silver with gold, or copper with silver, or mixing the two metals in the ratio of 1:2, or 1:3. Or it may be a concealed type of forgery, such as treating a mineral to make it look like another similar one. Copper, for instance, may be blanched and softened with sublimate of mercury. Thus, it turns into a mineral that looks like silver to anyone but an expert assayer. Such forgers use their product to coin money with the official imprint, which they circulate among the people. Thus, they cheat the great mass with impunity. Theirs is the most contemptible and pernicious profession. The forgers conspire to steal the property of the people, for they give copper for silver, and silver for gold, so as to get exclusive possession of other people's property. They are thieves, or worse than thieves. However, it is possible for us to talk with alchemists who do not like such forgeries, but avoid them and refrain from corrupting the currency and coinage of the Muslims. Yet, we know of not one in the world who has attained the goal of alchemy, or got any desirable result out of it. They tell stories about other alchemists who attained the goal of alchemy or were successful. They are like people who are infatuated with something and taken in by fanciful stories about the subject of their infatuation. When they are asked whether the story has been verified by actual observation, they do not know. They say, "We have heard about it, but have not seen it." This has been the case with alchemists in every age and of every race, generation. Those who claim to have made gold with the help of alchemy are like those who might claim the artificial creation of man from semen. If we grant to someone an all-comprehensive knowledge of the parts of man, his proportions, the stages of his development, the way he is created in the womb, if he could know all this in every detail, so that nothing escapes his knowledge, then we would grant him the ability to create a human being. But where does anyone possess such knowledge? There is another aspect to alchemy proving its impossibility. It concerns the result of alchemy. This is as follows. It was God's wise plan that gold and silver, being rare, should be the standard of value by which the profits and capital accumulation of human beings are measured. If it were possible to obtain gold and silver artificially, God's wise plan in this respect would be foiled. Gold and silver would exist in such large quantities that it would be no use to acquire them. There is still another aspect to alchemy proving its impossibility. Nature always takes the shortest way in what it does. It does not take the longest and most complicated one. If, as the alchemists suppose, the artificial method were sound, shorter, and took less time than that which nature follows in the mine, nature would not have abandoned it in favor of the method it has chosen for the generation and creation of gold and silver. The most common cause of the desire to practice alchemy is, as we have stated, a person's inability to make his living in a natural way and the wish to make a living in some way that, unlike agriculture, commerce, and handicraft, is not natural. A person without ability finds it difficult to make his living in such legitimate occupations. He wants to get rich all at once through some occupation that is not natural, such as alchemy and other things. Alchemy is cultivated mostly by the poor among civilized people. 53. The purposes that must be borne in mind in literary composition and that alone are to be considered valid. It should be known that the storehouse of human science is the soul of man. In it God has implanted perception, enabling it to think and, thus, to acquire scientific knowledge. The process starts with perception, ta'wur, of the realities and is then continued by affirmation or negation of the essential attributes of the realities, either directly or through an intermediary. Man's ability to think thus eventually produces a problematic situation which it tries to solve affirmatively or negatively. When a scientific picture has been established in the mind through these efforts, it must, of necessity, be communicated to someone else, either through instruction or through discussion, in order to polish the mind by trying to show its soundness. Such communication takes place through verbal expression, that is, speech composed of spoken words which God created in a limb of the human body, the tongue, as combinations of sounds, that is, the various qualities of sound as broken by uvula and tongue so that the thoughts of people can be communicated in speech. This is the first step in the communication of thoughts. As its most important and noble part, it includes the sciences. However, it comprises every statement or wish, command, that in general enters the mind. After this first step in communication, there is a second. It is the communication of one's thoughts to persons who are out of sight or bodily far away, or to persons who live later and whom one has not met, since they are not contemporaries. This is written communication. Writing is figures made by the hand, whose shapes and forms, by convention, indicate the individual letters, sounds, and words of speech. Thus, they communicate thought through the medium of speech. Writing, therefore, constitutes the second step of communication and is one of its two parts. It gives information about the noblest part of thinking, namely, science and knowledge. Scholars take care to deposit all their scientific thoughts in books by means of writing, so that all those who are absent and live at a later time may have the benefit of them. People who do that are authors. Everywhere in the world, written works are numerous. They are handed down among all races and in all ages. They differ as the result of differences in religious laws and organizations and in the information available about nations and dynasties. The philosophical sciences do not show such differences. They have developed uniformly, as required by the very nature of thinking, which is concerned with the perception of existing things as they are, whether corporeal, spiritual, celestial, elemental, abstract, or material. These sciences show no differences. Differences occur in the religious sciences because of differences among the various religions, and in the historical sciences because of differences in the outward character of historical information. Writing differs in that human beings have come to use different forms and shapes of it. These differences are called pen and script. There is the Imyarite script, which is called Musnad. It is the script of the Imyar and the ancient inhabitants of the Yemen. It differs from the writing of the later Mu'ar Arabs, exactly as the language written in the Imyarite script is different from the language of the Mu'ar Arabs, though all of them are Arabs. Both have their own general norms, which are evolved inductively from their ways of linguistic expression, and are different from the norms of the other group. Another script is the Syrian script. This is the writing of the Nabateans and Chaldeans. Ignorant people often think that because these were the most powerful nations in antiquity, and the Syrian script is of great antiquity, it is the natural script, whereas all other scripts are conventional ones. This is a fanciful, vulgar idea. No action resulting from choice is a natural one. The fact is simply that the Syrian script is so old and was used for so long that it became a firmly rooted habit, thought by the observer to be a natural one. Many simpletons have the same idea about the Arabic language. They say that the Arabs express themselves in good Arabic and speak it by nature. This is a fanciful idea. Another script is the Hebrew script. It is the writing of the children of Eber, the son of Shelah, who are Israelites, and of other people. Another script is the Latin script, the script of the Latin Byzantines. They also have their own language. Each nation has its own particular form of writing, which is attributed to it in particular. This applies, for instance, to the Turks, the European Christians, the Indians, and others. Only 3 scripts are of interest. First, Syrian, because of its antiquity, as we have mentioned. Then there are Arabic and Hebrew, since the Quran and the Torah were revealed in the Arabic and Hebrew scripts and languages, respectively. Then, thirdly, there is Latin, the language of the Romans. When they adopted Christianity, which is entirely based upon the Torah, they translated the Torah and the books of the Israelite prophets into their language, in order to be able to derive the law from Scripture as easily as possible. Thus, they came to be more interested in their own language and writing than in any other. The other scripts are of no interest. Every people employs its own particular kind of script. Now, the purposes that must be borne in mind in literary composition and that alone are to be considered valid were restricted to 7. 1. The invention of a science with its subject, its division into chapters and sections, and the discussion of its problems. Or the invention of problems and topics of research which occur to a competent scholar and which he wants to communicate to someone else, so that they may become generally known and useful. This, then, is deposited in a written volume, so that a later generation may have the benefit of it. This is what happened, for instance, with the principles of jurisprudence. Ash-Shafi'i was the first to discuss, and briefly to describe, the legal arguments based on the wording of the traditions. Then, the Anafites appeared and invented the problems of analogical reasoning and presented them fully. This material has been used by subsequent generations down to the present time. 2. A scholar may find the discussion and works of ancient scholars difficult to understand. God may open understanding of them to him. He will then wish to communicate his knowledge to someone else who may perhaps have difficulties with the same problems, so that all those who are worthy may have the benefit of his knowledge. This is the interpretational approach to books on the intellectual and traditional sciences. It is a noble chapter. 3. Some later scholar may come across an error or mistake in discussions by ancient scholars of renowned merit and famous authority as teachers. He may have clear proof for it, admitting of no doubt. He will then wish to communicate this discovery to those after him, since it is impossible to eradicate a mistake in the work in question, in view of its wide dissemination in space and time, the fame of its author, and the reliance people place in his learning. Therefore, he deposits this discovery of the mistake in writing, so that future students may learn the explanation of it. 4. A particular discipline may be incomplete, certain problems or details indicated by the division of the subject of the discipline requiring treatment. The scholar who becomes aware of the fact will want to supply these lacking problems, in order to perfect the discipline by having all its problems and details treated and leaving no room for deficiency in it. 5. The problems of a particular science may have been treated without the proper arrangement into chapters and without order. The scholar who becomes aware of that situation will arrange and improve on the problems and put every problem in the chapter where it belongs. 6. The problems of a certain science may only exist scattered among the proper chapters of other sciences. Some excellent scholar will then become aware of the subject of that particular discipline, as a subject in its own right, and of the need of collecting its problems. He will do that, and a new discipline will make its appearance. He will give it its place among the sciences that mankind, with its ability to think, cultivates. This happened with the science of literary criticism, Bayan. 7. Something in the main scholarly works may be too long and prolix. One will then try to compose a brief and succinct abridgment, omitting all repetitions. However, one has to be careful not to eliminate anything essential, so that the purpose of the first author will not be vitiated. These are the purposes that must be borne in mind and not lost sight of in literary composition. All else is unnecessary, a mistake, or deviation, from the road that all intelligent scholars think must be followed. For instance, someone may try to ascribe the work of an earlier author to himself with the aid of certain tricks, such as changing the wording and the arrangement of the contents. Or, someone may eliminate material essential to a particular discipline, or mention unnecessary material, or replace correct statements with wrong ones, or mention useless material. All this shows ignorance and impudence. Aristotle, when he enumerated the purposes by which an author must be guided, and had come to the last one, therefore said, everything else is either superfluousness or greed, by which he meant ignorance and insolence. 34. The great number of scholarly works available is an obstacle on the path to attaining scholarship. It should be known that among the things that are harmful to the human quest for knowledge and to the attainment of a thorough scholarship are the great number of works available, the large variety in technical terminology, needed for purposes of instruction, and the numerous methods used in those works. The student is required to have a ready knowledge of all that. Only then is he considered an accomplished scholar. Thus, the student must know all the works, or most of them, and observe the methods used in them. His whole lifetime would not suffice to know all the literature that exists in a single discipline, even if he were to devote himself entirely to it. Thus, he must of necessity fall short of attaining scholarship. All are variations of one and the same subject. The student is required to have a ready knowledge of all of them and to be able to distinguish between them. A whole lifetime could be spent on but one of them. If teachers and students were to restrict themselves to the school problems, the task would be much easier and, scholarly, instruction would be simple and easily accessible. However, this is an evil that cannot be cured, because it has become firmly ingrained through custom. In a way, it has become something natural, which cannot be moved or transformed. 35. The great number of brief handbooks available on scholarly subjects is detrimental to the process of instruction. Many recent scholars have turned to brief presentations of the methods and contents of the sciences. They want to know the methods and contents, and they present them systematically in the form of brief programs for each science. These brief handbooks express all the problems of a given discipline and the evidence for them in a few brief words that are full of meaning. This procedure is detrimental to good style and makes difficulties for the understanding. Scholars often approach the main scholarly works on the various disciplines, which are very lengthy, intending to interpret and explain them. They abridge them, in order to make it easier, for students, to acquire expert knowledge of them. This has a corrupting influence upon the process of instruction and is detrimental to the attainment of scholarship. For it confuses the beginner by presenting the final results of a discipline to him before he is prepared for them. This is a bad method of instruction. It also involves a great deal of work for the student. He must study carefully the words of the abridgment, which are complicated to understand because they are crowded with ideas, and try to find out from them what the problems of the given discipline are. Thus, the texts of such brief handbooks are found to be difficult and complicated. A good deal of time must be spent on trying to understand them. Moreover, after all these difficulties, the scholarly habit that results from receiving instruction from brief handbooks, even when it is at its best and is not accompanied by any flaw, is inferior to the habits resulting from the study of more extensive and lengthy works. The latter contain a great amount of repetition and lengthiness, but both are useful for the acquisition of a perfect habit. When there is little repetition, an inferior habit is the result. This is the case with the abridgments. The intention was to make it easy for students to acquire expert knowledge of scholarly subjects, but the result is that it has become more difficult for them, because they are prevented from acquiring useful and firmly established habits. 36. The right attitude in scientific instruction and toward the method of giving such instruction. It should be known that the teaching of scientific subjects to students is effective only when it proceeds gradually and little by little. At first, the teacher presents the student with the principal problems within each chapter of a given discipline. He acquaints him with them by commenting on them in a summary fashion. In the course of doing so, he observes the student's intellectual potential and his preparedness for understanding the material that will come his way until the end of the discipline under consideration is reached. In the process, the student acquires the habit of the science he studies. However, that habit will be an approximate and weak one. The most it can do is to enable the student to understand the discipline and to know its problems. The teacher, then, leads the student back over the discipline a second time. He gives him instruction in it on a higher level. He no longer gives a summary but full commentaries and explanations. He mentions to him the existing differences of opinion and the form these differences take all the way through to the end of the discipline under consideration. Thus, the student's scholarly habit is improved. Then, the teacher leads the student back again, now that he is solidly grounded. He leaves nothing that is complicated, vague, or obscure, unexplained. He bears all the secrets of the discipline to him. As a result, the student, when he finishes with the discipline, has acquired the habit of it. This is the effective method of instruction. As one can see, it requires a threefold repetition. Some students can get through it with less than that, depending on their natural dispositions and qualifications. We have observed that many teachers of the time in which we are living are ignorant of this effective method of instruction. They begin their instruction by confronting the student with obscure scientific problems. They require him to concentrate on solving them. They think that that is experienced and correct teaching, and they make it the task of the student to comprehend and know such things. In actual fact, they confuse him by exposing him to the final results of a discipline at the beginning of his studies, and before he is prepared to understand them. Preparedness for and receptivity to scientific knowledge and understanding grow gradually. At the beginning, the student is completely unable to understand any but a very few points. His understanding is only approximate and general and can be achieved only with the help of pictures, muthal, derived from sensual perception. His preparedness, then, keeps growing gradually and little by little when he faces the problems of the discipline under consideration and has them repeated to him and advances from approximate understanding of them to a complete, higher knowledge. Thus the habit of preparedness and, eventually, that of attainment materialize in the student, until he has a comprehensive knowledge of the problems of the discipline he studies. But if a student is exposed to the final results at the beginning, while he is still unable to understand and comprehend anything and is still far from being prepared to understand, his mind is not acute enough to grasp them. He gets the impression that scholarship is difficult and becomes loath to occupy himself with it. He constantly dodges and avoids it. That is the result of poor instruction, and nothing else. The teacher should not ask more from a student than that he understand the book he is engaged in studying, in accordance with his class, age group, and his receptivity to instruction, whether he is at the start or at the end of his studies. The teacher should not bring in problems other than those found in that particular book, until the student knows the whole book, from beginning to end, is acquainted with its purpose, and has gained a habit from it, which he then can apply to other books. When the student has acquired the scholarly habit in one discipline, he is prepared for learning all the others. He also has become interested in looking for more and in advancing to higher learning. Thus, he eventually acquires a complete mastery of scholarship. But if one confuses a student, he will be unable to understand. He becomes indolent and stops thinking. He despairs of becoming a scholar and avoids scholarship and instruction. It is also necessary, for the teacher, to avoid prolonging the period of instruction in a single discipline or book, by breaks in the sessions and long intervals between them. This causes the student to forget and disrupts the nexus between the different problems of the discipline being studied. The result of such interruptions is that attainment of the scholarly habit becomes difficult. If the first and last things of a discipline are present in the mind and prevent the effects of forgetfulness, the scholarly habit is more easily acquired, more firmly established, and closer to becoming a true coloring. Or habits are acquired by continuous and repeated activity. When one forgets to act, one forgets the habit that results from that particular action. A good and necessary method and approach in instruction is not to expose the student to two disciplines at the same time. Otherwise, he will rarely master one of them, since he has to divide his attention and is diverted from each of them by his attempt to understand the other. Thus, he will consider both of them obscure and difficult, and be unsuccessful in both. But if his mind is free to study the subject that he is out to study, and can restrict himself to it, that fact often makes it simpler for him to learn the subject in question. You, student, should realize that I am here giving you useful hints for your study. If you accept them and follow them assiduously, you will find a great and noble treasure. As an introduction that will help you to understand them, I shall tell you the following. Man's ability to think is a special natural gift that God created exactly as He created all His other creations. It is an action and motion in the soul by means of a power in the middle cavity of the brain. At times, thinking means the beginning of orderly and well-arranged human actions. At other times, it means the beginning of the knowledge of something that had not been available before. The ability to think is directed towards some objective whose two extremes it has perceived, and now it desires to affirm or deny it. In almost no time, it recognizes the middle term which combines the two extremes, if the objective is uniform. Or, it goes on to obtain another middle term, if the objective is manifold. It thus finds its objective. It is in this way that the ability to think, by which man is distinguished from all the other animals, works. Now, the craft of logic is knowledge of the way in which the natural ability to think and speculate operates. Logic describes it, so that correct operation can be distinguished from erroneous. To be right, though, is in the essence of the ability to think. However, in very rare cases, it is affected by error. This comes from perceiving the two extremes in forms other than are properly theirs, as the result of confusion in the order and arrangement of the propositions from which the conclusion is drawn. Logic helps to avoid such traps. Thus, it is a technical procedure which parallels man's natural ability to think and conforms to the way in which it functions. Since it is a technical procedure, it can be dispensed with in most cases. Therefore, one finds that many of the world's most excellent thinkers have achieved scholarly results without employing the craft of logic, especially when their intention was sincere and they entrusted themselves to the mercy of God, which is the greatest help. They proceeded with the aid of the natural ability to think at its best, and this, as it was created by God, permitted them by its nature to find the middle term and knowledge of their objective. Besides the technical procedure called logic, the process of study involves another introductory discipline, namely, the knowledge of words and the way in which they indicate ideas in the mind by deriving them from what the forms of the letters say, in the case of writing, and from what the tongue speech says in the case of spoken utterances. You, the student, must pass through all these veils, in order to reach the state where you can think about your objective. First, there is the way in which writing indicates spoken words. This is the easiest part of it. Then, there is the way in which the spoken words indicate the ideas one is seeking. Further, there are the rules for arranging the ideas in their proper molds, as they are known from the craft of logic, in order to make deductions. Then, there are those ideas in the mind that are abstract nets with which one goes hunting for the desired objective with the help of one's natural ability to think and entrusting oneself to the mercy and generosity of God. Not everyone is able to pass through all these stages quickly and to cut through all these veils easily during the process of instruction. Disputes often cause the mind to stop at the veils of words. Disturbing quarrels and doubts cause it to fall into the nets of argument, so that the mind is prevented from attaining its objective. Rarely do more than a few, who are guided by God, succeed in extricating themselves from this abyss. If you are afflicted by such difficulties, and hampered in your understanding of the problems, by misgivings or disturbing doubts in your mind, cast them off. Discard the veils of words and the obstacles of doubt. Leave all the technical procedures and take refuge in the realm of the natural ability to think given to you by nature. Let your speculation roam in it and let your mind freely delve in it, according to whatever you desire from it. Set foot in the places where the greatest thinkers before you did. Entrust yourself to God's aid, as in His mercy He aided them and taught them what they did not know. If you do that, God's helpful light will shine upon you and show you your objective. Inspiration will indicate to you the middle term that God made a natural requirement of thinking. At that particular moment, return with the middle term to the molds and forms for the arguments, dip it into them, and give it its due of the technical norm of logic. Then, clothe it with the forms of words and bring it forth into the world of spoken utterances, firmly girt and soundly constructed. Verbal disputes and doubts concerning the distinction between right and wrong logical evidence are all technical and conventional matters. Their numerous aspects are all alike or similar, because of their conventional and technical character. If they stop you, you will not be able to distinguish the truth in them, for the truth becomes distinguishable only if it exists by nature. All the doubts and uncertainties will remain. The veils will cover the objective sought and prevent the thinker from attaining it. That has been the case with most recent thinkers, especially with those who formerly spoke a language other than Arabic, which was a mental handicap, or those who were enamored with logic and partial to it. They believe that logic is a natural means for the perception of the truth. They become confused when doubts and misgivings arise concerning the evidence, and they are scarcely able to free themselves from such doubts. As a matter of fact, the natural means for the perception of the truth is, as we have stated, man's natural ability to think, when it is free from all imaginings, and when the thinker entrusts himself to the mercy of God. Logic merely describes the process of thinking and mostly parallels it. Take that into consideration and ask for God's mercy when you have difficulty in understanding problems. Then, the divine light will shine upon you and give you the right inspiration. 57. Study of the auxiliary sciences should not be prolonged, and their problems should not be treated in detail. The sciences customarily known among civilized people are of two kinds. There are the sciences that are wanted per se, such as the religious sciences of Quran interpretation, prophetic traditions, jurisprudence, and speculative theology, and the physical and metaphysical sciences of philosophy. In addition, there are sciences that are instrumental and auxiliary to the sciences mentioned. Among such auxiliary sciences are Arabic philology, arithmetic, and others, which are auxiliary to the religious sciences, and logic, which is auxiliary to philosophy and often also to speculative theology and the science of the principles of jurisprudence, when treated according to the method of recent scholars. In the case of the sciences that are wanted per se, it does no harm to extend their discussion, to treat their problems in detail, and to present all the evidence and all the different views which exist concerning them. It gives the student of them a firmer habit and clarifies the ideas they contain which one wants to know. But the sciences that are auxiliary to other sciences, such as Arabic philology, logic, and the like, should be studied only in so far as they are aids to the other sciences. Discussion of them should not be prolonged, and the problems should not be treated in detail, as this would lead away from their purpose, and their purpose is to facilitate understanding of the sciences to which they are auxiliary, nothing else. Whenever the auxiliary sciences cease to be auxiliary to other sciences, they abandon their purpose, and occupation with them becomes an idle pastime. Moreover, it is, also, difficult to acquire the habit of them, because they are large subjects with many details. Their difficulty is often an obstacle to acquiring the sciences wanted per se, because it takes so long to get to them. However, they are more important, and life is too short to acquire a knowledge of everything in this thorough form. Thus, occupation with the auxiliary sciences constitutes a waste of one's life, occupation with something that is of no concern. Recent scholars have done this with grammar and logic and even with the principles of jurisprudence. They have prolonged the discussion of these disciplines both by transmitting more material, and by adding it through deductive reasoning. They have increased the number of details and problems, causing them to be no longer auxiliary sciences, but disciplines that are wanted per se. In consequence, the auxiliary sciences often deal with views and problems for which there is no need in the disciplines that are wanted per se, and are the sole raison d'etre of the auxiliary sciences. Thus, they are a sort of idle pastime and also do outright harm to students, because the sciences that are wanted per se are more important for them than the auxiliary and instrumental sciences. If they spend all their lives on the auxiliary sciences, when will they get around to those which are wanted per se? Therefore, teachers of the auxiliary sciences ought not to delve too deeply in them and increase the number of their problems. They must advise the student concerning their purpose and have him stop there. Those who have the mind to go more deeply into them and consider themselves capable and able to do so, may choose such a course, for themselves. Everyone is successful at the things for which he was created. 38. The instruction of children and the different methods employed in the Muslim cities. Instructing children in the Quran is a symbol of Islam. Muslims have, and practice, such instruction in all their cities, because it imbues the heart with a firm belief in Islam and its articles of faith, which are derived from the verses of the Quran and certain prophetic traditions. The Quran has become the basis of instruction, the foundation for all habits that may be acquired later on. The reason for this is that the things one is taught in one's youth take root more deeply than anything else. They are the basis of all later knowledge. The first impression the heart receives is, in a way, the foundation of all scholarly habits. The character of the foundation determines the condition of the building. The methods of instructing children in the Quran differ according to differences of opinion as to the habits that are to result from that instruction. The Maghribi method is to restrict the education of children to instruction in the Quran and to practice, during the course of instruction, in Quran orthography and its problems and the differences among Quran experts on this score. The Maghribis do not bring up any other subjects in their classes, such as traditions, jurisprudence, poetry, or Arabic philology, until the pupil is skilled in the Quran, or drops out before becoming skilled in it. In the latter case, it means, as a rule, that he will not learn anything. This is the method the urban population in the Maghrib and the native Berber Quran teachers who follow their urban compatriots use in educating their children up to the age of manhood. They use it also with old people who study the Quran after part of their life has passed. Consequently, Maghribis know the orthography of the Quran, and know it by heart, better than any other Muslim group. The Spanish method is instruction in reading and writing as such. That is what they pay attention to in the instruction of children. However, since the Quran is the basis and foundation of all that and the source of Islam and all the sciences, they make it the basis of instruction, but they do not restrict the instruction of their children exclusively to the Quran. They also bring in other subjects, mainly poetry and composition, and they give the children an expert knowledge of Arabic and teach them good handwriting. They do not stress teaching the Quran more than the other subjects. In fact, they are more concerned with teaching handwriting than anything else, until the child reaches manhood. He then has some experience and knowledge of the Arabic language and poetry. He has an excellent knowledge of handwriting, and he would have a thorough acquaintance with scholarship in general, if the tradition of scholarly instruction still existed in Spain, but he does not, because the tradition no longer exists there. Thus, present-day Spanish children obtain no further knowledge than what their primary instruction provides. It is enough for those whom God guides. It prepares them for further studies, in the event that a teacher can be found for them. The people of Afriqiya combine the instruction of children in the Quran, usually, with the teaching of traditions. They also teach basic scientific norms and certain scientific problems. However, they stress giving their children a good knowledge of the Quran and acquainting them with its various recensions and readings more than anything else. Next, they stress handwriting. In general, their method of instruction in the Quran is closer to the Spanish method than to Maghribi or Eastern methods, because their educational tradition derives from the Spanish sheikhs who crossed over when the Christians conquered Spain, and asked for hospitality in Tunis. From that time on, they were the teachers of Tunisian children. The people of the East, as far as we know, likewise have a mixed curriculum. I do not know what they stress, primarily. We have been told that they are concerned with teaching the Quran and the works and basic norms of religious scholarship once the children are grown up. They do not combine instruction in the Quran with instruction in handwriting. They have special rules for teaching it, and there are special teachers for it, just like any other craft which is taught separately and not included in the school curriculum for children. The children's slates on which they practice, exhibit an inferior form of handwriting. Those who want to learn good handwriting may do so later on from professional calligraphers, to the extent of their interest in it and desire. The fact that the people of Afriqiya and the Maghrib restrict themselves to the Quran makes them altogether incapable of mastering the linguistic habit. For as a rule, no scholarly habit can originate from the study of the Quran, because no human being can produce anything like it. Thus, human beings are unable to employ or imitate its style, and they also can form no habit in any other respect. Consequently, a person who knows the Quran does not acquire the habit of the Arabic language. It will be his lot to be awkward in expression and to have little fluency in speaking. This situation is not quite so pronounced among the people of Afriqiya as among the Maghribis, because, as we have stated, the former combine instruction in the Quran with instruction in the terminology of scientific norms. Thus, they get some practice and have some examples to imitate. However, their habit in this respect does not amount to a good style, eloquence, because their knowledge mostly consists of scholarly terminology which falls short of good style. As for the Spaniards, their varied curriculum with its great amount of instruction in poetry, composition, and Arabic philology gave them, from their early years on, a habit providing for a better acquaintance with the Arabic language. They were less proficient in all the other, religious, sciences, because they were little familiar with study of the Quran and the traditions that are the basis and foundation of the religious sciences. Thus, they were people who knew how to write and who had a literary education that was either excellent or deficient, depending on the secondary education they received after their childhood education. In his Rilah, Judge Abu Bakr b al-Arabi one makes a remarkable statement about instruction, which retains the best of the old, and presents some good, new features. He places instruction in Arabic and poetry ahead of all the other sciences, as in the Spanish method, since, he says, poetry is the archive of the Arabs. Poetry and Arabic philology should be taught first because of the existing corruption of the language. From there, the student should go on to arithmetic and study it assiduously, until he knows its basic norms. He should then go on to the study of the Quran, because with his previous preparation, it will be easy for him. Ibn al-Arabi continues, how thoughtless are our compatriots in that they teach children the Quran when they are first starting out. They read things they do not understand and work hard at something that is not as important for them as other matters. He concludes, the student should study successively the principles of Islam, the principles of jurisprudence, disputation, and then the prophetic traditions and the sciences connected with them. He also forbids teaching two disciplines at the same time, save to the student with a good mind and sufficient energy. This is Judge Abu Bakr's advice. It is a good method indeed. However, accepted custom is not favorable to it, and custom has greater power over conditions than anything else. Accepted custom gives preference to the teaching of the Quran. The reason is the desire for the blessing and reward, in the other world, and a fear of the things that might affect children in the folly of youth and harm them and keep them from acquiring knowledge. They might miss the chance to learn the Quran. As long as they remain at home, they are amenable to authority. When they have grown up and shaken off the yoke of authority, the tempests of young manhood often cast them upon the shores of wrongdoing. Therefore, while the children are still at home and under the yoke of authority, one seizes the opportunity to teach them the Quran, so that they will not remain without knowledge of it. If one could be certain that a child would continue to study and accept instruction, when he has grown up, the method mentioned by the judge would be the most suitable one ever devised in East or West. 39. Severity to students does them harm. This comes about as follows. Severe punishment in the course of instruction does harm to the student, especially to little children, because it belongs among the things that make for a bad habit. Students, slaves, and servants who are brought up with injustice and tyrannical force are overcome by it. It makes them feel oppressed and causes them to lose their energy. It makes them lazy and induces them to lie and be insincere. That is, their outward behavior differs from what they are thinking, because they are afraid that they will have to suffer tyrannical treatment, if they tell the truth. Thus, they are taught deceit and trickery. This becomes their custom and character. They lose the quality that goes with social and political organization and makes people human, namely, the desire to protect and defend themselves and their homes, and they become dependent on others. Indeed, their souls become too indolent to attempt to acquire the virtues and good character qualities. Thus, they fall short of their potentialities and do not reach the limit of their humanity. As a result, they revert to the stage of the lowest of the low. That is what happened to every nation that fell under the yoke of tyranny and learned through it the meaning of injustice. One may check this by observing any person who is not in control of his own affairs and has no authority on his side to guarantee his safety. One may look at the Jews and the bad character they have acquired, such that they are described in every region and period as having the quality of KhaldnN, which, according to well-known technical terminology, means insincerity and trickery. The reason is what we have said. Thus, a teacher must not be too severe toward his pupil, nor a father toward his son, in educating them. In the book that Abu Muhammad b. Abi Zayd wrote on the laws governing teachers and pupils, he said, if children must be beaten, their educator must not strike them more than 3 times. Umar said, those who are not educated, disciplined, by the religious law are not educated by God. He spoke out of a desire to preserve the souls from the humiliation of disciplinary punishment and in the knowledge that the amount of disciplinary punishment that the religious law has stipulated is fully adequate to keep a person under control, because the religious law knows best what is good for him. One of the best methods of education was suggested by A.R. Rashid to Caliph b. Amr, the teacher of his son Al-Amin. Caliph b. Amr said, A.R. Rashid told me to come and educate his son Al-Amin, and he said to me, O Amr, the commander of the faithful is entrusting his son to you, the life of his soul and the fruit of his heart. Take firm hold of him and make him obey you. Occupy in relation to him the place that the commander of the faithful has given you. Teach him to read the Quran. Instruct him in history. Let him transmit poems and teach him the Sunnah of the Prophet. Give him insight into the proper occasions for speech and how to begin a speech. Forbid him to laugh, save at times when it is proper. Accustom him to honor his relatives when they come to him, and to give the military leaders places of honor when they come to his salon. Let no hour pass in which you do not seize the opportunity to teach him something useful. But do so without vexing him, which would kill his mind. Do not always be too lenient with him, or he will get to like leisure and become used to it. As much as possible, correct him kindly and gently. If he does not want it that way, you must then use severity and harshness. 40. A scholar's education is greatly improved by traveling in quest of knowledge and meeting the authoritative teachers of his time. The reason for this is that human beings obtain their knowledge and character qualities and all their opinions and virtues either through study, instruction, and lectures, or through imitation of a teacher and personal contact with him. The only difference here is that habits acquired through personal contact with a teacher are more strongly and firmly rooted. Thus, the greater the number of authoritative teachers, the more deeply rooted is the habit one acquires. Furthermore, the technical terminologies used in scientific instruction are confusing to the student. Many students even suppose them to be part of a given science. The only way to deliver them from that wrong notion is by personal contact with teachers, for different teachers employ different terminologies. Thus, meeting scholars and having many authoritative teachers enables the student to notice the difference in the terminologies used by different teachers and to distinguish among them. He will thus be able to recognize the science itself behind the technical terminologies it uses. He will realize that they are but means and methods for imparting knowledge. His powers will work toward acquiring strongly and firmly rooted habits. he will improve the knowledge he has and be able to distinguish it from other knowledge. In addition, his habits will be strengthened through his intensive personal contact with teachers, when they are many and of various types. This is for those for whom God facilitated the ways of scholarship and right guidance. Thus, traveling in quest of knowledge is absolutely necessary for the acquisition of useful knowledge and perfection through meeting authoritative teachers and having contact with scholarly personalities. 41 Scholars are, of all people, those least familiar with the ways of politics. The reason for this is that scholars are used to mental speculation and to a searching study of ideas which they abstract from the sensibilia and conceive in their minds as general universals, so that they may be applicable to some matter in general but not to any particular matter, individual, race, nation, or group of people. Scholars, then, make such universal ideas conform, in their minds, to facts of the outside world. They also compare things with others that are similar to or like them, with the help of analogical reasoning as used in jurisprudence, which is something familiar to them. All their conclusions and views continue to be something in the mind. They come to conform to the facts of the outside world only after research and speculation has come to an end, or they may never come to conform to them. The facts of the outside world are merely special cases of the ideas in the mind. For instance, the religious laws are special cases derived from the well-known texts of the Quran and the Sunnah. In their case, one expects the facts of the outside world to conform to them, in contrast with the intellectual sciences, where, to prove the soundness of views, one expects those views to conform to the facts of the outside world. Thus, in all their intellectual activity, scholars are accustomed to dealing with matters of the mind and with thoughts. They do not know anything else. Politicians, on the other hand, must pay attention to the facts of the outside world and the conditions attaching to and depending on politics. These facts and conditions are obscure. They may contain some element, making it impossible to refer them to something like and similar, or contradicting the universal idea to which one would like them to conform. The conditions existing in civilization cannot, always, be compared with each other. They may be alike in one respect, but they may differ in other respects. Scholars are accustomed to generalizations and analogical conclusions. When they look at politics, they press their observations into the mold of their views and their way of making deductions. Thus, they commit many errors, or they cannot be trusted not to commit errors. The intelligent and alert segment of civilized people falls into the same category as scholars. Their penetrating minds drive them toward a searching occupation with ideas, analogy, and comparison, as is the case with jurists. Thus, they too commit errors. The average person of a healthy disposition and a mediocre intelligence has not got the mind for such speculation, and does not think of it. Therefore, he restricts himself to considering every matter as it is, and to judging every kind of situation and every type of individual by its particular circumstances. His judgment is not infected with analogy and generalization. Most of his speculation stops at matters perceivable by the senses, and he does not go beyond them in his mind. Such a man, therefore, can be trusted when he reflects upon his political activities. He has the right outlook in dealing with his fellow men. Thus, he makes a good living and suffers no damage or harm in the process, because he has the right outlook. This situation makes one realize that logic cannot be trusted to prevent the commission of errors, because it is too abstract and remote from the sensibilia. Logic considers the secondary intelligibilia. It is possible that material things contain something that does not admit of logical conclusions and contradicts them, when one looks for unequivocal conformity between them and the facts of the outside world. It is different with speculation about the primary intelligibilia, which are less abstract. They are matters of the imagination and pictures of the sensibilia. They retain certain features of the sensibilia, and permit verification of the conformity of the sensibilia to the primary intelligibilia. 42 Most of the scholars in Islam have been non-Arabs. It is a remarkable fact that, with few exceptions, most Muslim scholars both in the religious and in the intellectual sciences have been non-Arabs. When a scholar is of Arab origin, he is non-Arab in language and upbringing and has non-Arab teachers. This is so in spite of the fact that Islam is an Arab religion, and its founder was an Arab. The reason for it is that at the beginning Islam had no sciences or crafts, because of the simple conditions and the desert attitude. The religious laws, which are the commands and prohibitions of God, were in the breasts of the authorities. They knew their sources, the Quran and the Sunnah, from information they had received directly from Muhammad himself and from the men around him. The people at that time were Arabs. They did not know anything about scientific instruction or the writing of books and systematic works. There was no incentive or need for that. This was the situation during the time of the men around Muhammad and the men of the second generation. The persons who were concerned with knowing and transmitting the religious laws were called Quran readers, that is, people who were able to read the Quran and were not illiterate. Illiteracy was general at that time among the men around Muhammad, since they were Bedouins. By the time of the reign of Ar-Rashid, oral tradition had become far removed from its starting point. It was thus necessary to write commentaries on the Quran and to fix the traditions in writing, because it was feared that they might be lost. It was also necessary to know the chains of transmitters and to assess their reliability, in order to be able to distinguish sound chains of transmitters from inferior ones. Then, more and more laws concerning actual cases were derived from the Quran and the Sunnah. Moreover, the Arabic language became corrupt, and it was necessary to lay down grammatical rules. All the religious sciences had thus become habits connected with producing and deriving laws and norms, and with comparison and analogical reasoning. Other, auxiliary sciences became necessary, such as knowledge of the rules of the Arabic language, knowledge of the rules that govern the derivation of laws, and analogical reasoning, and defense of the articles of faith by means of arguments, because a great number of innovations and heresies had come into existence. All these things developed into sciences with their own habits, requiring instruction for their acquisition. Thus, they came to fall under the category of crafts. We have mentioned before that the crafts are cultivated by sedentary people and that of all peoples the Bedouins are least familiar with the crafts. Thus, the sciences came to belong to sedentary culture, and the Arabs were not familiar with them or with their cultivation. Now, the only sedentary people at that time were non-Arabs and, what amounts to the same thing, the clients and sedentary people who followed the non-Arabs at that time in all matters of sedentary culture, including the crafts and professions. They were most versed in those things, because sedentary culture had been firmly rooted among them from the time of the Persian Empire. Thus, the founders of grammar were Sibawi and, after him, Al-Farisi and Az-Zajjaj. 1 All of them were of non-Arab, Persian, descent. They were brought up in the Arabic language and acquired the knowledge of it through their upbringing and through contact with Arabs. They invented the rules of grammar, and made it into a discipline, in its own right, for later generations to use. Most of the scholars who preserved traditions for the Muslims also were Persians, or Persian in language and upbringing, because the discipline was widely cultivated in the Iraq and the regions beyond. Furthermore, all the scholars who worked in the science of the principles of jurisprudence were Persians. The same applies to speculative theologians and to most Quran commentators. Only the Persians engaged in the task of preserving knowledge and writing systematic scholarly works. Thus, the truth of the following statement by the Prophet becomes apparent: if scholarship hung suspended in the highest parts of heaven, the Persians would attain it. The Arabs who came into contact with that flourishing sedentary culture and exchanged their Bedouin attitude for it, were diverted from occupying themselves with scholarship and study by their leading position in the Abbasid dynasty and the tasks that confronted them in government. They were the men of the dynasty, at once its protectors and the executors of its policy. In addition, at that time, they considered it a lowly thing to be a scholar, because scholarship is a craft, and political leaders are always contemptuous of the crafts and professions and everything that leads to them. Thus, they left such things to non-Arabs and persons of mixed Arab and non-Arab parentage. The latter cultivated them, and the Arabs always considered it their right to cultivate them, as they were their custom and their sciences, and never felt complete contempt for the men learned in them. The final result, however, was that when the Arabs lost power and the non-Arabs took over, the religious sciences had no place with the men in power, because the latter had no relations with scholarship. Scholars were viewed with contempt, because the men in power saw that scholars had no contact with them and were occupying themselves with things that were of no interest to the men in power in governmental and political matters. This is why all scholars in the religious sciences, or most of them, are non-Arabs. The intellectual sciences, as well, made their appearance in Islam only after scholars and authors had become a distinct group of people and all scholarship had become a craft. The intellectual sciences were then the special preserve of non-Arabs, left alone by the Arabs, who did not cultivate them. This situation continued in the cities as long as the Persians and the Persian countries, the Iraq, Khorasan, and Transoxania, retained their sedentary culture. But when those cities fell into ruin, sedentary culture, which God has devised for the attainment of sciences and crafts, disappeared from them. Along with it, scholarship altogether disappeared from among the Persians, who were now engulfed by the desert attitude. Scholarship was restricted to cities with an abundant sedentary culture. Today, no city has a more abundant sedentary culture than Cairo. It is the mother of the world, the great center of Islam, and the mainspring of the sciences and the crafts. 43. A person whose first language was not Arabic finds it harder than the native speaker of Arabic to acquire the sciences. This is explained by the fact that all scientific research deals with ideas of the mind and the imagination. This applies to the religious sciences in which research is mostly concerned with the meaning of words. These are matters of the imagination. The same fact also applies to the intellectual sciences, which are matters of the mind. Linguistic expression is merely the interpreter of ideas that are in the mind. One person conveys them to another in oral discussion, instruction, and constant scientific research. Words and expressions are media and veils between the ideas. They constitute the bonds between them and give them their final imprint. The student of ideas must extract them from the words that express them. For this he needs a knowledge of their linguistic meaning and a good, linguistic, habit. Otherwise, it is difficult for him to get the ideas, apart from the usual difficulties inherent in mental investigation of them. When he has a firmly rooted habit as far as semantics is concerned, so that the correct ideas present themselves to his mind when he hears certain words used, spontaneously and naturally, the veil between the ideas and the understanding is either totally removed, or becomes less heavy, and the only task that remains is to investigate the problems inherent in the ideas. All this applies to instruction by personal contact in the form of oral address and explanation. But when the student has to rely upon the study of books and written material and must understand scientific problems from the forms of written letters in books, he is confronted with another veil, namely, the veil that separates handwriting and the form of letters found in writing from the spoken words found in the imagination. The written letters have their own way of indicating the spoken words. As long as that way is not known, it is impossible to know what they express. If it is known imperfectly, the meaning, expressed by the letters is known imperfectly. Thus, the student is confronted with another veil standing between him and his objective of attaining scientific habits, one that is more difficult to cope with than the first one. Now, if his habit, as far as the meaning of words and writing goes, is firmly established, the veils between him and the ideas are lifted. He has merely to occupy himself with understanding the problems inherent in the ideas. The same relationship of ideas with words and writing exists in every language. The habits of students who learn these things while they are young, are more firmly established than those of other people. Furthermore, the Muslim realm was far-flung and included many nations. The sciences of the ancients were wiped out through the prophecy of Islam and its holy book. Illiteracy was the proper thing and symbol of Islam. Islam then gained royal authority and power. Foreign nations served the Muslims with their sedentary culture and refinement. The religious sciences, which had been traditional, were turned by the Muslims into crafts. Thus, scholarly habits originated among them. Many systematic works and books were written. The Muslims desired to learn the sciences of the foreign nations. They made them their own through translations. They pressed them into the mold of their own views. They took them over into their own language from the non-Arab languages and surpassed the achievements of the non-Arabs in them. The manuscripts in the non-Arabic language were forgotten, abandoned, and scattered. All the sciences came to exist in Arabic. The systematic works on them were written in Arabic writing. Thus, students of the sciences needed a knowledge of the meaning of Arabic words and Arabic writing. They could dispense with all other languages, because they had been wiped out and there was no longer any interest in them. Language is a habit of the tongue. Likewise, handwriting is a craft, the habit of which is located in the hand. The tongue, which had at first the habit of speaking a language other than Arabic, becomes deficient in its mastery of Arabic, because the person whose habit has advanced to a certain point in a particular craft is rarely able to master another one. This is obvious. If a person is deficient in his mastery of Arabic, in the meaning of its words and its writing, it is difficult for him to derive the ideas from Arabic words and Arabic writing. Only if the early habit of speaking a non-Arab language is not yet firmly established in a person when he makes the transition from it to Arabic, as is the case with small non-Arab children who grow up with Arabs before their habit of speaking a non-Arab language is firmly established, only then does the Arabic language come to be like a first native language, and his ability to derive the ideas from the words of the Arabic language is not deficient. The same applies to persons who learned non-Arabic writing before Arabic writing. This is why we find that most non-Arab scholars in their research and classes do not copy comments from books but read them aloud. In this way they are less disturbed by the veils between words and ideas, so that they can get more easily at the ideas. When a person possesses the perfect habit as far as verbal and written expression is concerned, he does not have to read aloud. For him, it has become like a firmly ingrained natural disposition to derive an understanding of words from writing and of ideas from words. The veils between him and the ideas are lifted. Intensive study and constant practice of the language and of writing may lead a person to a firmly rooted habit, as we find in most non-Arab scholars. However, this occurs rarely. When one compares such a person with an Arabic scholar of equal merit, the latter is the more efficient, and his habit the stronger. The non-Arab has trouble because his early use of a non-Arab language necessarily makes him inferior. This is not in contradiction with the aforementioned fact that most Muslim scholars are non-Arabs. In that connection, non-Arab meant non-Arab by descent. Such non-Arabs had a lengthy sedentary culture. Being non-Arab in language is something quite different, and this is what is meant here. It is also not in contradiction with the fact that the Greeks were highly accomplished scholars. They learned their sciences in their own native language and in their own writing, such as was customarily used among them. The non-Arab Muslim who studies to become a scholar learns his subject in a language other than his native one and from a writing other than the one whose habit he has mastered. This, then, becomes an impediment to him. This applies quite generally to all kinds of speakers of non-Arab languages, such as the Persians, the Turks, the Berbers, the European Christians, and all others whose language is not Arabic. 44. The sciences concerned with the Arabic language. The pillars of the Arabic language are 4, lexicography, grammar, syntax, and style, bayan, and literature. Knowledge of them all is necessary for religious scholars, since the source of all religious laws is the Quran and the Sunnah, which are in Arabic. Their transmitters, the men around Muhammad and the men of the second generation, were Arabs. Their difficulties are to be explained from the language they used. Thus, those who want to be religious scholars must know the sciences connected with the Arabic language. These sciences differ in emphasis, as to their importance, according to the different degrees of usefulness they possess for conveying the intended meaning of speech. The first and most important of them is grammar, since it gives a clear indication of the basic principles used in expressing the various intended meanings. Thus, one can distinguish between subject and object, as well as between the subject of a nominal sentence and its predicate. Lexicography would deserve to be first, were not most of its data constant, and restricted to their conventional meanings, incapable of changing, in contrast to the case endings in grammar, which indicate dependence, the person or thing that is dependent, and the person or thing on which something else depends. They always change completely and leave no trace. Thus, grammar is more important than lexicography, since ignorance of grammar is very harmful to mutual understanding. This is not the case with lexicography. Grammar. It should be known that language, as the term is customarily used, is the expression by a speaker of his intention. Such expression is an act of the tongue which originates in an intention to convey the meaning of speech. Therefore, language must become an established habit in the part of the body that produces it, namely, the tongue. In every nation, the formation of language takes place according to their own terminology. The linguistic habit that the Arabs obtained in that way is the best there is. It is the one most clearly expressing the intended meaning, since many ideas are indicated in it by something other than words. There are, for instance, vowels to distinguish the subject from object and I case, that is, the genitive, and there are letters to transform actions, verbs, that is, motions into essences, without need of other words. These features are found in no other language but Arabic. All other languages need special words to indicate a particular idea or situation. Therefore, we find non-Arabs lengthier in their speech than we would consider necessary in Arabic. When Islam came, the Arabs left the Ijt to seek the royal authority that was in the hands of foreign nations and dynasties. They came into contact with non-Arabs. As a result, their linguistic habit changed under the influence of the solecisms they heard non-Arab speakers of Arabic make, and it is hearing that begets the linguistic habit. Thus, the Arab linguistic habit began to incline toward adopting forms of speech at variance with it, because the Arabs became used to hearing them spoken, and their linguistic habit became corrupted. Cultured people feared that the Arab linguistic habit would become entirely corrupted, and that, if the process went on for a long time, the Quran and the traditions would no longer be understood. Therefore, they derived certain norms for the Arab linguistic habit from their way of speaking. These norms are of general applicability, like universals and basic principles. They checked all the other parts of speech with them and combined like with like. Later on, scholars wrote books on grammar. Among the pioneers were Al-Khalil B. Ahmad al-Farahidi and Sibawayh. There was much grammatical discussion. Divergent opinions originated among the grammarians of Al-Kufa and Al-Bara, the two old cities of the Arabs. They used an increasing number of proofs and arguments. The methods of grammatical instruction also became different. Then recent scholars came, with their method of being brief. They cut short a good deal of the long discussion, though they included everything that had been transmitted. They restricted themselves to elementary rules for beginners. Grammar has come to the point of being allowed to disappear, along with the decrease in the other sciences and crafts which we have noted, and which is the result of a decrease in civilization. The science of lexicography. This science is concerned with explaining the conventional meanings of the words of the language. This comes about as follows. The habit of the Arabic language became corrupted. Rules for protecting the vowel endings were developed. However, the process of corruption continued on account of the close contact of the Muslims with non-Arabs. Eventually, it affected the conventional meanings of words. Many Arabic words were no longer used in their proper meaning. This was the result of indulgence shown to the incorrect language used by non-Arab speakers of Arabic in their terminologies, in contradiction to the pure Arabic language. It was, therefore, necessary to protect the conventional meanings of the words of the language with the help of writing and systematic works, because it was to be feared that they might be wiped out and that ignorance of the Quran and the traditions would result. Many leading philologists set out eagerly on this task and dictated systematic works on the subject. The champion in this respect was Al-Khalil b. Ahmad al-Farahidi, with his Kitab al-Ain on lexicography. In it, he dealt with all possible combinations of the letters of the alphabet, that is, with words of 2, 3, 4, and 5 consonants. 5 consonant words are the longest letter combinations found in Arabic. He did not, however, arrange the chapters of the book according to the customary sequence of the letters of the alphabet. Abu Bakr Aziz Ubaydi, the teacher of Hisham al-Muwayyad in Spain in the 4th–10th century, abridged the Kitab al-Ain but preserved its complete character. He omitted all the words that are not used. Among Eastern scholars, al-Jahari composed the Kitab as-Ia with circumflex, which was the first to follow the ordinary alphabetical sequence. The science of syntax and style and literary criticism. This is a science which originated in Islam after Arabic philology and lexicography. It belongs among the philological sciences, because it is concerned with words and the ideas they convey and are intended to indicate. This is as follows. The thing that the speaker intends to convey to the listener through speech may be a perception regarding individual words which are dependent and on which something else depends and from which one leads to the other. These concepts are indicated by individual nouns, verbs, and particles. Or, what the speaker intends to convey may be the distinction between the things that are dependent and those that depend on them, and the distinction between tenses. These concepts are indicated by the change of vowel endings and the forms of the words. All this belongs to grammar. Among the things that are part of the facts and need to be indicated, there still remain the conditions of speakers and agents and the requirements of the situation under which the action takes place. This needs to be indicated, because it completes the information to be conveyed. If the speaker is able to bring out these facts, his speech conveys everything that it can possibly convey. If his speech does not have anything of that, it is not real Arabic speech. The Arabic language is vast. The Arabs have a particular expression for each situation, in addition to a perfect use of vowel endings and clarity. It is known that Zayd came to me does not mean the same as there came to me Zayd. Something mentioned in the first place, such as Zayd in the first example, has greater importance in the mind of the speaker. The person who says, "There came to me Zayd," indicates that he is more concerned with the coming than with the person who comes. On the other hand, the person who says, "Zayd came to me," indicates that he is more concerned with the person than with his coming, which, grammatically, depends on the person who comes. The same applies to a statement such as, "There came to me the man," which is then replaced by the statement, "There came to me a man." The use of the form without the article may be intended as an honor for the man in question, and as an indication that he is a man who has no equal. Then, an expression may be used other than in its literal meaning. It may be intended to indicate some implication of it. This may apply to an individual word. For instance, in the statement, "Zayd is a lion," no actual lion, but the bravery implicit in lions, is meant and referred to Zayd. This is called metaphorical usage. The discipline called syntax and style, bayan, expresses the meaning that the forms and conditions of speech have in various situations. It has been divided into 3 subdivisions. The first subdivision has as its subject the investigation of forms and conditions of speech, in order to achieve conformity with all the requirements of a given situation. This is called the science of rhetoric, balagha. The second subdivision has as its subject the investigation of what a word implies or is implied by it, that is, metaphor and metonymy. This is called the science of style. Scholars have added a third subdivision, the study of the artistic embellishment of speech. Such embellishment may be achieved through the ornamental use of rhymed prose, which divides speech into sections, or through the use of paronomasia, which establishes a similarity among the words used, or through the use of internal rhyme, which cuts down the units of rhythmic speech into smaller units, or through the use of allusion to the intended meaning by suggesting an even more cryptic idea which is expressed by the same words, or through the use of antithesis, and similar things. They called this the science of rhetorical figures, ilm al-Badi. Recent scholars have used the name of the second subdivision, syntax and style, for all three subdivisions, because the ancient scholars had discussed it first. The fruit of this discipline is understanding of the inimitability of the Quran. This consists in the fact that the language of the Quran indicates all the requirements of the situations referred to, whether they are stated or understood. This is the highest stage of speech. In addition, the Quran is perfect in choice of words and excellence of arrangement and combination. This is its inimitability, a quality that surpasses comprehension. This discipline is needed most by Quran commentators. Most ancient commentators disregarded it, until Jar al-Aziz Zamakhshari appeared. When he wrote his Quran commentary, he investigated each verse of the Quran according to the rules of this discipline. The science of literature. This science has no object the accidents of which may be studied and thus be affirmed or denied. Philologists consider its purpose identical with its fruit, which is, the acquisition of, a good ability to handle prose and poetry according to the methods and ways of the Arabs. Therefore, they collect and memorize, documents, of Arabic speech that are likely to aid in acquiring the, proper linguistic, habit. Such documents include fine poetry, rhymed prose of an even quality, and certain problems of lexicography and grammar, from which the student is, as a rule, able to derive inductively most of the rules of Arabic. Philologists, who wanted to define this discipline said, literature is expert knowledge of the poetry and history of the Arabs as well as the possession of some knowledge regarding every science. They meant knowledge of the linguistic sciences and the religious sciences, but only the contents of the Quran and the traditions. No other science has anything to do with Arab speech, save inasmuch as recent scholars who have occupied themselves with the craft of rhetorical figures have come to use allusion by means of references to terms of scientific terminologies in their poetry and their straight prose. Therefore, literateurs need to know scientific terminologies in order to be able to understand such allusions. At the beginning of Islam, singing, music, belonged to this discipline. Singing depends on poetry, because it is the setting of poetry to music. Secretaries and outstanding persons in the Abbasid dynasty occupied themselves with it, because they were desirous of becoming acquainted with the methods and literary disciplines of the Arabs. Its cultivation was no blemish on probity or manliness. The early Aji Muslims in Medina and elsewhere, who are models for everybody else to follow, cultivated it. Such a great scholar as Judge Abu al-Faraj al-Afan wrote a book on songs, the Kitab al-Aghani. In it, he dealt with the whole of the history, poetry, genealogy, battle days, and ruling dynasties of the Arabs. The work was based on 100 songs which the singers had selected for A.R. Rashid. His work is the most complete and comprehensive one there is. Indeed, it constitutes an archive of the Arabs. It is a collection of the disjecta membra of all the good things in Arab poetry, history, song, and all their other conditions. There exists no book comparable to it, as far as we know. It is the ultimate goal to which a literateur can aspire and where he must stop as though he could ever get so far. Let us now return to the verification of our remarks about the linguistic sciences in general terms. 45 Language is a technical habit. All languages are habits similar to crafts. They are habits in the tongue and serve the purpose of expressing ideas. The good or inadequate character of such expression depends on the perfection or deficiency of the habit. This does not apply to individual words but to word combinations. A speaker who possesses a perfect linguistic habit and is thus able to combine individual words so as to express the ideas he wants to express, and who is able to observe the form of composition that makes his speech conform to the requirements of the situation, is as well qualified as is possible to convey to the listener what he wants to convey. This is what is meant by eloquence. Habits result only from repeated action. An action is done once. With repetition it becomes a condition, which is an attribute that is not firmly established. After more repetition it becomes a habit, that is, a firmly established attribute. As long as the habit of the Arabic language existed among the Arabs, an Arab speaker always heard the people of his generation speak Arabic. He hears their ways of address and how they express what they want to express. He is like a child hearing individual words employed in their proper meanings. He learns them first. Afterwards, he hears word combinations and learns them likewise. He hears something new each moment from every speaker, and his own practice is constantly repeated, until use of proper speech becomes a habit and a firmly established attribute. Thus, the child becomes like one of the Arabs. In this way, Arab languages and dialects have passed from generation to generation, and both non-Arabs and children have learned them. The linguistic habit of the original Arabs became corrupt when they came into contact with non-Arabs. 50. The interpretation and real meaning of the word taste according to the technical terminology of literary critics. An explanation of why Arabicized non-Arabs as a rule do not have it. The word taste is in current use among those who are concerned with the various branches of literary criticism. It means the tongue's possession of the habit of eloquence. Eloquence is the conformity of speech to the meaning intended, in every aspect, and this is achieved by means of certain qualities that give this conformity to the word combinations. An eloquent speaker of the Arabic language chooses the form of expression that affords such conformity according to the methods and ways of Arab address. In this respect he hardly ever swerves from the way of Arab eloquence. Habits that are firmly established and rooted in their proper places appear to be natural and innate in those places. Therefore, many ignorant people who are not acquainted with the importance of habits, think that the correct use of vowel endings and the proper eloquence of Arabs in their language are natural things. They say that the Arabs speak correct Arabic by nature. This is not so. Correct Arabic is a linguistic habit of proper speech arrangement that has become firmly established and rooted in speakers of Arabic, so that, superficially, it appears to be something natural and innate. However, as mentioned before, this habit results from the constant practice of Arabic speech and from repeated listening to it and from understanding the peculiar qualities of its word combinations. It is not obtained through knowledge of the scientific rules evolved by literary critics. Those rules merely afford a knowledge of the Arabic language. They do not give a person possession of the actual habit in its proper place. If this is established, we may say that the tongue's habit of eloquence guides an eloquent person toward the various aspects of word arrangement and toward use of the correct word combinations corresponding to the word combinations and arrangement used by Arabs when they speak Arabic. When a person who possesses the Arabic linguistic habit attempts to deviate from the specific ways and the word combinations peculiar to Arabic speech, he is not able to do so. His tongue will not go along with him, because it is not used to improper speech, and its firmly rooted habit will not let it use it. This habit, if firmly rooted and established, is metaphorically called taste, a technical term of literary criticism. Taste is the sensation caused by food. But, since the linguistic habit is located in the tongue, which is the seat of speech as it is the seat of the sensation caused by food, the name of taste is metaphorically used for it. Furthermore, it is something intuitively observed by the tongue, just as food is something sensually perceived by it. Therefore, it is called taste. If this is clear, it will make one realize that non-Arabs, such as Persians, Byzantines, and Turks in the East, and Berbers in the West, who are strangers to the Arabic language and adopt it and are forced to speak it as the result of contact with the Arabs, do not possess such taste. They have too small a share in the linguistic habit, the significance of which we have established. They formerly had another linguistic habit, their own language, and part of their lives had gone by, before they got to know Arabic. Now, the most they can do is to occupy themselves with the individual words and word combinations in correct use in the conversation of the Muslim, urban population in their midst, and which they are forced to use. The ancient Arabic linguistic habit is lost to the urban population, and they are strangers to it. They have another linguistic habit, which is not the desired linguistic habit, of the Arabs. Those who know the Arabic linguistic habit merely from rules codified in books are in no way in the possession of this habit. They merely know the laws governing it. The linguistic habit can be obtained only through constant practice, becoming accustomed to Arab speech, and repeatedly using and listening to it. 51. The urban population is in general deficient in obtaining the linguistic habit that results from instruction. The more remote urban people are from the Arabic language, the more difficult it is for them to obtain it. The reason for this is that the student has previously obtained a habit incompatible with the desired Arabic linguistic habit, since he has grown up speaking the sedentary language, which was influenced by non-Arab speech, to such a degree that eventually the original habit of the Arabic language was replaced by another. This other habit is the language of the present-day sedentary population. Therefore, we find that teachers attempt to teach children the Arabic language first. The grammarians think that this is done through grammar. But this is not so. It is done through teaching them the linguistic habit through direct contact with the Arabic language and Arab speech. It is true that grammar comes closer, than anything else, to bringing about contact with those things. The more firmly rooted in non-Arab speech habits an urban language is, and the more remote it is from the original language of the Arabs, the less able are its speakers to learn the original Arabic language and to obtain the habit of it. 52. The division of speech into poetry and prose. The Arabic language and Arab speech are divided into two branches. One of them is rhymed poetry. It is speech with meter and rhyme, which means that every line of it ends upon a definite letter, which is called the rhyme. The other branch is prose, that is, non-metrical speech. Each of the two branches comprises various sub-branches and ways of speech. Poetry comprises laudatory and heroic poems and elegies. Prose may be rhymed prose. Rhymed prose consists of cola ending on the same rhyme throughout, or of sentences rhymed in pairs. This is called rhymed prose. Prose may also be straight prose. In straight prose, the speech goes on and is not divided into cola, but is continued straight through without any divisions, either of rhyme or of anything else. Prose is employed in sermons and prayers and in speeches intended to encourage or frighten the masses. 1. The Quran is in prose. However, it does not belong in either of the two categories. It can neither be called straight prose nor rhymed prose. It is divided into verses. One reaches breaks where taste tells one that the speech stops. It is then resumed and repeated in the next verse. Rhyme, letters which would make that type of speech, rhymed prose, are not obligatory, nor do rhymes, as used in poetry, occur. Each of the branches of poetry has its own particular methods, which are considered peculiar to it by the people who cultivate that branch and which do not apply to any other branch and cannot be employed for it. Recent authors employ the methods of poetry in writing prose. Their writing contains a great deal of rhymed prose and obligatory rhymes. When one examines such prose, one gets the impression that it has actually become a kind of poetry. It differs from poetry only through the absence of meter. In recent times, secretaries took this up and employed it in government correspondence. They restricted all prose writing to this type, which they liked. They mixed up all the different methods in it. They avoided straight prose and affected to forget it, especially the people of the East. At the hand of stupid secretaries, present-day government correspondence is handled in the way described. From the point of view of good style, it is not correct, since in good style one looks for conformity between what is said and the requirements of the given situations in which the speaker and the person addressed find themselves. It is necessary that government correspondence be kept free from this type of prose. The methods of poetry admit wittiness, the mixture of humor with seriousness, long descriptions, and the free use of proverbs, as well as frequent similes and metaphoric expressions, even where none of these are required in ordinary address. The constant, obligatory use of rhyme is also something witty and ornamental. All of this is quite incompatible with the dignity of royal and governmental authority and with the task of encouraging or frightening the masses in the name of the ruler. In government correspondence, what deserves praise is the use of straight prose, that is, straightforward speech with only a very occasional use of rhymed prose in places where sound linguistic habit can use rhymed prose in an unforced manner, and forms of speech that conform properly to the requirements of a given situation. Government correspondence done in the aforementioned way, that is, in a method proper to poetry, deserves censure. The only reason our contemporaries do it is the fact that non-Arab speech habits exercise a firm hold over their tongues, and, as a result, they are unable to give their speech its proper measure of conformity with the requirements of a given situation. Thus, they are unable to use straight speech. It is a difficult task and takes long effort to achieve eloquence in it. They eagerly use the type of rhymed prose mentioned, in this way covering up their inability to make their speech conform to the things they want to say and to the requirements of the particular situation. They make up for their shortcomings by greatly embellishing their speech with rhymed prose and rhetorical figures. They neglect everything else. Present-day secretaries and poets in the East use this method most and apply it in an exaggerated manner to all kinds of speech. They go so far as to tamper with the vowel endings and inflections of words, to achieve this end. 53. The ability to write both good poetry and good prose is only very rarely found together in one person. The reason for this is that, as we have explained, it is a habit in the tongue. If another habit previously occupied its place, the subsequent habit has not enough room to develop, because the acceptance and cultivation of habits is simpler and easier for natures in their original state. If there are other previous habits, they resist the new habit in the substance that is to receive the new habit. They prevent it from being quickly accepted. Thus, there arises incompatibility. It becomes impossible for the new habit to develop to perfection. This is, in general, the case with all technical habits. The same applies to languages. They are habits of the tongue which are in the same position as the crafts. It can be observed how persons with some previous non-Arab speech habits are always deficient in their knowledge of the Arabic language. Persons who previously had some good habit are rarely able to become skilled in another or to master it completely. 54. The craft of poetry and the way of learning it. This is one of the disciplines connected with Arab speech. The Arabs call it poetry. It exists in all the other languages. Here, however, we speak only about Arabic poetry. It is possible that the speakers of other languages, too, find in poetry the things they desire to express in their speech. However, each language has its own particular laws concerning eloquence. Poetry in the Arabic language is remarkable in its manner and powerful in its way. It is speech that is divided into cola having the same meter and held together by the last letter of each colon. Each of those cola is called a verse. The last letter, which all the verses of a poem have in common, is called the rhyme letter. The whole complex is called a poem, qada or kalama. Each verse, with its combinations of words, is by itself a meaningful unit. In a way, it is a statement by itself, and independent of what precedes and what follows. By itself it makes perfect sense, either as a laudatory or an erotic statement, or as an elegy. It is the intention of the poet to give each verse an independent meaning. Then, in the next verse, he starts anew, in the same way, with some other matter. He changes over from one poetical type to another, and from one topic to another, by preparing the first topic and the ideas expressing it in such a way that it becomes related to the next topic. Sharp contrasts are kept out of the poem. The poet thus continuously changes over from the erotic to the laudatory verses. From a description of the desert and the traces of abandoned camps, he changes over to a description of camels on the march, or horses, or apparitions, of the beloved in a dream. From a description of the person to be praised, he changes over to a description of his people and his army. From an expression of grief and condolence in elegies, he changes over to praise of the deceased, and so on. Attention is paid to retaining the same meter throughout the whole poem, in order to avoid one's natural inclination to pass from one meter to another, similar one. Since the meters are similar to each other, many people do not notice the need to retain the same meter. The meters are governed by certain conditions and rules. They are the subject of the science of prosody. Prosodists restricted their number to 15, indicating that they did not find the Arabs using other natural meters in poetry. The Arabs thought highly of poetry as a form of speech. Therefore, they made it the archive of their sciences and their history, the evidence for what they considered right and wrong, and the principal basis of reference for most of their sciences and wisdom. The poetical habit was firmly established in them, like all their other habits. The Arabic linguistic habits can be acquired only through technical skill and constant practice of Arab speech. Eventually, some sign of the poetical habit may be obtained. Of the forms of speech, poetry is a difficult thing for modern people to learn, if they want to acquire the habit of it through study as a technique. Each verse is an independent statement of meaning suitable for quotation by itself. It requires a kind of refinement of the poetical habit, for the poet to be able to pour poetical speech into molds suitable to this tendency of Arabic poetry. A poet must produce a verse that stands alone, and then make another verse in the same way, and again another, and thus go through all the different topics suitable to the thing he wants to express. Then, he establishes harmony among the verses as they follow upon each other in accordance with the different topics occurring in the poem. Poetry is difficult in its tendency and strange in its subject matter. Therefore, it constitutes a severe test of a person's natural talent, if he wants to have a good knowledge of poetical methods. The desire to press speech into the molds of poetry sharpens the mind. Having the Arabic linguistic habit in general does not suffice. In particular, a certain refinement is needed, as well as the exercise of a certain skill in observing the special poetic methods which the Arabs used. Let us mention the significance of the word method as used by poets, and what they mean by it. It should be known that they use it to express the loom on which word combinations are woven, or the mold into which they are packed. It is not used to express the basis upon which the meaning of a statement rests. That is the task of the vowel endings. It also is not used for perfect expression of the idea resulting from the particular word combination used. That is the task of eloquence and style. It also is not used in the sense of meter, as employed by the Arabs in connection with poetry. That is the task of prosody. These three sciences fall outside the craft of poetry. Poetical method is used to refer to a mental form for metrical word combinations which is universal in the sense of conforming with any particular word combination. This form is abstracted by the mind from the most prominent individual word combinations and given a place in the imagination comparable to a mold or loom. Word combinations that the Arabs consider sound, in the sense of having the correct vowel endings and the proper style, are then selected and packed by the mind into that form, just as the builder does with the mold or the weaver with the loom. Eventually, the mold is sufficiently widened to admit the word combinations that fully express what one wants to express. It takes on the form that is sound in the sense that it corresponds to the Arabic linguistic habit. Each branch of poetical speech has methods peculiar to it and existing in it in different ways. Word combinations in poetry may or may not be sentences. They may be commands or statements, nominal sentences or verbal sentences, followed by appositions or not followed by appositions, separate or connected, as is the case with the word combinations of Arabic speech and the position of individual words in respect to each other. This teaches a person the universal mold which he can learn through constant practice in Arabic poetry. This universal mold is an abstraction in the mind derived from specific word combinations, to all of which the universal mold conforms. The author of a spoken utterance is like a builder or weaver. The proper mental form is like the mold used in building, or the loom used in weaving. The builder who abandons his mold, or the weaver who abandons his loom, is unsuccessful. It should not be said that knowledge of the rules of eloquence suffices in this respect. We say, they are merely basic scientific rules which are the result of analogical reasoning and which indicate by means of analogical reasoning that the word combinations may be used in their particular forms. We have here scientific analogical reasoning that is sound and coherent, as is the analogical reasoning that establishes the rules concerning the vowel endings. But the poetical methods that we try to establish here have nothing to do with analogical reasoning. They are a form that is firmly rooted in the soul. It is the result of the continuity of word combinations in Arabic poetry when the tongue uses them. Eventually, the form of those word combinations becomes firmly established. It teaches the poet the use of similar word combinations. It teaches him to imitate them for each word combination that he may use in his poetry. The scientific rules that govern the word endings or syntax and style do not teach poetry. Not everything that is correct according to analogical reasoning, as used in connection with Arabic speech and the scientific, grammatical, rules, is used by poets. They use certain ways of expression, which are known and studied by those who have expert knowledge of poetical speech and the forms of which fall, automatically, under those analogical rules. Therefore, we have stated that the molds in the mind are the result of expert knowledge of Arabic poetry and speech. Such molds exist not only for poetry but also for prose. The Arabs used their speech for both poetry and prose, and they used certain types of divisions for both kinds of speech. In poetry, these are metrical cola, fixed rhymes, and the fact that each colon constitutes a statement by itself. In prose, as a rule, the Arabs observed symmetry and parallelism between the cola. Sometimes, they used prose rhymes, and sometimes straight prose. The molds for each kind of expression are well known in Arabic. The author of a spoken utterance builds his utterance in the molds used by the Arabs. They are known only to those who have expert knowledge of Arabic speech, such that in their minds they have an absolute universal mold, which is the result of abstraction from specific individual molds. They use that universal mold as their model in composing utterances, just as builders use the mold as their model, and weavers the loom. The discipline of speech composition, therefore, differs from the studies of the grammarian, the stylist, literary critic, and the prosodist. It is true, though, that observance of the rules of those sciences is obligatory for and indispensable to the poet. When all these qualities together are found to apply to a spoken utterance, it is distinguished by a subtle kind of insight into those molds which are called methods. Only expert knowledge of both Arab poetry and Arab prose gives that insight. Now that the meaning of method is clear, let us give a definition or description of poetry that will make its real meaning clear to us. This is a difficult task, for, as far as we can see, there is no such definition by any older scholar. The definition of the prosodists, according to whom poetry is metrical rhymed speech, is no definition or description of the kind of poetry we have in mind. Prosody considers poetry only under the aspect of the agreement of the verses of a poem, with respect to the number of successive syllables with and without vowels, as well as with respect to the similarity of the last foot of the first hemistich of the verses of a poem to the last foot of the second hemistich. This concerns meter alone and has nothing to do with the words and their meaning. We must have a definition that will give us the real meaning of poetry in our sense. We say, poetry is eloquent speech built upon metaphoric usage and descriptions, divided into cola agreeing in meter and rhyme letter, each colon being independent in purpose and meaning from what comes before and after it, and using the methods of the Arabs peculiar to it. The phrase eloquent speech in our definition takes the place of genus. The phrase built upon metaphoric usage and descriptions differentiates poetry from eloquent speech, which does not have that, and which must be differentiated, because it is mostly not poetry. The phrase divided into cola agreeing in meter and rhyme letter differentiates poetry from the kind of prose speech that nobody would consider poetry. The phrase each colon being independent in purpose and meaning from what comes before and after it explains the real character of poetry, because the verses of poetry can be only this way. This does not differentiate poetry from other things. The phrase using the methods peculiar to it differentiates poetry from speech that does not use the well-known methods of poetry. Without them, it would not be poetry but merely poetical speech, because poetry has special methods which prose does not have. Likewise, prose has methods which do not apply to poetry. Rhymed speech that does not use those methods is not poetry. The phrase in our definition, using the methods of the Arabs, differentiates it from the poetry of non-Arab nations. This is for those who are of the opinion that poetry exists both among Arabs and among other people. On the other hand, those who are of the opinion that poetry exists only among the Arabs would not need the phrase. They might say instead, using the methods peculiar to it, omitting the words of the Arabs. Having finished with the discussion of the real character of poetry, we shall now return to the discussion of how poetry is produced. We say, the production of poetry and the laws governing the poetical craft are subject to a number of conditions. The first condition is to have an expert knowledge of its genus, that is, the genus of Arabic poetry, which eventually creates a habit in the soul upon which, as on a loom, the poet is able to weave. The material for memorizing should be selected from the most genuine and purest and most varied poetry. The poetry of poets who have no expert knowledge of the old poetical material is inferior and bad. Brilliance and sweetness is given to poetry only with the help of memorized knowledge of much old poetical material. Those who know little or nothing of it cannot produce any real poetry. They merely produce bad rhymes. They would do better to keep away from poetry. After the poet has been saturated with memorized poetical material, and has sharpened his talent, in order to be able to follow the great examples, he proceeds to make rhymes himself. Through more and more practice, the habit of rhyme making becomes firmly established and rooted in him. It is often said that one of the conditions governing poetical production is to forget the memorized material, so that its external literal forms will be wiped out of the memory, since they prevent the real use of the poetical habit. After the soul has been conditioned by them, and they are forgotten, the method of poetry is engraved upon the soul, as though it were a loom upon which similar such words can be woven as a matter of course. The poet, then, needs solitude. The place he looks at should be a beautiful one with water and flowers. He likewise needs music. He must stir up his talent by refreshing it and stimulate it through pleasurable joy. In addition to the aforementioned conditions, there is another. The poet must be rested and energetic. This makes him more collected and is better for his talent, so that he is able to create a loom similar to that which is in his memory. It has been said, the best time for it is in the morning right after waking up, when the stomach is empty and the mind energetic, and in the atmosphere of the bath. It has often been said, Stimuli to poetry are love and intoxication, and, if the poet finds it difficult to make a poem, after all that, he should leave it for another time. He should not force himself to do it. The poet should have the rhyme in mind when the verse is first given shape and form. He should set it down and build his speech on it all the way through to the end, because, if the poet neglects to have the rhyme in mind when he makes a verse, it may be difficult for him to get the rhyme into its proper place, for it often is loose and unstable. If a verse is satisfactory but does not fit in its context, the poet should save it for a place more fitting to it. Every verse is an independent unit, and all that is to be done is to fit the verse into the context of the poem. Therefore, the poet may choose to do in this respect whatever he wishes. After a poem is finished, the poet should revise it carefully and critically. He should not hesitate to throw it away, if it is not good enough. Every man is fond of his own poetry, since it is a product of his mind and a creation of his talent. The poet should use only the most correct word combinations and a language free from all poetic license, since its use is a defect as far as the linguistic habit is concerned. He should avoid it, because it might deprive his speech of eloquence. The leading authorities forbade the later-born poets to use poetic license, since by avoiding it they might be able to obtain the most exemplary linguistic habit. The poet should also keep away, as much as he can, from involved word combinations. He should try to use only those whose meaning can be understood more quickly than the individual words they contain. The same applies to putting too many ideas into one verse, which make it somewhat complicated to understand. The choicest verse is the one whose words conform to its ideas or are more copious than its ideas. If there are many ideas, the verse becomes crowded. The mind examines the ideas and is distracted. As a result, the listener's literary taste is prevented from fully understanding, as it should, the eloquence of the verse. A poem is easy only when its ideas are more quickly grasped by the mind than its words. The poet should also keep away from far-fetched and pretentious words. He should also keep away from vulgar words that become hackneyed through usage. The use of such words deprives the poem of eloquence. He should also keep away from ideas that have become hackneyed by being generally known. Their use, too, deprives the speech of eloquence. It becomes hackneyed and almost meaningless. For instance, such phrases as "the fire is hot" and "the heaven above us" belong in this category. The closer a poem gets to being meaningless, the less can it claim to be eloquent, since meaninglessness and eloquence are opposite extremes. For this reason, poetry on mystical and prophetical subjects is not, as a rule, very good. Only the best poets are good at it, and even they only in small portions of such poetry, and with great difficulty, because the ideas with which such poetry deals are generally known to the great mass and, thus, have become hackneyed. 55. Poetry and prose work with words, and not with ideas. Both poetry and prose work with words, and not with ideas. The ideas are secondary to the words. The words are basic. The craftsman who tries to acquire the habit of poetry and prose uses words for that purpose. He memorizes appropriate words from Arabic speech, so as to be able to employ it frequently and have it on his tongue. Eventually, the habit of classical Arabic becomes firmly established in him. As we have mentioned before, this comes about as follows. Language is a habit concerned with speech. One tries to acquire it by repeated practice with the tongue, until one has acquired it, as is the case with all other habits. Now, tongue and speech deal only with words. Ideas are in the mind. Furthermore, everyone may have ideas. Everyone has the capacity to grasp with his mind whatever ideas his mind wants and likes. No technique is required for their composition. But the composition of speech, for the purpose of expressing ideas, requires a technique. Speech is like a mold for ideas. The vessels in which water is drawn from the sea may be of gold, silver, shells, mother of pearl, glass, or clay. But the water is one and the same. The quality of the vessels filled with water differs according to the material from which they are made, and not according to the water in them. In the same way, the quality of language, and eloquence in its use, differ according to different levels of attainment in the composition of speech, depending on the manner in which an utterance conforms to the situation that it wants to express. But the ideas are one and the same. A person who is ignorant of the composition of speech and its methods, as required by the Arabic linguistic habit, and who unsuccessfully attempts to express what he wants to express, is like an invalid who attempts to get up but cannot, because he lacks the power to do so. 56. The linguistic habit is obtained by much memorizing. The good quality of the linguistic habit is the result of the good quality of the memorized material. We have mentioned before that those who desire to learn the Arabic language must memorize much material. The quality of the resulting habit depends on the quality, type, and amount of the memorized material. Those who memorize the poetry of the Arab, classical poets, will acquire a better habit, of a higher order of eloquence, than those who memorize the poetry and prose of recent writers, because they are inferior to their predecessors. This is obvious to the intelligent critic who has literary taste. The quality of a person's own later use of the language depends on the quality of the material learned or memorized. By raising the level of the memorized literary material, the resulting level of one's habit becomes higher, since nature takes habit as its model, and the powers of a habit grow through nourishing it. This comes about as follows. The soul is one in species according to its natural disposition. It differs in human beings depending on its greater or lesser intensity in connection with perceptions. This difference of the soul is the result of the differing perceptions, habits, and colorings that condition the soul from the outside. Such conditioning causes its existence to materialize and transforms its form from potentiality into actuality. The habits obtained by the soul are obtained only gradually, as we have mentioned before. The poetical habit originates with the memorizing of poetry. The habit of secretaryship originates with the memorizing of rhymed prose and prose correspondence. The scientific habit originates in contact with the sciences and with various perceptions, research, and speculation. The juridical habit originates in contact with jurisprudence and through comparing the problems and considering them in detail and through deriving special cases from general principles. The mystical habit originates through worship and spiritual exercises and through inactivation of the outward senses by means of solitude and as much isolation from human beings as possible, until he who does that acquires the habit of retiring to his inner sense and his spirit and thus becomes a mystic. The same is the case with all the other habits. Each one of them gives the soul a special coloring that conditions it. The good or bad quality of a particular habit depends on the condition under which the habit originated. A first-class habit of eloquence results only from the memorizing of first-class language material. This is why all jurists and scholars are deficient in eloquence. The sole reason is in the original character of the material they memorize, in the scientific rules and juridical expressions of which their material is full and which deviate from the proper method of eloquence and are inferior to it. The expressions used for rules and sciences have nothing to do with eloquence. When such memorized material is the first to occupy the mind and is large and colors the soul, the resulting habit comes to be very deficient and the expressions connected with that material deviate from the methods of Arabic speech. This, we find, applies to the poetry of jurists, grammarians, speculative theologians, philosophers, and others who are not saturated with memorized knowledge of the purest and most genuine Arabic speech. Secretaries and poets choose carefully the material they memorize. They have contact with the methods of Arabic speech. One day, I had a conversation with Abu Abdullah B. al-Kab, the wazir of the rulers of Spain. He was the leading authority on poetry and secretaryship. I said to him, I find it difficult to compose poetry when I want to, despite my understanding of poetry and my knowledge of the good language material in the Quran, the traditions, and the various other branches of Arabic speech, although I know little by heart. It may be that I am affected by my knowledge of scientific poems and the rules of literary composition. That has filled my memory and harmed the habit for which I was prepared through the good material from the Quran, the traditions, and other documents of Arabic speech. It prevented my talent from developing. Ibn al-Kab looked at me in amazement for a while. Then he said, full of admiration, "Would anyone but you say a thing like that?" The remarks made in this section explain another problem. They explain why both the poetry and the prose of the Muslim Arabs are on a higher level of eloquence and literary taste than those of pre-Islamic Arabs. A sound taste and a healthy natural disposition will confirm the correctness of this observation to the intelligent critic of eloquence. The reason for this is that authors who lived in Islam learned the highest form of speech in the Quran and in the traditions, which for human beings is inimitable. It entered into their hearts. Their souls were brought up on the linguistic methods of this kind of speech. As a result, their nature was lifted, and their habits with regard to eloquence were elevated to greater heights than had ever been reached by their pre-Islamic predecessors, who had not learned the highest form of speech and had not been brought up on it. Therefore, their prose and poetry were better in texture and of a purer brilliance than their predecessors. They were more solid in construction and more even in execution, because their authors had learned the language of the Quran and the traditions. I once asked our Sheikh, the Sharif Abu al-Qasim I, the chief judge of Granada in our day, why the Muslim Arabs were on a higher level of eloquence than the pre-Islamic Arabs. Abu al-Qasim was the chief authority on poetry. He had studied it in Suda with certain sheikhs there. He had also made a profound study of philology and acquired a more than perfect knowledge of it. Thus, he was a man who, with his taste, could be expected not to be ignorant of this question. He remained silent for a long while. Then he said to me, "By Allah, I do not know." Whereupon I said, "I shall suggest to you an idea concerning this problem that has come to my mind. Perhaps it explains it." And I mentioned to him what I have noted here. He was silent in amazement. Then, he said to me, "Doctor, this is a remark that deserves to be written down in letters of gold." After that, he always treated me with deference. He listened to what I had to say in class and acknowledged my excellence in scholarship. 57. An explanation of the meaning of natural and contrived speech. How contrived speech may be either good or deficient. It should be known that the secret and spirit of speech, that is, expression and address, lie in conveying ideas. If no effort is made to convey ideas, speech is like dead land which does not count. The perfect way of conveying ideas is eloquence. This is shown by the literary critics' definition of eloquence. They say that eloquence is conformity of speech to the requirements of the situation. Knowledge of the conditions and laws governing the conformity of word combinations to the requirements of the situation is the discipline of eloquence, rhetoric. The conditions and laws were deduced from the Arabic language and have become a sort of rules. The manner in which word combinations are used indicates the relationship that exists between two interdependent parts of an utterance. It does so, with the help of conditions and laws constituting the main part of the rules of Arabic. After the requirements of a given situation have thus been indicated, there come the diverse ways in which the mind moves among the ideas with the help of different kinds of word meanings. In its conventional meaning, a word combination indicates one particular idea, but then the mind moves on to what might be the consequence of, or have as its consequence, that idea, or, what might be similar to it and, thus, express some idea, indirectly as metaphor or metonymy. This moving around causes pleasure to the mind, perhaps even more than the pleasure that results from indicating the requirements of the situation. All these things mean attainment of a conclusion from the argument used to prove it, and attainment, as one knows, is one of the things that cause pleasure. The different ways the mind moves around in this way also have their conditions and laws, which are like rules. They were made into a special craft and called the science of style. This science is sister to the science of idea expression, which indicates the requirements of a given situation. The science of style has reference to the ideas and meanings of the word combinations. The rules of the science of idea expression have reference to the very situations that apply to the word combinations, as far as they affect the meaning. Word and idea depend on each other and stand side by side, as one knows. Thus, the science of idea expression and the science of style are both part of rhetoric, and both together produce perfect indication and conformity to the requirements of the situation. Consequently, word combinations that fall short of conformity and perfect indication are inferior in eloquence. Such word combinations are linked by rhetoric eons to the sounds dumb animals make. The preferred assumption is that they are not Arabic, because Arabic is the kind of speech in which indications are in conformity with the requirements of the situation. Thus, eloquence is the basis, genius, spirit, and nature of Arabic speech. It should further be known that in the usage of philologists, natural speech means the speech that conveys the intended meaning and, thus, is perfect in its nature and genius. Mere speaking is not what is meant by natural speech, as a kind of expression and address. The speaker, who uses natural speech, wants to convey what is in his mind to the listeners in a complete and definite fashion. Thus, after perfect indication of the requirements of the situation has been achieved, the word combinations, if expressed according to that genius that is basic to Arabic speech, have their different kinds of artistic embellishment. In a way, they give them the brilliance of correct speech. Such kinds of artistic embellishment include the ornamental use of rhymed prose, the use of phrases of identical structure at the end of successive cola, allusion to a cryptic idea by a homonym, and antithesis, so that there will be affinity between the words and ideas used. This gives brilliance to speech and pleasure to the ear, and sweetness and beauty, all in addition to indicating the meaning. People who cultivate the craft of rhetorical figures distinguish numerous subdivisions and use different terminologies for the rhetorical figures. Many of them consider them part of rhetoric, although these figures are not concerned with indicating the meaning of speech, but provide embellishment and brilliance. The early representatives of the discipline of rhetorical figures considered them not to be a part of rhetoric. Therefore, they mentioned them as part of the literary disciplines that have no particular, defined subject. They mentioned various conditions governing the use of the rhetorical figures. Among them, there is the condition that they should express the intended meaning in an unforced and unstudied manner. The spontaneous occurrence of rhetorical figures causes no comment, because, in such cases, they are in no way forced, and the speech, in which they occur, cannot therefore be criticized as, linguistically, faulty. The forced and studied use of rhetorical figures leads to disregard of the basic word combinations of speech and thus destroys all basis for indication of the meaning of speech. It removes outright all eloquence and leaves speech only the rhetorical embellishments. This is the situation preponderant among our contemporaries. But people who have taste in eloquence despise them, because of their infatuation with the various rhetorical figures, and consider that propensity an indication of their inability to do better. Another condition governing the use of rhetorical figures is that they be used sparingly and in no more than 2 or 3 verses of a poem, which suffices to adorn and give it brilliance, while the use of many such rhetorical figures would be a blemish. Our Sheikh, the Sharif Judge Abu al-Qasim as-Sabti, who was the chief cultivator of the Arabic language in his time, used to say, the different kinds of rhetorical figures may occur to a poet or a secretary, but it is ugly if he uses many of them. They belong among the things that embellish speech and constitute its beauty. They are like moles on a face. 1 or 2 make it beautiful, but many make it ugly. Pre-Islamic and early Islamic prose followed the same lines as poetry. Originally, it was straight prose, considering only creation of a balance between the larger portions of speech and its word combinations, to indicate that it is balanced by means of cola into which it is divided, without adherence to rhyme or concern for contrived techniques. The prose of later authors became more and more contrived. One forgot the period when straight prose had been used. Government correspondence came to be like private correspondence, and Arabic came to be like the common language. Good and bad became confused with each other. All these statements show that contrived, studied, or forced speech is inferior to natural speech, because it has little concern for what is basic to eloquence. The judge in such matters is one's taste. 58 people of rank are above cultivating poetry. Poetry was the archive of the Arabs, containing their sciences, their history, and their wisdom. Leading Arabs competed in it. They used to stop at the fair of Uq to recite poetry. Each would submit his product for criticism to outstanding and intelligent personalities. Eventually, Arab poets came to vie in having their poems hung up at the corners of the holy sanctuary to which they made pilgrimage, the Kaaba. Only a person who had enough power among his people and his group, and who held the proper position, was able to get so far as to have his poem hung up there. Then, at the beginning of Islam, the Arabs gave up the custom. They were occupied with the affairs of Islam, with prophecy and revelation. They were awed by the linguistic method and form of the Quran. For a time, they no longer discussed poetry and prose. Then, those great happenings continued, and right guidance came to be something familiar to the Muslims. There was no revelation that poetry was forbidden or prohibited. The Prophet listened to poetry and rewarded the poet for it. Under these circumstances, the Arabs returned to their old customs with regard to poetry. Then there came great royal authority and a mighty dynasty. The Arabs approached the caliphs with their laudatory poems, and the caliphs rewarded them most generously according to the quality of the poems and their position among their people. They were eager to have poems presented to them. From them they learned remarkable stories, history, lexicography, and noble speech. The Arabs saw to it that their children memorized the poems. This remained the situation during the days of the Umayyads and in the early days of the Abbasid dynasty. Ar-Rashid possessed a good knowledge of the subject and was firmly grounded in it. He was concerned with the cultivation of poetry. He was able to discern good speech from bad speech, and knew a good deal of poetry by heart. Later on, people came whose language was not Arabic, because they had a non-Arab background, and a deficient knowledge of Arabic, which they had learned as a craft. Poets did write laudatory poems for the non-Arab emirs, but they did so only in order to win their favor, and not for any other reason. Thus, the predominant purpose of producing poetry came to be mere begging, because the particular use that the early Arabs had made of poetry no longer existed. This is why people of ambition and rank among later Muslims disdained poetry. Thus the situation changed. Concern with poetry came to be considered a blemish or fault in leaders and people holding great positions. 59 Contemporary Arab poetry, Bedouin and urban. Poetry is not restricted exclusively to the Arabic language. It exists in every language. There were poets among the Persians and among the Greeks. The Greek poet Homer was mentioned and praised by Aristotle in the Logic. The Amorites, too, had their poets in ancient times. Later on, corruption affected the language of the Arabs. The various later dialects differed according to the more or less close contact with non-Arabs, and the larger or smaller admixture of non-Arab elements. As a result, the Bedouin Arabs themselves came to speak a language completely different from that of their ancestors with regard to vowel endings, and different in many respects with regard to the conventional meanings and forms of words. Among the urban population, too, another language originated, which was different from classical Arabic with regard to vowel endings, as well as most meanings and grammatical inflections. It differs also from the language of present-day Arab Bedouins. Again, it differs within itself according to the different terminologies of the inhabitants of the various regions. Thus, the urban population of the East speaks a dialect different from that of the Maghribis. And the language of the urban population in Spain differs from both of them. Now, poetry exists by nature among the speakers of every language, since meters of a certain harmonious arrangement, with the alternation of fixed numbers of consonants, with and without vowels, exist in the nature of all human beings. Therefore, poetry is never abolished as the result of the disappearance of one particular language, in this case, that of the original Arabs, who, as everybody knows, were outstanding champions of poetry. In fact, every racial and dialect group among the Arab Bedouins who have undergone some non-Arab influence, or the urban population, attempts to cultivate poetry and to fit it into the pattern of their speech, as much as it suits them. Contemporary Arab Bedouins who gave up the language of their ancestors under non-Arab influence, produce poetry in all the meters used by their Arab ancestors. They make long poems in those meters. Their poems represent all the ways and purposes of poetry, the erotic, the laudatory, the elegiac, and the satirical. They have another kind of poetry which is widely in use among them. It employs 4 lines, of which the 4th has a rhyme different from that of the first 3. The 4th rhyme, then, is continued in each stanza through the whole poem, similar to the quatrains and the stanzas of 5 lines which were originated by recent poets of mixed Arab and non-Arab parentage. These Arabs show an admirable eloquence in the use of this type of poetry. There are outstanding and less outstanding poets among them. Most contemporary scholars, philologists in particular, disapprove of these types of poems when they hear them, and refuse to consider them poetry when they are recited. They believe that their literary taste recoils from them, because they are, linguistically, incorrect and lack vowel endings. This, however, is merely the result of the loss of the habit of using vowel endings in the dialect of the Arabs. If these philologists possessed the same speech habit, taste, and natural feeling, would prove to them that these poems are eloquent, provided that their own natural dispositions and point of view were not distorted. Vowel endings have nothing to do with eloquence. Eloquence is the conformity of speech to what one wants to express and to the requirements of a given situation, regardless of whether the U ending indicates the subject and the A ending the object, or vice versa. These things are indicated by syntactic combinations as used in the particular dialect used by the Arabs. The meanings are based upon the technical conventions of people who have a particular linguistic habit. When the technical terminology, as it is used, in a particular linguistic habit is generally known, the meaning comes out correctly. And if the indicated meaning is in conformity with what one wants to express and with the requirements of the situation, we have sound eloquence. The rules of the grammarians have nothing to do with that. The poems of the Arabs show all the methods and forms of true poetry. They lack only the vowel endings. The Spanish muwashsha and zajal. Poetry was greatly cultivated in Spain. Its various ways and types were refined. Poems came to be most artistic. As a result, recent Spaniards created the kind of poetry called muwashsha. Like the qada, the muwashsha is used for erotic and laudatory poetry, and its authors vied to the utmost with each other in this kind of poetry. Everybody, the elite and the common people, liked and knew these poems because they were easy to grasp and understand. Muwashsha poetry spread among the Spaniards. The great mass took to it because of its smoothness, artistic language, and the many internal rhymes found in it, which made them popular. As a result, the common people in the cities imitated them. They made poems of the muwashsha type in their sedentary dialect, without employing vowel endings. They thus invented a new form, which they called zajal. They have continued to compose poems of this type down to this time. They achieved remarkable things in it. The Zajjal opened a wide field for eloquent poetry in the Spanish Arabic dialect, which is influenced by non-Arab speech habits. It should be known that taste as to what constitutes eloquence in connection with such poetry is possessed only by those who have contact with the dialect in which a particular poem is composed, and who have had much practice in using it among the people who speak it. Only thus do they acquire the habit of it, as we stated with regard to the Arabic language. A Spaniard has no understanding of the eloquence of Maghribi poetry. Maghribis have none for the eloquence of the poetry of Easterners or Spaniards, and Easterners have none for the eloquence of Spaniards and Maghribis. All of them use different dialects and word combinations. Everybody understands eloquence in his own dialect and has a taste for the beauties of the poetry of his own people.